Lu Zixing stared at her, instinctively taking a step forward, his voice trembling with a barely audible hint of tears. Yunshu. She didn't hear him. If Lin Suiping saw her talking to him, she would definitely be ridiculed. Xia Yunshu quickened her pace toward the hallway. She had already divorced Lu Zixing, and he was now with Zhou Xinhua. A normal ex-husband should be as good as dead and stay away from her.
Ou Xinhua a tenté de suicide.
Lu Zixing urgently wanted to explain. After he said this, Xia Yunshu indeed stopped. She furrowed her delicate brows and turned back, her beautiful dark eyes looking at Lu Zixing. In his suddenly brightened gaze, she asked, "Is she dead?" Lu Zixing was taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to say such a thing. He wanted to reach for her hand but hesitated, struggling to explain quietly what happened that day. "I was framed. It wasn't voluntary. Yunshu, you have to believe me. If Zhou Xinhua hadn't attempted suicide and been sent to the hospital, I wouldn't have married her." So they had already gotten married. Xia Yunshu wasn't surprised and sarcastically clicked her tongue. "You've already been to bed together. Not getting married would just be foolish." Lu Zixing frowned tightly, looking both hopeful and anxious. "You still care about me, right? I know I've done wrong by you, but that wasn't my intention. Yunshu, give me some time, will you wait for me?" Xia Yunshu felt as if she was meeting this man for the first time. The cold and proud doctor she remembered had shed his calm exterior, revealing how foolish and shameless he truly was. The snowflakes fell coolly on her, and she suddenly felt that Lin Suiping's ridicule was deserved. "Do you still want to say that there's nothing between you and Zhou Xinhua? Or do you mean you didn't know she had feelings for you all along?" Xia Yunshu took a step back and looked at him with a cool gaze. "Lu Zixing, you are really weak. You might as well admit you are a bad person. Then I might respect you a little more. Does he really not know how I feel about Zhou Xinhua?" Lu Zixing could hardly look at Xia Yunshu's bright eyes. He awkwardly turned his gaze away and said, "But I know I was wrong. Yunshu, I really know I was wrong. If you hadn't been so determined to divorce, I wouldn't have ended up with Zhou Xinhua, and I definitely wouldn't have gotten a marriage certificate with her." Xia Yunshu laughed in anger. "So you came here to blame me? Lu Zixing, just get lost."
No.
"I'm here to ask for your forgiveness." Lu Zixing hurriedly looked up, speaking quickly. "Yunshu, I originally wanted to let you vent your feelings by divorcing, but I didn't expect this to happen. No matter what, the person I care about is you. I swear I won't be with Zhou Xinhua anymore. Just wait for me, okay? Once I divorce her, I'll come back to marry you."
Slap.
Xia Yunshu slapped him hard, turning his face to the side. He smiled with red eyes. "Is this how you feel better? As long as you're willing to forgive me and wait for me, it's fine, even if you hit me." Feeling suddenly tired, Xia Yunshu sighed. The opposite of love is hate, but she didn't want to waste so many emotions on Lu Zixing. "I thought I made it very clear during the divorce. Whether you slept with Zhou Xinhua or got a marriage certificate doesn't matter to me." She frowned, her tone colder than the snow outside. "Lu Zixing, to be honest, your presence only disgusts me more each time. Do you understand?" After saying this, Xia Yunshu looked disdainfully at her hand that had just hit him and completely coldly said, "Just go away." The cold, damp night wind seeped into her bones. Lu Zixing stood still, his face whiter than the snow, unsure how long he stood there before turning to leave. Back home, Xia Yunshu rubbed her hands and pinched her ears. "It's actually snowing, and it's so cold outside. Tomorrow I'll go to the department store to buy a down jacket. I heard there are imported brands that will keep me warm." Xia Mingqing was reading and didn't look up when he heard her. "I don't wanna, my clothes are still fine." "Exposing half of your wrist, and you call that fine?" Xia Yunshu shot him a sideways glance. "I have money now, so you don't have to save for me. I'm saving for your college expenses, so you can earn your own money for your future wife." Xia Mingqing mostly wears clothes that belong to his late father. The family is not well off, and they have to spend money on school and food. He is growing quickly, so many of his clothes no longer fit. Xia Mingqing's handsome face turned slightly red. In front of his sister, he still looked like a boy. What are you talking about, sis? At 18, he understood a lot, but all his thoughts were on studying. During this youthful time, he didn't pay special attention to any girl. He just wanted to grow up quickly and take the burden off his sister's shoulders. Li Fenlin cheerfully took the cooked pot off the stove. Kids should wear new clothes for the new year. Tomorrow, you and your sister should go together and buy one each. I don't need anything. My clothes from last year are just like new. Who has new clothes every year? I'm afraid of being laughed at. Xia Yunshu sat on a small stool serving rice. She didn't speak but silently calculated in her mind. A down jacket costs around 70 to 80 yuan, and imported ones are even more expensive. She had earned some money selling lunchboxes these past few days, but it was only enough for clothes. However, she still had a large sum of 8,000 yuan in her savings account, which she planned to use for buying a house in the future. Although Li Fenlin had feelings for their current living situation, she understood that her mother's words also meant she didn't want her to feel any pressure. Who wouldn't want to live in a big house? Even in the family quarters of Haiqing Hospital, after she married Liu Zhixing and moved in, the Liu family felt they had gained a huge advantage. Liu Zhixing didn't say it, but his attitude was always condescending. In the Haiqing family quarters, Zhou Xinhua looked at the empty house and wanted to throw something, but there was nothing inside. She had married Liu Zhixing and gotten a certificate, yet his attitude toward her had suddenly changed. In the past, if she shed a few tears, he would do anything for her, but now he wouldn't even come home. Outside, Chen Shui knocked and entered. She wanted to take credit for something. Now that Zhou Xinhua had married Liu Zhixing, she would need to say good things about her man, right? There was a big difference in salary and bonuses between a regular doctor and a chief doctor. If Dr. Liu got promoted, wouldn't Zhang Qingshan benefit too? But she didn't expect that as soon as she entered, Zhou Xinhua coldly confronted her. Chen Shui, what happened that day? You promised to bring Liu Xueting, but instead, you let Xia Yunshu's friend in to make a scene. Did you do it on purpose? You just can't stand to see me happy, can you? Chen Shui came to take credit, but she didn't expect to be scolded by Zhou Xinhua as soon as she entered. She was taken aback. What do you mean, Zhou Xinhua? Having married Liu Zhixing, Zhou Xinhua no longer bothered to pretend. What do you mean you don't know? Were you late on purpose that day? If you had arrived before that woman, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Now my reputation is ruined, and you're happy about it? Chen Shui thought Zhou Xinhua was being unreasonable, and her tone turned sharp. Your reputation is none of my business. You and Liu Zhixing were never clean. Besides, your sister-in-law, Liu Xueting, is always causing trouble. I can't just drag her here. How could I possibly time it right? Zhou Xinhua scrutinized her for a moment and then coldly said, just keep this matter to yourself and don't come to my house again. Chen Shui couldn't believe her ears. After helping Zhou Xinhua, she was told not to come over? Zhou Xinhua, don't forget what you promised me. Now that Liu Zhixing is the vice president, he needs to promote Qingshan to director. She glared at Zhou Xinhua, her chest rising and falling with frustration. She didn't know how she had offended Liu Zhixing, and was now counting on Zhou Xinhua to speak on her behalf. Zhou Xinhua's expression softened, and she quickly put on a smile. Sister Chen, I'm just worried about letting Zhixing know. Don't worry, I remember this matter. Chen Shui finally felt relieved. She glanced at the empty room behind Zhou Xinhua and frowned. Xinhua, you finally married into the Liu family, so don't be like Xia Yunshu, too stingy to spend any money. Dr. Liu has the highest salary and bonuses at our hospital, and the Liu family is wealthy. Your sister-in-law gets a nice allowance every month. Don't shortchange yourself. Zhou Xinhua frowned, forcing a smile. I'm not a materialistic person. I married Zhixing because I truly like him. Really?
Who would believe that?
With such good conditions in the Liu family, if Zhou Xinhua didn't use some tricks, she would never have married in. Now that Xia Yunshu was out, she could enjoy a good life. Enjoy a good life? After Chen Shui left, Zhou Xinhua's expression darkened. Liu Zhixing not only refused to give her a bank book, but wouldn't even give her a salary card. How could she live on just 40 yuan a month while supporting him? Thinking of this, she adjusted her clothes and glanced at the little Wei sitting in the corner. Tomorrow, you're coming with me to kneel and apologize to your grandmother. I want to see what face the Liu family has to mistreat their new grandson. It didn't matter if the child was Liu Zhixing's or not. He was now part of the Liu family. How could they refuse to give him money? Just like Chen Shui said, she didn't marry to suffer. If she was going to live a poor life, why bother climbing onto Liu Zhixing's bed? In the 1980s, nightlife was not very lively. Few families had a television, and they had to worry about whether they had enough money for electricity. So by 8 o'clock, most families turned off the lights and went to sleep. Xia Yunshu lay on her small bed, holding a flashlight and reading line by line. She was learning to understand blueprints, from structural diagrams to floor plans, as well as budgets and costs. After a while, she closed her eyes and smiled slightly. It felt like her dream was still far away. Who would trust her to build a house? It seemed like an unreachable dream. But after resting her eyes for a moment, she turned over and seriously studied the architectural drawings. Building a house was not as simple as stacking wooden blocks like she did as a child. There was so much to learn. Xia Mingcheng was also nearby, reading behind a curtain. He silently practiced his English over and over. The radio his sister brought back helped him a lot. Before, he learned English without speaking it. He could read and do exercises, but he had no chance to practice real English pronunciation. Now he could practice along with it. Both siblings were studying, and Li Fenlin was still awake. Under the dim light, she hummed a song while knitting. The light yellow yarn moved back and forth in her hands. Her Yinshu was the prettiest girl in the building, but unfortunately, she always wore dull clothes. In earlier years, the clothes were hand-me-downs from her. Later, when her daughter grew taller, she wore the clothes that were too small for Mingcheng. The only new clothes were the work uniforms from the packaging factory, and later, during a matchmaking event, she insisted on getting her a polyester shirt. The only bright piece of clothing was a red down jacket she secretly bought for her wedding, the cheapest one, costing 45 yuan. People said she married Liu Zhixing to live a good life, but what good life did she have? She didn't gain weight, and her wardrobe didn't grow. In the end, she lost her job, got divorced, and returned home. Thinking of this made Li Fenlin's eyes a bit watery. She quickly wiped away her tears and worked faster with her yarn. She had secretly bought this yarn, afraid that Yunshu would see it and worry about the money. She understood her daughter well. When it came to buying a down jacket, she planned for Mingcheng and Yunshu, but never for herself. But she wanted her daughter to wear the prettiest clothes and celebrate the new year beautifully. Her Yunshu was still just a young girl. After a month of hard work, Xia Yunshu finally enjoyed a lazy morning. She woke up to the smell of rice porridge. As she opened her eyes and got dressed, she saw Xia Mingcheng sitting by the stove cooking porridge, with a radio softly playing English nearby. When he noticed Xia Yunshu was up, he smiled and said, "Sister, did I wake you up?" "No, I woke up because I was hungry," Xia Yunshu replied, stretching and glancing at the clock on the wall. Her eyes widened in surprise. "It's already past 8. How did I sleep so long?" Usually, she had to wake up by 6 to sell lunch boxes, or she wouldn't finish in time. Today, she had slept in unexpectedly. Xia Mingcheng paused the radio and started frying eggs. There's nothing much to do, so sleeping a bit longer is nice. "Where's Mom?" Xia Yunshu asked as she brushed her teeth and washed her face on the balcony. Her plain white face looked even more beautiful in the sunlight. Xia Mingcheng skillfully served the fried eggs from the pan and replied, "Mom finished breakfast and said she was going to the supply store to see if there are any pastries. The new year is coming, and we need to prepare. I'll go out later too. I need to buy a down jacket, but I might not get one since I woke up late," Xia Yunshu said, feeling a bit annoyed. She had stayed up too late reading yesterday and didn't expect to sleep in so much. With the new year approaching, down jackets were in high demand, and many people were already lining up at the department store early in the morning. She had planned to buy one for Mingcheng and their mom. The imported ones didn't require waiting in line, but they were too expensive. In the Haicheng residential area, Zhou Xingyue moved a few simple cabinets that she used to have into her new place, making it look much more shabby than when Xia Yunshu lived there. She stopped Lu Zhixing and bit her lip. Zhixing, I know you're not happy, but since we're married, we need to live well, right? If you don't give me any household money, I'll have to ask my parents for help. Lu Zhixing was surprised that Zhou Xingyue would say such a thing. He always thought she was kind and gentle, but after getting married, she was now bringing up money issues. Why had Xia Yunshu never mentioned this? Even that 10 yuan he gave to Zhou Xingyue made him realize he should also give some to his wife. He never thought money was a problem, so when Xia Yunshu asked for 3,000 yuan in compensation, he readily agreed. He felt he owed her, and if money could ease her sadness, he was willing to spend it. Naturally, he wouldn't ask the Lu family for this money, so aside from what was in his account, he borrowed 1,800 yuan from a few friends. His salary was already decent, and the year-end bonus was high, so he didn't feel much pressure. After all, he didn't spend much each month, and he could slowly pay back his friends later. But now, Zhou Xingyue kept asking him for money. He felt annoyed and thought she was being petty. Now, Zhou Xingyue even threatened him with her parents. All over a little money? Because of his issues with Zhou Xingyue, he had already caused a huge scandal at the hospital and lost his position as deputy director. If Zhou Xingyue went to the Lu family again, how could he face anyone at the hospital? The money in my salary account is mostly for paying off debts, and you can forget about the year-end bonus, Lu Zhixing said coldly, looking at Zhou Xingyue with a harsh and mocking gaze. You keep saying you don't want to marry me, but in the end, you're forcing me to marry you? Zhou Xingyue, I once thought you were kind and pitiful, but now I realize I was blind. Now you regret it? Zhou Xingyue simply pulled Xiao Wei over and kicked him, saying, kneel down and ask your dad for money. If he doesn't give it to you, you can't get up. Xiao Wei's little face scrunched up from the kick, but he obediently knelt down, his expression blank and empty, like a trained little animal, hitting his forehead on the ground again and again, without feeling pain. Lu Zhixing was shocked and took a few steps back before forcefully pulling Xiao Wei up. He glared at Zhou Xingyue. You first used your parents to pressure me, and now you're using a child? Zhou Xingyue, how did you become like this? He suddenly remembered that day in the old building when Zhou Xingyue had also brought Xiao Wei to apologize to Xia Yunshu.
What had he said back then?
He had said that forcing a 5-year-old to kneel and apologize was her goal. He had also said that Xia Yunshu shouldn't make things difficult for a child. The adults were the ones at fault. How could she be so heartless? But now, he realized he was the one being forced, and he understood how foolish he had been. Seeing Xiao Wei being pulled up, Zhou Xingyue's expression darkened even more. She cried and tried to gain his sympathy, a tactic that used to work well. Zhixing, I know you don't want me and Xiao Wei to suffer. My father was a benefactor to the Lu family, but later you saved me and married me. Can't we just live happily together? Now that we're married and Xiao Wei is part of the Lu family, Yunshu can't come back. She didn't believe Lu Zhixing's claims about debts. The Lu family was too wealthy to be in debt. Lu Zhixing felt a chill in his heart as he looked at Zhou Xingyue as if he was just meeting her for the first time. He used to think of Zhou Xingyue as a delicate and beautiful flower, enjoying her affection and admiration and reveling in the compliments from others. But he never imagined that he would be tightly bound by this flower, unable to breathe. For the first time, regret overwhelmed Lu Zhixing, even more than when Xia Yunshu proposed divorce and left. He could hardly bear to think about how Zhou Xingyue felt when he repeatedly questioned Yunshu about her. Bitterness rose from his heart to his lips, and Lu Zhixing felt exhausted. Zhou Xingyue, if you are after money, I can give it to you. Once this turmoil is over, we can divorce. Whether you want 3,000 or 5,000, I can provide it. He realized he should have solved the problem with money from the start, instead of trying to handle everything himself. Divorce? She had just gotten married 2 days ago, and he dared to say he would divorce her? Zhou Xingyue bit her lip, thinking that he wanted to dismiss her with a few $1,000s. Although she had intentionally arranged to sleep with Lu Zhixing, her goal was to marry him and live a good life, not just for a few $1,000s. In the past, when she cried, Lu Zhixing would soften, but now her tears didn't seem to matter. Zhixing, I love you.
How could I divorce you?
Xiao Wei is our child. Even if you don't care about me, you should care about Xiao Wei. At this point, she still felt that Lu Zhixing was brushing her off. Why wouldn't he hand over his salary card? Did he still have feelings for Xia Yunshu and want to save money for her? But she was now the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, Mrs. Lu, and the future director's wife. Xia Yunshu would never step into the Lu family home again. Lu Zixing's tone grew increasingly irritated as he coldly looked at Zhou Xinyue. When Yunshu lost her job, I promised her 3,000 as compensation. The money in the account has already gone to her, and the remaining 1,800 was borrowed from a friend. I can give you $10 a month, but the rest goes to repaying the debt. Believe it or not, I've done what I can. If you want to make a scene, go ahead. I have no money to give you. If you like this home so much, then stay here by yourself. With that, he took Xiao Wei and left, leaving Zhou Xinyue alone at home. Zhou Xinyue was still processing his words when she finally came to her senses. All that was left was the swinging door and neighbors pretending to walk by, all wanting to see her drama. But Zhou Xinyue didn't care about that now. She slammed the door shut and, almost in a frenzy, picked up a stool and smashed it against the wall. The fragile wood shattered into pieces on the floor. Xia Yunshu not only emptied the whole house after the divorce, but also took away 3,000 yuan. After struggling to marry Lu Zhixing, she had hoped to finally live a better life, but now she found herself having to help Lu Zhixing pay off debts. And these debts were borrowed because of Xia Yunshu. The only person she could vent to, Xiao Wei, was taken away by Lu Zhixing. Zhou Xinyue was so furious that smashing all the stools didn't relieve her anger. She grew up in a big courtyard, spoiled and adored, but later was sold to the mountains, living a life worse than death. After being rescued, everyone looked at her with pity, as if she were a worthless woman. Why should they look down on her? Zhou Xinyue was meant to live a good life, and now that she was married to Lu Zhixing, she wanted to wear the best and eat the best. She had wanted that imported down jacket from the department store for a long time. Why shouldn't she be able to buy it after marrying into the Lu family? But no matter how much Lu Zhixing tried to avoid it, he had to accept reality. His wife was Zhou Xinyue. Xiao Wei followed behind him, not daring to say a word, even though it was freezing outside and he was only wearing a thin sweater. Perhaps he had gotten used to being submissive. As long as he wasn't beaten or hungry, it seemed like a good life. They finally arrived at the apartment where Lu Zhixing had married Xia Yunshu. This was a house bought for him by the Lu family years ago. Later, when he worked at Haicheng Hospital, it became inconvenient to commute, and Xia Yunshu suggested moving to the staff quarters. Eventually, he let Zhou Xinyue move in here. When he turned on the light, the place felt empty. Lu Zhixing looked around the room, recalling the early days of his marriage, when he genuinely wanted to spend his life with Yunshu. He was never short of girls around him, but when he met Xia Yunshu during a blind date, he was still inevitably captivated by her. In fact, even Xia Yunshu didn't know that this wasn't the first time he had seen her. At the entrance of Haicheng Hospital, an elderly man was hit by a car. Before he rushed to help, Xia Yunshu was already there, using her coat to cover the man's wound. When he saw her, her bright black eyes were full of trust. "Doctor, please save him. The wound keeps bleeding." He initially thought she was a relative of the old man, but later learned she was just a passerby. After that, for some reason, her eyes stayed in his dreams. When they met again, she sat across from him, blushing as she introduced herself. "Hello, Dr. Lu. My name is Xia Yunshu." He didn't hear what the matchmaker said. He only knew he wanted to be with such a beautiful, brave, and kind girl. He enjoyed her kindness and accepted what others said, that Yunshu marrying him was a stretch. Because apart from him, Xia Yunshu wouldn't have better options, but he had countless better choices besides her. He thought she would never leave him, so when Xia Yunshu mentioned divorce, he believed she was just being unreasonable and too angry. Now he realized too late. In the empty house, a small sneeze broke the silence. Lu Zhixing then remembered he had Little Wei with him. Looking down, he felt regret. Why are you dressed so lightly? Little Wei's face was pale, and he silently shook his head. Dad, I'm not cold. But as he spoke, his whole body was shivering, and his lips had lost their color. As a doctor, Lu Zhixing understood the child was getting too cold. He quickly crouched down and wrapped the freezing Little Wei in his coat, wanting to find a thick blanket to cover him, only to realize he had given all the blankets to Zhou Xinhua. Lu Zhixing stood in silence for a moment, then decided to carry Little Wei back to the family quarters. Zhou Xinhua had already tidied up the house. She sat on the bed and looked at Lu Zhixing with a different expression. Zhixing, I was too impulsive before. Please don't blame me. Since we are married, can't we just live well together? After saying this, she opened her arms to Little Wei. Come here. Mommy made a mistake. Can you forgive me? Little Wei was trembling all over but obediently walked over, his voice sounding robotic. Okay, Mommy. Lu Zhixing sighed deeply. He couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. After all, Little Wei was Zhou Xinyue's biological son. How could she not care for her own child? Perhaps she was just too impulsive earlier, causing the child to feel that way. Xinyue, being together is a mistake. Once this storm passes, we can get a divorce, and you can live your own life. Isn't that better? He calmly looked at Zhou Xinyue and then at Xiaowei. Anyway, don't take your anger out on the child. He's only 5 years old. He felt sorry for Xiaowei and truly cared for the child. Perhaps it was because every time he saw him, he was either sick or in the hospital. How could such a young child face so many hardships? Zhou Xinhua lowered her gaze, tears welling in her eyes. Zhixing, I truly love you. I didn't dare to say it before for fear of misunderstanding from Yunshu. Now that we are together by chance, you have no idea how happy I am inside. Lu Zhixing was not unaware of Zhou Xinyue's feelings for him, even though he had doubts about that night they drank and ended up together. But seeing Zhou Xinyue like this, he sighed deeply. The only person in my heart is Yunshu. However, since we are not divorced yet, I should provide for you. I used to give Yunshu $10. You have a child to take care of, but you also have a salary. I will give you $15 a month, and I will keep some for myself and pay off my debts. Zhou Xinyue clenched her nails into her palm. $15 a month?
How could he say that?
A chief surgeon only gives himself $15 for household expenses. This meant that with $15, she not only had to take care of Lu Zhixing's needs, but also manage the household. She married into the Lu family to enjoy life, not to spend her own money. Lu Zhixing felt he was already being generous. If he could spend $10 on Yunshu, why couldn't Zhou Xinyue manage with 15? I'll sleep in the next room. You can stay here with Xiaowei, Lu Zhixing said, furrowing his brow as he picked up a blanket. He couldn't accept sleeping in the same bed with Zhou Xinyue again. That night was an exception, and he would not let it happen again. Zhou Xinyue gritted her teeth. Did this man really intend to sleep apart from her for the rest of their lives? When he was with Xia Yunshu, why didn't he sleep separately? She had married Lu Zhixing, ruining her reputation, and all she got in return was an empty house and his $15. It was simply ridiculous. Today, Xia Yunshu woke up a bit earlier. She was frustrated because the down jackets at the department store had already sold out. As soon as it was dawn, she got up to prepare to queue. Xia Mingcheng, still half asleep, heard the commotion and got up. Sister, I'll go with you. Just stay home and read. It's cold outside. Xia Yunshu quickly put on her cotton jacket and a blue coat, saying softly, I can go by myself. I'm just going to buy clothes, not going to the market for groceries. Xia Mingcheng was already putting on his shoes. Didn't you say the down jackets are hard to get? I can squeeze in because I'm tall. Li Fenlin also opened her eyes and said, You two should go together. There's nothing to do at home anyway. Yunshu, with your height, how can you squeeze in? Xia Yunshu thought for a moment and agreed, Okay, let's hurry. You don't know how hard it is to get a down jacket. Down jackets have only been popular for a few years, and there aren't many manufacturers. Even if one costs dozens of dollars, it's still a rare item. Forget about choosing styles and colors. If the size fits, just buy it. Sure enough, at just 6:30, before it was fully light, there was already a long line outside the department store. People of all ages were there, dressed in thick cotton jackets, wearing hats and scarves, stomping their feet and breathing into their hands while looking at the closed doors. Xia Yunshu was a bit stunned. She came late yesterday and missed the down jackets, so she hadn't seen the long line of people. Today, she was shocked. I'm too late. I guess there's no chance today. She never imagined there would be so many people. She thought she had come early enough. The woman at the end of the line sighed and said, I heard the people at the front got here at 5 in the morning. There are only a few dozen down jackets available each day, and we might not even find our sizes. I think we're out of luck today. Xie Mingcheng frowned. Sister, maybe we shouldn't buy it. Such an expensive item. His sister would have to sell a lot of lunch boxes to afford one. He didn't have that kind of vanity, and a cotton jacket would keep him warm just the same. Xia Yunshu was firm. No, we have to buy it. Isn't earning money meant to help the family live better? If they save on everything, what's the point of working? Mingcheng's cotton jacket was something their father left behind, with sleeves that were much too short and patched many times. Wouldn't his classmates laugh at him? Mingcheng didn't care about vanity, but she did. She didn't want anyone to make fun of her brother. However, even with money in her pocket, buying a down jacket was truly difficult. Finally, at 7:30, when the department store opened, the people in line rushed in like crazy. Xia Yunshu pulled Xia Mingcheng and pushed forward, saying, Hurry up. If we wait 2 more days, the store will close for the new year, and we won't be able to buy anything. It's no wonder people were so frantic. They sold dozens of items in a day, and in 2 days, the store would close for the holiday. Whether they could wear new clothes for the new year depended on who was faster in these 2 days. Xia Mingcheng was tall and strong, and Xia Yunshu wasn't a delicate girl. Normally, they should have no problem getting a down jacket. However, they underestimated the strength of the older shoppers, who were surprisingly strong. Xia Yunshu's hat nearly fell off as she tried to protect it while watching a woman in a gray coat push her aside. Not only were they pushing, but they were also grabbing. Let go. I got this blue one first. I saw it first. Salesperson, hurry up and take my money. Hey, you're being so obvious. Salesperson, take my money. Xia Yunshu's hair was a mess, and Xia Mingcheng looked dazed, as if he couldn't understand how he got pushed out despite being so big. Big sister. He glanced back at Xia Yunshu, looking a bit hurt like he did when he was younger. Why are they so strong? Xia Yunshu, feeling frustrated, couldn't help but laugh at her brother's expression. Now you know how weak you are, huh? You need to eat more meat to get stronger, or you might not even be able to stand up to me. Why would I fight you? I'd just take care of anyone who bullies you, Xia Mingcheng mumbled, then bit his lip. So, are we still buying that down jacket? As the new year approached, the crowds grew crazier. If they couldn't get it today, it would be even harder tomorrow. After thinking for a moment and feeling her stuffed pockets, Xia Yunshu decided, let's go. I'll take you to the second floor to check out the counters. The domestic down jackets were hard to get because they were cheap, costing only about 40 to 50 yuan, with the more expensive ones at 60 or 70. They were meant for ordinary people. Wealthy shoppers didn't have to fight for them because the second floor had imported goods. An imported down jacket cost over 100 yuan, and some even went for 200, which was equivalent to 2 or 3 months' salary for a worker. Who could afford that? Xia Mingcheng thought she just wanted to browse upstairs, so he followed her up. There were indeed fewer people on the second floor. Some were selling wool coats, while others offered wool sweaters, all of which looked quite expensive. As he passed a shop selling women's woolen coats, Xia Mingcheng stopped. There was a light gray coat on display with a round collar and a belt, paired with a checked scarf by the salesperson. It looked great, and it would look even better on his sister. Seeing him in an ill-fitting cotton jacket, the salesperson approached and said, Step away from our counter. These are all imported goods and quite pricey. This coat costs 180 yuan, and you couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself. The items in the department store were generally not cheap, and the second floor was a place for wealthy customers. It was common for salespeople here to look down on others. Xie Mingqing truly couldn't afford it, so he lowered his gaze and walked on. Behind him, the salesperson rolled her eyes, saying, "With the new year approaching, anyone can come to our second floor. Just look at that shabby appearance. I wonder if he even smells." A colleague sighed, "Xiao Cui, he's just looking, and he hasn't touched anything. Why be so rude?" Xiao Cui, the young salesperson, had a big attitude. She replied to her colleague, "Sister, instead of worrying about him, you should think about how to sell clothes. At your age, if you get fired, it would be embarrassing." Their salaries were tied to sales, but with the high prices, they often sold very few items in a month. However, selling just one piece could earn a 10 yuan commission. The older sister pursed her lips and didn't respond. Her sales performance this month was poor. She had only sold 2 items so far. Meanwhile, Xie Yinshu had already reached the section selling down jackets and waved to Xie Mingqing. "Mingqing, come try on this jacket." It was a vibrant down jacket, deep blue and long enough to cover his backside. It had large pockets on the sides and a thick hood at the back, feeling soft and warm to the touch. Xie Yinshu immediately liked it and thought it would look great on Mingqing. Xie Mingqing first looked at the price tag and shook his head. "I won't try it on. I don't like this color." A down jacket costing 200 yuan was an outrageous price for him. He would be crazy to spend his sister's hard-earned money on clothes for himself. Xie Yinshu knew what he was thinking and widened her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. "Are you going to try it or not?" "It's just a try." Xie Mingqing had no choice. Although his sister had a bad temper, he always listened to her. However, he decided to complain that the clothes were uncomfortable and not warm enough as soon as he put them on. Xie Yinshu smiled and handed the clothes to Mingqing, asking him to try them on in the fitting room. She then turned back to look at women's down jackets and found a deep purple one that would be perfect for their mother. On the second floor, there was only one imported down jacket available. Just as Xie Yinshu placed her hand on the deep purple jacket, she heard a familiar, delicate voice say, "Yinshu, that jacket doesn't suit you, and it's quite expensive. Why don't you check out the ones downstairs?" The speaker was Zhou Xinhua, accompanied by the complicated-looking Lu Zhixing. Xie Yinshu recalled a saying about encountering rivals on narrow paths, and today she truly understood it. With such a big city like Haiqing and a large department store, it was frustrating to run into someone like this while just trying to buy clothes. Zhou Xinhua had used buying clothes for Xiao Wei as an excuse to convince Lu Zhixing to come out with her. The Haiqing hospital had just issued year-end bonuses, but Lu Zhixing was being stingy, refusing to give her even the 15 yuan they had agreed on before. "Aren't you getting a salary? Plus, you just received your year-end bonus." "I need to pay back my friend first," Lu Zhixing said. His friends were all from influential families, and he had borrowed 1,800 yuan, promising to pay it back within 6 months. Although this amount was not significant, Lu Zhixing was proud and hated being in debt. So, when he received his year-end bonus of 150 yuan, along with over 60 yuan from his salary, he kept a little for himself and used the rest to pay off his debts. Zhou Xinhua was unaware of all this. She only knew that Lu Zhixing had over 200 yuan, which was enough for her to buy a down jacket at the department store. Irritated, Xie Yinshu turned around, not wanting to engage with Zhou Xinhua, and asked the sales clerk, "Can I get a discount if I buy 2 down jackets?" The clerk's eyes lit up. 2 down jackets? Since they earn commissions, selling 2 jackets would bring in over 30 yuan. Xie Yinshu nodded. "Can you give me a better price? If I like them, I'll come back to buy more next year." Before the clerk could respond, Zhou Xinhua laughed, covering her mouth. "Yinshu, don't tease her. The cheapest jacket here costs over 100 yuan. You don't even have a job right now. How can you afford to buy clothes?" Xie Yinshu slightly raised her chin and looked at Zhou Xinhua with a smile, saying, "If you have money, just buy it yourself and don't waste other people's time." The salesperson quickly turned to Zhou Xinhua. "Do you also want to buy a down jacket?" Today was really lucky. If she could sell 3 down jackets at once, her boss would surely give her a big bonus at the end of the year. Zhou Xinhua hesitated, tugging at Lu Zhixing's sleeve, and softly said, "Brother Zhixing, I don't have a decent down jacket yet, and you didn't buy me any clothes for the wedding. Before Xia Yunshu and Lu Zhixing got divorced, her way of acting cute and vulnerable always worked, making Lu Zhixing feel sorry for her, especially since he gave most of his salary to her each month. She enjoyed a good life with that money, buying wool sweaters, wool coats, and dresses, always choosing the best. She was a frequent visitor to the department store. That's why she thought about completely replacing Xia Yunshu. If Lu Zhixing was so generous to her, wouldn't being the Lu family's daughter-in-law be even better? But now that she had achieved that goal, everything felt different. She hoped Lu Zhixing would act like before, standing by her side in front of Xia Yunshu, making her feel embarrassed and frustrated. However, Lu Zhixing only frowned and looked at her coldly, saying, "If you have money, just buy it yourself." Zhou Xinhua bit her lip, feeling humiliated. She couldn't afford what Xia Yunshu could buy. She never expected that just a few days later, she would become Mrs. Lu, yet Lu Zhixing would act this way in front of Xia Yunshu. He didn't say that when he was giving her most of his salary before. At that moment, Xia Mingqing also came out in new clothes. The tall and slim young man looked great in the outfit, and the salesperson couldn't help but compliment him. "This young man looks really good, just like a star from that TV drama." Xia Mingqing and Xia Yunshu looked somewhat alike, both having fair skin and delicate features. Usually, he didn't stand out in old clothes, but in a stylish down jacket, his charm was evident. Xia Yunshu decisively said, "I want this one, and the deep purple one I have in my hand. Can you give me a discount? I'll pay right away." The salesperson didn't pay attention to Zhou Xinhua anymore, quickly calculating and smiling. "The total for both jackets is 370 yuan. I'll give you a discount of 20, so it's 350 yuan, and I'll throw in a pair of cotton socks for you. Make it 2 pairs of socks." "Okay, I'll pay now." Xia Yunshu was quite satisfied with the price. She had brought 360 yuan with her today, and after buying the down jacket, she would be out of money. However, the jacket looked good on Xia Mingqing, and she really wanted to buy it. "Sis, I think." Xia Mingqing tugged at Xia Yunshu's hand and shook his head slightly. "It's not really suitable for me. How about we look at something else?" Zhou Xinhua's eyes turned red with jealousy. She couldn't even afford a 50 yuan down jacket, yet divorced Xia Yunshu was buying 2 imported clothes. This was hard for her to accept. Did Lu Zhixing give all his money to Xia Yunshu? Was he secretly supporting her? The salesperson seized the opportunity and eagerly approached Xia Yunshu. "This jacket is from a foreign brand, filled with white duck down. It's warm. On such a cold day, wearing a wool sweater underneath will keep you cozy. I can wrap it up for you right now." Xia Yunshu patted Xia Mingqing's hand and smiled generously. Sister has money now. Although she spent all the money she earned over the past few days, she felt happy. She could always earn more after the new year. Seeing Xia Yunshu actually take out money, Zhou Xinhua was furious. She pulled Lu Zhixing and tried to suppress her anger. "Zhixing, why don't you buy me a down jacket too? This red one looks nice." Lu Zhixing frowned at her and repeated, "I told you, all my money is going to friends. Is it really for friends, or is it for Xia Yunshu?" Zhou Xinhua could no longer hold back. She confronted Xia Yunshu. "Where did you get this money?" "Xia Yunshu, you and Zhixing are divorced. Can you stop being shameless and spending another man's money? Get away." Xia Mingqing immediately stepped forward and pushed Zhou Xinhua away with force. "Stay away from my sister." Though he didn't know Zhou Xinhua, he could tell she had a special relationship with Lu Zhixing. She must be the woman he was seeing on the side. She was the one who bullied his sister before. His sister had suffered so much, and now that she was divorced, this woman dared to provoke her. She deserved to be stopped. Xia Yunshu held him back. "Don't stoop to her level. We should finish shopping and go home." All his anger faded with her words. If it weren't for not wanting to worry his sister, he would have wanted to confront Lu Zhixing and this woman right then. Such heartless people would not have a good ending. Zhou Xinhua was completely unprepared. Lu Zhixing was standing far away from her in front of Xia Yunshu and didn't instinctively reach out to help her. When she was pushed, she fell straight to the ground. At this time, there were quite a few people on the second floor shopping, and some turned to look when they heard the noise. Xia Yunshu. Zhou Xinyue's eyes turned red immediately. She bit her lip hard and pulled at Lu Zhixing with a pitiful expression. Zhixing, it hurts so much. She wanted Lu Zhixing to help her up and scold Xia Yunshu fiercely. He always did that when similar things happened before, didn't he? But Lu Zhixing didn't pay her any attention. He just stared blankly at Xia Yunshu, his eyes filled with pain and affection. Yunshu, are you okay? Xia Yunshu held the packaging bag of the down jacket in one hand and placed the other on Xia Mingqing's arm, turning back to him with a sweet smile. If I see you're not doing well, then I'm doing great. She was still angry with him. Lu Zhixing couldn't tell if he felt happy or sad. After realizing his mistakes, he had been trying hard to win her back. He agreed to give her money and even to divorce, but why did it feel like they were drifting further apart? It was the salesperson nearby who helped Zhou Xinyue up. Still thinking about the down jacket, she smiled and asked, "Aren't you also buying a down jacket? Since we just happen to be together, I can give you a discount and throw in a pair of cotton socks. What do you think?" Normally, discounts weren't allowed on down jackets, but since they were together, she thought it would be great to combine orders and earn more commission. Zhou Xinyue came to the department store today with the intention of getting Lu Zhixing to pay for her down jacket. Some people become more content with their lives after experiencing pain, feeling grateful for everything. But others magnify their greed, eager to escape past hurts and crave a life that doesn't belong to them.
Zhou Xinyue was like that.
She couldn't stand others looking at her with pity. She wanted everyone to envy and be jealous of her. When Lu Zhixing let her stay in the marital home and gave her money every month, she wore the trendiest clothes and felt immense satisfaction hearing the envious comments from the nurses around her. Now, if someone like Xia Yunshu could buy such a down jacket, why couldn't she? Not only did she want to buy one, but she wanted the most expensive one. Zhou Xinyue gritted her teeth and pointed at the down jacket she had been looking at for a long time, saying, "Please let me try this on." Lu Zhixing remained silent and turned to walk towards the opposite counter, which sold children's clothes. He remembered that Xiaowei didn't even have a decent warm coat, which was why he agreed to come to the department store with Zhou Xinyue. However, once they arrived, what was she doing? She didn't even look at any children's clothes, but instead got into a conflict with Yunshu and insisted on buying clothes for herself. The store across from them didn't sell down jackets. It had thick vests for children, which were not expensive, only 20 yuan each. But after Lu Zhixing paid, he only had 20 yuan left. He hesitated for a moment and suddenly thought of Xiaowei's face, which had turned purple from the cold that night. With a long sigh, Lu Zhixing bought a black thick vest. After paying, he had only 3 yuan left. No one would expect that a well-respected overseas surgical doctor would be left with just 3 yuan close to the new year. He suddenly remembered the time last year when he was with Xia Yunshu. They had just gotten married, and the new year was approaching. At that time, Zhou Xinyue hadn't appeared yet. He had no concept of money and never thought about buying her new clothes. But he enjoyed the feeling of being at home with her, free of worries, fully focused on his work. However, as the new year approached, he suddenly received news that Zhou Xinyue had been rescued from the mountains, and he rushed over, feeling immense pain. The most proud and beautiful girl in the courtyard had been tortured and was covered in wounds. He felt pity for her and gave her all the money he had. He saved Zhou Xinyue, but forgot to bring a New Year gift back for Xia Yunshu. But what did Yunshu say at that time? She smiled and told him it's okay. As long as we're together for the new year, that's the best gift. She never cared about gains or losses in life and never asked him for money. It was during that time that he felt guilty. After giving most of his salary to Zhou Xinyue, he suggested setting aside 10 yuan each month for Yunshu. He had thought that once he arranged a job for Zhou Xinyue, he would hand over his entire salary book to Yunshu to manage. But before that day came, they divorced. Across from him, Zhou Xinyue had already put on the new down jacket and was happily looking at herself in the mirror. This imported clothing indeed looked good. Although it was a bit expensive, wearing it made her feel no different from the young ladies in the city. She remembered that Lu Xueting had a down jacket like this, and she had been jealous for a long time. If her father hadn't had an accident and she hadn't faced difficulties, why would she need to envy others? She would have gone to college, gotten a good job in the system, and married a wealthy man. But now, she could only cling tightly to Lu Zhixing. Of course, the salesperson was the happiest. She had already taken out the packaging. This jacket looks so good on you. It's even more expensive than the women's down jacket that the other girl just took. This one costs 200 yuan, and I guarantee that all the girls in Haicheng will envy you when you wear it. In this day and age, anyone who could spend 200 yuan on clothes must come from a wealthy family. They are definitely well off. The other girl had taken out over 300 yuan without a second thought, so this girl should be willing to pay too, right? Zhou Xinyue really liked this down jacket, especially since Xia Yunshu had just arrogantly bought two. She felt even more upset and decided that even if she had to cry, she would make Lu Zhixing pay for it. However, she looked around and couldn't find Lu Zhixing. The salesperson waited for a while and, seeing her silent, cautiously asked, "Do you want this jacket or not?" She had sounded so confident earlier. Could it be that she didn't actually have money? Since Lu Zhixing brought her to work at Haicheng Hospital, Zhou Xinyue had become a regular at the department store and was the envy of the little nurses there. Their admiring glances greatly satisfied her vanity, but she never imagined she would one day feel so embarrassed and awkward. "Wait for me a moment. I'll go find my boyfriend. He has money." Zhou Xinyue had no choice but to take off the jacket. The salesperson pointed across the way. "You mean that man?"
He went over there to buy something.
Zhou Xinyue looked over and indeed saw Lu Zhixing. She quickly called out, "Zhixing, come pay for me." Lu Zhixing was holding a children's vest and frowned when he heard her. He had clearly said he didn't have money.
Did she not understand?
Why should he pay for her down jacket? "I don't have money," Lu Zhixing repeated, now a bit impatient. "Didn't we say we were buying clothes for Xiaowei? Now that we have the clothes, let's go." Zhou Xinyue grabbed him and spoke softly, "Zhixing, I really like this piece of clothing. It used to be very cold in the mountains every winter, and my hands would get frostbite." This tactic of appearing weak had always worked for her in the past. A few tears and mentioning her sad stories would naturally make him feel sorry and take out his wallet. But Lu Zhixing's mind was filled with thoughts of Xia Yunshu. In over a year of marriage, Yunshu had never asked him to buy her a piece of clothing, not even a simple dress that cost a few dollars. And Zhou Xinyue? Her child didn't even have a warm coat, yet she expected him to spend $200 on her clothes. "I only have $20 left. I've already bought clothes for Xiaowei. You have your own salary and bonuses. If you can afford it, buy it. If not, wear your old clothes," Lu Zhixing said coldly, his words lacking any compassion. The salesperson understood the situation. This couple was short on money. They looked well-dressed, especially the woman, who had just mocked a young girl. Luckily, she had the sense not to say anything rude, or else that recent sale worth over $300 would have been lost. Zhou Xinyue held onto the down jacket, feeling frustrated. She blurted out, "Why could Xia Yunshu buy it, but I can't?" "Lu Zhixing, did you give your salary to Xia Yunshu?" In a way, he did owe her, but that was because of his obligations to Yunshu. He repeated what he had once said to Xia Yunshu, now directed at Zhou Xinyue. "Yunshu lost her job because of you. It's only right that I compensate her. We owe her that." When they first arrived in Haisher, Lu Zhixing had mentioned that the Lu family owed her a debt of gratitude, so he wanted to make it up to her. Zhou Xinyue wanted to say more, but the salesperson was already impatient. She snatched the down jacket away and rolled her eyes. "If you don't have money, don't come to the second floor to shop. We only sell imported goods, and they aren't just for trying on." After hanging up the jacket, she muttered, "It's ridiculous to beg a man for money to buy clothes and then have the nerve to say others can't afford it. It's just pathetic." Zhou Xinyue couldn't hold back her anger. "What did you just say?" At that moment, the salespeople in the department store were quite rude and lacked any sense of service. It was common for them to give people disdainful looks. The salesperson had already helped her try on clothes for a long time, and now, hearing she had no money, they became even less polite. I say, you poor thing, can't you understand simple words? If you had money, you would pay quickly. That girl over there bought 2 pieces of clothing without all this fuss. You just waste my time here, making it difficult for me to do my business. She spoke loudly, and her shout attracted the attention of everyone shopping in the department store. Lu Zixing felt embarrassed and simply turned to leave. If you want to buy, then stay and buy it yourself. I'm going home. Why had Zhou Xinyue changed so much in just a few days since their marriage that he could barely recognize her? Zhou Xinyue knew Lu Zixing was unhappy about being forced into marriage, but now that they were married, he was always thinking about divorce. And now he was leaving her behind. People nearby were watching, and Zhou Xinyue felt humiliated, like a clown being laughed at and mocked. The salesperson behind her pushed her away. If you're not buying clothes, then don't stand here and waste my time. Zhou Xinyue bit her lip hard, her eyes red as she glared at the salesperson. Just wait, I will come back to buy this dress. The salesperson laughed. Sure, come back then. What a ridiculous situation. Zhou Xinyue took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and ran out. She couldn't find Lu Zixing anywhere after searching for a while, so she had to walk home alone. She couldn't swallow her anger. Even though she had married into the Lu family, her living conditions were worse than before. Xia Yunshu had bought a down jacket and only had 10 yuan left in her pocket, but she felt happy. Sitting on the back of the bicycle, she smiled and said, "This jacket will look great on Mom. It will make her look 10 years younger." Xia Mingqing rode the bicycle in front, paused for a moment, and then said, "Sis, this jacket is too expensive." He had wanted to stop her from buying it, but since he had run into Lu Zixing and Zhou Xinyue, he didn't want to embarrass his sister in front of them. Xia Yunshu replied, "It is a bit pricey, but if they can buy it, why can't we? Earning money is meant to improve our lives. Look at your jacket. It's so old and worn out. It's time for a change." But the sister hadn't bought anything at all. Xia Mingqing's eyes flickered as he thought about that light gray wool coat, which cost 180 yuan. He didn't have money to buy it for his sister, but she turned around and bought him a down jacket worth over 200 yuan. Seeing that Xia Mingqing was silent, Xia Yunshu guessed what he was thinking and patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Stop overthinking. This is called an investment, you know? Today, your sister bought you clothes, so remember to buy me 10 pieces in the future." "Okay." This time, Xia Mingqing replied firmly, with just one word. The siblings rode their bicycles past Jing'an Street, where a small shop was crowded with people, and they wondered what was going on. Xia Yunshu curiously looked a bit longer. "What business is this? I never noticed it before. How can such a small store be so popular?" She envied that if her lunchbox business could be this successful, she would be rich. Xia Mingqing glanced over and explained, "This is a newly established securities trading counter. Although they only issued 2 stocks, everyone is scrambling to get them. I heard it's very profitable." "Stocks?" Xia Yunshu thought for a moment. She vaguely remembered that in her dreams over the past 10 years, even though they revolved around Lu Zixing and Zhou Xinyue, she recalled that stocks could make people rich overnight or cause them to lose everything. However, she wasn't interested because she really didn't understand stocks at all and would never spend her hard-earned money on something invisible. But while she wasn't buying, some people were going crazy trying to get them. Without computers or big screens, they could only sit at the trading post, anxiously waiting, afraid to miss a minute that could lead to wealth. The newly opened securities exchange had only issued 2 stocks in a few months, with uncertain release times and quantities, causing the crowd to be chaotic. Xia Yunshu couldn't understand what these people were fighting over. She just thought if all these people bought her lunchboxes, wouldn't that make her rich? 2 men at the edge of the crowd sighed and complained, "It's almost New Year. Why are there still so many people? I came to line up at 6 in the morning, and I still haven't eaten. I'll probably be hungry at noon too. Luckily, I brought some cookies to hold me over. I can't leave now. Missing even a moment could mean losing everything. Eating cookies is going to choke me. I want to eat rice. Brother, where can you find rice? If you go to the nearby restaurant, do you think we'll still get in? Xia Yunshu didn't understand everything, but she got one idea. The people here, for various reasons, were afraid to leave the stock exchange and preferred to wait all day, even if it meant going hungry. If some people were hungry, then someone must sell lunch boxes, right? With this thought, Xia Yunshu immediately perked up and gave Xia Mingqing a firm pat on the shoulder. Quick, let's take a stroll around the market, and then hurry home. Xia Mingqing was unsure why they were going to the market now since their mom had just gone in the morning to buy groceries. But he didn't ask any questions and quickly pedaled his bike towards the Northwest market. People who could afford to trade stocks were certainly not poor, so the food couldn't just be cheap. She needed to ensure good quality, while slightly increasing her profits. Even though she had only been in business for a month, Xia Yunshu felt she had the potential of a savvy businessperson. The newly rented place came in handy, and Aunt Zhao was home, so there was no need to steam buns. Just stir-frying and cooking rice would speed things up a lot. Li Fenlin asked while chopping vegetables, "Yunshu, isn't the construction site closed? Where are you going to sell?" Xia Yunshu scooped the steamed rice into disposable containers and added a handful of chopsticks. "Mom, I'm going to sell on the street. I don't know how many I can sell, so I'll prepare 30 portions for now. Mingchen will help me, and if that's not enough, he can come back for more." With a big pot for cooking, things were much easier. Xia Mingqing stuffed some firewood into the corner and skillfully tossed in a bowl of chopped cabbage to stir-fry. Even though he usually went to school, he was good at cooking too. Xia Yunshu took another large pot and quickly stir-fried some shredded potatoes, which were easy to make and cooked quickly. Lin Suaping, who had been watching, came over, cracking sunflower seeds and smirking. "Xia Yunshu, what are you up to? It's New Year's, and instead of resting, you're riding a tricycle to sell food? Let me guess, you must be short on money for the holidays, right? Last time you acted like a big spender in front of me, giving me 10 yuan at once. Just so you know, I'm not giving that back. Once you give it to me, it's mine." This year, the packaging factory wasn't doing well, and the year-end bonus was only a little over 20 yuan. Still, Lin Suaping felt proud in front of Xia Yunshu. At least she had a salary and a bonus, while Xia Yunshu had nothing and dared to rent such a big place. It seemed Xia Yunshu really was out of money. She always tried to appear wealthy even when she wasn't. Xia Yunshu glanced at her and said, "Why are you just standing there? Go bring me the lunch boxes from the table. Each one should have a scoop of shredded potatoes and a scoop of braised cabbage with meat." Lin Suaping couldn't believe her ears. "Why should I do your work? Are you dreaming?" Xia Yunshu sneered. "If you won't help, then go away. Are you annoying? Also, on New Year's Eve, don't come to my house to watch the Spring Festival Gala." How can this person not keep their word? As soon as Lin Suaping heard she couldn't watch TV, she got anxious. "Xia Yunshu, you promised I could watch TV that day. Why are you doing this?" She only made a couple of comments. Why can't she even watch TV? Xia Yunshu had already finished frying the shredded potatoes and didn't have time to look at her. "If you won't help, why should I let you watch TV?" Xia Yunshu, always using this to threaten her. Once Lin Suaping buys a big TV, she will turn the volume up every day. Lin Suaping was frustrated but reluctantly washed her hands and went to help serve the lunch boxes. They quickly prepared enough for 30 people, and it was only a little past 11. Xia Yunshu then brought 2 large thermoses to the tricycle. "Mom, Mingcheng, and I will go ahead. You all keep the leftover cabbage. We might need to come back to cook more." Lin Suaping casually remarked, "What are you dreaming about? Who's going to eat your lunch boxes on New Year's?" Xia Yunshu shot her a glance. "Shut up." Lin Suaping huffed and fell silent, while Aunt Zhao laughed. "Don't be fooled by these 2 girls fighting all the time. They grew up together and have a good relationship. That's what good sisters are." Who is close to Xia Yunshu? Lin Suaping wished that woman would have bad luck every day. Lin Suaping sat down on a small stool, and after watching Xia Yunshu ride away on the tricycle, she huffed, "We're not sisters." Li Fenlin smiled good-naturedly, washed her hands, and then carefully took out the down jackets Xia Yunshu bought today. After examining them closely, she said, "This girl Yunshu just knows how to waste money." Aunt Zhao picked up the handwritten receipt and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, these two down jackets cost over 300 yuan? Yun Shu is really generous. Over 300 yuan is more than half a year's salary for my husband." Lin Suiping's face twisted in disbelief. She widened her eyes. "How much?" "Aunt Zhao, how much did you say? Over 300 yuan for 2 pieces of clothing? Has Xia Yunshu gone crazy after her divorce? She wakes up early and works hard every day just to earn a little money, and she spends it all on clothes. Isn't that crazy?" Li Fenlin only knew that Yunshu and Mingcheng went to the department store to buy clothes today, but she had no idea that Yunshu spent so much money. She trembled and almost dropped the clothes. Yunshu spent over 300? She shook as she looked at the receipt for a long time, then gritted her teeth and stuffed the clothes back into the bag. "No way, this is too expensive. I'll return it to the department store this afternoon." 2 jackets, one for her and one for Mingcheng, but none for Yunshu. How could she wear something so extravagant? Aunt Zhao felt both envious and sympathetic. "Fenlin, if your child wants to buy you something, just wear it. If you quietly return it, how will Yunshu feel? You know your daughter's personality, right?" Li Fenlin hesitated but still thought she shouldn't keep the clothes. The down jacket that the factory manager's wife wears only costs 70-something. How can I wear something so expensive? This isn't right. Since old Xia passed away, Li Fenlin's once timid nature had become even more cautious. As a single mother with a child, it was easy to be bullied, especially now that Yunshu had just divorced. There were so many eyes watching, waiting to see them fail. If she wore such a flashy jacket, people would surely gossip about her daughter. Lin Suiping scoffed. "Aunt Fenlin, with Yunshu's temper, if you dare to return it, she'll just buy something even more expensive. Do you really think she cares what people say? Who would dare to mess with her?" She added in her mind that if Yunshu really got angry, even the stray dogs on the street would feel the heat. Li Fenlin was still unsure. "I'll wait for Yunshu and Mingcheng to come back, and I'll discuss it with her." Lin Suiping looked at the 2 jackets, feeling a pang of jealousy, and sarcastically said, "She spent over 300, and you didn't buy anything for yourself. Yunshu must be out of her mind." Aunt Zhao laughed and playfully hit her. "Your mouth only gets brave when Yunshu isn't around. If she were here, would you still dare to say that?" Lin Suiping stood up defiantly. "Aunt Zhao, I'm not afraid of Yunshu. What's there to be scared of? If Yunshu really had a clear mind, how could she have chosen Lu Zhixing during her blind date? Just looking at Yunshu's face, she could charm any man. If she didn't choose Lu Zhixing, she could easily marry a nice guy. Isn't that better than being with someone like Lu Zhixing, who keeps a mistress?" She was secretly complaining, completely forgetting how jealous she felt when Xia Yunshu got married, almost tearing the bedsheets at home, wishing she could take Xia Yunshu's place. On Jing'an Street, outside the Securities Trading Center, a small shop less than 10 square meters was crowded with people. Xia Yunshu parked her tricycle outside the crowd, and no one noticed her as they pushed forward. Although Xia Mingcheng had sold lunch boxes at the construction site once, the workers had come to him to buy food then, so he only had to focus on collecting money and serving meals. Now, facing so many people, he felt a bit shy and didn't know what to do. "Sister, how do we sell?" Xia Yunshu thought for a moment. "Let's sell them for 150 each, and we can offer free drinking water. It will be easy to calculate, and we'll make a good profit." The people who could afford to buy stocks were wealthy. Since the reform and opening up, Haiqing had seen a surge of businesspeople making money. Once they had cash, they started thinking about investing. Of course, some made money, while others lost, relying on luck and smarts. Xia Yunshu earned her money through hard work and didn't want to take risks, but she could still sell the lunch boxes at a higher price. For 150, they could have a filling meal without missing out on watching the stocks. What an attractive offer. Xia Mingcheng looked anxiously at the lunch boxes on the tricycle. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Lunch boxes for sale, 150 each." "That won't work. Your voice isn't loud enough." Xia Yunshu smiled at him, cleared her throat and confidently called out, "Delicious lunch boxes are here." A mix of meat and vegetables, rich in nutrition. Only $1.50 each. Don't miss out. As she called out, she opened a small gap in the blanket covering the thermal box and pulled out a lunch box for people to see. There's meat, rice, and vegetables, and free drinking water available. At first, the people pushing toward the trading center hadn't noticed, but as the delicious smell wafted through the air, they all turned their heads. The man closest to Xia Yunshu was already very hungry. He had made money from stocks yesterday and came to check the new trends today, but hadn't even had a sip of warm water. He quickly took out his money. "Young lady, I'll take one." Xia Yunshu handed him a pair of disposable chopsticks. "Enjoy it while it's hot. It's really tasty." The taste was good. Although $1.50 was a bit pricey, Xia Yunshu didn't skimp on the portions. There were big pieces of meat inside. After waiting outside for half a day, feeling cold and hungry, eating one of these lunch boxes was a real comfort. Someone started selling, and the boxed meals quickly began to sell out. Of course, some people complained about the price. "Miss, your price is too high. Pork is only 80 cents a pound, and your meal costs as much as 2 pounds of pork. Can you lower the price a bit?" "I want one." Xia Yunshu smiled at him. "Big brother, if you think it's worth it, then buy it. If not, I won't force you." The noodle shop across the alley has cheaper prices too. A bowl of noodles is only 50 cents, and with meat sauce, it's just 70 cents. But they don't want to go there. Here, they're selling at a good profit, and she knows this business won't last long. There are several small restaurants across the street, and they can quickly learn to sell boxed meals too. The man swallowed hard when he heard Xia Yunshu's words, still a bit hesitant. But while he hesitated, Xia Yunshu sold several more meals. "We only have about 30 portions, so if you want to eat, hurry up." With that shout, those who thought it was too expensive but were too hungry to resist started pulling out their money. The man couldn't hold back anymore and quickly took out his money. "I was here first, young lady. Please serve me first." 30 boxed meals quickly sold half, but it was still not yet noon. Xia Yunshu squinted and decisively said to Ming Chung in a low voice, "You hurry back home on your bike and have Aunt Zhao and us make 30 more portions, then bring them here. I'll wait for you." "Make 30 more?" Xia Mingcheng hesitated a bit and quietly asked, "Sister, there are still about 10 left.
What if we can't sell them?"
Xia Yunshu glared at him. "If I tell you to go, then go." "Okay, I'm leaving now." Xia Mingcheng touched his nose. When his sister glared, he didn't dare to argue back. With long legs, he pedaled his bike quickly home. Since they needed to continue making boxed meals, he couldn't waste time. Otherwise, after noon, who would buy them? In the yard, Li Fenlin and Aunt Zhao had just finished cleaning the pot, and the stove was still sparking. Cooking in the yard is so nice. In our little building, the balcony is so small that we bump into each other when we turn around, Aunt Zhao said, looking at the remaining pork. She quickly cut it up and salted it. "This will be fine for tomorrow. We can just stir-fry it then." Seeing this, Li Fenlin decided to chop the cabbage too. "I'll cut the cabbage as well, so Yunshu can sleep in a bit longer tomorrow." Two people were busy working when Xia Mingcheng rode in on his bicycle and shouted, "Mom, Aunt Zhao is steaming rice and cooking dishes. My sister said we need to pack 30 lunch boxes."
Huh.
Both of them were stunned. Li Fenlin asked uncertainly, "Mingcheng, have all 30 boxes sold out?" That was too fast. They had only been out for 20 minutes. Xia Mingcheng didn't have time to explain. He carried a bundle of firewood and started boiling water to steam the rice. "Not sold out yet, but my sister said we need to hurry." With Yunshu's instructions, Li Fenlin and Aunt Zhao didn't ask any more questions and got to work. One pot was steaming rice while the other was cooking, and they didn't waste any time. Luckily, they had just cut up meat and cabbage, so it was even quicker. Steaming rice in a big pot is fast. In just about 20 minutes, the rice and cabbage were ready. While cooking, Xia Mingcheng had already sliced the potatoes and put them in water. Li Fenlin and Aunt Zhao were serving the rice while he started frying the potato strips. 10 minutes later, 30 lunch boxes were neatly packed in a large box. On his way, Xia Yunshu noticed that the thermal box was already empty. Her pockets were stuffed with money, and she could hardly contain her excitement. It seemed that ever since she divorced Lu Zhixing, opportunities to earn money kept coming her way. Just a month ago, she wouldn't have dared to dream that making money could be this easy. In just half an hour, 30 lunch boxes, with a profit of 80 cents each, meant she earned 24 yuan. And there were still many people waiting for her food. "Hey, sister, didn't you say the lunch boxes would be here soon? It's been 10 minutes and I'm starving." He had come from home at 6 in the morning, bringing a water bottle and some snacks, but after smelling the delicious food, who could still eat snacks? Xia Yunshu quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, big brother, they'll be here soon." The stock exchange was busy in the morning, and by the afternoon, the trading center would close, leaving no one around. It was bearable to wait until afternoon to eat at home, but being on edge since 6 o'clock was tough, and being hungry made it even harder. Just then, Xia Mingqing rode in quickly from the west. The usually calm boy was now flushed with excitement. "Sister, the food has arrived." His shout attracted not only Xia Yunshu, but also others waiting for their meals. Hey, save some for me. I've been waiting forever." "Come on, man, that's not fair. Why are you buying 2 portions? I have a big appetite, and I earn money today, so what's wrong with eating an extra portion? It's not like I'm spending your money." Xia Yunshu couldn't help but smile widely, her big eyes turning into slits. Don't rush. There are plenty of portions. We can all eat enough." The exchange was crowded, just like where Xia Yunshu was. Across the street, Tian Hao, wearing a black coat, widened his eyes slightly. "Hey, Brother Shin, is that Xia Yunshu over there?" Shin Subai, from Jingbei, had been urged to return home after the project halted, but going back meant just matchmaking and marriage, so he stayed in Haicheng under the pretense of project instability. Today, he was dragged out by Tian Hao for a meal. "That's her." Shin Subai nodded after a quick glance, but had no intention of going over. "Didn't you say you wanted to eat at the Haicheng restaurant? Why aren't we leaving?" Tian Hao nudged him. "She's practically a colleague. We should at least say hello." If the cafeteria was built after the new year and she couldn't take on the contract, then this colleague probably wouldn't last long either. Shun Subai's gaze flickered. Instead of discussing greetings, he asked, "Last time you mentioned someone went to talk to President Zhao about the cafeteria contract. What did they say?" Tian Hao blinked. "I think it's likely to happen. I heard that person is related to President Zhao and already runs a restaurant in Haicheng with 2 chefs ready to go." He continued with a hint of regret. "If the cafeteria opens, Xia Yunshu won't have to deliver meals to us anymore. Honestly, she cooks quite well." But Xia Yunshu, being a young girl without much backing in the project department, was unlikely to get the cafeteria contract. Everyone knew it was a lucrative job, and it wouldn't go to her. Shin Subai pressed his lips together. Not necessarily. Since the cafeteria contract involved the meals for the entire project department and all the workers on site, they needed someone reliable. After observing Xia Yunshu for a month, he believed she was that person. As for others who got in through connections, there were no guarantees about food quality, and cleanliness was a big concern. Tian Hao thought it was unlikely. After all, she's just a young girl. In this day and age, could a girl that young really handle a cafeteria contract? It seemed more like a job for men in their 30s or 40s. However, since Xia Yunshu cooked well, she could at least work as a female chef in the cafeteria, which would be quite good too. Shen Subai frowned and asked him back, "Does being a young woman have anything to do with being able to run the cafeteria? Ability is what matters. Gender and age are not important factors." Tian Hao was taken aback. Is age and gender not important? While they were talking, Xia Yunshu's lunch boxes were already sold out. Sitting on the tricycle, she was smiling so much that her eyes were almost closed. However, Xia Mingqing's gaze fell on her nose, which was red from the cold. His expression dimmed, and he put the hat from behind her on her head, saying, "Sister, you've been out in the wind for so long. Don't catch a cold." Xia Yunshu smiled at him and said, "Can't you see your sister is sweating? I'm not afraid of the cold while making money." Both of them looked quite striking. Although they weren't dressed well, they still caught the eye in the sunlight. Tian Hao clicked his tongue and said, "That young man seems to have a good relationship with Xia Yunshu." He's young but quite handsome. Compared to us, we're all old men. He was already 25 this year, not to mention Shin Subai, who was 27 and constantly urged by his family to get married. Shin Subai shot him a glance and asked, "Who are you calling an old man?" Tian Hao was surprised. He was just joking. When did Shinge become so sensitive about age? Didn't he just say age didn't matter? Are we going to say hello or not? Tian Hao couldn't figure out Shin Subai's thoughts. Could it be that Shinge looked down on Xia Yunshu because of her divorce? Shin Subai lowered his gaze and turned to walk in another direction. Once she runs the cafeteria, there will be plenty of time to say hello. Let's go eat first. I have things to do this afternoon. Tian Hao responded. Oh, it's almost New Year. What are you still busy with? Aunt Lien is urging you to go back to Jingbei, and you're not going. Aren't you afraid she'll be upset? I'll make her more upset if I go back, Shin Subai said casually as he walked further away. Hey, Shinge, you don't have to walk so fast with your long legs. Tian Hao hurried to catch up. Looking back at Xia Yunshu and her brother, who were packing up, he suddenly realized something. Just now, Shinge said there would be plenty of time to say hello once she ran the cafeteria, but how did he know for sure that Xia Yunshu would run the cafeteria? The stock exchange wasn't as lively anymore. Some people had already started to leave, chatting about tomorrow's matters. I heard they're only issuing 100 stocks tomorrow. In 2 days, this place will close for the new year, and if you want to buy, you'll have to wait until after the holiday. Just a few days ago, they were issuing 200 stocks a day. With so few tomorrow, won't people go crazy trying to grab them? It seems that we won't be able to think about lunch, let alone breakfast. What's the worry about being hungry? Making money is what really matters. Just wait for the stocks to rise, and we will earn a lot this time. Xia Yunshu didn't understand much about stocks. She was more focused on love and relationships in her dreams. However, she remembered that in the 1990s, the stock market in Haicheng was booming and it was crowded with people. There was a stock that made many people wealthy. Of course, where there are gains, there are also losses. She had heard stories of people who faced tragic outcomes because of stocks. Xia Yunshu was riding a tricycle while Xia Mingqing followed on his bicycle. As they passed the department store, Xia Mingqing thought about that coat but realized he didn't have any money to spare. Meanwhile, Xia Yunshu was focused on selling food. Mingqing, we need to wake up early tomorrow. We can't just rely on the money we make at noon. Did you hear them? They start lining up at 6 in the morning, even if they're hungry. If we bring soup dumplings to sell, we will definitely make money. Making soup dumplings was a lot of work. They had to be steamed one basket at a time. To have enough to sell, they would need to get up much earlier than 5 or 6. They would have to start in the middle of the night. Xia Mingqing thought for a moment. I'll prepare the meat filling tonight and ask Aunt Zhao to help with the dough. We can start wrapping them around 2 in the morning. You don't need to wake up so early since we only have 2 pots. Just thinking about making 50 yuan in such a short time filled Xia Yunshu with energy. I'll take a nap this afternoon and skip sleep tonight. When else will we have a chance to work like this? Xia Mingqing knew his sister was determined, so he didn't argue. He just thought that if he worked harder, she could take it easy. When they got home, Li Fenlin was knitting. Seeing the siblings return, she quickly stood up. Drink some warm water first, then come eat. It's already past 1, and you haven't had a warm meal. She didn't rush to ask if they sold out or how much they made. But Xia Yunshu was excited. She gulped down some warm water and then pulled out all the money from her pocket. Mom, don't worry about the money for the down jacket. Your daughter will earn it back soon. Her face was bright with enthusiasm, and her beautiful features were full of energy. Spend it without worry. Li Fenlin laughed at her and took out the hot dishes from the pot. All right, you two hurry up and eat. You can rest this afternoon and watch some TV too. After finishing lunch, Xia Yunshu planned to take a nap since she needed to be ready for the evening. Xia Mingqing sat on a stool reading for a while, waiting for Xia Yunshu to fall asleep. Once she was asleep, he glanced at the bag containing the new down jacket and quietly said to Li Fenlin, Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. Please keep it down so you don't wake my sister. Li Fenlin, who was knitting, looked at him curiously and asked, What are you going out for? Her gaze landed on the down jacket bag. A mother knows her child well, and Li Fenlin quickly guessed his intention. She sighed. If Yunshu wakes up, she'll be upset. And she wanted to say that her son's jacket was indeed quite old. Xie Mingqing smiled slightly. It will warm up after the new year. Buying such an expensive jacket would be a waste. I can buy one myself after I finish college and earn my own money. After finishing college, he would have 2 months to find a part-time job. He planned to try his luck at a construction site, believing that as long as he worked hard, he could earn money. Li Fenlin looked at the sweater in her hands and then at Xie Yunshu sleeping in the inner room. She knew her daughter had been struggling lately, but all the money earned was spent on herself and Mingqing. She hadn't bought anything for herself. After thinking for a moment, she decided to take out her own down jacket. You can return this one too. Xie Mingqing shook his head. Mom, it's fine for me to return mine, but if you return yours, my sister will be really upset. Knowing her daughter's temper, Li Fenlin hesitated.
But
this one is too expensive. Returning it could buy 2 jackets. Xie Mingqing smiled, feeling the soft and warm jacket in his hands, thinking that this winter was not cold at all. Li Fenlin didn't say anything more, but her knitting speed picked up a bit. Both children were understanding, but the only downside was having a mother like her who felt incapable and a father who was no longer around. Xie Mingqing returned the down jacket at the department store, where the sales clerk was not pleased and spoke unkindly. However, Xie Mingqing knew his actions were not ideal, so he stayed silent, endured the scolding, and then went to the place selling wool coats, where he spent 180 yuan on a light gray wool coat. The young lady at the wool coat shop was cheerful and even gave him a scarf as a bonus. When Xie Yunshu returned from the department store, she was already up and mixing meat filling. Without looking up, she said to Xie Mingqing, "Where have you been? Go upstairs and call Aunt Zhao. Ask her if she has time to help me out. I'll pay her extra for it." Xie Mingqing didn't dare to mention the clothes he returned. He lowered his head, mumbled an okay, placed the bag by the door, and turned to go upstairs. Inside, Xie Yunshu paused her work. She glanced at the bag, bit her lip, and muttered, "What a waste." She already had clothes to wear, but he insisted on returning the down jacket to buy her something else. It was so frustrating. After all these years as siblings, she could tell what he was up to just by his breathing. But right now, making money was more important. Once she finished her busy days, she would deal with him later. Li Fenlin cautiously looked at Xie Yunshu's expression and said, "Yunshu?" Just after Xie Yunshu woke up and asked where Mingqing went, Li Fenlin mentioned the department store, and she instantly guessed what he was doing. After searching the house, she indeed found that the bag with the down jacket was taken.
Mom, it's fine.
Xie Yunshu smiled at her, but the knife she was using to chop the meat became quicker, making a loud clanging sound that startled Li Fenlin. Oh no, her son was definitely going to get scolded by his sister. Li Fenlin wanted to say something, but seeing Xie Yunshu's dark expression, she kept quiet. Forget it. She was older now and couldn't interfere in their matters. Besides, Mingqing was old enough to handle a little scolding. She would pretend she didn't know. Upstairs, Aunt Zhao was busy and watching her eldest daughter help her younger sister with homework. She had 3 daughters, and in this era, not having a son often led to ridicule. Her in-laws constantly criticized her, and they even separated from the family to avoid returning home. However, old Zhao was determined. Even though it hurt, he treated his 3 daughters well. He worked hard to support them through school, even if it meant struggling. This year, her eldest daughter, Zhao Xiaoyan, was in her last year of high school and attended the same school as Xie Mingqing. She was a good student in the art stream. The second daughter was in her first year of high school and also did well, so the parents didn't have to worry. Even the youngest daughter was very sensible and understood the importance of studying. They all knew that getting into college was their only way out. Otherwise, they would just end up marrying and having children. With only 40 yuan a month to support 3 students, life was tough, and every penny had to be stretched. Before Xie Yunshu asked her not to help, Aunt Zhao had actually been thinking of borrowing money. The tuition for the 3 children is due after the new year, and it's quite a lot of money. On top of that, there are also costs for books and daily living expenses, which makes it hard to breathe under the pressure. That's why Xiaoyan has been saying she won't go to college anymore. But with the children's good grades, she can't bear to give up. Borrowing money from her in-laws is out of the question, and everyone in this building is struggling too. Who can lend her a large sum of money? Even $10 would require a lot of thought, worrying that she might not be able to pay it back. So when Xia Yunshu came to her for help and mentioned a monthly salary of $40, Aunt Zhao was almost in tears from joy. Life is like that. Small blessings may be forgotten quickly, but help in tough times is unforgettable. Although Yunshu insisted that she was just giving her the pay she deserved, Aunt Zhao couldn't help but feel grateful. Even $30 would be sought after by many in the building. Plus, she only needed to help with cooking during the day, and sometimes she could take home leftover food. Aunt Zhao felt very fortunate that when old Xia had his accident, she didn't take advantage of the situation but instead helped Yunshu by giving her $10. Although Yunshu paid it back in her first month of work, it left a lasting impression. When Xia Mingcheng came in to say they needed to steam buns, Aunt Zhao immediately put on her coat and went downstairs. What do you mean by a raise? I was already working for a salary. These past few days, Yunshu hasn't let me work, and I've been feeling uneasy about it. With a salary of only $40 a month, how could she ask for more just because she worked at night? She felt embarrassed to ask for it. Xia Mingcheng wasn't very good with words. He just pressed his lips together and said, Aunt Zhao, my sister, makes the decisions. If she says she'll give it, she will definitely follow through, not just saying it for show. Zhao Xiaoyan quickly stood up. Mom, I have nothing to do, so I can help too. Children from poor families grow up quickly. Whether it's the eldest or the younger sisters, they are all good at cooking and don't need adults to supervise. Aunt Zhao thought that with more hands, they could finish early, allowing Yunshu to rest more, so she agreed. Then you can come with me. With Aunt Zhao and Xiaoyan joining in, the work speed really picked up. By 7 in the evening, they had already made nearly 100 small buns, neatly arranged on the table in the new rented yard, looking quite nice. Xia Yunshu stretched and said, That means we don't have to get up so early tomorrow. If we start the fire and steam the buns around 4 in the morning, we should be ready to leave by 6 to sell them. The small buns cook quickly, about 20 minutes per pot. With 2 large pots going at once, it's just 3 or 4 batches of buns. Aunt Zhao waved her hand at her. You don't need to worry about that. Just get up at 6 to take the buns out to sell. I'll come at 4 to start the fire. Today, she kept refusing to accept money for helping, but Xia Yunshu still slipped her 2 yuan, saying that if she didn't pay, it would be hard to ask her to work. Neighbors can help with many things, but when it comes to making money, it shouldn't just be a favor. In the end, Aunt Zhao accepted the money, knowing that Yunshu had earned quite a bit recently. Otherwise, she wouldn't buy such expensive clothes. Taking the money made her feel more at ease. However, Aunt Zhao decided to work hard with Yunshu, believing that their future would surely improve. While the people in the tube building were busy late into the night, Lu Zhixing's family in Haicheng was still awake. Zhou Xinhua watched as Lu Zhixing helped Xiaowei put on a new vest, holding back her anger and asking, Didn't you say you had no money? Lu Zhixing felt more and more disappointed in her. Xiaowei is your son. In this cold weather, he only has a thin sweater. You have coats and jackets in the closet, but you never thought to buy him clothes? Moreover, she had the nerve to ask for a 200 yuan down jacket when her own monthly salary was only around 40 yuan. Zhou Xinhua bit her lip, feeling resentful. Why can Xia Yunshu buy things, but I can't? Zhixing, you're divorced from her now, yet you still give her money. What does that make me? Have you forgotten how we got married? Lu Zhixing couldn't understand her thoughts. He had clearly said he would give her money, but she was trying to pressure him into marriage, and if it weren't for you, Yunshu wouldn't have lost her job at the packaging factory. We owe her that. Zhou Xinhua didn't get the clothes she had wanted for a long time and was humiliated by Xia Yunshu. Now, returning home, she had to face Lu Zhixing's accusations. How could she swallow her pride? Lu Zhixing, You were the one who sent Xia Yunshu to the mental hospital. What does that have to do with me? If you don't give me money, neither of us will have a good new year. Zhou Xinhua had learned to throw tantrums in the mountains, but she had been pretending for her own purposes. Now that she was married into the Lu family, she couldn't even get Lu Zhixing's salary. How could she keep pretending? Go ask other men, whose money doesn't go to their wives. If you don't give me that little money, do you plan to save it for Xia Yunshu? It seems that Xia Yunshu took good care of you before, and you still can't forget her. Lu Zhixing didn't expect her to say such shameless words. His face turned red with anger. You really don't know what you're talking about. This home was not only quiet but also in disarray. He couldn't stay there for another minute and rode his bike to the hospital, ignoring Zhou Xinyue's chaos at home. Zhou Xinyue was going crazy again. Her eyes fell on Xiao Wei, and she angrily ripped off his thick vest and slapped him. How dare you wear new clothes? Take them off. Xiao Wei was hit and nearly fell over. He desperately tried to hide inside. Mom, I won't wear them anymore. Please don't hit me. Zhou Xinyue was filled with anger. She had gotten used to taking it out on Xiao Wei. She had been careful and gentle with Lu Zhixing all year, but in the end, she gained nothing. Xiao Wei didn't dare to cry, but it hurt too much. He instinctively knelt down and begged, Mom, I was wrong. He shouldn't have eaten or worn new clothes. But with Lu Zhixing not home, Zhou Xinyue had completely lost it. She threw the child, who was wearing a thin sweater, outside. Get out. You dare to compete with me for Xia Yunshu.
Get out.
But in the cold winter, a small child in a thin sweater left outside all night could freeze to death. Some people are just born to suffer. A 5-year-old child had already lost all strength after being beaten, and it started to rain outside without warning. The winter in Haicheng isn't as cold as the north, but a rainy night is no place for a small child dressed so lightly. Xiao Wei was freezing and nearly lost consciousness. Driven by survival instinct, he suddenly ran outside the family compound. It was already past 8 in the evening, and with the cold weather, everyone was asleep, so no one noticed such a small child. Inside the building, Xia Yunshu was watching TV. Hearing the sound of rain outside, she grabbed an umbrella and stood up. Mingcheng, come with me to check the yard. This rain will probably bring a drop in temperature. We need to cover the buns well. If they freeze overnight, they won't taste good tomorrow. Also, the stove in the yard used firewood, and starting a fire in the rain would be a hassle. The stove and cooking area needed to be properly covered to keep out the rain. Xia Mingcheng replied and put on a raincoat. Sister, you stay inside and watch TV. I can go by myself. I'm not comfortable with you going alone. Xia Yunshu let out a hum and then looked at the untouched bag of clothes. Who knows if you will sneak off to the department store? Xia Mingcheng had been too nervous to mention returning the clothes, and Xia Yunshu hadn't brought it up either. After working hard all afternoon, he felt uneasy. Now that Xia Yunshu suddenly spoke up, he didn't dare say anything. He put on his raincoat and walked out, his tall figure looking a bit like he was fleeing. His sister had a sharp tongue and was even tougher. The siblings quickly covered the stove, and they used a tarp to cover the firewood. They set up a shelter, and as long as there wasn't a strong wind, it would be fine. Xia Yunshu adjusted her clothes and shivered. It's really cold. Tomorrow morning, I need to wear extra layers to sell buns, or I'll freeze. I'll go with you tomorrow. 2 people can work faster, Xia Mingcheng said, following behind. In the rainy night, his handsome face looked like cold jade, with a hint of unnoticeable charm that seemed a bit amusing. Xia Yunshu glanced back at him. Don't think that just because you're helping, I won't keep track of what you owe me. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Xia Mingcheng's cool black eyes, and he weakly called out, Sister. The two walked toward the apartment building, with fine rain falling from the sky, resembling countless silver needles. It stung when it hit their faces. Suddenly, Xia Yunshu stopped in her tracks, frowning tightly. There was a small figure curled up in the hallway. Was that a child? But how could a child be out here so late? Xia Mingcheng noticed too. He hurried a few steps to see clearly. The child looked about 4 or 5 years old, dressed in thin clothes, eyes tightly shut, and lips already turning purple. It was unclear if the child was alive or not. He trembled as he reached out to check for breathing and felt a faint breath. He quickly picked the child up. "Sister, he's going to freeze to death. We need to get him inside quickly." No matter who this child was, being outside all night in the cold could be fatal. Xia Yunshu couldn't see the child's face clearly, but her heart tightened at Xia Mingqing's words. She hurried into the house. "I'll go get some hot water to warm him up." Inside, Li Fenlin was sitting on the bed, knitting a sweater under the dim light. She had just 2 sleeves left to finish, and soon Yunshu would have a new sweater for the new year. Hearing the door, she smiled and said, "You've been busy all night. Hurry and get some sleep. Don't you need to wake up early to sell buns tomorrow?" But then she heard Xia Mingqing's urgent voice. "Mom, quickly bring the comforter from my bed." Li Finlin looked up and was immediately frightened. She hurriedly put on her shoes and exclaimed, "Where did this child come from? Oh no, he's frozen like this. Quick, wrap him in a blanket. He's wet too. We need to take off his clothes." Xia Yunshu brought over hot water and held the bowl to the child's purple lips. Suddenly, she paused, her expression complicated. "Mom, this child is..." She recognized the child. He was Zhou Xinyue's son, now called Lu Xiaowei. Li Finlin poured a little hot water to Lu Xiaowei's lips and sighed in relief when he moved his eyelashes in response to the warmth. She frowned at Xia Yunshu and asked, "Who is this child? Do you know him?" Neither she nor Xia Mingqing had seen Lu Xiaowei before, and they both turned to Xia Yunshu in silent inquiry. Xia Yunshu felt conflicted. She sighed and said, "Let's take off the wet clothes first. He'll get frostbite if this continues." How could Zhou Xinyue and Lu Zhixing let such a small child run out alone? Didn't they worry? It was freezing outside and raining. Even if he didn't encounter any bad people, he could freeze to death. Xia Yunshu didn't really hate Lu Xiaowei. In her dreams over the past 10 years, she didn't have a deep impression of him, only remembering that he was often sick, rarely spoke, and seemed afraid to look at others. He always appeared timid. In the end, he seemed to have gotten very ill, and by that time, her relationship with Lu Zixing had already deteriorated, so she hadn't paid much attention to the child. Li Finlin's eyes filled with pity as she brought a warm towel to wipe the child's face and hands, exclaiming, "How could this child be so thin? He must be a poor thing with no one to care for him." Xia Mingqing frowned as he removed Lu Xiaowei's wet clothes. The child's upper body was skin and bones, making it painful to look at. But that wasn't the most shocking part. Xia Mingqing gasped, staring in disbelief at Xia Yunshu. "Sister, this..." The frail child's body was covered in shocking scars. His arms and neck bore twisted burn marks, and his back and ribs were visibly swollen, resembling angry little snakes coiling around him. Some of the marks had scabbed over, showing dark colors, while others were still fresh, bruised, and clearly inflicted by someone. On the thin, unblemished thighs, there were large bruises, dark as if the land had been ravaged by a storm. Li Fenlin's hand trembled as she held the towel. She gently wiped the small body with a warm towel, nearly in tears. How could anyone be so cruel to such a small child?
How old is he?
No matter how mischievous a child is, they shouldn't be treated like this. Moreover, these scars clearly showed signs of long-term abuse. Xia Yunshu took a deep breath, unable to look any longer. The child's small body seemed like a vessel of pain, and these scars were cruel reminders of his harsh past. Zhou Xinyue was his biological mother. Didn't she know about these scars on her child? For over a year, Lu Zixing had been so sympathetic to Xiaowei that he gave all his salary to Zhou Xinyue, neglecting himself and favoring her. Was the result of his concern for the child that the child suffered inhuman abuse? As the warm towel brushed against Xiaowei's back, it removed a layer of dust, revealing that the child hadn't bathed in a long time. Only his small face and hands were clean. She couldn't imagine what this child had gone through in the past year. The warm air surrounded Xiaowei, and he stirred, finally waking up, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. He ran out of the family compound without any direction, instinctively thinking of the place where his mother had taken him to bow that day. That day, when he bowed there, someone pulled him up, and when he returned, he wasn't beaten or hungry. He didn't understand the complicated feelings of adults and instinctively thought that this was a safe place. He just wanted to try it out. He couldn't find his way home and didn't even know where his home was. There were no clothes for small children at home, so Lee Fenlin could only wrap him in a blanket and gently ask, "Child, where is your home? Who are your parents?" Xia Yunshu sighed. "Mom, he is Zhou Xinyue's son, and now he should also be considered Lu Zhixing's son." She disliked Zhou Xinyue, but she couldn't blame the child. Not to mention that such a small child understood nothing. He looked truly pitiful. Even with a hard heart, she couldn't possibly send him away in such cold weather. Li Fenlin's expression changed, and even Xie Mingqing's gaze darkened. How did that woman's child end up here? She didn't know either. Xie Yunshu sat down and looked at the child shivering under the blanket, frowning. "Let's not worry about that now. Let's get him a bowl of soup. It's so cold, and adults can get sick, let alone someone so small." Li Fenlin's expression was complicated. Thinking of the child's bruised body, she couldn't help but ask, "Child, who hurt you?" Any normal mother would notice these new and old bruises, but Zhou Xinyue had never mentioned them, even presenting herself as a loving mother. So who did this? It was obvious. Little Wei timidly shook his head. "I was being good." If he was being good, why was he hurt? Suddenly, Little Wei loosened the blanket and struggled to kneel on the bed, bowing his head to Xie Yunshu. "I'm sorry, I was good." This was probably the only thing he could say. The rest were just words Zhou Xinyue made him say. Xie Yunshu gritted her teeth and wrapped the blanket around him again, her tone a bit harsh. "Are you foolish? Why are you bowing? You just warmed up, and now you're moving around. Do you want to get in trouble?" Little Wei was scared, but didn't cry like other children. He just bit his lip and quietly said, "Don't hit me. I'm good." "What a pity." Li Fenlin turned her face away, unable to look. She walked to the stove, lit a fire, and started to make soup. "Let's not worry about whose child he is. We need to warm him up first and send him back tomorrow." In this cold weather, with rain outside, the child didn't even have a piece of clothing to wear. If they kept bothering him, he might get worse. Xie Mingqing's expression was also grim. He glanced at Little Wei and said coldly, "If the parents are not right, how can the child be good? What kind of good child can come from such a woman?" He felt disgusted by Zhou Xinyue and Lu Zhixing. Just thinking that this child was theirs made him want to throw him out. But he only said it out loud, tightening the blanket around Little Wei a bit more. "If you want to stay safe, you better behave. Otherwise, I'll throw you out right now." Little Wei seemed to have a natural fear of being obedient. He tightly closed his mouth and just nodded. The soup was ready quickly, and it had no sugar. Li Fenlin, worried that Little Wei wouldn't drink it, patiently coaxed him. "Drink this. It's good for you." Little Wei obediently took the bowl and drank the soup in one go, not even daring to frown. Xie Yunshu felt something was off about the child. She frowned, looking at the bruises on his arm. "Who did this? Your mom? Or was it Lu Zhixing?" However, although Lu Zhixing is foolish and arrogant, he is not a cruel person. On the contrary, he enjoys the role of a high and mighty savior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given his salary to Zhou Xinyue just because he feels sorry for her. To be honest, if this was done by Lu Zhixing, Xie Yunshu would find it hard to believe. But if it was Zhou Xinyue, that would be even more frightening. What kind of mother would hurt her child like that? Feeling a bit of warmth, Xiao Wei gradually found some sense of safety. He bit his lip and softly said, "My mom won't hit me. Zhou Xinyue is not his real mother. He just doesn't call her mom because he fears being punished or going hungry. He doesn't dare to resist." "Not Zhou Xinyue?" Xie Yunshu frowned even more tightly. "Does she know about all your injuries? Did a classmate or teacher at school hurt you? If it wasn't Zhou Xinyue, then those injuries could lead to serious consequences. The person who hurt Xiao Wei should be punished." With Lu Zhixing's personality, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. When Zhou Xinyue's name was mentioned, Xiaowei shrank back in fear under the covers, mumbling, "Not Mom. Please don't hit me."
What?
Xia Yunshu was confused and didn't quite understand what Xiaowei meant. "Who hit you? Doesn't Zhou Xinhua know? Is she not your real mom? How could a mother not know if her child was hurt like this?" Hearing the question about whether she is his real mother, Lu Xiaowei shrank back in fear, desperately curling up in his blanket, repeating a few words. "I will be good." Xia Yunshu felt heavy and conflicted. This is Zhou Xinhua's child, and out of selfishness, she didn't want to get involved. But as a human being, she couldn't just heartlessly throw such a small child away. Xia Mingqing's expression was cold. "Tomorrow morning after selling the buns, I will send him back. Whoever's child it is should educate him. We shouldn't interfere." Li Fenlin pursed her lips. "We should at least say something. A child this small shouldn't be treated like this." It seemed this child was already mentally affected. Ignoring this situation would be truly difficult. Xia Yunshu pulled the blanket away and sat on a stool in front of Xiaowei, narrowing her eyes at him. "Now you answer my questions. No lying, or I will throw you out right now. Do you understand?" Li Fenlin couldn't bear it and softly said, "Yunshu, don't scare him." Xia Yunshu sighed. "Mom, if I don't scare him, he won't say anything." It's not that she maliciously suspects a child. Logically, she and Lu Xiaowei have no connection, so why would he be at the building late at night? If the injuries on him were indeed caused by Zhou Xinhua, how could she be so cruel to a child? What else might she do? She wondered if Zhou Xinhua had intentionally left the child here. After being threatened by Xia Yunshu, Lu Xiaowei shook his head vigorously. "I will behave." It was so cold outside, and he was snuggled in the blanket, never feeling this warm before. He didn't want to be thrown out or go back. Xia Yunshu nodded. "Okay, first tell me, did your mom hurt you?" Lu Xiaowei nodded, then shook his head. What did that mean? Xia Yunshu frowned and rephrased the question. "Let me ask you, did Zhou Xinhua hurt you? Just answer yes or no." Lu Xiaowei gently nodded and clearly said yes. So it really was her. Li Fenlin, who had a soft personality, was so angry she slammed the table. How could someone be so cruel to such a young child? Even if it were a stranger, they shouldn't be treated this way, let alone their own child. What child isn't a piece of their mother? A normal mother wouldn't harm their child. They would rather suffer themselves than hurt their child. But Zhou Xinhua was so heartless to her own flesh and blood. It was truly shocking. Xia Yunshu felt a mix of emotions. Every time Lu Zhixing left her for Zhou Xinhua, it was always because Lu Xiaowei was sick or hurt. Now, it seemed those illnesses and injuries were not just coincidences. She had thought about this before but quickly dismissed the idea, believing no mother would use her child as an excuse to pursue a man. But now, Zhou Xinhua's cruelty and shamelessness made her question that belief. Was she even human? Also, did Lu Zhixing know about all the injuries on Lu Xiaowei, or was he unaware? Xia Yunshu pinched her brow, feeling that last time she made Zhou Xinhua kneel and apologize was too gentle. She should have slapped her a few times to let her experience what it feels like to be hit. Lu Xiaowei hung his head, silent, as if trying to defend himself or talking to himself. "I didn't misbehave." He was too young to understand why Zhou Xinhua was so unpredictable and would hit him. Her reason was always that he wasn't listening, but he didn't know how to behave to avoid being hurt. Xia Mingcheng sat nearby, gritting his teeth as he forced out a few words. "Is Zhou Xinhua really your mother? Why is she so harsh?" It was just an angry remark, but Xiaowei suddenly looked up. He didn't speak, just shook his head vigorously. "No, she isn't." Li Fenlin looked at him curiously. "Child, are you feeling unwell?" But Xiaowei continued to shake his head, saying nothing, his large eyes, which stood out because of his thinness, fixed on Xia Yunshu, shaking his head desperately. Xia Yunshu was taken aback. A strange thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she frowned deeply. Could it be that Zhou Xinhua really isn't your mother? Lu Xiaowei still just shook his head in silence. He was too scared to speak. Zhou Xinhua had said that if anyone found out, she would hurt him badly. He didn't want to be hurt and was afraid. Li Fenlin was also stunned. What does this mean? Zhou Xinhua isn't his mother? Where did this child come from? But Xiaowei had stopped talking. Long-term abuse had made him different from normal children. His mental defenses were very strong. Although he instinctively ran to the building, he still felt fear, anxiety, and unease inside. That night, despite drinking soup and being wrapped in a thick blanket, his small face still showed an unusual flush, and he had lost all his strength. Xia Yunshu pinched her brow, feeling like she was going crazy. How could Zhou Xinhua not be Xiaowei's real mother? What benefit would she gain from having such a child around? Was it just to vent her anger on him? That was too absurd. Li Fenlin touched his forehead and sighed. He has a fever. I'll get some medicine. Let the child sleep. That night, Lu Xiaowei slept outside with Li Fenlin, separated by a curtain. Xia Mingqing quietly asked, Sister, are you still going to deal with Zhou Xinhua's child? Xiaowei was pitiful, but didn't they save someone today? He wasn't as generous as his sister and didn't want to deal with Zhou Xinhua's child at all. Xia Yunshu turned over, her eyes closed, filled with images of Xiaowei's scars. She countered, should I just send him back tomorrow? Xia Mingqing gritted his teeth. Who knows if Zhou Xinhua will hit him again? Xia Yunshu smirked. All right, stop overthinking it. Let's just sleep. We need to get up early to sell buns tomorrow. Whether or not Lu Xiaowei is Zhou Xinhua's child, this isn't our responsibility. Now Xia Mingqing was anxious. Sister, are we really not going to help? Just looking at the scars on the child's body, sending him back like that would be pushing him into a fire pit, wouldn't it? But this child is like a locked box. No matter how I ask, he only shakes or nods his head. After repeating this, he finally says one thing. I will listen. Should I just keep the child and raise him myself? She might even end up calling herself crazy. Xia Yunshu huffed. I don't know anyone named Zhou Xinhua or Lu Zhixing. All I know is that we found this child at the door, covered in injuries. He's probably a kidnapped child. So after we sell the buns tomorrow, I will take him to the police station and let the officers investigate. She isn't a savior and can't rescue Xiaowei, but if the police get involved, everyone will know about Zhou Xinhua's abuse. Given the Lu family's pride, they might at least protect Xiaowei a little. The next morning, before 5 o'clock, Xia Yunshu struggled to get out of bed. It had rained all night, and it was freezing outside. Who would want to leave a warm bed? Xia Mingqing wakes up early, every day to study. Being a young man, he is full of energy. He is already dressed and even checks Xiaowei's forehead. Li Fenlin is awake too. She quietly says, the fever has gone down and he's okay. We can talk more when you return. She didn't mention sending the child back, but keeping him isn't easy either. Li Fenlin sighed, feeling torn and genuinely pitying the little boy. Xia Mingqing lowered his voice. My sister wants to take him to the police station so the officers can handle it. Just feeling sorry for him won't help. They can't just keep the child. Someone like Zhou Xinhua might even accuse them of kidnapping. People in this era naturally trust those in uniforms. Hearing about the police station made Li Fenlin breathe a sigh of relief. Then you two go ahead. I'll get up soon to prepare meat. We still need to sell lunch boxes at noon. Selling 2 meals a day is good business, so there's no time to waste. Meanwhile, Xia Yunshu put on her cotton hat and frowned as she pulled a new scarf from the bag Xia Mingqing had brought back.
Put this on.
Xia Mingqing didn't want to wear it. It's new. This scarf came with a new wool coat, and since his sister hasn't worn her new clothes yet, how could he wear the scarf? Xia Yunshu shot him an annoyed look. Do you want me to calculate how much you owe for the down jacket right now? Xia Mingqing, I warn you. Don't think this matter is settled. Now, Xia Mingqing didn't dare to speak. He obediently put on his scarf and, without waiting for Xia Yunshu to remind him, put on his gloves. He walked outside with his head down and said softly, Sister, I will ride the tricycle. In the rented yard, Aunt Xiao had already boiled water and steamed 2 baskets of buns. Seeing the siblings frowning, she said, Why are you here so early? I have Xiaoyan to help me. Everything will be ready by 6. Zhao Xiaoyan shyly smiled at the siblings, but didn't dare to look at Xia Mingqing for long. She quickly added firewood to the stove. Xia Yunshu laughed. Aunt Zhao, I'm a heartless capitalist, so I won't pay Xiaoyun. Aunt Zhao chuckled. Only you can make jokes. Xiaoyun is here to help me, not you. If I get paid without working, I wouldn't have the face to let you call me aunt. As Aunt Zhao spoke, she lifted the lid of the steamer, and the delicious aroma of the buns filled the yard. Xia Mingcheng moved a box over, lined with a clean, soft cloth. As he placed the buns inside, he smiled and said, Aunt Zhao, these buns look even better than those from fancy restaurants. Each one is beautifully shaped. Aunt Zhao glanced at them and smiled proudly. This batch was definitely made by Xiaoyun. Only she can make buns without lumps in the middle. I can't do that. Xiaoyun's face turned slightly red. She pressed her lips together, lowered her head, and softly said, Sister Yunshu, this is the last batch. After all the buns were steamed and taken to the stock exchange, it was just around 6:30. Outside, there was a long line mostly filled with men, even more frantic than the previous day's rush for down jackets at the department store. Xia Yunshu exclaimed, Can this really make money? Xia Mingcheng nodded. There are only 2 stocks in total. The fail stock issued in September had someone buy 50 shares at once, and when trading starts in October, they made $500. Xia Yunshu's eyes widened. They earned $500 without doing anything? There was a hidden excitement in Xia Mingcheng's eyes as he nodded. Yes, it's that simple. Just buy and sell. No wonder these people were rushing like crazy. It was like picking up money on the street. Xia Yunshu felt a bit impulsive, but the wind reminded her to calm down. There's no such thing as free money. Isn't this just gambling? There must be people losing money too. Yes, if you can earn 500, you can also lose 500, but this is different from gambling. It is necessary to study national policies and the operational status and business development prospects of issuing companies. I believe that future stock prices are closely related to the international situation, and of course, luck plays a part too. Xia Mingcheng spoke confidently about stocks, prompting Xia Yunshu to warn him with a glance, Don't get into this. Xia Mingcheng laughed, Sister, I don't have the money for that. Right now, a single stock starts at 50 yuan. Buying 20 would cost 1,000 yuan, which ordinary people can't afford. How much does an average monthly salary even amount to? For people like them, it's better to earn money steadily. At least that's what Xia Yunshu thought at that moment. They were selling steamed buns, but to save time, the buns were larger than usual, costing 10 cents each. A big man could eat 5 or 6 to fill his stomach. Although Xia Yunshu priced them a bit higher, the meat filling was genuine. Some customers even happily ordered several more, saying they would take some home for their wives and children. By 7 o'clock, more than half of the 500 buns were sold, which delighted Xia Yunshu. She handed a bun to Xia Mingcheng, saying, You should eat one too. Eating well in this cold weather will keep you warm. Xia Mingcheng took a bite and smiled, Sister, this is really delicious. As the buns were running low, Xia Yunshu's eyes sparkled with joy as she mentally calculated her earnings. She made nearly 50 yuan yesterday, and with today's buns plus the lunch boxes, she should earn over 70 more. If she worked another day, she estimated that this business might not last much longer. First, the stock exchange would soon close for the holidays, and second, it was likely someone would become envious of her business and come to sell food too. With more competitors, the profits wouldn't be as high. However, earning around 200 yuan would be enough. After 3 busy days, she could go back to the department store to repurchase the down jacket that Mingcheng had returned. If he dared to return it again, she would definitely break his legs. With just a few buns left, Xia Yunshu initially planned to take them home for herself when a man in a black down jacket stood in front of the tricycle and said, I'll take the rest. Without thinking, Xia Yunshu immediately agreed. She took out some craft paper, saying, They're still warm. I'll wrap them up for you. They taste great when hot. When she looked up, she was surprised. Team Shen. Are you here to buy stocks too? Shun Su raised an eyebrow, his gaze subtly scanning Xia Mingcheng's face beside her. I see your business is doing well. Can you handle it all by yourself? Xia Yunshu proudly tugged at Xia Mingcheng, saying, My brother is helping me. He's in his senior year of high school and will take the university entrance exam next year. And he will definitely get into a really good university. Shin Subai nodded. That's great. So, he's her younger brother in high school. No wonder they look so young and close. All the buns were sold out, and the sun had just risen. Shin Subai seemed to be just passing by. He took the buns and left without saying anything more, and Xia Yunshu didn't think much of it. Xia Mingcheng pulled his gaze from Shin Subai's tall figure and, after putting away the thermal box, curiously asked, "Sister, who is he?" "Just a team leader at the construction site. He's a very honest person." During her time getting to know Shin Subai, Xia Yunshu's impression of him was simply that he was very straightforward. So straightforward that it seemed he was untouched by emotions. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of partner such an honest man would have. Would he even read moral texts on his wedding night? Xia Mingcheng responded with an "oh." Although he was still young, he could tell that Shin Subai was not an ordinary person. He had an air of authority about him. But how did his sister, who sold lunch boxes at the construction site, know someone like him? Go to the market and buy 5 chickens and about 10 winter melons. It's pretty cold today, so get some red chili peppers for me to make chili oil. Xia Yunshu was already on her bicycle, one leg pushing against the ground. I need to take that child away. It's not right for him to stay at our house. If Zhou Xingyue and Lu Zhixing had any sense, they would have searched the city for the child who had been missing for a night. She needed to explain the situation at the police station. A child so young shouldn't be treated like that. But sometimes it's just so helpless. Parents hitting their children seems to be accepted, and even the police find it hard to intervene. Thinking of the poor child's condition, Xia Yunshu sighed, unable to express her feelings. Logically, if everyone knew about Xiaowei's abuse, then Lu Zhixing and the Lu family would become a joke. Using their position to show kindness to others just to create a good image for themselves, what happened? Lu Zhixing and Zhou Xingyue were caught together in broad daylight and laughed at, but using the poor child as an excuse while he was being hurt right under their noses. The truth about the Lu family's hypocrisy was laid bare, leaving Lu Zhixing unable to hold his head high at the hospital in Haicheng. However, Xia Yunshu did not feel happy. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw the frail, scarred body of Xiaowei. It's hard for anyone, even adults, to recover from such experiences. She couldn't be the savior and couldn't help the child much. Back at the apartment building, Li Fenlin had already prepared breakfast. She made some pancakes with leftover meat from yesterday, adding green onions and lard, and they smelled delicious. Xiaowei sat timidly by the stove, his sweater dry from the heat. Li Fenlin had borrowed a cotton jacket from Lin Suiping's home that Lin Xiaohu wore when he was little and put it on him. The marks from the slaps on his face were still visible. Seeing Xia Yunshu, he hurriedly stood up, holding half a piece of fried dough, looking at her cautiously like a scared puppy, wagging his tail nervously to please her, which was heart-wrenching to witness. Xia Yunshu pressed her lips together and said, "Sit down and eat." Lu Xiaowei didn't speak but obediently sat back down on the stool, putting the pancake aside as if afraid to eat more. Li Fenlin looked at him with pity. "You've only had a couple of bites. Why aren't you eating?" In his limited experience, eating too much meant punishment, especially with such delicious food. Xiaowei placed his hand on his stomach and quietly said, "I'm full." He seemed a bit more spirited than yesterday. At least he could say more than just "I'm obedient." Though he was pitiful, Xia Yunshu found it hard to feel fond of the child, probably because he was Zhou Xinyue's son, still under Lu Zhixing's name. Over the past year, Lu Zhixing had used the child's vulnerability to make her suffer too much. "Didn't your mother teach you not to waste food? Who will eat the leftover pancake?" Xia Yunshu glanced at him and then placed a bowl of rice porridge on the table. "Finish the leftover pancake and drink this bowl of soup." Lu Xiaowei quickly ate the pancake and then gulped down the soup without hesitation, fearing that if he took too long, he might be punished. Li Fenlin watched with tears in her eyes. This child. How fearful must he be to obey so completely, like a well-trained robot, doing whatever he was told. How could Zhou Xinyue bring herself to hit such a child? After sipping some soup and eating a big piece of pancake, Xia Yunshu finally spoke. Mom, Mingche will be back with groceries soon. You and Aunt Zhao should get the pot ready. I took him to the police station, and we'll be back soon. Li Fenlin hesitated. Yunshu, are you sending the child away so quickly? Xia Yunshu knew her mother was soft-hearted. Even though the child belonged to Zhou Xinhua, she couldn't bear to see such a small child suffer. She softened her voice. He has parents. We can't keep him here. If his parents come looking for him, we would be in trouble. Li Fenlin couldn't bear to look at the child again and turned away. Make sure to explain everything to the police. They must not harm the child. She added quietly, is it still human to hurt a child? Xia Yunshu rubbed her forehead and looked at Lu Xiaowei. Let's go. Lu Xiaowei's face suddenly turned pale, but he didn't dare to say anything. The light in his eyes that had shone after eating dimmed quickly. He stood up numbly, feeling empty, even thinking that if he went back this time, he might get hurt badly. Dying might not be so bad. He heard other kids at school say that when you die, you go to heaven, and heaven is wonderful. Xia Yunshu didn't know what he was thinking. She needed to return to sell lunch boxes and couldn't waste time. She took Lu Xiaowei on her bicycle to the nearest police station. But when they arrived, she stopped at the door. After thinking for a moment, she rode her bike further until they reached the police station across from Haiqing Hospital. Do you see this place? It's right across from where you live. If you ever get hurt or hungry again, come here for help. Xia Yunshu parked the bike and pointed to the sign outside the police station, speaking slowly to Xiaowei. The uncles inside are good people. They will help you. The police station near her home was a bit far. If Xiaowei needed help in the future, this one, closest to Haiqing Hospital, would be more suitable. Xiaowei stood in front of the bicycle and quietly asked, what about you?
What?
Xia Yunshu didn't hear clearly. She frowned and bent down. What did you just say? Xiaowei looked down at his toes. I behave well, eat very little, and I can go without food. He could find leftover food outside. Once, when he was very hungry, he even picked up half a dry bun from a stray dog. So, can I not leave? From yesterday until now, this was the only complete sentence Lu Xiaowei had said. Xia Yunshu felt her heart being squeezed, both sour and painful, but she couldn't promise him anything. Next time I see Zhou Xinhua, I might have to give her a good talking to. She's just a child. I have to be firm. No, children should be with their mothers. But he doesn't have a mother anymore. Xiaowei looked up with red eyes, but no tears. I will be good. Xia Yunshu turned her face away, holding his hand as they walked to the police station. I can't help you, but the uncles inside can. In Haiqing family compound, Lu Zhixing hadn't returned home all night. He wished he could stay in the hospital 24 hours a day. The once gentle and beautiful two-way sea seemed to have turned into a wild vine overnight, suffocating him. He had thought Zhou Xinhua was understanding, kind, and gentle. Even though he had to marry her, he believed he could divorce her later and win back Yunshu. But now, Zhou Xinhua was someone he barely recognized. He wasn't supposed to be on duty today, but he didn't want to go back to the messy home. He instinctively wanted to hide in the hospital to escape everything. At that moment, Cheng Fan rushed into the duty room, panting. He saw Lu Zhixing and exclaimed, Lu Ge, you really are here. Your wife is looking for you, and she seems worried. You should go see what's going on. Yunshu is looking for me? Lu Zhixing's head shot up, his eyes shining with surprise. He hurriedly put on his coat and fixed his hair. Is my hair messy? Is my outfit wrinkled? Cheng Fan's expression was strange as he bit his lip. I meant Zhou Xinhua. Isn't Lu Ge divorced from Xia Yunshu? Even though things with Zhou Xinhua were messy, they were still married, so he should call her sister-in-law, right? Lu Zhixing froze, his expression darkening. Who told you to call her sister-in-law? Cheng Fan chuckled awkwardly. Just go check. Nurse Zhou looks really anxious. As Lu Zhixing's assistant in the hospital, Cheng Fan was also a half-friend. He knew both Xia Yunshu and Zhou Xinhua. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of Zhou Xinhua. He had opposed Lu Zhixing giving most of his salary to her and her child. What kind of man spends money on another woman instead of his own wife? Even if the Liu family owed Zhou Xinyue's family a debt of gratitude, saving her and arranging a job should be enough. Shouldn't gratitude have its limits? But Liu Zixing had said with a cold look, Yunshu is not that kind of person.
I know who is important to me.
He really knew who was important, but what was the difference from being blind? Later, Xia Yunshu and Liu Zixing got divorced. He secretly thought that she was finally free from her grievances, but he didn't expect that someone as proud as Liu Zixing would immediately be with Zhou Xinyue after the divorce. If they were truly innocent before, no one would believe it. Outside the hospital, Zhou Xinyue was crying while covering her face. She wore a wool coat and a checkered scarf, her hair neatly styled, looking composed, but she was heartbroken. My little Wei is only 5 years old. If something happens to him, how will I live? Although everyone looked down on her relationship with Dr. Liu, they sincerely advised her. Little Wei is a good boy. He won't run off. Don't worry, he might come back on his own soon. Quickly let Dr. Liu take you to the police station to ask around. He knows many people and will surely find the child. Some people found it strange. Nurse Zhou, it's been all night and you just noticed the child is missing? Wasn't Dr. Liu on duty yesterday? Why wasn't he at home? Zhou Xinyue covered her face and cried. Naturally, she wouldn't let them know about her argument with Liu Zixing. After he stormed out last night, she had thrown Little Wei out and even cut up a new vest in her anger. After venting her frustration, she fell asleep without thinking about whether a child would freeze outside overnight. It was only the next morning when she woke up that she remembered she had locked him out, but when she opened the door, no one was there. She wasn't really worried about Little Wei. She saw this as a chance to make Liu Zixing feel guilty and come back to care for her. A mother who lost her child is so pitiful. If something really happened to Little Wei, she could use Liu Zixing's guilt to get more money to spend. When Liu Zixing came out of the duty room, he saw Zhou Xinyue surrounded by people comforting her. His expression was not good, and his tone was cold. What happened? Zhou Xinyue grabbed his hand, crying uncontrollably. Zixing, Little Wei is missing. In this cold weather. Where could he have gone? I've been looking for a long time. Can you help me find him? Little Wei is missing? Liu Zixing's expression changed, and he asked urgently. When did he go missing? He was fine at home when I left last night, right? Zhou Xinyue sobbed. He ran out by himself. Maybe he wanted to find you. Liu Zixing took a deep breath. When did he go missing?
How would she know?
Zhou Xinyue could only say through her tears, maybe around 5 or 6 in the morning. I was making breakfast for the child, and who knew he would just open the door and run out on his own? If it was morning, then the child hadn't been missing for long. Liu Zixing thought about how he had just bought clothes for the child yesterday and then had a fight with Zhou Xinyue. He worried that he might have scared the child, causing him to run out alone so early. Feeling a bit guilty, Liu Zixing softened his tone with Zhou Xinyue. Don't worry, Xiaowei is a good boy and won't get into trouble. I'll go with you to the police station to report it. Zhou Xinyue leaned against Liu Zixing, crying sadly. Zixing, if something happens to Xiaowei, I don't want to live anymore. Liu Zixing stiffened for a moment, but still held her shoulder. Nothing will happen. People in the hospital exchanged glances, realizing that Dr. Liu wasn't forced to marry Zhou Xinyue after all. At the police station, Xia Yunshu loosened a few buttons on Xiaowei's shirt. I found this child last night, and he has injuries all over. Officer, whether it was his mother or someone else who hurt him, you have to do something. Several officers, who also had children, couldn't bear to look when they saw Xiaowei's injuries. Child, can you tell me where you live? What is your mother's name? Xia Yunshu lowered her long eyelashes and gently touched Xiaowei's hair. He's quite shy and doesn't talk much. Last night, I heard him quietly say something. The child's last name is Liu, and his grandfather is named Liu Jianxi. Xiaowei's confused eyes moved, but he didn't speak, seemingly accepting what she said. Xia Yunshu said this on purpose. She didn't trust directly returning Xiaowei to Zhou Xinyue. She wanted the officers to call Liu Jianxi, his grandfather, who would have to take responsibility. That was all she could do to help. The officers were stunned. The name Liu Jianxi was familiar to them. These young officers knew most of the officials in Haicheng, and this Lu Jianxi couldn't be the deputy director they knew, could he? Xia Yunshu added, I think he's a deputy director. Officers, can you help find the child's grandfather? Officer Zhang, who was recording the case, felt a jolt in his heart. The grandson of the deputy director was being abused? If this got out, the Lu family would be embarrassed again. The entire city of Haicheng isn't very big, especially in Jing'an district, where everyone is somewhat connected. In the less exciting 1980s, the most talked about topics were often about scandals. For example, there were rumors about whose wife was misbehaving, neighbors having disputes, which man was involved with a widow, and who was cheating. Naturally, the most discussed were the scandals. The police station is right across from Haicheng Hospital and not far from the family housing area. Everyone had heard about the issues between Lu Zhixing and Zhou Xinhua, even if they didn't discuss it openly. Now, with a child abuse case coming to light, who else could be involved if not the Lu family? However, the child is truly unfortunate. Old Zhang didn't think much and called Lu Jianxi's workplace. Hello, this is Jing'an Police Station. Is Comrade Lu Jianxi available? His grandson has been brought to the station, and we hope he can come quickly. The operator quickly replied, Deputy Director Lu is in a meeting. Are you sure it's his grandson? We can send someone to pick him up right away. The grandson of the deputy director? She couldn't refuse, but Lu Jianxi was busy, and the director was still in the meeting. Even if she had 100 reasons, she wouldn't dare interrupt. Xia Yunshu, who was close to the phone, heard the girl's response and raised an eyebrow, taking the receiver. I brought the child in. He has injuries and has been severely abused. I think it's important for Deputy Director Lu to know about this. She would not quietly return the child. The abuse by Zhou Xinhua had to be known by everyone, not for revenge, but to ensure she wouldn't dare to hurt anyone again. The operator gasped, abused? Xia Yunshu replied, yes, and the child was outside alone in thin clothing last night. If we hadn't found him in time, he might not have survived. I suspect someone is intentionally harming him, and Deputy Director Lu must be informed. The operator didn't want to delay any longer and quickly said, please hold on, I will notify Director Lu right away. After hanging up, old Zhang's eyes widened. I say, young lady, you can't just say things like that about intentional harm without evidence. Xia Yunshu blinked and admitted her mistake sincerely. I'm sorry, it was just my guess. I was too angry because when I saw the child last night, he almost lost his life. The injuries were clearly old, and as a family member of the child, they couldn't be unaware of it. Without discussing how the child got lost, it was clear that the abuse was connected to the Lu family and most likely involved the child's parents. Old Zhang sighed internally. After today's events, the Lu family would surely be embarrassed, whether they wanted to be or not. Throughout the whole process, Lu Xiaowei sat quietly on the bench, not saying a word. Only when Xia Yunshu mentioned taking him home did his dull eyes show a flicker of movement. Seeing this, Xia Yunshu sighed again, crouched down to adjust his clothes, and gently said, do you remember this place? The police can help you and keep you safe. Do you understand? Can they really save him? Lu Xiaowei's eyes moved again, but he still didn't speak. In the family compound of Haicheng, Zhou Xinhua was crying and clutching Lu Zhixing's arm. I've searched the whole compound, but no one has seen Xiaowei. Now everyone in the compound knew that Xiaowei was missing. Although they secretly looked down on Zhou Xinhua, no one wanted the child to be in danger. Dr. Lu, I think you should hurry to the police station to report this. The new year is coming, and there are many bad people around. Xiaowei is only 5 years old and doesn't usually talk much. If a kidnapper takes him, where would we look? Didn't they say he has only been missing for a short time? If we hurry, we can definitely find him. Lu Zixing furrowed his brow tightly. He glanced at the empty house and pushed his bicycle out, saying, we're going to the police station now. The police station? Zhou Xinyue's crying face froze for a moment, and she instinctively didn't want to go. Zixing, let's search a bit more. Maybe the child is just playing and hiding in some corner? Sister Li had long been annoyed. The child was missing, and instead of searching, the mother was busy fawning over a man. She had gotten up early that morning and hadn't seen Zhou Xinhua searching for the child at all. Instead, she had dressed up nicely to go to the hospital. Nurse Zhou, if you keep hesitating, something bad might really happen to the child. It's been so long. Are you even the child's real mother? Why aren't you worried at all? Her words drew everyone's attention. Although Zhou Xinhua was crying, her delicate appearance, with not a hair out of place, looked more like a performer than a mother whose child was missing. Lu Zhixing frowned and pushed her away, saying, "Enough, finding the child is the priority. I'm going to the police station now." Zhou Xinhua gritted her teeth and followed him. "Zhixing, wait for me." Losing a child is a serious matter, and everyone in the family compound, especially the mothers, were worried. When they saw Lu Zhixing heading to the police station, they decided to go along to help look for the child. At that moment, a car was already parked outside the police station, and a grim-faced Lu Jianxi had been called to the police station. The receptionist, not wanting to delay matters, had the clerk notify the director, and the meeting was temporarily halted. Upon hearing that Lu Jianxi's grandson might be targeted by bad people, the director took it seriously and sent his clerk to handle the situation, instructing him to report back afterward. Lu Zhixing, who had rushed to report the case, happened to run into his father at the police station. Zhou Xinhua, with red eyes and tears still falling, was surprised to see Lu Jianxi. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Lu Jianxi looked extremely serious. Today's meeting was about discussing promotions for next year, and the scandal involving Lu Zhixing and Zhou Xinhua had affected him. However, he had been working hard, putting in extra hours as a deputy director, which changed some people's opinions about him. If all went well, he was likely to get promoted, and he was waiting to see what comments would come from the director in Beijing North. Although the difference between being a director and a deputy was just one word, the power held was vastly different. He hadn't expected that just before the new year, with positions about to be finalized, such a problem would arise. He had a bad feeling, and seeing his son and Zhou Xinhua made his heart sink even further. Lu Zhixing was also surprised to see Lu Jianxi. "Dad?" Lu Jianxi took a deep breath and warned them both with a glance. "Be quiet." Officer Zhang was also taken aback by the number of people arriving because of his call. He recognized Lu Jianxi, and the injuries on Xiao Wei were shocking. Regardless of whether the grandfather knew about them or not, an inquiry had to be conducted. Before he could speak, Lu Zhixing hurriedly stated his purpose. "Officer, our child went missing this morning." "Missing this morning?" Officer Zhang paused for a moment. "That doesn't seem right. A girl brought the child over, saying he was at her house last night." He stepped aside, and Lu Zhixing saw Xia Yunshu sitting on a bench inside, with Lu Xiaowei sitting close to her. "Xiaowei, where did you run off to? Do you know how worried your mom has been?" Zhou Xinhua quickly reacted, rushing over to hug the child tightly, tears in her eyes as she looked at Xia Yunshu. "I know you blame me for being with Zhixing, but the child is innocent. If you have a problem, it should be with me." She cried genuinely, looking like a mother truly worried for her child. Even the neighbors who came along looked at Xia Yunshu with strange expressions. It was understandable that she felt upset about Lu Zhixing marrying Zhou Xinhua shortly after their divorce, but it was unfair to take it out on a child. Or was Xia Yunshu thinking about Lu Zhixing, which made her act out against Zhou Xinhua's child? Chen Shui, who was among the crowd, felt frustrated since she had helped Zhou Xinhua last time but gained nothing from it. Seeing Xia Yunshu involved with the lost child made her scoff. Some people pretend to be so noble, but when it comes down to it, they still interfere with others' lives. Is this jealousy because they can't have children themselves? "Officer, you need to do something about this. It's a crime." Zhang Qingshan pulled her back, confused about why his wife always got involved in Dr. Lu's family matters. He whispered, "The situation isn't clear yet. Maybe you should say less." But Chen Shui raised her voice, deliberately glancing at Lu Zhixing. "Isn't it obvious? The child just went missing, and she shows up with another child. What a coincidence." Lu Zhixing's expression was complicated. A despicable sense of joy surged within him. Xia Yunshu must still hate him for marrying Xinhua, right? Otherwise, why would she bring Xiaowei out? But no matter what, he was the one who made mistakes. The child was innocent. Yunshu. He gently called her name, stepping in front of Zhou Xingyue, who was still crying while holding Xiaowei. He turned to Xia Yunshu. Xingyue has been crying all morning over the lost child. If you're upset with me, I know I hurt you, but once this is over, we can. With so many people around, he didn't finish his sentence, but his gaze towards Xia Yunshu grew more intense. He still had hope. Once this period passed and the rumors faded, he would let Zhou Xingyue go and remarry Xia Yunshu. This time, he would never let her feel wronged again. Zhou Xingyue paused as she held Xiaowei's hand, feeling an urge to squeeze it. Lu Zhixing still thought about divorcing her to marry Xia Yunshu. She had sacrificed her reputation, married into the Lu family, and received nothing in return. She hadn't even enjoyed a single day of a glamorous life, so how could she divorce him? She was determined to cling to Lu Zhixing. She narrowed her eyes, planning to cry a bit more for sympathy, but Xia Yunshu forcefully pulled her away. Xiao Wei's small face, already numb from pain, showed a moment of confusion. Xia Yunshu, what are you doing? Zhou Xingyue cried as she stood up, leaning weakly against Lu Zhixing, looking pitiful. Xiaowei is only 5 years old. If you want to hit or scold someone, come at me. Lu Zhixing instinctively supported Zhou Xingyue, his face filled with worry. Xia Yunshu, don't hurt the child. This was the man who claimed he wanted to remarry her, pretending to be loving, yet he only believed in women who cried. It served him right to be deceived by Zhou Xingyue. Xia Yunshu's eyes were icy. She said nothing, directly pulling Zhou Xingyue out of Lu Zhixing's arms, then kicked her hard. Before anyone could react, she slapped Zhou Xinyue's tear-streaked face. She was always strong when it came to fighting, and this time she used all her strength. Zhou Xinyue's face instantly swelled, much worse than the marks on Xiaowei's face. Many people stood in the police station, all stunned, thinking that Xia Yunshu must be crazy to dare hit someone here. She had taken someone else's child and boldly attacked Zhou Xinyue. Lu Jianxi's expression darkened completely. He sternly looked at old Zhang behind him. Aren't you going to do anything about someone hitting others in the police station? Old Zhang felt overwhelmed. He dryly said, Comrade, you should talk things out instead of resorting to violence. Although this woman had made accusations and the child seemed pitiful, she shouldn't have started hitting right away. It made things difficult for him to handle. Xia Yunshu brought Xiaowei in front of her, gently holding his face to show everyone. On his slender neck was a deep nail mark, almost bleeding, showing just how harshly he had been treated. It was clear that someone had just grabbed him, and besides Zhou Xingyue holding him moments ago, no one else had touched him. Zhou Xingyue didn't expect Xia Yunshu to notice this. She gritted her teeth and argued, Didn't you just grab him before we arrived? Xia Yunshu bent down to unbutton Xiaowei's coat, softly saying, Hang in there, kid. The cold air made the frail child shiver, but he didn't hide or turn away, allowing his scarred arms and back to be exposed to everyone. The scars from years of abuse were visible on a 5-year-old child, who was so thin he looked like skin and bones. The shocking sight made everyone present gasp, as if the air had frozen in that moment. Whether they were there to watch the drama unfold or genuinely looking for the child, selfish or harsh people all have their own limits. Not hurting a child is a basic moral line for all decent people. Even Chen Shui widened her eyes and took a step back, covering her mouth with her hand. Xia Yunshu quickly dressed Xiaowei in his cotton coat and wrapped him tightly. When she turned back, her icy gaze fixed on Zhou Xingyue and Lu Zhixing. I found the child at the entrance of the building last night. It was raining, and he was only wearing a thin sweater. If it had been an hour later, he could have frozen to death. His body is covered in injuries, and only his face and hands are unharmed. Her voice was as sharp as the winter wind, filled with suppressed anger. Zhou Xingyue, don't tell me you didn't know. Under her fierce gaze, Zhou Xingyue instinctively took a step back. Biting her lip, she turned to Lu Zhixing. Zhixing, I didn't know, I really didn't know. No one present was foolish. As the child's mother, how could she not know he was being abused? Moreover, Lu Xiaowei had only moved into Lu Zhixing's house in the past few days. Before that, he had been living with Zhou Xinyue. The injuries on him were caused by Zhou Xinyue, and the nail marks on Xiaowei's neck showed that she was venting her frustrations on him while pretending to comfort him. Lu Zhixing took 2 slow steps back, looking at Zhou Xinyue in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that right under his nose, Xiaowei was suffering daily abuse from Zhou Xinyue, while he thought Xiaowei was just unwell and often fell ill. But Zhou Xinyue continued to cry. Zhixing, I didn't know, I really didn't know. I gave birth to this child. How could I hurt my own child? It must be Yunshu. She is the one who hit him and took him away, venting her frustrations on him. My Xiaowei is the most pitiful. As she spoke, she tried to hug Xiaowei. Xiaowei, come here and say something to mommy. Tell them this bad woman stole you and hurt you, right? Xiaowei stood behind Xia Yunshu, clutching the corner of her shirt with a small hand and looking at Zhou Xinyue with terrified eyes, shaking his head desperately. Mom, I will be good. Please don't hit me.
What are you talking about?
Zhou Xinyue screamed as she rushed past Xia Yunshu toward Xiaowei. What did I tell you? Xia Yunshu held Xiaowei tightly with one hand and grabbed Zhou Xinyue's hair with the other, pushing her aside forcefully. You know whether the child is lying or not. There are plenty of doctors and nurses here. They know when these injuries happen better than I do. As a surgeon, Lu Zhixing could tell at a glance that those injuries were from long-term abuse. He couldn't help but glare at Zhou Xinyue. Have you lost your mind? How can you hurt such a small child? Officer Zhang sighed heavily. The child was missing for a whole night. If this young lady hadn't kindly taken him in, who knows what might have happened? You parents. He couldn't continue, knowing that the child's biological mother had abused him for so long, and the man was a stepfather. Who could this child rely on? Zhou Xinyue cried desperately. Zhixing, Xiaowei was rescued. These injuries are from those people. Yes, they did it. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't know. The more she spoke, the more contradictions appeared. Some injuries were old, but others were clearly new. And judging by Xiaowei's earlier reaction, it was clear he was terrified of this mother. Lu Zhixing's eyes were filled with suppressed emotions. He felt disappointment and despair. He had been hurt by this woman and her inconsistent lies for a whole year, causing pain to Yunshu. He could hardly bear to look at Xia Yunshu's face, gritting his teeth tightly. Zhou Xinyue, are you even human? The child had been abused for so long, and she was unaware he was missing for a night. Yet, she still dared to slander Yunshu. Did she really think he was a fool? But if he wasn't a fool, how could he have believed such a despicable woman? Zhou Xinyue continued to sob, not knowing what else to say. In her heart, she hated Xia Yunshu deeply. Xiaowei was her child. She could hit or scold him as she pleased. Even if she hurt him badly, it was not up to Xia Yunshu to play the good person. Zhixing, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I must have been out of my mind. I was always being hit by those people, so I couldn't help myself. I know I was wrong. She cried and repeatedly talked about being kidnapped, hoping to stir up Lu Zhixing's protective instincts and gain sympathy from others. But the truly pitiful one was Xiaowei. Chen Shui couldn't help but mutter, no matter what, we can't treat a child like this. It's simply madness. She used to think that Zhou Xinyue and Lu Zhixing were a perfect match, and out of her own selfishness, she tried hard to bring them together, even upsetting Xia Yunshu in the process. Now she regretted it. Zhou Xinyue was not weak and pitiful at all, but rather had a heart of stone. Thinking of this, Chen Shui's face suddenly turned pale. What if Lu Zhixing or Lu Jianjie found out that his relationship with Zhou Xinyue was connected to her? How could she have been so foolish to help Zhou Xinyue? Now it seemed she might not only gain nothing but could also face serious trouble. Zhang Qingshan noticed her strange expression and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Shui couldn't tell him about what she had done when her husband was unaware. She bit her lip and shook her head in panic, determined to keep that secret to herself. Lu Jianjie, who had rushed over, had not said a word the entire time. His face was dark with anger. If he had known that Zhou Xinyue could cause such chaos at home, He would never have let Jixing go into the mountains to rescue her for the sake of his own reputation. He had always looked down on Xia Yunshu, so when Cheng Yuxiang and Lu Xueting bullied her, he pretended not to see. After all, a girl from a lower-class family marrying into theirs was already a stretch, and a little hardship was to be expected. But after Lu Zhixing divorced Xia Yunshu, the family's situation changed drastically. No matter how embarrassed he felt, the most important thing now was to keep this matter under control, not to let it drag on at the police station. So Lu Jianjie spoke firmly, "Yunshu, we appreciate you bringing Xiao Wei back. I will handle this matter when I return. Everyone can go now." He then softened his expression and looked at Xiao Wei, who was hiding behind Xia Yunshu. "Child, go home with your mother. She will change after realizing her mistakes. Think about it. Is there any mother in the world who doesn't love her child? She just has the wrong way of teaching, and you'll understand when you grow up." In short, this matter needed to be handled lightly. He wouldn't let anyone make a mockery of the Lu family. No matter how much he disliked Zhou Xinyue, he had to protect her at this moment. Otherwise, it would harm the interests of the Lu family. The people around them knew his identity. Although they felt sorry for the child, when Deputy Director Lu spoke, they could only keep quiet, as there was nothing they could do. Could they really take Lu Xiaowei home and raise him themselves? When a mother hits her child, all that can be done is to condemn her morally. There seems to be no better way to handle it. Zhou Xinyue, realizing this, stood up with a humble demeanor and apologized to Xia Yunshu. "Yunshu, I was too impulsive just now. Xiao Wei is like a piece of my heart. I promise I will control my temper and won't hit him again. Xiao Wei, will you forgive Mommy?" As she spoke, she seemed on the verge of tears, repeatedly sharing her sad experiences as if they were a shield, hoping her pity would make everyone forgive her actions. Xia Yunshu wanted to slap Zhou Xinyue again, but at that moment, she felt powerless. She took a deep breath, crouched down, and gently touched Xiaowei's hair. "Remember what I told you, if anyone hits you again, go find the police for help." Her words were not quiet, and Lu Jianche's expression darkened further. If word got out about child abuse, he wouldn't just lose his promotion, he might even lose his position as deputy director. So, he gritted his teeth and made a promise. "Don't worry, with me and the Lu family, this will not happen again." No matter what, this incident could not affect him today. Although the secretary was present, he knew how to make the secretary report the work. Zhou Xinyue had done something so outrageous that the police station could only give her a stern warning. They couldn't lock her up. Xia Yunshu clenched her fists and then helplessly released them. There was nothing more she could do. Zhou Xinyue had only received one slap, which felt too unfair. She could only hope that Lu Jianxi would treat Xiaowei better for the sake of his reputation. "Go on. She won't dare to hit you again." Xia Yunshu touched Xiaowei's face, where the marks of the slap still lingered, and looked coldly at Lu Zhixing. "For a year, you've said the child is pitiful without a father. Now that you are his father, you need to take responsibility. Lu Zhixing, don't slap yourself in the face." Since marrying Zhou Xinyue, Lu Zhixing had almost refused to return home and had no interest in caring for Xiaowei. Even the cotton vest he bought yesterday was only because Zhou Xinyue had suggested it. Facing Xia Yunshu, he felt utterly ashamed, his face hurting more than if he had been slapped. The situation has mostly been resolved, and Zhou Xinyue feels a sense of relief. She thinks that if she cries a few more times, this matter will slowly fade away. With the new year approaching, who has the time to focus on someone else's family issues? What's wrong with a mother disciplining her child? Xiaowei is her responsibility. If it weren't for her, he might have starved long ago. She didn't seriously hurt him, so what's the big deal? However, she will definitely return the slap that Xia Yunshu just gave her. Lu Jianxi quietly glanced at his son. As long as Zhou Xinyue is part of the Lu family, this matter cannot escalate. The couple can argue behind closed doors, but it shouldn't become public. Others in the Haiqing community also feel upset about the situation, but ultimately, people are selfish. Even if child abuse is shocking, the police have little power to punish Zhou Xinyue, so what can they really say? The child is pitiful, but they can't offend the Liu family over this. In the end, they can only blame Xiaowei for his unfortunate fate. After all, he chose Zhou Xingyue as his mother. As people began to leave in small groups, Liu Jianxi asked Liu Zixing to take Xiaowei home while he continued to attend a meeting at work. He needed to ensure that the secretary of the department head would handle this matter discreetly, avoiding any escalation. Xiaowei glanced back at Xia Yunshu with empty eyes that seemed filled with despair and numbness. He lowered his head and walked over to Liu Zixing without resisting or struggling. Xia Yunshu turned her gaze away, feeling a heaviness in her heart, as if it were stuffed with cotton. It was suffocating, but all she could do was slap Zhou Xingyue. Sometimes, it's hard to tell whether blood ties bring pain or happiness. As long as Zhou Xingyue is Xiaowei's mother, there's nothing anyone can do. Old Zhang couldn't help either. He patted Xia Yunshu on the shoulder and said, "You did well. The child won't suffer like that anymore. At least Zhou Xingyue would likely behave better for a while." Just then, the door to the office behind the police station opened, and a middle-aged man in uniform stepped out. He first glanced at Xia Yunshu and then asked Old Zhang, "What's the case?" Old Zhang quickly replied respectfully, "Director, it's about a lost child, but the parents have been found." Liu Jianxi hadn't left yet. He turned back with a friendly expression, saying, "Director Zheng, what brings you here?" Haiqing isn't very large, and even if officials aren't familiar with each other, they often recognize one another. Although Liu Jianxi's rank is not lower than Director Zheng's, he is still just a deputy and works in the resource department, which focuses on construction. Compared to Director Zheng, who holds real power, he feels far behind. So when Director Zheng appeared, Liu instinctively lowered his posture. Director Zheng reached out to him, saying, "Deputy Liu is here too. Is this case reported by your department? What's going on?" Liu Jianxi felt embarrassed to discuss such a shameful matter as child abuse. He mumbled, "It's just a small issue that has been resolved. Let's have a meal together sometime." Director Zheng laughed, but didn't follow up on his words. Instead, he turned to the office behind him, saying, "Team Shen, we've been listening in here for a while, and it seems this matter has already been handled." Having a director speak so warmly made Liu Jianxi uneasy. Years of experience in politics made him feel anxious. Why was he having such bad luck today, especially running into Director Zheng? Xia Yunshu looked over and recognized someone familiar coming out of the office. He had a serious and upright face, dressed in straight pants, with a presence that seemed even more authoritative than Director Zheng and Liu Jianxi. Shun Subai glanced past Xia Yunshu and focused on Xiaowei, speaking in a calm yet powerful tone, "Child, come here and let me see your injuries." Liu Jianxi was startled, realizing who was in front of him. His voice wavered slightly, "Team Shen." This man was the one who stood with Yunshu on the day of the divorce. Liu Zixing paused, wondering what connection this man had with Yunshu, as it seemed he ran into him everywhere. Shun Subai slightly bent down, his tall figure imposing, but his voice was gentle. "Xiaowei, right? Can you tell uncle who hurt you?" Liu Jianxi forced a smile, saying, "Team Shen, it's a family matter that has been resolved, so you don't need to worry about it." Shin Subai remained silent, gently brushing his large hand over Xiaowei's still swollen face. His brow furrowed slightly with a hint of compassion before he straightened up and looked sternly at Zhou Xingyue. "Are you the child's mother?" Zhou Xingyue recognized him too, and felt a bit scared for some reason, replying, "What does it have to do with you?" Shun Subai nodded. "It doesn't concern me, but a mother who is mentally unstable and harms her own child is something that can be understood in a way. Regardless of what this child has suffered, he is still your son, and that cannot be changed." In this moment, the warm word mother became a shield for wrongdoing. Zhou Xingyue bit her lip and took out a sad story. "You all have good lives. Unlike me, who was kidnapped at a young age and suffered so much. Sometimes when I see this child, I think of his father, but I will control my emotions in the future." Hearing this, Xia Yunshu gritted her teeth to suppress the urge to slap her again. Shin Subai's dark eyes showed a hint of coldness. He smirked slightly, but there was no warmth in his smile, With such a tragic fate and unstable emotions, it's strange that she can work as a nurse in a big hospital like Haicheng. After saying this, he looked at the stiff-faced Liu Jianxi. Deputy Director Liu, is this your daughter-in-law? I want to ask how she got her nursing position. Or should I ask Director Lin for an explanation? If her emotions are unstable, that indicates a mental issue. Have you considered the safety of the public with such a nurse on duty? Shin Subai's eyes had lost all warmth as he turned to the nervous old Zhang. Can I use the phone? Liu Jianxi felt increasingly uneasy and spoke quickly. Captain Shen, she is just a temporary worker. I will handle this matter. As a deputy director, he usually held his ground even against Director Zheng, but now his tone carried a hint of panic and pleading. Even Xia Yunshu, who didn't understand the political scene, sensed something was off. Wasn't Captain Shen from the construction site? Why was he involved with the police? However, she wisely chose not to ask and instead sneered. Deputy Director Liu, when did temporary workers get assigned to live in the staff quarters? And as far as I know, Nurse Zhou's salary is quite high, over 40 a month. Is the Haicheng Hospital doing that well? Even temporary workers can earn such high wages and bonuses? Zhou Xinyue's job was arranged for her by Liu Zixing using connections. It's common for someone with power to help a person get a job in a hospital. But if someone digs deeper, no one would come out clean. Is public money meant for trading favors? Liu Jianxi shot a warning glare at Xia Yunshu. Be quiet. Shin Subai's gaze turned colder. He picked up the phone and dialed. Director Lin, this is Shin Subai. There is a nurse named Zhou Xinyue in your hospital who has abused her own child and seems mentally unstable. I would like to inquire, as a concerned citizen, how someone like her got into the hospital. As a concerned citizen, how could he dare to claim that title? Liu Jianxi turned pale. He glanced at the clerk behind him, who was avoiding his gaze upon hearing Shin Subai's name, filling him with despair. How could a matter that was already resolved suddenly be complicated by someone like Shin Subai? But Shin Subai was still on the line, looking down as if lost in thought, his tone serious. If there is a mental issue, she should be sent for treatment, not allowed to harm the child. Director Lin, you come from a medical family. You should understand this better than I do. After hanging up, Shin Subai remained calm, but his words nearly broke Zhou Xinyue. I believe the hospital will handle this quickly. Deputy Minister Liu, are you sure you don't want to send her for treatment? If the child is harmed again, even if it's the mother, I believe public officials won't just stand by. Others might not catch the meaning, but Liu Jianxi understood the implication of that last sentence. This was not a question. It was clearly a threat. He had just used his power to intimidate, but now he had to bow to an even greater authority. Zixing, since Xinyue is not in a good mental state, take her to the psychiatric department for professional treatment. As for the child, let's send them to your mother for now. Initially, Xia Yunshu was sent to the psychiatric department for a slap she gave Zhou Xinyue, but now the label of having mental issues was placed on Zhou Xinyue. Zhou Xinyue could hardly believe her ears. She had finally managed to get Liu Zixing to arrange a nursing job for her, something many envied, but now with the label of being mentally unstable, she thought she would never work in a hospital again. She clutched Liu Zixing tightly, her face filled with fear, pleading, Zixing, please don't lock me up.
I'm fine mentally.
You pity me, right? Don't let me go to the psychiatric department. The new year is coming. I don't want to go in. Liu Zixing seemed to just wake up. Before their marriage, he would soften at her tears and unconditionally agree to her requests, but now, hearing Zhou Xinyue cry only filled him with annoyance. Zhou Xinyue, stop making a scene. You admitted to having mental issues. It's just a visit to the doctor. Liu Zixing pried her fingers away, his tone harsh and irritated. Xiaowei is hurt because of you. Do you really think you're mentally fine? Going for treatment is for your own good. Zhou Xinyue cried sincerely this time, not pretending. I won't go. I'm not mentally ill. Liu Zixing, you can't treat me like this. I am your wife. How can you send your wife to a mental hospital? Are you even human? Liu Zixing, you are the one with problems. Do all the people who marry you have to end up in a mental hospital? Liu Zixing's face turned even more awkward. He instinctively glanced at Xia Yunshu. only to see her expression filled with mockery and coldness. No one expected things to escalate to this point today. The residents of Haicheng were quietly leaving. This scene was another embarrassment for the Liu family. Last time, it was Liu Zixing and Zhou Xinyue behaving inappropriately in public. This time, it was Zhou Xinyue mistreating her child and being sent to a mental hospital. It was likely that during the New Year's Eve dinner, the Liu family would be the topic of everyone's conversation. Liu Jianjie felt humiliated. In front of Director Zhang and Shin Subai, he had lost face today, especially with the secretary of the department head behind him. He knew his chances for promotion were gone. Zixing, do as Team Shin says. I'll take Xiao Wei with me for now. He could only maintain a loving grandfather image to salvage some dignity. Zhou Xinyue felt hopeless. She suddenly glared at Xia Yunshu, her eyes filled with unmasked hatred. It's you. You set me up. Everything that happened today was your deliberate scheme, right? Xia Yunshu, you wanted to divorce Liu Zixing and shamelessly came to flirt with him. That man named Shen has an improper relationship with you too. You're just a disgrace, aren't you? You'll meant to take revenge for yourself. Smack. Liu Zixing could no longer tolerate it and slapped Zhou Xinyue in front of everyone. Shut up. Stop talking. You're coming with me to the hospital. He used a lot of strength, gritting his teeth as he pulled Zhou Xinyue toward the door, not daring to look at Xia Yunshu again, but feeling a wave of sadness inside. He couldn't imagine how blind he had been to take out his anger on Yunshu because of Zhou Xinyue's pity. Zhou Xinyue shook her head desperately. I won't go. I'm not mentally ill. Xia Yunshu is the one who is sick. She should go to the mental department. Liu Zixing, didn't you see her flirting with men? That man is her lover. She's a disgrace. Director Zheng's expression darkened. How could someone like her insult Team Shen? Old Zhang, send this patient to Haicheng Hospital. Don't let her affect the other colleagues. Two police officers quickly emerged from the station, firmly escorting Zhou Xinyue to the Haicheng Hospital across the street. No matter how much Zhou Xinyue struggled and cursed, she was being taken to the psychiatric department for mandatory treatment. Wait a moment, Shin Subai said calmly, though her tone made Zheng Ju feel uneasy. This woman was truly out of control, saying whatever she wanted. He spoke more sternly, make her be quiet and take her to the hospital immediately. Shin Subai approached Zhou Xinyue, who was still struggling, but her gaze turned to Liu Zixing. An improper relationship is what you should understand better, especially since you've experienced it firsthand. Her words drained the color from Liu Zixing's face. Everyone knew about his involvement with Zhou Xinyue right after their divorce. Although it wasn't his choice, it was still a fact. If anyone should feel ashamed, it was him and Zhou Xinyue. You. Zhou Xinyue began to protest, wanting to say something even more hurtful, but the officers forcibly took her away. Liu Zixing bit his lip and lowered his proud head in front of Xia Yunshu. I'm sorry. Xia Yunshu frowned, her eyes filled with disgust. The person you owe an apology to is Xiao Wei. Since you chose to be his father, you must take responsibility. Otherwise, you are only harming him. Zhou Xinyue used Xiao Wei's suffering to gain Liu Zixing's sympathy, turning a child's pain into a tool for her own gain. Even if Liu Zixing was unaware, he was not innocent. If it weren't for Xiao Wei's future, Xia Yunshu wouldn't want to say a word to Liu Zixing. But thinking of the child's hollow, desperate eyes, she forced herself to soften her tone. Liu Zixing, compared to Zhou Xinyue, Xiao Wei is much more pitiful. If you want to be a savior, focus more on him. Liu Zixing's expression was pained yet sincere. Yunshu, I will change everything you mentioned. Since marrying Zhou Xinyue, I haven't spent a single night in our old home. I was forced to marry her, and I won't touch her. This had nothing to do with her, and before Xia Yunshu could respond, Shin Subai interrupted him. Dr. Liu, your wife has already been taken to the hospital. Don't you need to go sign the paperwork? Shin Subai, slightly taller than him, spoke with a sense of authority that felt both calm and subtly mocking. I remember that a husband needs to sign for hospitalization. He emphasized the two words, and Liu Zixing recalled that it was his signature that had put Xia Yunshu away back then. As for whether they slept together, Lu Zhixing and Zhou Xinyue are now legally recognized as a couple, and Xia Yunshu has nothing to do with it. Lu Zhixing's expression darkened. He knew that Yunshu and the tall man in front of him were not in that kind of relationship, but seeing them together still hurt his eyes. His tone became sharp. Captain Shin, my relationship with Yunshu has nothing to do with you. Shin Subai raised an eyebrow, and his serious face took on a hint of mischief. Only after the divorce does it become unrelated. Doesn't Dr. Lu understand this? Xia Yunshu bit her lip, doubting her own perception. The upright Captain Shin must be speaking out of fairness to say such things. If she hadn't run into Shin Subai today, she wouldn't have been able to get Zhou Xinyue into the psychiatric department. Zhou Xinyue and Xiaowei cannot interact. At least for now, Xiaowei will not be mistreated again. The Lu family cares about their reputation. Even though they are selfish and cold, they would never harm a child. Thinking of this, Xia Yunshu sincerely thanked Shin Subai. Captain Shin, thank you. Shin Subai withdrew his gaze, nodded at Director Zheng, and took a couple of steps outside before turning back to Xia Yunshu. Aren't you selling lunch boxes today? It's already past 10.
Huh.
It's already past 10? Xia Yunshu didn't have time to glance at Lu Zhixing again and hurriedly ran outside. Captain Shen, I'm leaving. I'll treat you to a meal another day. In just a second, she was already 2 miles away on her bicycle, and Lu Zhixing hadn't even reacted yet. When he looked back at Shin Subai, his gaze was filled with hostility. What is your relationship with Yunshu? Having been married to Yunshu for so long, he had never heard of her knowing someone like him. From Director Zheng's and his father's attitudes, it was clear that although they called him Captain Shin, he was definitely more than just a team leader. Shin Subai chuckled lightly. It's exactly what you think. Lu Zhixing felt as if cold water had been poured over him. Unwilling and angry, he retorted, Impossible. You're talking nonsense. Yunshu only divorced me out of anger. We will get back together. Shin Subai shot him a mocking glance. I haven't said anything. It was Lu Zhixing who insisted on thinking that way, knowing deep down that Xia Yunshu would not come back, yet still clinging to unrealistic hopes. In a way, he and Zhou Xinyue were indeed a match. Shin Subai subtly smiled and turned to Director Zheng, saying, The new project will start after the new year. I will apply for a transfer order, so I will trouble you then, Director Zheng. Director Zheng chuckled in response. It's all for the country, so there's no trouble at all. We'll see each other after the new year. Shin Subai nodded slightly, not looking at Lu Zhixing again, and walked out of the police station. As he rode his bicycle, he glanced at the large characters of Haiqing Hospital and couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking how poor their judgment was. Inside the police station, old Zhang couldn't help but ask, Director Zheng, this officer Shin seems to have a significant background? Even a small officer like him could see that Deputy Director Lu seemed to fear that young man. But just based on his position, how powerful could a team leader really be? Director Zheng sighed. He's from the Shin family in Jingbei. The Shin family in Jingbei? Could it be the same one he knew? Old Zhang wisely decided not to ask further, and clicked his tongue. The Lu family was indeed unfortunate to have such embarrassing matters come before Officer Shin. Deputy Director Lu would likely carry the burden of that title for life. Lu Jianxi sat in the car. Next to him was the quiet Xiaowei. The secretary in the passenger seat hesitated before speaking. Deputy Director Lu, let the driver take you and the child home first. I still need to report back to the director. Lu Jianxi felt a pang of anxiety and spoke with a hint of pleading. Secretary Yu, what do you think about today's events? The secretary avoided his gaze and pressed his lips together. Deputy Director Lu, it's all work. Please understand. Although it was Lu Jianxi's family matter, he could only tell the truth if the director asked. Before Director Zheng and Officer Shin came out, he could have helped downplay things, but now he didn't dare. What happened today couldn't be hidden. Even if he didn't speak, the news would reach the director, especially with Officer Shin involved. He had heard of Shin Subai from Jingbei before. Last year, he was sent to Haiqing to oversee safety inspections. Although it had nothing to do with their department, his older brother was with the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, his second brother was a regiment leader, and they came from a prominent military and political family. Thinking of this, The secretary simply closed his eyes. Deputy Director Liu, you should take the child home first. It looks quite pitiful. Our director often says that if you can't handle family matters, you surely can't do your job well. Liu Jianxi's breath caught, and his face trembled with anger, but he couldn't find the words to argue back. He knew everything was ruined, all because of that crazy Zhou Xinhua. If I had known this would happen. But there is no way to turn back time. When he looked down on Xia Yunshu and allowed his family to mistreat her, he never thought that the second daughter-in-law would not only fail to help him in his career, but would also ruin the Liu family's reputation in just a few days. When he returned to the Liu family, Cheng Yuxiang was helping Liu Xueting try on clothes. This one looks great. Once your dad is officially appointed as the director, you should start looking for a partner. Wear this to your blind date. What boy wouldn't be attracted? Liu Xueting blushed. Mom, I won't graduate from college until next year. Why should I rush to find a partner? Cheng Yuxiang smiled and patted her. Silly girl, you need to find a good partner early. Your dad is now a director, and your brother will be promoted to deputy director after the new year. You can just enjoy life at home. A new college graduate has joined your dad's office. Although his family background is not great, he is honest and hardworking. With your dad and brother supporting you, he would never dare to mistreat you. Cheng Yuxiang truly cared for her daughter, even prioritizing Liu Xueting's happiness in finding a partner. Thinking about the meeting today confirming old Liu's promotion made her less bothered by Zhou Xinua's issues. Once old Liu was settled in his position, and Zhixing became deputy director, the rumors outside would fade away. She had plenty of ways to get rid of Zhou Xinhua and her son. At that moment, Liu Jianxi entered with Xiaowei, looking very upset. Xiaowei will stay here for a while. You need to prepare a room for him. In the past, Cheng Yuxiang would smile kindly at Xiaowei, but ever since Zhou Xinhua became her daughter-in-law, she found him annoying too. She frowned at Liu Jianxi. Old Liu, what are you doing? This child is not our grandson. Why should he stay here? He wasn't even a grandson, yet this child had caused him to lose a promotion opportunity. Liu Jianxi sat heavily on the sofa, growing angrier the more he thought about it. He slammed a teacup on the floor in frustration. Isn't this all your son's doing? Does he have no common sense? Zhou Xinhua has been mistreating the child for so long, and he was completely unaware. Cheng Yuxiang was startled. What happened? What happened? My position as director is in jeopardy. Having been a civil servant all his life, Liu Jianxi rarely got angry, but this month he had lost his temper several times. He angrily recounted what happened at the police station, then pushed Xiaowei forward. Right now, there are so many eyes on this child. Keep an eye on him and don't let him go out freely. Just feed him and wait for Zhou Xinhua to come out. We must find a way to get her to divorce Zhixing. What did you say? Cheng Yuxiang sat down in disbelief, murmuring, Zhou Xinhua abuses children? That can't be true. Liu Xueting, holding new clothes, frowned and said, Dad, are you mistaken? Sister Xinhua wouldn't hurt even an ant. How could she abuse her own son? I think that Xia Yunshu is trying to frame her. My brother and sister Xinhua are a perfect match. Why do you always want to break them apart? Shut up. Liu Jianjia was so angry that his chest hurt. What kind of spell has Zhou Xinhua cast on you? How could Xia Yunshu have the ability to frame her? Now Director Zheng, Captain Shen, and the department head all know about this. The meeting this afternoon isn't even over yet. Do you know how much this affects our family? Liu Xueting was frightened into silence, but she still couldn't believe that Zhou Xinhua would do such a thing. In her mind, it was simply incomprehensible. Why would Sister Xinhua hit Xiaowei? It wouldn't benefit her at all. Besides, she had never seen a mother who would willingly abuse her child. Xiaowei stood at the door, trembling all over. He wanted to turn and run back to the old building, but he had nowhere to go because that wasn't his home either. No one liked him. It seemed everyone hated him. He felt worse than a stray dog on the street, which at least could wag its tail for a bite to eat. In his faint memories, he had a home, but he didn't understand why it was gone. Liu Jinjia took a heavy breath, leaving Xiaowei behind like trash. Before he left, he reminded, I need to get back to the department. The head hasn't given his opinion yet. This child stays here. Just treat him like a pet. As long as he doesn't starve, it's fine. And don't hit him. In front of others, you need to behave well. If someone catches you doing something wrong because of this, my position as deputy director will be in danger. He slammed the door as he left. Xiao Wei shivered in fear again, but no one was in the mood to comfort him. Even Lu Xueting, who usually treated him decently, ignored him and stared wide-eyed at Cheng Yuxiang. Mom, what Dad said isn't true, right? How could Sister Xinyue be that kind of person and locked up in a mental hospital? What about her brother? Isn't he the one who cares the most about Sister Xinyue, always saying she has suffered so much? Would he really let her go to such a place? Is that where normal people belong? Now, Cheng Yuxiang is almost furious with Zhou Xinyue. If she had known that one Zhou Xinyue could drag the Lu family down like this, it would have been better to have Xia Yunshu as a daughter-in-law instead. This wretched girl is just here to ruin our Lu family. Cheng Yuxiang gritted her teeth. The Lu family was doing fine, and now everything is ruined. She grabbed a coat and hurried out. I need to go to the hospital to see what's going on. If Zhou Xinyue causes more trouble, how will your brother be able to work at the hospital? She should have been left to rot in the mountains. As she passed by Xiao Wei, Cheng Yuxiang couldn't help but scold him. You little brat, go upstairs. You're not allowed to come down. Xiao Wei lowered his head and quickly ran upstairs. He was used to being scolded and even felt lucky when he wasn't hit. At least he was wearing a warm coat and had eaten meat pie for breakfast, so he had enough food to last the day. Lu Xueting was still in shock. Mom. Cheng Yuxiang didn't have time to comfort her daughter. She knew Lu Xueting had always been close to Zhou Xinyue, calling her sister Xinyue every day, and had looked down on Xia Yunshu, wanting Zhou Xinyue to be her sister-in-law. Before, she didn't care much, thinking Xia Yunshu didn't deserve Zhixing anyway, but now she felt Zhou Xinyue was the disaster for the Lu family. Stay at home and don't get involved in your brother's matters. Cheng Yuxiang slammed the door and rushed to the hospital. Lu Xueting was left standing there, biting her lip. She put on a coat and followed her mother out. Sister Xinyue is definitely not that kind of person. She must have been misunderstood. She needed to go to the hospital to find out the truth. Soon, the Lu family was empty, except for Xiao Wei sitting outside on the second floor. Lu Jinjie wouldn't hit or scold him, but the Lu family wouldn't treat him kindly either. Cheng Yuxiang just told him to go upstairs, but didn't even open a door for him. Not knowing where to go, he just found a random spot to sit down. He took a candy out of his pocket, which Xia Yunshu had given him before sending him to the police station, and Li Fenlin had put in his pocket. Xiao Wei's expressionless face suddenly smiled, and he unwrapped the candy and put it in his mouth. Today is really nice. He is full and hasn't been punished, and the candy in his mouth is very sweet. Xiao Wei is sitting on the ground, hugging his little shoulders. He closes his eyes and thinks about the path he has taken, getting farther and farther from home and farther from the apartment building. Xia Yunshu came out of the police station, pedaling her bike quickly. When she arrived at the yard, Lin Suaping was standing at the door, eating sunflower seeds. Hey, look who's here. It's our capitalist from the apartment, she said, with sunflower seed shells scattered at her feet, indicating she had been there for a while. Seeing Xia Yunshu's round face, she rolled her eyes and said, How can you go out and have fun after giving Aunt Zhao such a small salary while making her work? Aunt Zhao, who had just finished cooking rice, immediately covered Lin Suaping's mouth with one hand and pulled her inside with the other. Suaping, you're so free. Come help me chop vegetables. With only 4 or 5 days until the new year, the packaging factory's production line had mostly stopped. Lin Suaping didn't have to work today, and after breakfast, she wandered over to Xia Yunshu's house hoping to watch some TV, only to find the family working in the yard. Is Xia Yunshu getting addicted to being a miser? Everyone else is preparing for the new year, and she is still selling lunchboxes? Aunt Zhao didn't think so. The family would have a good new year this year thanks to the work she had done for Yunshu over the past month. What nonsense was Lin Suaping talking about? She was strong, and Lin Suaping couldn't resist much. Struggling, She was dragged in front of a large piece of winter melon, feeling frustrated. Aunt Zhao, I didn't come here to work for Xia Yunshu. Li Fenlin had just taken out the lunch boxes and hurriedly asked when she saw Xia Yunshu return, "What do they say over there?" Xia Yunshu sat down, ignoring the fuming Lin Suiping, and slowly said, "Mom, it's fine now. The child went with Lu Jianxi, and the police have educated them today. They definitely won't dare to hurt the child again." She didn't explain more. Zhou Xingyue was locked up in a psychiatric hospital like before, and she didn't feel much satisfaction in revenge, but at least Xiaowei was safe. Li Fenlin sighed in relief. That's good. Lin Suiping was confused until she heard Lu Jianxi's name and exploded again. Xia Yunshu, don't tell me you went back to find Lu Zhixing. He's sleeping with another woman. What a fool to say such things. Xia Yunshu's face darkened. She threw a cloth at her head and shouted, "Shut up." Xiaoyan's face turned red as she pretended not to hear anything. She busied herself adding firewood to the stove, almost burying her head in her chest. Xie Mingqing had to remind her, "Your hair is catching fire." Xiaoyan's face turned even redder, nearly matching the flames in the stove. She hurriedly stood up, saying, "I'll check if the rice is ready." Lin Suiping, annoyed by the smell of the rag, pulled it down and grabbed a knife to cut the winter melon. Xia Yunshu, you really are unlucky. How did you end up with Lu Zhixing? I was supposed to go on a blind date first, but you insisted on going. Now you regret it, right? Xia Yunshu shot her a cold glance. Cut the winter melon smaller. That size will take too long to cook. Lin Suiping's face turned greener than the winter melon. Are you being unreasonable? Did you pay me? Xia Yunshu quickly stirred the pot, adding salt and seasoning. Move faster. Can't you see the chicken is almost done? Lin Suiping. Was she just here to get scolded and work? Did Xia Yunshu think she wouldn't fight back? Xia Yunshu scoffed. Spring Festival Gala. Lin Suiping gritted her teeth and finished cutting the winter melon. With Lin Suiping reluctantly helping, they worked faster. Once they packed all the lunch boxes, Xia Yunshu sighed in relief, glad she didn't delay her lunch sales. She hadn't even had a sip of water since getting up at 5 in the morning. Xie Mingqing handed her a bottle of warm water. Sister, I'll ride the tricycle over first. You can take a break before coming. The entrance of the stock exchange was still crowded. By the time Xie Yunshu arrived, Mingqing had already started selling lunch boxes skillfully. The man from yesterday squatted in front of the tricycle eating and complained, "Sister, your lunch boxes are tasty, but they're too expensive. At $1.50 a box. If it weren't for the stock buyers who had money to spare and couldn't leave for fear of missing out on the latest stocks, they really wouldn't be able to afford it." Xia Yunshu blinked and replied cheerfully, "Big brother, our lunch boxes taste great. Eating them will bring you good fortune. After 3 days, your stocks will soar." This girl sure knows how to talk. Who doesn't hope for their stocks to rise? It's not just about getting the stocks. Selling them after they hit the ceiling price is where the real profit is. If a stock does well, you can make hundreds. Looking at it this way, a lunchbox for $1.50 isn't really expensive. After all, people don't come to eat here every day. It's just a bit crazy around the new year. Once these 2 stocks are sold out, there won't be so many people at the securities center. The money from the lunchbox is just a little extra. The older brother laughed. You're a natural at business. You sell buns cheap in the morning, but your lunch boxes are priced high, and you're quite the talker. You should be making money. Xia Yunshu smiled at him. Come back tomorrow after you've eaten well. The older brother clicked his tongue and took out a pen to write a number on the lunchbox. I run a foreign trade company and will be hiring salespeople after the new year. If you're interested, you can contact me. If you can sell, the salary will be good. This girl is sweet-talking and bold. She looks like a great salesperson. Xia Yunshu didn't refuse directly. She smiled sincerely. All right, if I get the chance, I'll come to make big money with you. She really knows how to talk. The older brother, satisfied after a good meal, squeezed back into the securities center. Xia Yunshu noted down the phone number and felt even better. A philosopher once said that knowledge is power, and she didn't waste her time at the bookstore. One economics book mentioned that monopolies create high profits. The buns are cheap because of competition. People might have eaten breakfast or grabbed something on the way. If she sets her prices higher, they can easily find alternatives and choose not to buy. But lunch is different. She's the only one selling lunch boxes. If they don't buy from her, they have to go somewhere else. Would they want to waste that time? With meat and vegetables, if they didn't eat well in the morning, they'd be hungry by noon. Waiting until 2 or 3 in the afternoon would be unbearable. Since there are only a few days of queues, she can definitely set a higher price. The book called it a monopoly. The lunch boxes sold out quickly. Xia Mingcheng, the human calculator, chuckled, "Sis, we made $100 today, and the profit should be over 60. Should we make more tomorrow? At this rate, wouldn't they make several hundred by New Year?" But Xia Yunshu shook her head. "Let's make fewer tomorrow. Keep the price the same and just do 30 portions.
Ah?
Xia Mingcheng didn't understand. He placed the thermos box on the tricycle, puzzled. Why? The securities exchange will close in 2 days. Xia Yunshu gave him a look. People are never satisfied. Can't you see the restaurant owner across the street glancing over several times? Believe it or not, there will be at least 3 or 4 food vendors outside tomorrow. Such a good business opportunity. Others aren't foolish. They know to come out and sell. They might not have reacted on the first day, but by the second day, they should be preparing. By the third day, they will definitely come to compete. Once competitors arrive, there will be a price war. If people can eat for just a few cents, why would they buy a lunchbox for $1.50? To be honest, Xia Yunshu doubts she will sell all 30 portions tomorrow, so she plans to sell for the last day and earn whatever she can. After all, quick money doesn't last long, and stable business profits are never too high. Xia Mingcheng frowned. "I thought this business could last a few days." "Earning money isn't that easy," Xia Yunshu said, taking the chance to educate him. "So you need to study hard and get into a good university to make big money." Xia Mingcheng laughed. "Sis, don't say that. You sound like an old lady." Xia Yunshu playfully slapped his arm, feeling cheeky. "Huh?" The siblings laughed as they walked home. Xia Yunshu thought about how this silly boy was wearing a worn-out cotton jacket, but still dared to return new clothes. With the money earned these days, he could buy a down jacket. That would be nice. Everyone would have new clothes, and no one would feel uncomfortable. The door at home was open. Li Fenlin was sitting on a stool boiling water, and across from her sat a woman of similar age, dressed plainly with dry hair, nervously pinching the edge of her clothes. "Sister, shall we go back together on the second day of the new year?" Li Fenlin poured her a cup of water. "We don't know what will happen when we go back." Xia Yunshu took off her scarf and greeted warmly. "Aunt, what brings you here?" Li Taohong smiled gently when she saw Xia Yunshu. "Yunshu, you're here too. Did you come back by yourself? Didn't Ji Xing come with you?" Li Fenlin and Xia Mingcheng's expressions both changed, but Xia Yunshu calmly smiled at her aunt. "Aunt, I divorced Lu Jixing a few days ago and lost my job at the packaging factory. Now I'm selling lunchboxes at a construction site." Li Taohong stood up in shock. "What did you say?" Li Fenlin held her sister's hand to make her sit down. "Yes, she got divorced. Lu Jixing has another woman outside, and they couldn't continue living together. As for the job, the monthly salary wasn't high and it was quite tough. Yunshu is doing well selling lunchboxes now." Though it sounded casual, Li Taohong was alarmed. The job at the packaging factory was a formal position, and many people struggled to get in. How could Yunshu just lose it? After a moment of silence, she bit her lip and said, "Mom doesn't know yet, right? If she finds out..." Li Fenlin's face turned pale, and she fell silent too. With Mom's personality, if she knew Yunshu lost her job, she would surely scold them harshly. When old Xia left, it was Li Fenlin who fought hard to get Yunshu a job at the packaging factory. For that, Mom even slapped herself several times. Xia Yunshu remained calm and said, "Aunt, the job at the packaging factory was left by my dad. Whether I keep it or not has nothing to do with Grandma." "That may be true, but..." Li Taohong took a sip of water and sighed. "Let's not bring this up when we go home for the new year."
Li Fanlan nudda.
Even if her sister didn't say it, she could guess. When has Mom ever called them home for anything other than their little brother's matters? Otherwise, as married daughters, they wouldn't have the right to visit their parents freely. She was the eldest, Lee Taohong was the second, and they had a younger brother. Their parents were biased. Growing up, she and Taohong were like half-maids to their little brother. They did all the household chores and farm work, and even had to bear the blame when their brother cried. After getting married, she realized that family wasn't supposed to be like that. Daughters and sons were both cherished by their parents. But no matter how unfair her parents were, she didn't have the courage to resist. After all, the pressure of filial piety was heavy. Every time she returned home, if she brought back fewer things, she would be scolded. Fortunately, old Xia was not one to hold grudges. No matter how difficult her family was, he never showed her a bad face. A few years ago, when old Xia had an accident, her in-laws came to claim compensation, and her family came to take away job opportunities. If she hadn't tied a rope to the beam and held on tight, she would have lost both money and work. Without old Xia, she had to protect this family. Later, her in-laws cut ties, saying they had no granddaughter named Xia Yunshu or grandson named Xia Mingcheng. Her family also slapped her several times, and only then did the job finally go to Yunshu. After that, she didn't return home for several years. It was only when Yunshu married Lu Zhixing that her family came to deliver a little money, saying they should all get along as a family. Deep down, she understood that it was because they saw Yunshu marrying well and wanted to take advantage of it. She would have preferred to cut ties with her family, but who can ignore their parents? Others could gossip behind her back, but she couldn't hold her head high. Now that Yunshu and Lu Zhixing are divorced and the job at the packaging factory is gone, she wonders what her family will say. Li Fenlin pressed her lips together. I haven't taken advantage of the family. If you want to pressure someone with filial piety, you can pressure me. On the second day of the new year, I will go back alone. Yunshu and Mingcheng won't go. But
Li Taohong siga.
she worried about how their parents would scold her sister for going back alone. It was always like this. Whenever they were called back to their family home, 9 times out of 10, they ended up giving money to support their younger brother's family or were told to selflessly contribute, as if being an older sister meant they had to help their brother. Yet, both she and her sister were struggling, and their parents never showed any concern for them. Then I'll come find you on the second day of the new year, and we can talk then, Li Taohong said helplessly, forcing a smile at Yunshu. Auntie brought some apples. They're sweet. They were given by Uncle's workplace. I'll head back now. After Li Taohong left, none of the 3 women mentioned returning to Li Fenlin's family on the second day of the new year. Xia Yunshu had no good feelings towards her so-called grandparents or uncle. Every time she visited, she returned feeling frustrated. After a simple lunch, Xia Yunshu rode her bicycle back to the department store to buy the down jacket again. The sales assistant had a complicated expression. This time, no refunds. Sister buys, brother returns. Her commission fluctuated, and it was her heart. Xia Yunshu felt a bit embarrassed. Sister, I definitely won't return it. It was still early, so she planned to stop by the Manhwa bookstore to read some books. However, to get to the bookstore, she had to pass by Haiqing Hospital. After hesitating for a moment, she rode her bike past the hospital entrance without looking. The embarrassing situation wasn't hers. If anyone should feel embarrassed, it should be Lu Zhixing. Why should she avoid it? When Cheng Yuxiang rushed to the hospital, Zhou Xinyue had already been taken to a patient room. Her mistreatment of a child had been witnessed by many people today and quickly spread throughout the hospital. Even the cleaning staff knew that Lu Zhixing's second wife was unstable and had harmed her own son, leaving him injured. When Dean Lin received a call from Shin Subai, he had a large notice posted in the hospital about Zhou Xinyue's case. First, her nursing qualifications were revoked due to non-compliance with regulations. Secondly, Zhou Xinyue would not receive employee benefits for her treatment and would have to cover her own medical expenses. During the meeting, Lu Zhixing did not voice any objections. After Dean Lin announced the decision, he specifically asked Dr. Lu, "Do you have any opinions?" "I have no objections." Lu Zhixing's expression was cold, as if the person being discussed in the meeting was not his own wife. The meeting room was silent. Everyone had seen how much Liu Zhixing had cared for Zhou Xinyue over the past year. Some even said Zhou Xinyue was Liu Zhixing's former girlfriend, but their connection was too weak, allowing Xia Yunshu to take her place. So, after Liu Zhixing's divorce, he ended up with Zhou Xinyue. Although many found it shameful, they also thought it was natural. After all, Dr. Liu treated Nurse Zhou very well, providing her with work and a salary, which made people think they were close. Who would have thought that after they became a couple, such a situation would arise? Both of Dr. Liu's ex-wives ended up in trouble. Was this some sort of special preference of the Liu family? As the meeting concluded, Director Lin dropped another bombshell. After the new year, the position of vice president will be taken over by Director Chen, who will be responsible for the hospital's technical guidance. Everyone was stunned. The vice president was not Liu Zhixing. Liu Zhixing had already known about this when the scandal with Zhou Xinyue broke out. However, after marrying her, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. Rumors fade over time, but with this sudden appointment, how could Liu Zhixing still expect to be promoted? His expression remained blank as he lowered his gaze, his fingers curling involuntarily. A month ago, he had a kind and beautiful wife, a warm and clean home, and a bright future ahead. But now, it felt like he had lost everything. Zhou Xinyue's actions had caused too much trouble for the other patients, and her mistreatment of children was unbearable for any mother, especially for those who had seen the terrible condition of Xiaowei at the police station. At first, Liu Jianxi wanted to downplay the situation, but now that Zhou Xinyue had no one to protect her, and since she was brought in by Dr. Liu himself, who would still tolerate her. You don't deserve to be a person and you even hurt your child. Now you cry out, but when the child was being hit, you didn't even shout. The head nurse, who had a 5-year-old son, felt deeply pained when she saw Xiaowei's injuries at the police station. This was not a mother. This was inhumane. Zhou Xinyue glared at her angrily. What I do to my own child is none of your business. If you dare to touch me, I will complain about you as soon as I get out, and you'll lose your job. Another young nurse, who had just joined, was so angry that her face turned red. How dare you threaten the head nurse? You've lost your job. The notice is posted on the bulletin board. Serves you right. Zhou Xinyue's once gentle face twisted with anger. She knew when she was admitted that she would likely lose her job. But it was okay. She was the daughter-in-law of the Liu family. Once she got out, she could play the victim and cry a few times, and Liu Zhixing would have to arrange a new job for her. If that didn't work, she could go to Liu Jianxi. Her father was a benefactor of the Liu family. If they didn't help her, she would make a scene. Just wait. I'll have Liu Zhixing fire you when I get back. Zhou Xinyue thought this through and became arrogant again. Sitting on the hospital bed, she looked less like a patient and more like someone enjoying herself. She lifted her chin and ordered, "Bring me some food, 1 meat dish, and 1 vegetable dish. Also, get me a basin of hot water. I want to wash my face. And no one else is allowed in this room. I want a private room." She was not like that useless Xia Yunshu, who was tortured in a small dark room. No matter what Liu Zhixing did, she was now his wife and the daughter-in-law of the Liu family. Anyone who offended her would face her revenge. She didn't believe these nurses weren't afraid. The young nurse scoffed. "You really think highly of yourself. Breakfast time is long over. You'll just have to wait for lunch." With that, she slammed the hospital door shut and stomped her foot in frustration. "Zhang Jia, this is infuriating." Zhou Xinyue used to bully others when she was a nurse just because Dr. Liu liked her. Now she's in the psychiatric ward and still talks like that. The head nurse snorted. Does she really think Liu Zhixing will protect her? What a dreamer. Because of this incident, even Liu Zhixing, the deputy director, couldn't help her. She didn't believe the Liu family wouldn't take their anger out on Zhou Xinyue. Just think of Cheng Yuxiang, the wife of the deputy director, who would never let Zhou Xinyue off the hook after her son got into such trouble. The Liu family wasn't the wealthiest in Haiqing, but they were well respected. Liu Jianwei was a deputy-level official, and Cheng Yuxiang always carried herself like a high-ranking official's wife. Their son returned from studying abroad as a well-known surgeon in Haicheng, and even their youngest daughter was a university student. After Xia Yunshu married Lu Zhixing, Chung Yuxiang secretly looked down on her daughter-in-law. She disliked that Xia Yunshu didn't even finish high school, that she was just an ordinary worker at a packaging factory, and that she came from a single-parent family with a younger brother who needed support. In Chung Yuxiang's eyes, Xia Yunshu had nothing to offer except for her decent looks. Because of this, she rarely allowed Xia Yunshu to visit the Lu family's old home, except on special occasions. Even when Xia Yunshu did visit during holidays, she quietly worked in the kitchen, and Chung Yuxiang often treated her like a maid. Xia Yunshu loved Lu Zhixing and was willing to lower herself to avoid causing him trouble with family issues, so the Lu family always felt they could take advantage of her. Lu Xueting, the youngest daughter of the Lu family, was even more spoiled and often ordered Xia Yunshu around. She would ask Xia Yunshu to cook for her, buy things for her, and even clean her room and do her laundry. Xia Yunshu wasn't particularly patient, but for Lu Zhixing, she endured a lot and swallowed her grievances. The Lu family thought this was normal. Marrying Lu Zhixing was already a step up, so they believed it was expected for her to feel a bit of hardship. Chung Yuxiang never imagined that her second daughter-in-law, Zhou Xinhua, who was even less impressive than Xia Yunshu, would drag the Lu family into a scandal. Initially, she had taken a high and mighty stance, agreeing to bring Xiao Wei into the Lu family while secretly wanting Xia Yunshu to leave. She planned to use Zhou Xinhua for her own benefit and gain a good reputation. So, while Xia Yunshu was still married, she took it upon herself to transfer Xiao Wei's household registration, and many praised her for her kind heart. But now, with Xiao Wei becoming a grandson of the Lu family and being mistreated by his daughter-in-law, it felt like a slap in the face. The change in status turned her supposed kindness and superiority into a thorn that pricked her own family, making the entire Lu family a laughingstock in Haicheng. Most importantly, the position of the director's wife that she had longed for was now lost because of Zhou Xinhua. When Chung Yuxiang arrived at the hospital, she saw the announcement board with the list of the new vice president and the notice of Zhou Xinhua's dismissal. She felt faint, nearly collapsing on the spot. How could this happen? Had Zhixing also lost his position as vice president?
Mom.
Lu Xueting quickly supported her as she rushed over, and when she saw the words on the bulletin board, her eyes widened. Why isn't the vice president my brother? Chung Yuxiang felt like she was about to blood. She tightly grasped Lu Xueting's hand. That horrible Zhou Xinhua deserves to be punished. If she was just angry about Lu Jianxi, now that her son's future was at stake, Chung Yuxiang truly wanted to harm Zhou Xinhua. She had one son and one daughter. Her daughter was spoiled but lovely, while her son was her pride and the reason Lu Jianxi had always respected her. She had raised a capable son. The young vice president would be envied by many wives of officials. It didn't matter whose husband was more capable. Having a successful son brought her real pride. But now, everything was ruined. Seeing Chung Yuxiang's troubled expression, Lu Xueting quickly tried to comfort her. Mom, it must be a misunderstanding. Sister Xinhua would never do something like that. Once this matter is cleared up, brother will surely get promoted. However, positions like vice president might not change for 5 or even 10 years. Chung Yuxiang knew that the police's conclusion couldn't possibly be a misunderstanding. The scars on Xiao Wei's body were solid evidence that Zhou Xinhua was responsible. Zhou Xinhua seduced your brother, drugged him, and forced him to marry her. How can you still believe her? Chung Yuxiang was extremely disappointed. For the first time, she felt she had raised her daughter to be too naive. Lu Xueting's face turned pale, and she couldn't find the words to persuade her mother, so she bit her lip. But she's still better than Xia Yunshu, right? Xia Yunshu is always calculating, trying to stretch every penny, and being related to her is embarrassing. Chung Yuxiang understood why Xia Yunshu valued money so much. Her family had a younger brother who needed to go to school, and her father had died young. With a monthly salary of just over 40 yuan, it was definitely tight. She didn't have many clothes. If she wasn't frugal, who would be? Compared to Zhou Xingyue, who always dressed beautifully, Lu Xueting naturally looked down on her thrifty sister-in-law. She felt that Zhou Xingyue was better than Xia Yunshu, and having the stylish and pretty Zhou Xingyue appear in front of her classmates gave her face. Moreover, Zhou Xingyue spoke nicely, unlike Xia Yunshu, who could only cook a few good meals. She was also very calculating, even resenting her brother for helping Zhou Xingyue. People from humble backgrounds who are so petty are truly annoying. But Lu Xueting has never had a good understanding of money, so she never thought that Lu Zixing's monthly allowance of 10 yuan needed to be supplemented by Xia Yunshu. If she were like Zhou Xingyue, wearing different clothes for just a few dozen yuan, how would Lu Zixing live comfortably and without worries? Cheng Yuxiang didn't want to say anything harsh to her daughter, nor did she want her to be upset about Zhou Xingyue, so she held back her anger. All right, you don't need to worry about this. Your brother has already signed, and the impact is significant. I'll go in and say a few words. Lu Xueting was a bit reluctant. Mom, are we really sending Sister Xingyue to a mental health facility? The conditions there are so poor. Please make sure to tell the nurses to take good care of her. Cheng Yuxiang was furious inside. Zhou Xingyue had caused her husband and son to fail in their promotions, yet her daughter was still speaking up for Zhou Xingyue. She couldn't understand what kind of influence Zhou Xingyue had on Xueting. Take care of Zhou Xingyue? Right now, she wished she could get rid of that troublemaker. All right, you hurry back. It's chaotic in the mental health facility, so don't go in. Cheng Yuxiang clenched her teeth, trying to suppress her anger as she urged her daughter to leave. Isn't Xiaowei still at home? Don't let him run away. Lu Xueting felt a spark of realization. Although it was said that Zhou Xingyue was mistreating Xiaowei, she still didn't believe it. Knowing that Xia Yunshu had sent him there, she even suspected that Xia Yunshu had hurt Xiaowei and then blamed it on Sister Xingyue. After all, Xia Yunshu was fierce and mean. How could she possibly save Xiaowei? Xiaowei was Sister Xinyue's own son, and he would definitely protect his mother. Xia Yunshu was just taking advantage of his young age to twist the truth. If Xiaowei could stand up and prove Sister Xinyue's innocence, wouldn't everything be resolved? Realizing this made Lu Xueting feel clever, and she thought she was solving the problem at its source. So she agreed. Then I'll go back first, Mom. Please make sure to tell the nurses to take good care of Sister Xinyue. Once Lu Xueting walked away, Cheng Yuxiang's expression darkened completely. She adjusted her coat and headed toward the mental health facility. Xia Yunshu had been locked up there before, and she hadn't cared or asked about it, thinking it was only right for Xia Yunshu to suffer a bit since her family had no power or influence to help her. But Xia Yunshu at least had a mother and a brother, so she dared to be tough about divorce. However, Zhou Xingyue had nothing. Her mother had passed away from illness long ago when she was taken to the mountains, and her relatives had scattered long before that. Now she has lost her job and doesn't dare to ask for a divorce like Xia Yunshu. Being a daughter-in-law of the Lu family is not easy. Zhou Xingyue wants to cling to Zixing. We'll see how capable she really is. Zhou Xingyue is indeed staying in a single room. Although the head nurse dislikes her, she can't really mistreat her. As Zhou Xingyue said, what if she complains after leaving? When Cheng Yuxiang arrived, Zhou Xingyue was sitting on the bed, instructing a young nurse to fetch her hot water. Mom, why are you here? Zhou Xingyue quickly stood up, trying to play the victim. I know I was wrong. I will treat Xiaowei well from now on. Cheng Yuxiang slapped her hard, catching Zhou Xingyue off guard and knocking her onto the bed. Covering her face, Zhou Xinyue's eyes turned red. Mom, go ahead and hit me. It's all my fault. I will make it up to Xiaowei. The young nurse sensed something was wrong. She initially wanted to intervene but decided to leave and closed the door behind her. It was a family matter, and it wasn't her place to get involved. Make it up to Xiaowei? What does your son have to do with me? You can hit or scold me, but you should never involve my son. With no one else in the room, Cheng Yuxiang lost her temper. She had always maintained the image of a dignified lady, but now she was like a madwoman, pushing Zhou Xingyue down on the bed and slapping her repeatedly. Old Lu lost his position as director, and Zixing lost his position as deputy dean. You wretched girl, You deserve to be punished. Chung Yuxiang was truly furious, gripping Zhou Xinyue's neck tightly. You have ruined our Lu family. Zhixing has done nothing but help you, giving you a place to live, a job, and money. How dare you betray him, you shameless person. Zhou Xinyue struggled to speak. Let go of me. Her face was in pain, and with Chung Yuxiang's grip tightening, she pushed her away, no longer able to pretend to be weak. Chung Yuxiang, how dare you hit me? If my dad hadn't saved your Lu family back then, how would he have been implicated and fallen ill so early? You owe me for all of this. You deserve it. Chung Yuxiang, being older, nearly fell over from the push. The two women, who once appeared to have a loving mother-daughter relationship, now faced each other with animosity, like sworn enemies. Zhou Xinyue's hair was disheveled, and she no longer looked gentle and weak. She stared at Chung Yuxiang like a true madwoman. I know you look down on me and want to wait for this time to let Lu Zhixing divorce me. But I tell you, no way. I, Zhou Xinyue, will never divorce. Lu Zhixing's wife will only ever be me. Chung Yuxiang's chest heaved with anger. Crazy woman, you're insane. How could she have ever been nice to this woman? How could she have thought of using her to force Xie Yunshu to divorce? If she had known it would turn out like this, she would have preferred to let Xie Yunshu be part of the Lu family. At least that woman truly cared for Zhixing. Zhou Xinyue touched her swollen face, her eyes dark. If I'm crazy, it's because of you all. I just want to live a good life. What's wrong with that? Lu Zhixing earns so much, yet he doesn't even buy me a piece of clothing. He's just a useless man. Chung Yuxiang got up from the ground and looked coldly at Zhou Xinyue. An orphan, dare to challenge our Lu family? You will regret this. She had plenty of ways to torment this madwoman. As she left the hospital room, there were little nurses sneaking peeks at the drama. When they saw Chung Yuxiang, they quickly turned away, but exchanged knowing glances. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had been good before. Chung Yuxiang used to refer to Zhou Xinyue as if she were her own daughter. Now, as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, they were fighting and turning against each other? Wow, it's quite shocking to see a noble lady fight like this. Chung Yuxiang straightened her clothes and coldly glanced at the nurses. Where's the head nurse? I need to speak with her. In the nurse's office, the head nurse looked confused as she saw Chung Yuxiang's signature. Mrs. Lu, this isn't right, is it? What's wrong? Xie Yunshu was locked in a small room. Why can't Zhou Xinyue be treated the same? I'm telling you, our Lu family will not pay a single cent for Zhou Xinyue's treatment. If you want to provide her with good food and care, you can pay for it yourselves. Chung Yuxiang threw down the pen and looked down at the head nurse. Just do as I say. She is our Lu family's daughter-in-law. How I handle this is our business. You just focus on her treatment. The rest is not your concern. The head nurse suppressed a smile that wanted to emerge and replied helplessly. All right then, since the family requests it, we can only follow the rules. Zhou Xinyue had just been arrogant, relying on her status as a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, but now she would probably cry. A woman who mistreats children like that deserves some punishment. After Chung Yuxiang left, the head nurse took the key from the wall. Take Zhou Xinyue to the innermost ward. Her mother-in-law requested the treatment to be done at the minimum standard. As for meals, just enough to avoid starvation. They said they have no money for medical expenses. The innermost ward was the darkest and dampest place, usually unoccupied. It was also the small dark room where Xie Yunshu had been confined for 5 days a month ago. This new year was quite good for Xie Yunshu. Although many frustrating things happened, she felt calm because she had some money. On the last day of selling lunch boxes, the morning went well, but by noon, several others came to sell food. Luckily, she had only prepared 30 boxes and managed to sell about 20, taking the rest home for lunch. On the way back, Xie Mingcheng was a bit gloomy. Sister, we only made money for 3 days. Xie Yunshu found it amusing. Do you want to keep making money forever? Others aren't foolish. Who wouldn't be envious of such a good business? However, the security center would close tomorrow, and with more people selling food, the profits would decrease, making it just a bit of hard-earned money. Nothing to regret. New Year's Eve arrived quickly, and Li Fenlin had finished knitting a sweater. Wearing it with her light gray wool coat and a scarf, Xia Yunshu looked like a city lady. Except her hands were too rough from working, unlike a delicate young lady. "My daughter is so pretty," Li Fenlin said, satisfied, as she asked Xia Yunshu to turn around. Then her gaze fell on Xia Mingcheng. "My son is handsome too." Xia Yunshu neatly placed her new clothes on the bedside and prepared to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some New Year goods. While it was good to have meat at home for the new year, Xia Yunshu wanted more. She wanted to celebrate well and shake off any bad luck. Money shouldn't be spent recklessly, but one should enjoy life. Otherwise, there would be no motivation to earn it. "I want to make 8 treasure duck, 8 treasure rice, braised pork, and egg dumplings," Xia Yunshu murmured, then thought of something. "Right. Let's invite Granny Zhang to celebrate the New Year with us. She spends every year alone anyway." Since Granny Zhang was hospitalized last time, she rarely went out. Xia Yunshu worried and made it the point to check on her every day after returning from the construction site. Granny Zhang was nearly 70 this year and had been living alone since her husband passed away. Her health had been declining over the past 2 years, making it quite dangerous for her to live alone. Li Fenlin did not object. She just laughed and scolded her, saying, "There are only 4 of us eating, and you made so many dishes that we can't finish them, which will just go to waste." But this year, the Liu family was not doing well. Liu Jianxi had been home very little these past few days. He reached out to some old friends to ask them to speak well of him, hoping to keep things light and not affect his work after the new year. If he couldn't become the director, he at least wanted to secure his position as deputy director. However, those who navigate the political world are all clever. The people who used to call him brother would only give him vague responses. He spent a lot on meals, but no real help came. Cheng Yuxiang was even more frustrated. In previous years, this was the time she would be playing mahjong at home, showing off a little, but these days she didn't dare to go to a single game. Liu Zixing was already a quiet person, and since Zhou Xinyue was sent to the psychiatric hospital, he spoke even less. He never returned to the family compound, staying in the duty room instead, and hadn't visited Zhou Xinyue even once. The only one in the family who seemed carefree was Liu Xueting. She was still trying to coax Xiaowei into saying that it was Xia Yunshu who hit him, but Xiaowei wouldn't say a word. When pushed, he just shook his head, insisting he would behave. "That's your real mother. You're really ungrateful." Liu Xueting grabbed Xiaowei's arm, so angry that she almost lost control, but she held back her anger. In the end, she locked Xiaowei in the innermost room on the 2nd floor, saying, "If you won't talk, then don't come out. You don't even care about your own mother. You're just a heartless child." How much suffering did Xinyue endure for this child? It would have been better to leave him in the mountains. Bringing him out was just a burden. People said Zhou Xinyue mistreated Xiaowei, but she saw that as slander. He was fine, just a bit small. That didn't mean he was mistreated. Liu Xueting angrily went downstairs and saw the dining table still empty, which made her mood worse. "Mom, it's almost 6 o'clock. Why isn't the New Year's Eve dinner ready yet? My brother hasn't even come home, and last year at this time, the table was filled with dishes." Cheng Yuxiang was cooking alone in the kitchen and responded with a sharp tone, "You could at least come help instead of just watching TV. Let Xia Yunshu do it." Liu Xueting instinctively replied, but stopped midway. The reason last year's New Year's Eve dinner was so lavish was because there was a selfless person in the house. Last year, it was Xia Yunshu who was busy in the kitchen. She was very good at cooking, and every time she came to the Liu family home, Cheng Yuxiang would order her to help in the kitchen. Although they said they were helping, they actually left all the work to Xia Yunshu while the family watched TV. Sometimes, Liu Zixing would go in to help her, but Cheng Yuxiang would stop him, saying that Xia Yunshu wasn't very skilled and couldn't possibly be tired from cooking. At that time, Xia Yunshu and Liu Zixing had just gotten married, and she was very happy with him. Cooking was too easy for her, and she didn't feel wronged at all. She just wanted to fit into this family. However, if the in-laws don't like you from the start, they will never accept you. Xia Yunshu's obedience only made Chung Yuxiang look down on her more. This year, Chung Yuxiang had no one to look down on because one former daughter-in-law had already left, and the current daughter-in-law was in a mental health hospital. Outside, someone started setting off firecrackers, and the TV show was full of festive cheer. Lu Jianxi put down his newspaper, feeling unenthusiastic about the new year. What's taking Zixing so long to arrive? Lu Xueting replied casually, he must be visiting Sister Xinhua. It's so lonely for her in the hospital. Mom won't let me go. It's not like the hospital is a prison. Someone was watching the situation, and Lu Jianxi couldn't let Zhou Xinhua out. Besides, he wanted to erase any trace of her to protect the family's reputation, so he wouldn't let Lu Xueting bring her back. When Zhou Xinua's name was mentioned, Chung Yuxiang's eyes filled with disgust. Call the hospital and ask when your brother will be back. Lu Xueting was about to pick up the phone when Lu Jianxi asked, what about Xiaowei? He's upstairs, he's fine. Chung Yuxiang huffed, thinking that Zhou Xinhua was not a good person, so how could her child be any better? The little boy always had a gloomy face and never spoke, which was annoying. If he weren't under the Lu family name, she would have wanted to give him away. Chung Yuxiang completely forgot that she was the one who had once smiled and said she wanted Xiaowei to be her grandson, claiming the child deserved good care. Now that he truly was her grandson, she was no longer pleased. Lu Jianxi also had no fondness for Xiaowei, but since he was in their home, any bad news would only harm the Lu family's reputation further. He frowned. All right, go get him some food later and make sure that child doesn't run around. Just seeing him is frustrating. Even if it's just for show, he can't send Xiaowei back now. He has to keep him at home for a while and wait for Zhou Xinhua to come out before making any decisions. At Haicheng Hospital, most patients with minor issues have gone home for the new year. The corridors are quiet, with only 2 nurses on duty chatting. I'm so annoyed. Zhou Xinhua is the only one in the psychiatric department, so we are basically on duty for her. The nurses are frustrated because there aren't many patients in the psychiatric ward, and since psychological issues don't require systematic treatment, all the other patients have been picked up by their families. Even with just one patient, they can't take a break. On New Year's Eve, when families are gathering, the 2 nurses are understandably upset. We can't even watch the Spring Festival Gala. Why are we so unlucky? What about Dr. Lu? Doesn't he care about his wife? The shorter nurse gets more upset as she talks, rolling her eyes. He didn't care when Xia Yunshu was locked up, and now he doesn't care about Zhou Xinhua either. I feel sorry for his wife. The taller nurse sighs. When we found out Dr. Lu got married, so many nurses were heartbroken. Now, I think they are all relieved they didn't marry him. But Xia Yunshu is at least good-looking and genuinely cares for Dr. Lu. How did he end up with Zhou Xinhua? She's just a woman with a child who can only cry. Men are just blind. They get mesmerized as soon as someone cries. While they are chatting, a knocking sound comes from the end of the corridor. Zhou Xinua's voice sounds weak. Open the door. I want some hot water. It's too cold in here. Let me out. She has been locked in this dark room for 3 whole days. Her meals consist of dry buns and cold water, just like Xia Yunshu's treatment before. However, while Xia Yunshu accepted her fate in silence, Zhou Xinhua has been demanding to see Lu Zixing every day. Already frustrated, the nurse snaps and, grabbing a cup of water, opens the door and splashes it inside. What are you shouting about? Now you feel cold? Why didn't you dress your child properly back then? You left him outside in the snow. Maybe a little cold would have done him good and frozen away all your bad intentions. Everyone in the hospital knows about Zhou Xinua's mistreatment of her own son. Because of Lu Zixing, everyone was hesitant to discuss things openly. Now that Lu Zixing can't be promoted to deputy director and is ignoring Zhou Xinhua, the situation has spread wildly with added details. However, it must be said that the rumors are getting close to the truth. Some people even claim that Xiaowei is not Zhou Xinua's biological son and might have been adopted from somewhere. Of course, this is just a casual remark. No one is seriously investigating. But it is true that Zhou Xinyue mistreats the child, not giving him food or clothes, and even sending him out in the middle of the night, which has naturally caused public outrage. The two young nurses have a strong sense of justice. Chung Yuxiang signed a treatment plan that required a minimum standard, and Zhou Xinyue was placed in the innermost hospital room, where her meals were provided just enough to keep her alive. Since being brought out of the mountains by Lu Zhixing, Zhou Xinyue has been living a good life, even better than many girls from ordinary families. With the money from Lu Zhixing, she has about 100 yuan to spend each month, more than many wealthy girls in the city. In the dark, damp room, there was only a thin, worn-out blanket. Zhou Xinyue, with her hair disheveled, wrapped herself in it but still shivered from the cold. A cup of hot water poured over her face made her scream, blending with the firecracker sounds outside, as someone celebrated New Year's Eve. The building was lively today. After the New Year's Eve dinner, people gradually brought out small stools to watch TV. Grandma Zhang sat at the back, looking much better after having dinner at Xia Yunshu's home, where she also gave a lucky money gift of 1 yuan to Xia Yunshu and Xia Mingcheng. "You must take it," Grandma Zhang insisted, firmly giving the money to them. "In my eyes, you are all children. Accepting Grandma's money means you'll have good fortune and do well in school next year." In just over 4 months after the new year, Xia Mingcheng will take the college entrance exam, which is a big deal. For good luck, Xia Yunshu smiled and accepted the money, cheerfully saying, "Grandma, you should be my real grandmother. Then you can give me lucky money every year." Grandma Zhang's wrinkles crinkled into a smile. "What nonsense! Your real grandmother would be angry if she heard that." Her real grandmother had never given her a single yuan in lucky money and had never smiled at her either. Her memories were filled with scoldings and punishments. The colorful TV was showing the news, and there were sunflower seeds and candies on the table. Neighbors upstairs were waiting to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Xia Yunshu, feeling generous for once, said, "There's still water on the stove. If anyone is thirsty, just help yourself." Lin Suiping quickly grabbed a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth when no one was watching. Before she could enjoy the sweetness, she heard Xia Yunshu's teasing voice beside her. "Lin Suiping, why are you so shameless? Are you really stealing candy meant for kids?" Lin Suiping bit down hard and swallowed quickly, saying, "I'm not married yet, so I'm still a kid." Xia Yunshu ignored her, took the candy back, and shared it among a few children, keeping the rest for herself. "No more candy for you. You came to my house to watch TV empty-handed, and now you want to take some too?" Lin Suiping mumbled something about being stingy but didn't dare argue further, fearing that Xia Yunshu might turn against her and kick her out, preventing her from watching the Spring Festival Gala. Aunt Zhao was steaming a sweet cake upstairs, filled with red dates, fragrant and beautiful, about the size of a basin. This was a special treat made in the north for the new year, and the kids, having never seen it before, were clamoring to eat. Aunt Zhao happily cut it into pieces and distributed them, saying, "You just finished eating, and you all act like you're starving." Lin Suiping leaned in again. "Aunt Zhao, can I have a piece?" Lin's mother pulled her back, saying sternly, "Your siblings aren't as greedy as you. Sit down and wait to watch TV. If you keep acting like this, you might not get married in the future." Lin Suiping was shorter than Xia Yunshu but had a round figure, and her round face looked cheerful when she wasn't talking. Hearing her mother's words, she glared jealously at Xia Yunshu's slim figure, feeling even more frustrated. Why was it fair that Xia Yunshu could eat so much without gaining weight while she had such a thick waist? Though she grumbled in her mind, it didn't stop her from stuffing her mouth with the sweet cake. The sounds of adults chatting and children playing filled the dimly lit hallway of the building, where various people lived, some selfish, some kind, some narrow-minded, and some open-hearted, but all were ordinary people sharing the warmth of life. Conflicts were everywhere, but the warmth of human connection prevailed, at least for this moment, as everyone wore genuine smiles of joy. Lu Zhixing stopped his bicycle outside the building, feeling too embarrassed to go in, even knowing that Xia Yunshu was inside. Last year at this time, she was by his side, but this year, he couldn't even dare to see her. He regretted it. He shouldn't have divorced Yunshu. Why did he let her go? Today is New Year's Eve. If they hadn't divorced, at least she wouldn't be living at her parents' house. Even if she was angry, she would be with him, and he wouldn't have made the mistake of getting entangled with Zhou Xinyue and even getting a marriage certificate. Lin Xiaohu ran out with firecrackers. Sister, Yunshu, Mingcheng, come out and set off firecrackers. Lin Suiping sat still, not wanting to move. Don't distract me from watching the Spring Festival Gala. I'm not going. Lin's mother gave her a light smack. Go outside and watch your brother. The Spring Festival Gala still has a long way to go. Yunshu's family has already finished their sunflower seeds. Once you get married, you lazy girl, your in-laws will surely be disappointed. Lin Suiping pouted and muttered, Xia Yunshu is diligent, but she still got divorced. I'm not getting married to be a servant. Don't speak like that during the new year. Lin's mother was getting frustrated. She quickly glanced at Li Fenlin's expression and saw her talking to Aunt Zhao, which made her relax a bit. She then warned Lin Suiping, if you mention Yunshu's divorce again, I'll twist your leg. Lin Suiping yelled and rushed outside. Xia Yunshu, aren't you coming out? Xia Yunshu followed her with a half smile and kicked her lightly. Lin Suiping, you want to fight with me on New Year's, huh? Lin Suiping hung her head, feeling annoyed. When she ran outside, she saw the dazed Lu Zhixing standing there, and her spirits lifted. She pointed at him. Xia Yunshu, if you want to fight, go after him. Just picking on me, a single girl, is nothing heroic. Since it was New Year's Eve, after dinner, Li Fenlin had Xia Yunshu change into new clothes. The light yellow turtleneck sweater and light gray wool coat made her look even taller and slimmer. Her bright eyes casually glanced over, landing on the stiff Lu Zhixing. He felt like his heartbeat slowed for a moment and couldn't help but take a step forward. Yunshu. Xia Mingcheng was also wearing a new down jacket. His handsome face, which had been smiling, immediately darkened when he saw Lu Zhixing. He stepped in front of Xia Yunshu. What are you doing here? Compared to Lu Zhixing, Xia Mingcheng's shoulders weren't very broad, but standing in front of his sister, he was protective. He stared intently at Lu Zhixing. Get lost. Lu Zhixing felt a bitter ache in his heart. When he got married, he hadn't spoken much with this younger brother-in-law. The age gap was too big, and he felt that with his humble background, he had nothing in common with the young and inexperienced Xia Mingcheng. Because he was educated abroad, he always believed that marriage is a matter between two people. He wanted to marry Xia Yunshu, not her whole family. So after getting married, he rarely interacted with Li Fenlin and hardly communicated with Xia Mingcheng. Even after being married for so long, he had only visited the apartment a few times, but after the divorce, he often found himself riding his bike over. Xia Yunshu could confront Lu Zhixing, but she wouldn't involve her brother. She tugged at Xia Mingcheng's shirt, take Xiao Hu and the others to play in the alley. Lin Suiping tucked her hands into her sleeves, hunching her shoulders as she nudged Xia Yunshu. If you can act, don't just talk. Xia Yunshu, don't act like you've never seen a man before. He was caught in a compromising situation with someone. Lin Suiping's comments were hard to ignore, and Xia Yunshu had no doubt that this woman would tease her for life. With a glance, Lin Suiping pursed her lips and walked away. I'm going to set off firecrackers. You boys, when you light them, stay away from your pants. Don't be like some men who only have a pretty face but are actually a mess. Xia Yunshu. Xia Mingcheng was worried and called out softly, Sister? Xia Yunshu glanced at him. It's fine. He won't dare do anything in our building. That was true. It was New Year's Eve, and everyone was home. Some drinking, some chatting, and others watching the Spring Festival Gala. No matter their usual disagreements, no one would dare bully them in the building. As the group of kids walked away, firecracker sounds echoed in the alley. Xia Yunshu, feeling impatient, said, What are you doing here? Have you been taking care of Xiao Wei?
He's only 5.
Don't tell me you just dropped him off at your place and forgot about him. Lu Zhixing's eyes dimmed. He won't be harmed at my house. That's good. Xia Yunshu ignored him. The area outside the building was public, and she had no right to chase him away. If he wanted to stand there, so be it.
Yunshu, I'm sorry.
Lu Zhixing's voice was soft, and his eyes were red. I didn't mean to show up here. He just missed her too much. Xia Yunshu paused, turning back with a sarcastic expression. Lu Zhixing, don't make me slap you on New Year's. Suddenly, Lin Suiping appeared from nowhere. Xia Yunshu, if you don't slap him, you're a coward. Xia Yunshu gritted her teeth. Lin Suiping. A hint of despair finally crossed Lu Zhixing's face. In the past, she only had eyes for him, but now anyone else seemed more important. How did things develop to this point? He clearly only made a small mistake. But this mistake grew bigger like a snowball, making it hard for him to turn back. When he got divorced, he told himself it was okay. Yunshu had always been someone who couldn't tolerate any flaws. She was just very angry and would eventually forgive him. But now, he wasn't sure. There was no love for him in her eyes at all. How could she have changed so much in just a month? Before going to deal with Lin Suiping, Xia Yunshu looked back at him and sighed helplessly. Lu Zhixing, I don't really hate you. After all, I was the one who was blind before. You go on and be your Dr. Lu. No one forced her into marriage. She had happily imagined a bright future with him. At that time, she never thought he would treat her this way. Lu Zhixing might not love Zhou Xinhua, but he didn't love her much either. This was something she realized only after the divorce. He was just used to being proud and enjoyed any admiration. If someone more pitiful than Zhou Xinhua came along, he would still soften and choose to sacrifice the one who seemed less pitiful. In the alley, Lin Suiping's terrified voice rang out. Xia Yunshu, you pulled my hair again. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. Lin Xiaohu chimed in. Mingcheng, your sister is fighting with my sister. Should we do something? Then came Xia Mingcheng's cold laughter. I can't beat my sister. Lin Xiaohu decisively continued to set off firecrackers. Then let's not interfere. I can't beat my sister either. Lu Zhixing slowly looked over. It was supposed to be a warm, joyful day, but in the bright lights, he felt surrounded by darkness and loneliness, his fists slowly clenching at his sides. Yunshu would not meet anyone better than him, and he wouldn't give up. Early on the second day of the new year, Li Taohong's family came to visit, bringing some snacks and candies. Big sister. The man beside her greeted with a slight bow, and then stood silently to the side. Xia Yunshu and Xia Mingcheng quickly called out, Aunt, Uncle. Li Taohong's husband, Zhao Baoliang, had some physical challenges. He had a severe hunchback since he was young, and now that he was older, he couldn't stand up straight. He couldn't do heavy work either. His workplace let him guard the gate at the grain bureau, which paid low and required night shifts, but that was all he could do. Perhaps because of this, Zhao Baoliang rarely communicated with others. Every time they met, he was as silent as a wall, and he seemed mismatched with the lively Li Taohong. The Li sisters are both beautiful. If it weren't for the large sum of money the Zhao family gave to marry off their son, no family would want to marry their daughter to him, no matter how poor they were. But for the Li parents, marrying off their daughter was just a way to help their son. 17-year-old Li Taohong had no choice but to accept this arrangement. She had never even met Zhao Baoliang before being sent to the Zhao family as a bride. Fortunately, her life wasn't too hard. Her in-laws knew that having such a beautiful girl in their home was a privilege, and they treated her well. Although Zhao Baoliang was shy and insecure, he listened to his wife. This was perhaps the only bit of luck in Li Taohong's unfortunate life. When she first got married, she thought about resisting, but her parents quickly silenced her. Like her older sister, Li Fenlin, she had been scolded and beaten since childhood, leaving her too afraid to speak up. To her parents, their word was law, and children had no right to complain. So, every year on the second day of the new year, she returned to her family home, which felt like a tribute. If she brought back fewer gifts, she would be scolded. If she did less work at home, she would also be scolded. A few years ago, her sister stopped visiting home often, and to be honest, Li Taohong envied her. Li Fenlin looked back at her. Where's Fong Fong? Although the new year had just passed and she was supposed to be smiling, Li Taohong couldn't manage it. You know how our family is. Why would we take Fong Fong along? She always cries for the whole afternoon when she comes back. Li Fenlin fell silent and forced a smile. Come in and sit down. We can chat for a bit. It's not too late to go at 10. Going early just meant more work and more scolding. Zhao Baoyong followed Li Taohong, sitting quietly in the corner like a statue. When Li Taohong took off her scarf and hat, he took them and held them close. Li Fenlin was wearing a new down jacket that looked fashionable and warm. Li Taohong envied it and touched it. This jacket is nice. It's softer than cotton. My daughter bought it, Li Fenlin said proudly. She pointed to the clothes on Xia Yunshu. That one was bought by Yunshu too. I always said my daughter is amazing. Xia Yunshu had always been strong-willed and good at her studies, but unfortunately, she faced hardships. When she was about to enter high school, something happened to her father, and now she was married but divorced. Li Taohong genuinely felt sorry for her niece and sighed. You should change back into your old clothes when you go home. Otherwise, you won't be able to wear them again. At that moment, Xia Yunshu, who had been reading by the window, suddenly looked up and said, No need to change. Clothes are meant to be worn. Li Taohong shook her head. Yunshu, your grandparents' personalities. This girl hasn't been back in years. Has she forgotten those childhood memories? Xia Yunshu smiled. And I'll go back with Mingcheng. How can I let my mom go alone to visit relatives? Li Fenlin's expression changed slightly. Yunshu, it's fine for me to go back alone. You and Mingcheng stay home and study. You can come back when it gets dark in the afternoon. If mom goes back alone, won't she face a lot of trouble? Xia Yunshu smiled at her, and Li Taohong, I'm grown up now. What are you worried about? It only takes about an hour to get there. My brother and I are more concerned. It's not like when they were kids. She and Mingcheng can't resist, and can only watch their mom swallow her grievances. Xia Mingcheng also put down his book. Mom, my sister and I are going. Now that they're older, her words don't work. Li Fenlin was frustrated but had no choice. Suddenly, Zhao Baoyong spoke up. Sister, it's fine to let Yunshu and Mingcheng go with you. In the past, when old Xia was alive, every time they went back on the second day of the Lunar New Year, he would be more restrained since he was a worker and had a stable job. But now that old Xia is gone, he feels helpless and can only rely on the newly grown-up Yunshu and Mingcheng. At least his niece is strong and not afraid to stand up for herself. Li Fenlin's family is in the suburbs of Haicheng, which used to be rural. In recent years, Haicheng has been developing, and now it's considered part of the city, but it's still over 10 miles from where they live. They had to take a bus and walk a bit to get there. Li Taohong held a large bamboo basket filled with dozens of eggs, and in her other hand, she carried 2 pounds of pork. That was quite a heavy gift. In comparison, Li Fenlin's offering was much simpler, just 2 large cabbages. Originally, Li Fenlin had prepared some meat too, but Xia Yunshu insisted on keeping it. She forced a smile and said, Mom, we don't need to bring so much to Grandma with our tough conditions. Li Taohong opened her mouth but stayed silent. She was used to being submissive and didn't want to carry so much, but she was afraid of facing backlash. When they got home, the well in the yard was running, and 2 large basins of dirty clothes were sitting there. Li Xiuji was waiting at the door and noticed her daughter's eyes immediately fell on what they were carrying. Li Fenlin instinctively stepped back, feeling that the 2 cabbages were a bit too much to handle. Xia Yunshu held her arm and called out Grandma without hesitation as she entered the house. Seeing the clothes in the yard, she chuckled. Grandma is doing laundry. Why is the water still running? Isn't that wasteful? Li Xiuji lifted her eyelids and saw Xia Yunshu and Xia Mingcheng, her eyes brightening. Oh, look. Our Yunshu and Mingcheng are here to see Grandma? You silly girl. Once you get married, you forget about your grandparents. Just hearing this, one would think she was a loving grandmother. Xia Yunshu smiled. Grandma, I came to see you today. Li Xiuji smiled warmly and stood up to lead them inside. Old man, look who's here. Our Yunshu has come. She's the wife of our big doctor. You were just saying your leg hurts. Tomorrow let Yunshu take you to the hospital to see your grandson-in-law. Li Xiuji naturally didn't know about Xia Yunshu's divorce. Otherwise, She wouldn't show such a loving smile. Li Taohong, walking at the back, put down the eggs and meat, pursed her lips and called out Mom, then looked at the dirty clothes in the yard. I'll go wash the clothes. Coming home so late just means you want to do less work? Your father and I have raised you for nothing. You hardly come back all year, and during the new year you don't even help out. Li Xiuji glared at her. Why are you just standing there? There are so many clothes. Are you waiting for me to wash them? Washing clothes, cooking, cutting grass, and feeding chickens. These were all tasks her sisters were used to. Li Fenlin paused at the door, hesitating as she glanced at Xia Yunshu. After a moment, she said, Should I help wash the clothes too? Xia Yunshu stood at the door, frowning. Mom, and these clothes belong to my uncle and Wengang. Don't they hate it when others touch their things? We can't wash these. She remembered how, when she was younger, her mom and aunt would wash so many clothes every time they visited, including all of Grandma and Grandpa's bed linens. While they ate inside, she and her sisters would be outside washing, waiting to finish before they could eat the leftovers and clean the tableware. It sounded nice to say they were daughters, but honestly, it felt like they were more like servants. Li Xiuji needed her eldest daughter's help but was wary of Lu Zhixing's family's power, so she smiled again. No need to rush. Your uncle took Wengang into the city. They'll be back soon. She shouted into the kitchen, Ingzi, come out and help carry some things. Your older sister and second sister are here, and you don't even know it. A small, thin woman wiped her hands and came out of the kitchen, smiling warmly. Elder sister, second sister, Yunshu and Mingcheng are here too? Aunt. Yunshu greeted her and looked into the house. Where's Xiaoshuang? I haven't seen her. Ingzi pointed to the backyard. That child has been in the backyard all morning, saying she was feeding the chickens. Li Xiuji glared at her. Feeding chickens? I think she's just sulking because she wasn't allowed to go into the city. A little girl who loves to spend money like that will be in trouble when she grows up. Ingzi quietly defended her. Xiaoshuang just wanted a hair tie. It doesn't cost much. A hair tie costs a dime. What does she need that for? Li Xiuji's voice was sharp, and her face was wrinkled with annoyance. She shook her sleeves. Go call her over to help with the cooking. Everyone is just sitting around. Xia Yunshu's expression turned cold as she pulled Li Fenlin and Xia Mingcheng directly inside to sit down. At that moment, Li Xiuji noticed that Li Fenlin and Xia Mingcheng were wearing new down jackets. She smiled and said, Old man, look at our eldest daughter's good life. Those clothes must cost quite a bit. An old man in a worn blue cotton coat came out from the inner room, holding a pipe. He knocked it on the table. Your mother has been freezing all winter. She should wear this jacket. Before Li Fenlin could respond, he glanced at Xia Mingcheng. Why did you buy such a big jacket? Won't it be too loose for Wengang? Just let him wear it for now. Xia Yunshu was both amused and annoyed. It sounded as if they all owed something to her uncle and Wengang. Li Fenlin regretted listening to her daughter and wearing nice clothes. She pressed her lips together. Mother, the clothes were all bought by Yunshu. Mingcheng has grown, and his old clothes are too small. They can't be given to Wengang. The old man slammed his hand on the table. As long as I'm alive, I make the decisions in this family. Your husband is gone, and you will still rely on your mother's family. Yunshu married into a wealthy family. If she faces any trouble, she'll need her uncle's support. Support her? After being married to Lu Zhixing for so long, when had her uncle Li Daong ever asked if the Lu family treated her well? Instead, he often thought about getting free cold medicine from her. If it weren't for her strong personality, she would have turned it all down. With a family like this, Cheng Yuxiang would only look down on her even more. Xia Yunshu said coolly, Grandpa, I don't need my uncle's support. My mom has a daughter and a son, so I don't need to rely on my maternal family. Her maternal relatives are like leeches. It's better to have none than to have them around. Li Xiuqin was taken aback. She hadn't seen her granddaughter in years. Xia Yunshu had always been tough and stubborn, but back then, she was just a child and kept quiet around her elders. Now she was even talking back. Although her tone was calm, it still made people angry. Even her mother, Li Fenlin, had to listen to her. How could this little girl think she could act so boldly? If it weren't for the Liu family's presence, she would have slapped her just now. No wonder her father had a short life. He had no respect and no manners. Old man Li Shingen was usually the one in charge, and his face darkened immediately, making the atmosphere tense. At that moment, Ingzi entered with Xiao Shuang, carrying a large bowl of chicken and placing it in the center of the table. She smiled awkwardly. Eldest sister, second sister, Mom's specially cooked a chicken today. Please sit down. Li Shingen slammed the table. Sit where? Has the family rule gone to the dogs? Ingzi and Xiao Shuang were startled and quickly bent down to grab small stools. We'll eat in the kitchen. There's some meat soup left, and we can soak some bread in it. In the Li family, women were not allowed to eat at the table. Ingzi thought today was for discussing matters with her sisters, so she figured the rules could be bent since they had cooked a chicken. Li Xiuqin chuckled, holding a bowl, and glanced at Li Shingen. You old man just loves to lose your temper. When Gang and the others aren't back yet, who can eat at the table? Our daughters and granddaughters aren't the ones being rude. Just then, the only son of the Li family returned, followed by a chubby boy who was Li Wengang, the eldest grandson. Li Wengang was in his second year of high school, 1 year younger than Xie Mingcheng. He wasn't as tall as Mingcheng but was quite plump. The Li family had good genes, but they didn't show in him. Seeing Xie Yunshu and Xie Mingcheng, Li Wengang looked down on them and muttered something about being poor before reluctantly greeting them, aunt second aunt. Li Xiuqin was especially fond of this grandson and smiled genuinely this time.
Wengang, come sit.
Today your grandpa specially cooked a chicken, and you can have both drumsticks. Li Wen just arrived in the city and enjoyed some snacks, holding a half-eaten candied hawthorn stick. He handed the remaining 2 to Xiao Shuang, saying, Here, you can have these. Li Xiuqin glanced at Xiao Shuang and said, You should thank your brother. He's the only one thinking of you. And you still argue with him about going to school. When you get married, you should remember to support your brother, you know. Li Fenlin and Li Taohong had heard such things since they were young. Even though they worked harder and were more talented in school, they had to drop out before finishing middle school to work in the fields, while they supported Li Daong, who struggled in his studies. In the end, he didn't even pass high school, spent a few years hanging around the village, and then married with the help of his sister's dowries. He had children and, only in recent years, got a job as a handyman in a local business, finally settling down. Li Xiuqin said these things because she didn't want Xiao Shuang to continue her studies. It was already good for a girl to finish junior high. Once married, wouldn't she just be supporting someone else's student? She thought it would be better to use that money to support their eldest grandson, who could bring honor to the family by going to college. Xiao Shuang held the last 2 candied hawthorns, one of which had a bite taken out of it. Since she was little, she always had to let her brother have the first pick of food, eating only what he left behind. Now, she had no desire to eat this candied hawthorn, but she didn't dare throw it away, fearing it would upset her grandfather, who might scold her. Ingzi understood her daughter's feelings, but as a rural woman with no skills beyond farming, what could she do? She had tried to advocate for Xiao Shuang's education, but no matter how much she fought, the best she could achieve was for her to finish junior high. She pinched the corner of her clothes and forced a smile, taking the candied hawthorn from Xiao Shuang's hands. We'll eat soon, so I'll hold on to this for you. Li Shingen sat at the center of the table, with Li Daong and Li Wengang on either side. His brother-in-law, Zhao Baoliang, sat quietly at the end, not saying much, and Li Daong didn't seem interested in chatting with him. Li Xiuqin picked some vermicelli from the bowl of chicken and symbolically placed a few pieces of chicken neck in Xiao Shuang's arms, saying, You little glutton, Grandma is giving you meat, so don't say I'm biased later. Aunt Li Taohong silently moved a stool to the kitchen, and Li Fenlin was about to follow but was stopped by Xie Yunshu. Li Xiuqin noticed her granddaughter seemed more confident than before and thought to herself that being a doctor's wife made a difference. She felt more secure at home. But today is important, so there's no need to make a scene. Who knows if that girl will go crazy and flip the table. She still remembers when Xie Yunshu was a teenager. because Wen Gang and Ming Cheng fought over something, and Ming Cheng got slapped by the old man, that girl flipped the table and broke all the dishes in the kitchen. It broke her heart. Now that Xia Yunshu is married to such a capable man, wouldn't she flip the table even faster? All right, you sisters sit down to eat. Yunshu, you sit down too. I have something to discuss with you all, Li Xiuqin said, inviting Li Fenlin and Li Taohong to sit down, and she brought a basket of corn cakes to Ming Cheng. She looked as kind as a good grandmother. Ming Cheng is so tall now. I heard from your mom that you are doing really well in school, always coming in first. In a few months, you will definitely get into college. Xia Ming Cheng had a blank expression but still replied, it's okay. The family finally started eating. 2 chicken legs were neatly placed in the bowl, assumed to be for Li Wengang, since everyone knew the grandparents favored this eldest grandson. However, as soon as Li Wengang picked up 1 chicken leg, Xia Yunshu quickly took the other one and placed it in Xia Ming Cheng's bowl, then smiled brightly. I was just saying on the way here that our grandpa isn't that biased. Look, there are 2 chicken legs. You and Wengang both need to grow, so 1 for each is fair. Li Shanggen's face turned green. Whose chicken doesn't have 2 legs? Just a moment ago, his wife said both chicken legs were for their eldest grandson. The grandson is the priority. Why should the Xia family get to eat their food? Li Xiuqin nudged him with her elbow. Eat. Just eat. Yunshu, you should eat more too. You see, a little extra weight looks good on you. Is life good at the Liu family? I heard rich people eat meat every day, unlike us country folks who hardly get any oil or meat for half the year. Today is the only day your grandpa could bear to kill a chicken for you. Li Fenlin and Li Taohong kept their heads down, eating corn cakes. They didn't dare take more than a bite of meat or even noodles. The Li family's meat was something they had never had the right to eat since they were girls, unable to carry on the family name, and their children would take another surname. But Xia Yunshu was not shy. She took another piece of chicken and placed it in Li Fenlin and Li Taohong's bowls, smiling. Aunt, please eat. I heard from my grandmother that this was specially made for us. If we don't eat it, my grandfather will definitely be angry. At this moment, Li Shanggen couldn't hold back anymore. He thought that just because a young girl married a good man, she believed she was important. The bowl was slammed down, and Li Shanggen glared at Li Fenlin and Li Xiuqin. I'll say it straight. Wengang will be in his 3rd year of high school after the new year. The conditions at number 2 middle school are not good and will affect my grandson's chances of getting into college. I've discussed it with Daong, and we planned to pay to send him to the city's number 1 middle school. The tuition fee is 100 yuan, and you 2 sisters need to figure out how to come up with that money. 100 yuan means 50 yuan each for the sisters, which is more than a worker's monthly salary. Li Taohong bit her lip and glanced at Zhao Baoliang, gathering her courage to refuse. Dad, Fong Fong needs money for school too. What does a girl like Fong Fong need to go to school for? Isn't that a waste? Li Shanggen said dismissively, pointing to the kitchen as if it were obvious. Xiao Shuang will only finish middle school and then have to work in the fields. Daughters will eventually belong to someone else. Why can't you understand that? Li Xiuqin chimed in. In the future, if Wengang gets into college, our family will be better off, and no one will dare to bully you at your in-laws. Your father and I are doing this for your sake. But for Li Taohong, all the suffering came from her own family. She was as timid as Li Fenlin. After being forced into marriage, she felt lucky that her husband and in-laws were good people. She could tolerate her family's bullying, but her daughter was her bottom line. Mom, as long as Fong Fong has the ability to get into college, I will support her for life. She may not have the Li surname, but she has the Zhao surname, and Baoyang will help her go. This was probably the most assertive thing Li Taohong had ever said, but she was still trembling all over. Zhao Baoyang, with a humble demeanor, gently placed his hand on his wife's shoulder. His honest face remained slightly lowered, but he firmly said, Fong Fong is my daughter, and I will support her. What relationship does Li Wengang have with them? Why should the Zhao family support a grandson of the Li family? Naturally, Li Shanggen didn't care about that. He couldn't bring himself to speak to this disabled son-in-law and pressured Li Taohong. That's your own nephew. Think carefully. If you don't help your family, You'll regret it later. He ordered directly. Each person must contribute 50 yuan. No one can give less. Xia Yunshu stayed silent, knowing that this old man surely had more to say. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite to them. Sure enough, Li Xiuqin smiled and served a piece of chicken to Xia Mingqing. Mingqing, here. You are the older brother, so you should help your younger brother, right? Look at your grandmother's side. They hardly recognize you as their grandson anymore. In the future, your family will be from your grandmother's side. You and Wengang will be like real brothers, and you should support each other. Xia Mingqing did not look up. My sister and I are the real ones. Li Xiuqin's smile faded a bit as she glanced at Li Fenlin. You can't even educate your children properly. Li Fenlin bit her lip and stayed silent. Her son was right. The Xie family had cut ties with them. But when she was gone, only Yunshu and Mingqing would be their closest blood relatives. It was up to them to support each other as siblings. Li Shingen lifted his eyelids and took a puff from his pipe. You are the eldest sister, so it's only right to take care of your brother. Since the school is close to your home, let Wengang stay with you. It would be good for him to have Mingqing as a companion. Mingqing studies well, so he can help Wengang with his homework in the evenings. Just take care of the kids, and soon you'll have 2 college students to be proud of. Li Daong was eating chicken when he responded, Sister, let's agree on this. After the 15th, I'll send Wengang over. By the way, he loves meat, so please pay attention when cooking. They are your own kids, so don't be stingy. That's not appropriate. Li Fenlin's face paled, and she lost her appetite. She glanced at her sister, who also looked troubled. Mingqing will be going to college next year, and there will be many expenses. I don't have that much money to spare. It's just 50 yuan. You all have so many excuses. Li Daong was angry. He put down his bowl and stopped eating. Sister, don't think I don't know. When my brother-in-law passed away, the factory paid at least a few hundred yuan, right? The Xie family only took 100. You still have several hundred left. How can you say you have no money? And you, second sister, you only have one daughter. How much can she spend? When she finds a husband, you might even get a bride price. Who are you saving your money for? Zhao Baoyang clenched his teeth. As a man, he couldn't even stand up to Li Daong. When old Xia was alive, he could be strong, but now he felt utterly helpless. He couldn't even lift his head. This useless body, after giving birth to Fong Fong, couldn't even provide a son for Tao Hong. Li Daong noticed that no one was speaking and glanced at Li Wengang, who was stuffing his mouth with food. You only know how to eat. Don't you want to thank your brother Mingqing? If you have questions later, ask him. As your older brother, he should help you get into college. Xia Mingqing was about to take the college entrance exam, which was his only chance to turn his life around. His mother and sister had high hopes for him, and the pressure and motivation made it hard for him to take a break. How could he possibly have time to tutor Li Wengang? Moreover, Li Wengang was not cut out for studying. He spent all his time either eating or wandering around the village. Having him stay at Xia's house would only distract Xia Mingqing from his studies. Li Shingen finished a cigarette and spoke up. It's settled then. After the 5th day of the new year, Wengang will move to your aunt's house. As for the money, take whatever you can. If Wengang gets into college, you all should contribute. It's your responsibility. His cigarette was done, and Xia Yunshu had finished her meal. She placed her bowl on the table and asked, Grandpa, how much will Uncle contribute for Mingqing's college? Li Daiyong's expression changed. What money do I have? You all have money. As the older sister, if you want to contribute, you should ask the Liu family. Who decided that being an older sister meant you had to support your younger brother forever? Xia Yunshu raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with sarcasm. Uncle, that's interesting. Why should my mom and aunt pay for your son's education? Did his parents die, or did his grandparents pass away? Yunshu. Li Fenlin and Li Taohong quickly called out, fear evident on their faces as they looked at Li Shingen. Such words from a younger generation could be considered disrespectful. Li Shingen was so angered by Xia Yunshu's words that his lips trembled. He pointed at her and shouted, You ungrateful child. Get out. You think just because you married a doctor, you can act superior? You have no say in this family. Xie Yunshu lifted her gaze and sneered. This isn't even my home. My home is in the factory dormitory. Li Fenlin quietly pulled Xie Yunshu back. Yunshu, stop talking. She's a good daughter, because of you. Li Shingen turned his anger toward Li Fenlin, standing up from his chair and grabbing a bamboo stick nearby, ready to strike Li Fenlin. I raised you for so long, and you can't even spare $50. You won't help your brother? I'll teach you a lesson today. Xie Yunshu quickly grabbed the bamboo pole and threw it aside, saying coldly, Try touching my mom. Just one finger. Behind her, Xie Mingqing stood up as well, blocking his mother and sister. His young face showed anger, causing Li Shingen to step back in shock. He trembled and said, All right, you are rebelling now, even daring to act against your grandfather. Xie Yunshu looked at him with her cold, dark eyes and said, With a father like you, do you think you deserve to be called grandfather? When she was younger, she couldn't protect her mother. Every time they came here, Li Fenlin and Li Taohong would bring things only to be scolded and chased away. If they dared to argue, this old man would get violent. They grew up being beaten, with the pressure of family ethics weighing down on them. Where would they find the courage to resist? A few years ago, because Li Fenlin refused to let Li Daong take the job at the packaging factory, Li Shingen hit her so hard that her face was swollen. She had to threaten to hang herself at her family home just to keep that job for Yunshu. That was probably the only time she ever stood up for herself. Because of that incident, Li Fenlin didn't return to her family for years. Last year, Li Daong sent a little money and played the victim, saying that their parents were old and still cared about their daughter. Being unfilial would lead to harsh judgment, and Li Fenlin couldn't afford not to go back. What would others say about her, and what would they say about Yunshu and Mingqing? She belonged to the Li family and could never escape, but her daughter and son could not continue to be victims of Li Daong and his son. Li Fenlin bit her lip hard until blood came out, then sighed and slowly said, Dad, I will gather the money for Wangong's transfer gradually, but he can't stay at my house, and Mingqing can't tutor him. She thought this was a sure thing, but unexpectedly, Li Fenlin disagreed. Li Daong got angry. Sister, have you lost your conscience? Wengang is your nephew. It's just for a little over a year. How much could it cost you? How about this? I'll give you 5 yuan a month. Is that okay? So his plan was for Li Fenlin not only to support Li Wangong's education but also to provide for his meals. Now he was offering 5 yuan a month, as if it were a huge favor. Who needed his 5 yuan? Xie Yunshu scoffed. Uncle, you have a good plan. Why don't I come stay here, and you can give me 5 yuan a month while you take care of me? Li Daong was so angry that his face turned red, and the flesh on his face trembled. Xie Yunshu, you're a married woman, so stop meddling in your family's affairs. Wengang moving in has nothing to do with you. This is not a place for you to speak. Well, it turns out I do have a say in this matter, Xie Yunshu smirked. I divorced Lu Zhixing and am now living at my parents' house. Wengang has nowhere to stay. Besides, my mother's money is for me and my brother. There's not even 50 cents to spare. What did you say? This shocked everyone. Li Xiuqin shouted at Xie Yunshu. You said you divorced who? Xie Yunshu looked at her directly. Lu Zhixing, what's it to you? I didn't tell you when I got married, so I don't need to inform you about the divorce, right? You didn't contribute to my wedding or my divorce. What does divorce mean? Li Xiuqin's eyes bulged as she pointed at Xie Yunshu, trembling with rage, unable to speak for a moment. Finally, she shouted, You little brat! How dare you divorce Dr. Lu? Tell me, did you do something wrong to the Lu family? In the future, when your uncle and Wengang move to the city, I'll need the Lu family's help to find a job. And here you are, quietly getting a divorce? The room fell silent. Even Yingzi and Xiaoshuang, who were eating in the kitchen, came out, looking confused and not daring to say a word. Li Fenlin clenched her fists. Mom, you can't say that about Yunshu. It's Lu Zhixing who wronged her. She's not the one at fault. It's her fault if no man wants her. Li Xiuqin spat back. Her earlier pretense of kindness vanished. The way she looked at Xia Yunshu was not like a grandmother looking at her granddaughter, but more like an enemy. Li Shingen finally reacted, his face dark and purple. Just a moment ago, this girl was eating so much chicken, and now it turns out she's useless, unable to keep a man. He angrily pointed at Xia Yunshu. You're just like your mother, both useless. One married early and caused trouble, and the other got thrown away. You're a disgrace. You've brought shame to our family. Li Fenlin, I'm telling you, as your father, you must ensure when Gang goes to school. Quickly find someone to marry Xia Yunshu off, no matter who it is. Ask for a good bride price. When Gang will need money for college. That house should be cleared out for when Gang to live in. You two sisters each get $50. If anyone dares to take even a penny less, don't bother coming back to this house. He yelled angrily, calling her all sorts of names. Li Fenlin couldn't take it anymore and said with red eyes, Dad, Yunshu is your own granddaughter. Don't you worry about what people will say if you keep insulting her? Xie Mingqing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. He learned from a young age that it's wrong to hit elders, but these two old people were driving him to the edge of madness. Li Shingen wouldn't back down. He was only letting this mother and daughter eat with them because Xie Yunshu married into the Liu family. He was furious and felt like he might explode. With a fierce expression, he raised his hand to slap Li Fenlin across the face. It's your fault for raising such a daughter. I'm telling you again, get this money-losing girl married off. The expected pain didn't come. Xia Yunshu stepped in to block the slap, and it landed on her shoulder instead. Even through her coat, it hurt, showing just how much force Li Shingen used. Big sister, Mingqing whispered, stepping in front of her. Let's go. We won't come back here again. If it weren't for worrying about Mom being bullied alone, he and his sister would never want to return. Every time they visited as kids, they were called ungrateful. He did nothing wrong, but he always had to give in to Li Wengang, not because he was the older brother, but because he was a Xie, not a Li. Li Shingen kept shouting, You're ungrateful to your elders. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Xie Yunshu pushed Xie Mingqing aside and stepped forward with a blank expression. She kicked the dining table hard, flipping it over. Dishes and soup spilled everywhere, and bowls shattered into pieces. Li Xiuqin stumbled back, feeling both angry and hurt. How dare this girl flip the table? But Xia Yunshu wasn't done. She picked up a chair and slammed it down, holding the broken backrest in her hand. If there's retribution, let it strike me, not my mom. This broken family can do whatever it wants. We won't be coming back. She then turned her dark gaze toward Li Wengang. If anyone dares to come to my house, I will get up in the middle of the night and take a knife to them. Anyone who makes my life hard will make sure their whole family suffers. Li Daong originally wanted to teach his niece a lesson, but now he was too scared to move. He only had one precious son, and he was counting on Wengang to carry on the family name. If that crazy Xia Yunshu really hurt him, how could he live with that? Yingzi tightly held onto Xiaoshuang, hiding in the corner, afraid to speak. She didn't need to step in for her son. She couldn't even protect her own daughter. What could she do? If only she could go a little crazy like Yunshu, then Xiaoshuang wouldn't have to drop out of school. Li Shingen, as the head of the family, was used to being in charge and couldn't stand a little girl acting tough. He spat and said, Xia Yunshu, I'm your grandfather. If you touch me, you'll regret it. You have no father or man now. Let's see how you survive in the future. If you die, I'll still be fine. Xia Yunshu sneered and smashed 2 chairs. If anyone dares to touch my mom, I'll grab a knife from the kitchen and take you all down. I'm not afraid of anything. After saying that, her eyes landed on Li Wengang with a fierce look. Those who are reckless are the most dangerous. Her attitude made the usually strong-willed Li Shingen hesitate. The tall Shun Mingqing pulled at his angry sister. Sis, should we go? Xia Yunshu coldly scanned the room, seeing no one dared to move. She turned and walked toward the kitchen, picking up the eggs and pork that Li Taohong had brought and handed them to Zhao Baoliang. Uncle, take these back for Fong Fong. They can't be left here for the dogs. Li Shingen was so shocked he almost choked. You troublemaker. At his age, he didn't dare to really fight with Xia Yunshu and push Li Daong. Hurry up and stop them. They can't take our things. After losing a chicken and breaking so many bowls and chairs, they still wanted to take their stuff? Was there no justice? Li Daong felt a bit scared. He was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If they were all as easygoing as his sisters, he might have dared to step in. But Xia Yunshu was acting like a madwoman. What if she really grabbed a knife? From a distance, he looked at Li Fenlin and Li Taohong. Aren't you going to do something? If our parents get sick from anger, you'll be the ones paying the medical bills. Xia Yunshu sneered. There's no medical bill, but I do have a kitchen knife. Do you want it? I'm divorced, and just want to chop something. Whoever has a tough life can come and cause trouble at my house. After saying this, she strode out confidently. Xia Mingcheng smiled slightly. It seemed like there was no chance for him to step in with his sister around. As she passed Dingzi and Xiaoshuang, Xia Yunshu paused for a moment but said nothing before turning to leave. Since her divorce from Lu Zixing, she had awakened from a 10-year nightmare and realized one thing: no one is anyone else's savior. If you can't stand up for yourself, you can only hide and let others bully you. On the way back, Li Taohong felt a bit anxious. Yunshu, after causing such a big scene today, how will we go back? Xia Yunshu glanced at her. And do you still want to go back? Li Taohong was taken aback. She had never thought about not returning home. Growing up in a repressive environment, she lacked the courage to resist the authority of her elders. Shouldn't daughters just obey? From now on, let's not go back. Living our own lives is better than anything else. They have sons and grandsons. They don't need us, Li Fenlin said softly, tightly holding her sister's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiao Hong, think about Fong Fong. They won't have the same opportunities as us. Li Taohong looked down at her hunched husband and finally moved her lips. Okay, we won't go back. In that moment, Zhao Baoyang seemed to straighten his back as well. Xia Yunshu walked slowly at the back, feeling a bit regretful. It was a pity that those 2 big cabbages went to waste. On the 7th day of the new year, the 3rd year of high school was intense, and Xia Mingcheng had already started school. In the morning, Xia Yunshu went out for a walk and returned feeling listless. She wanted to see if there were other ways to make money. However, it was just after the new year, and the streets were still quite empty. Even the securities exchange was closed. But today was sunny. Grandma Zhang had set up a rocking chair outside the building to enjoy the sun, while Li Fenlin and Aunt Zhao sat on small stools, scrubbing clothes in a wooden basin. A few children around the same age as Xiao, who were playing with sandbags nearby. Li Fenlin, wearing rubber gloves, smiled and chatted with Aunt Zhao. Yunshu is such a caring child. She insists I wear gloves while washing clothes. At our age, why worry about hurting our hands? Aunt Zhao, having had a comfortable new year, laughed heartily. Just admit it. Everyone in this building knows you have a wonderful daughter. Li Fenlin was indeed showing off a bit, but her shy personality made her feel embarrassed when praised. Oh, it's nothing special. After putting down the soap, Li Fenlin was about to pour some water when a tall man politely asked, "Excuse me, does Xia Yunshu live here?" Li Fenlin was taken aback. Are you looking for my daughter? Shin Subai, with a warm smile, handed over some fruit from behind him and said politely, Auntie, I'm a colleague of Xia Yunshu. I need to discuss some work matters with her. Colleague? Work matters? Li Fenlin and Aunt Zhao exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to think. Wasn't Yunshu delivering meals to the construction site? Where did this colleague come from, and what work matters could there be? When Xia Yunshu got home, she saw Shin Subai, dressed in a black down jacket, sitting on her small stool, adding coal to the stove. His tall figure seemed out of place in the small room. She rubbed her eyes, doubting her vision. Li Fenlin came out from the inner room with a teacup, smiling. Xiaobai, next time don't bring anything when you visit. You're Yunshu's friend. There's no need to be so formal. Xiaobai? Friend of Yunshu? Xia Yunshu instinctively rubbed her ears. now doubting not just her eyesight but also her hearing. Team Shin? Her eyes widened slightly, then she blinked and curiously asked, "What are you doing here?" Shin Subai's long legs looked a bit cramped on the stool, but he appeared calm. "I need to talk to you about something. Earlier this year, I mentioned the three-wheeled motorcycle. The mechanical factory has a few that are being retired, and you can choose one."
So, that was it.
Xia Yunshu immediately became excited. She rushed inside to grab her savings book, forgetting to drink water. "Let's go right now." Shin Subai checked his watch and said calmly, "I spent quite a while finding this place and waited for you here. The mechanical factory should be closing soon, so we'll have to wait if we go now." Li Fenlin poured tea and handed it to Shin Subai, warmly saying, "Let's go in the afternoon then. Yunshu has no plans these days. Stay for lunch. We have beef and potatoes at home. I'll start cooking now." Last time at the police station, Xia Yunshu realized that Shin Subai was not just a security team leader as she had thought. From the expressions of Director Zheng and Liu Jianxi, it was clear that he held a high position in Haiqing, even more powerful than the Liu family. How could someone like him sit down for a simple meal in her home? When she married Liu Zhixing, even at their closest moments, he had never eaten here and would frown just entering the place. Liu Zhixing looked down on this place and Xia Yunshu understood that, so she tried to stop Li Fenlin. "Mom, don't bother." But before she could finish, Shin Subai gently interrupted her and smiled at Li Fenlin. "Thank you for your trouble, Aunt Li." Now Xia Yunshu was even more confused. She bit her lip. "Our home is quite small. It couldn't accommodate such important guests." Shin Subai looked at her. "I helped you, and I can't even have a meal?" Xia Yunshu shook her head repeatedly. "That's not what I meant. I was thinking of taking you out to eat. You're a good person, and I definitely want to thank you." "No need to rush to conclusions," Shin Subai replied with a light laugh, his serious face softening a bit. "I can only say I'm not a bad person." Actually, he had a handsome face with strong features, but his eyes often seemed sharp, and he rarely smiled, which could make people feel a bit pressured. At least, that was how Xia Yunshu felt. However, since others had said so, she couldn't just push him away. She touched her nose. "Then I'll fry some spicy meat slices. Or, do you have something you like to eat, Team Shin?" She wanted to thank him with a home-cooked meal, but he even brought gifts, and while 2 dishes were enough for 3 people, it seemed a bit stingy. Shin Subai saw through her thoughts and chuckled inwardly. "No need to go through so much trouble, just a simple meal is fine. I'm not picky. You can take me out to a restaurant once you get a suitable motorcycle tricycle. It wouldn't do to just send him off with a meal." Li Fenlin had already started to get busy. Xia Yunshu cleared her throat, feeling that Team Shin looked uncomfortable sitting on the small stool. She turned on the TV to make conversation. "Team Shin, are you going to watch some TV?" Shin Subai nodded and skillfully removed the cover from the stove. "I'll steam some rice first." He spoke as if it were obvious, but it left Xia Yunshu even more confused. She knew that team leader Shin was a good person, but did he really need to be so down-to-earth? Who invites guests and then asks them to cook? She quickly bent down to tend to the stove. No, I can handle it myself. You just sit and watch TV." A strand of long hair fell from her ear and brushed against Shin Subai's forehead. They were close enough that he could smell a faint scent of soap, similar to the smell from Li Fenlin when she had done laundry earlier. Shin Subai remained seated, letting the hair brush against him, causing a silent tickle. He lowered his gaze and swallowed. "Comrade Xia Yunshu, I didn't eat breakfast, and I'm a bit hungry. Would it be faster if we cooked together?" Team leader Shin came to talk to her about the motorcycle without having eaten. Thinking about how he had spent half the day looking for his place and then waited for her, Xia Yunshu felt a twinge of guilt and mentally labeled him as a good person. She hurried to prepare the stove. "You can steam the rice, and I'll quickly chop the meat." At first, she thought the meal would be awkward, considering how serious team leader Shin was and how he seemed not to be very talkative. However, to her surprise, while Shin Subai didn't say much, he was very polite and managed to engage Li Fenlin in conversation. He wasn't overly chatty, but he kept the conversation going. After the meal, Shin-soo helped clear the dishes before rolling down his sleeves and putting his down jacket back on. It should be about time now. Shall we head over? Lee Femlin cheerfully urged them to go. Go take care of business. There's nothing else to do at home. Once outside the building, Xia Yunshu went to push her bicycle, but Shin-soo stopped her. If you find a good one today, where will you put your bicycle? Xia Yunshu frowned. Can I just put it in the back of the truck? The motorcycle tricycle is different from a pedal tricycle. The back is quite high, and with such a heavy bicycle, are you sure you can lift it by yourself? Shin-soo looked at her sturdy bicycle and then back into her eyes, his tone firm. You probably don't have that much strength. A bicycle is heavier than a food container. Xia Yunshu had considerable strength from years of work. Despite her slender arms, she had some muscle. However, a sturdy bicycle was not only heavy but also large, and she knew she couldn't lift it alone. But team leader Shin was tall, and his arms looked strong. He should have some strength, right? Shin-soo added calmly, I don't have that much strength either. Xia Yunshu had no other choice. Then how do I get there? Should I take the bus? Shin-soo pointed to his bicycle. There isn't a direct bus. If you don't mind, I can give you a ride. Of course, since you're a girl, if you feel uncomfortable, we can think of other options. He spoke very seriously, with no hint of any bad intentions. Xia Yunshu felt that if she showed even a little discomfort, it would seem overly sensitive, so she quickly said, I don't mind. I used to ride on other workers' bicycles at the packaging factory. We're all colleagues, with pure and innocent camaraderie. Shin-soo smiled slightly. Then please, Comrade Xia, hop on. It took about half an hour to get from the apartment building to the factory. Xia Yunshu sat behind, gripping the bicycle seat tightly, feeling a bit shy about touching Shin's jacket. The man in front wore a puffy down jacket, and his broad back looked like a small mountain. She sat quietly, feeling a bit strange inside. In fact, besides her late father and Xia Mingcheng, she had never ridden on any other man's bicycle, not even Lu Zhixing's. Lu Zhixing worked at the hospital and was usually very busy. They rarely went out together, only going back to the Lu family on weekends, and she hadn't even visited the department store with him. Even when going home, they each rode their own bicycles. She had seen Lu Zhixing take Zhou Xinhua out more than once, and his reasons were always very justified. Zhou Xinhua had faced hardships since her teenage years, so she felt sorry for her misfortune. Since she couldn't ride a bike, Lu Zhixing was just helping her. Everyone praised the Lu family for their kindness and gratitude. If she were to complain, it would seem petty and unreasonable. Unfortunately, helping someone to that extent could be seen as crossing a line, right? Thinking about this, Xia Yunshu had to admit she wasn't that generous. Seeing Zhou Xinhua and the Lu family face difficulties made her happier than the new year, and she even set off several firecrackers. When we get to the factory, you don't need to worry about the price. I'll negotiate with them. Shin-soo calm voice reached Xia Yunshu's ears through the winter wind. The estimated cost should be around 1,700 yuan. If all goes well, we might get it down to 1,500. What price do you have in mind? 1,700 was already a very ideal price. Xia Yunshu wasn't the type to push her luck. Captain Shin, that's fine. I trust you. Trust? Shin-soo smiled slightly and nodded, remaining silent throughout the journey. Shun was indeed a gentleman. He took a smooth route without any bumps and safely brought the person to the mechanical factory. Throughout the trip, there was no physical contact between them, nor any hint of romance. The logistics staff at the factory were waiting at the entrance. Earlier, Shun had mentioned he wanted to help a friend by buying a second-hand motorcycle tricycle, and since the factory was updating its equipment, they had a few left over. Vehicles retired from such factories usually have no major issues. They may be a bit old, but are definitely worth the price. If you're lucky, you might find one that's almost new, but the price is often much lower than in the market. If you don't have connections, these items are usually not available to the general public. Xia Yunshu looked at one vehicle and touched another, feeling very happy and satisfied with each one. The motorcycle tricycle was much larger than her small tricycle, and just the big front part looked impressive. The logistics staff spoke straightforwardly. Young lady, if you like one, feel free to choose. We can negotiate the price. Xia Yunshu knew they were being polite because of Shin Su-bai. Otherwise, even if she had connections, they wouldn't have paid her any attention. As long as it works normally and has no functional issues, I'm not asking for much. Xia Yunshu remembered Shin Su-bai's words and didn't discuss the price. She bit her lip and glanced at Shin Su-bai, silently urging him. Could you say something? Shin Su-bai subtly smiled and then bent down to carefully inspect each motorcycle, finally choosing one with a newer engine and negotiating the price down to 1,500 yuan. The logistics staff chuckled. Shin, only you could do this. Xia Yunshu could tell from the unspoken words that the price was incredibly low. She pretended not to hear, looking up at the sky, knowing she couldn't act too grateful, but she definitely owed Shin a meal for this. However, after receiving the keys, Xia Yunshu felt a bit worried. How do I start this? Shin Su-bai frowned. You don't know how to drive? Xia Yunshu was speechless. Of course, she didn't. This was her first time with a motorcycle tricycle, and she wasn't a genius. She didn't even know where to start it. I don't know, she admitted honestly, shaking her head. I need to find a place to practice. Shin Su-bai returned to his serious demeanor. Practice? It can be very dangerous if you don't handle a tricycle well. How can you manage alone without someone watching you? Not to mention, you can just practice a bit and hit the road. This is irresponsible for yourself and for others. After being scolded, Xia Yunshu puffed out her cheeks. But I've already paid. Am I supposed to just look at it? That cost 1,500 yuan. Shin Su-bai lowered his gaze at her. The project department won't start until after the Lantern Festival, so I don't have anything to do before that. He added, I used to drive in the army, handling various types of vehicles. Xia Yunshu's eyes lit up, and she boldly asked, Can you teach me to ride a tricycle? I'll treat you to meals, 3 meals a day. A hint of a smile flashed in Shin Su-bai's eyes as he effortlessly lifted his bicycle and placed it in the back of the tricycle. He then swung his long legs over the motorcycle seat. Get on, and watch how I start. Xia Yunshu was stunned. Didn't he say he wasn't strong? How could he lift the bicycle with one hand? Shin Su-bai raised an eyebrow. Are you going to learn? Xia Yunshu snapped back to reality and quickly jumped onto the back seat. Yes, yes. She wisely didn't dwell on his earlier comment about not having strength, but she did sneak a glance at his strong arms wrapped in his down jacket, thinking to herself that if she were to fight Shin Su-bai, she would definitely lose. Shin Su-bai pointed to where the key goes, speaking clearly. Twist this to start, then use your foot to press the gas. Twist the handle, but don't accelerate too quickly at first. Keep your hands ready on the brake. Always prioritize safety with motor vehicles. It's the same with everything. Safety first, don't rush. Xia Yunshu listened carefully, memorizing the steps. By this time, the motorcycle tricycle had started moving. When Shin Su-bai twisted the handle, Xia Yunshu lost her balance and urgently grabbed his shoulder. Hold onto the back handle for safety, Shin Su-bai said, glancing at her hand on his shoulder, and slowed down. Don't hold my shoulder. Xia Yunshu's face turned red, and she quickly sat back down. She hoped Shin Su-bai didn't think she was trying to take advantage of him.
She swore she didn't mean it that way.
To be fair, a man like Shin Su-bai surely had many women who liked him. And having been married once, she wasn't an inexperienced girl. Asking someone to teach her to drive while having physical contact could easily be misunderstood as having ulterior motives. It's not that she underestimates herself. Xia Yunshu knows her place. She and Shin Su-bai are definitely not meant to be. Even someone from a wealthy family like Lu Zhixing looks down on her, let alone someone like Shin Su-bai. It's just that team leader Shen is a good person and treats everyone equally, not looking down on ordinary folks like them. Climbing the social ladder? She would never think that way. Instead of relying on others, it's better to stand a bit taller on her own. Shin Su-bai looked ahead, his tone calm. I don't like spicy food, so please don't add red chili when you cook meat next time. The topic changed too quickly, and Xia Yunshu was a bit confused. Team leader Shin, what do you mean? Shin Su-bai had already driven to a nearby construction site, where there was an open area with few people, perfect for practicing driving. He turned off the engine and, after the vehicle was steady, looked back at her. Didn't we just agree that meals are included? Breakfast is fine to skip, but lunch and dinner are acceptable. I live alone, so this arrangement works for me. Xia Yunshu rubbed her face, and then jumped down from the back of the vehicle. Don't worry, team leader, I'll make sure my cooking suits your taste. Shin Subai frowned. Don't jump down like that. The vehicle is quite high. Xia Yunshu smiled brightly at him. I understand. Safety first. After practicing for several hours, when they returned from the construction site, Xia Yunshu could barely stand. The three-wheeled motorcycle looked simple, but it was tiring after a long time, especially on the inner sides of her thighs. If her clothes weren't thick, she would have thought her skin would wear off. I'll treat you to a meal at a state-run restaurant, she said, sitting on the back of the motorcycle, gripping the handrails. Despite her tired face, her eyes sparkled. Just one more day of practice, and I'll be fine. Shin Subai took out a tube of ointment from his pocket. Apply this where it hurts, skip the meal, and go home early to rest. Xia Yunshu felt embarrassed holding the ointment. Team leader, I owe you a favor. Even though I can't repay you right now, if you ever need my help in the future, I will definitely be there without hesitation. Shin Subai raised an eyebrow and looked at her seriously. That's good to hear. The sound of the three-wheeled motorcycle was loud, and when Xia Yunshu slowly drove in, the entire building was stirred. Lin Suiping was almost envious. How could Xia Yunshu, who had just divorced and lost her job, be doing better? Not only did she buy new clothes and rent a big place, but she also bought a three-wheeled motorcycle.
Ugh.
What a show-off. During dinner, Li Fenlin casually asked, Yunshu, is Xiaobai also from Haicheng? What does he do at the construction site? Xia Yunshu shivered at the mention of Xiaobai and quickly replied, Mom, his name is Shin Subai. He is the team leader at the construction site, and I don't think he's from Haicheng. I'm not sure exactly what his job is. She genuinely didn't know. At first, she thought he was the security team leader, then she thought he was in logistics, and now she guessed his position was a bit higher since everyone called him team leader Shin. Li Fenlin shot her a look. You silly child, I know his name. Xiaobai said I don't need to use his full name, since it feels friendlier. However, hearing that Shin Subai was not from Haicheng made Li Fenlin a bit disappointed. If her daughter were to marry again, she needed to choose someone good. At the very least, he should be warm and caring. If he wasn't from Haicheng, then he couldn't be considered. Wouldn't a long-distance marriage be even more worrying? Xia Yunshu had no idea her mother was thinking so far ahead. But team leader Shin's serious face didn't match the name Xiaobai, which sounded more like a name for a puppy. Xia Mingqing paused with his chopsticks, thinking of something. Is team leader Shin the person we met that day at the security center when we were selling food? Xia Yunshu was surprised he remembered and nodded. Yes, he's the one. I signed the contract with him when I delivered food to the project department. He also helped me buy the motorcycle, and he assisted when we took Xiaowei to the police station. Mentioning Xiaowei made Li Fenlin frown. I wonder how that child is doing? Xia Yunshu's expression softened. Mom, he's not our child, so we can't worry too much. Li Fenlin shook her head. That's true. Zhou Xinyue was still in the psychiatric hospital, and the Liu family wouldn't mistreat Xiaowei. He wouldn't starve. But it was impossible to expect them to treat him well. Xia Yunshu recalled Xiaowei's vacant eyes and sighed. I'll find a chance to see Xiaowei tomorrow and check on him. Li Fenlin shook her head again. Forget it. If you go to see Xiaowei, you'll have to deal with the Liu family. She was kind-hearted and genuinely worried about the child, but who isn't selfish? While she cared, she didn't want her daughter to face the Liu family again. At the Liu family home, Liu Zhixing sat at the dining table, listening to Cheng Yixiang complain. What do we do now? All those official wives are watching me and laughing at me. Yesterday, they said they would come to play mahjong with me. I couldn't refuse, but after a couple of sentences, it was all sarcasm. Liu Jianxi put down his bowl heavily, making a loud sound. You still have the time to play mahjong? Are you afraid they won't tease you enough? Xiaowei, who was busy eating rice, immediately put down his bowl and didn't dare to move. This was his first time eating at the table since coming to the Liu family. Usually, Chung Yuseong would just bring him some dishes and buns, and he would eat quietly and wash his bowl afterward. He felt like a little dog fostered in this home, wagging his tail but keeping it tucked in. He was scared of being scolded, so he didn't dare to speak or make eye contact, but this life was still happy for him. At least, Zhou Xinhua wasn't around. Liu Zhixing was sitting next to him, eating with a cold expression. Director Lin asked me to bring Zhou Xinhua out tomorrow. Keeping her locked up isn't a solution. Liu Xueting's eyes brightened. Brother, you finally decided to let Sister Xinhua out. She must be so scared in there. You won't let me see her, but when she comes out, I will divorce her. Liu Zhixing interrupted Liu Xueting and glanced at Xiao Wei. I'll take care of the child for now. Once she finds a job and calms down, we can let Xiao Wei go back. Liu Xueting gasped. You want to divorce Sister Xinhua?
She lost her job. How can you do that now?
Liu Zhixing sneered. Why not? When I divorced Xia Yunshu, she didn't have a job either. Liu Xueting put down her chopsticks angrily. That's not the same. Xia Yunshu was already struggling. She wouldn't starve. Sister Xinhua is different. She grew up in our courtyard and has suffered so much. She finally married you, and now she's sent to a mental hospital. You used to pity her. How can you be so heartless now? As a child, she often played behind Zhou Xinhua and remembered her as beautiful and gentle, someone she admired. She had a natural bias towards Zhou Xinhua. So when everyone said Zhou Xinhua mistreated Xiao Wei, Liu Xueting couldn't believe it. She firmly believed that only Xia Yunshu could do something so cruel. Sister Xinhua would never. Chung Yuseong felt a headache coming on every time Liu Xueting mentioned Zhou Xinhua. If it weren't for her shamelessly drugging your brother and climbing into bed with him, would Zhou Xinhua have a chance to be our daughter-in-law? Even if he remarried Xia Yunshu, we can't accept a woman like Zhou Xinhua. Liu Zhixing's eyes slightly flickered when he heard the word remarriage. He curled his fingers and softly said, Mom, after my divorce with Xinhua, if I can't remarry Yunshu, I won't marry anyone else. Liu Jianxi's expression turned cold. What do you mean? Are you threatening us? Liu Xueting was also anxious. Brother, why are you so fixated on that woman, Xia Yunshu? She even hit me last time, have you forgotten? I owe her an apology, and our family owes her too. I want to make it up to her for the rest of her life, Liu Zhixing said with a bitter smile. Mom, I can't live without Yunshu. When she was around, he didn't realize how important she was, but now that she's gone, every moment feels unbearable. Chung Yuseong paused slightly. Her son had always been proud, and even when he insisted on marrying Xia Yunshu against the family's wishes, he only said that she was suitable for living together. So she never believed he had deep feelings for Xia Yunshu. It was probably just youthful impulsiveness. After all, Xia Yunshu was indeed beautiful. Liu Jianxi lost his appetite and glanced at the child next to him. Xiao Wei, you take this child home first. Staying here every day is making your mother and me uneasy. Liu Zhixing thought of Xia Yunshu's words. He knew she was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Despite the harm caused by Xinhua, she never directed her anger at the child. If only he hadn't rushed to have a child with her for the sake of his career back then, things might have been different. He regretted it more than once as he held Xiao Wei's hand and walked outside. Liu Xueting was furious with her brother's attitude and lost her appetite. What's so good about Xia Yunshu? Sister Xinhua is the one who's pitiful, raising a child who turns out to be ungrateful. I've pressed Xiao Wei for days, and he hasn't said a word. He spent one day with Xia Yunshu and came back changed. Liu Jianxi turned and went to his study. Chung Yuseong really didn't want to explain to her daughter about Zhou Xinhua's mistreatment of the child. After all, her concern was never about Xiao Wei being mistreated, but rather how Zhou Xinhua's actions affected the Liu family. The dining table was soon empty. Xiao Wei's bowl of rice was still half full, and no one cared whether he was full or not. Even Liu Zhixing was lost in his own emotions and didn't notice. On the way back, Liu Zhixing suddenly remembered to ask him, Xiao Wei, how did you think of looking for Yunshu that day? Xiao Wei rarely spoke, and sometimes Lu Zixing thought he couldn't talk at all. But this time, Xiao Wei said 2 words, Mom. Lu Zixing's expression darkened. Your mom treats you so badly, and you still think about her? Xiao Wei shook his head. Not Mom. Lu Zixing didn't understand what he meant. He placed Xiao Wei on the back of the bicycle and unknowingly rode towards the tube building. Although he didn't want to see her, he wanted to take a look. However, afraid of Xia Yunshu's disapproving gaze, Lu Zixing only stopped the bicycle outside the alley and glanced at the dim streetlight of the tube building from a distance. He still wore the ring that Xia Yunshu had given him. When they first got married, he found it troublesome to wear because he had to take it off during surgery. But now he wore it all the time and realized that taking it off and putting it away wasn't a big deal. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Zixing didn't notice that Xiao Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the tube building. He jumped off the bicycle and ran straight inside. Lu Zixing frowned and called out, Xiao Wei, where are you going? He was about to chase after him but stopped. Xiao Wei seemed to really like Yunshu, and she would be soft-hearted towards him. So, could he use Xiao Wei to see her and say a few simple words? Using a child might be a bit wrong, but Lu Zixing couldn't help but think this way. Xia Yunshu had just finished eating. She was leaning under the desk lamp reading a book. She had finished self-studying basic architectural theory and was now on a thick book about world architectural design cases, filled with fascinating knowledge. Xia Mingcheng was also studying. As the college entrance exam approached, he felt more pressure despite his confidence. His draft paper was filled with numbers and symbols. The exam papers and exercises from 1986 were precious, with limited purchasing options and high prices. To practice more, he copied many questions from his teacher into his notebook. The siblings were both studying, and Li Fenlin was busy too. She had taken on a knitting job, earning $2 for each completed sweater. Although it took several days to finish one, she was very enthusiastic about it. Xia Yunshu tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen, so she let her be. She knew her mother just wanted to lessen her burden in any way she could. If work could bring some comfort, then it wasn't too hard. There was a knock at the door and Li Fenlin put down her knitting. Is that girl Cui Ping? She asked me to put in a good word for her yesterday, saying she wanted to come watch TV tonight. Xia Yunshu did not lift her head. No, Mingcheng has to study tonight. Li Fenlin fell silent and then quickly called the child outside to come in. Oh no. How did this child get here? Did he get hurt or is he hungry? Xiao Wei shook his head and took a piece of candy from his pocket, placing it in Li Fenlin's hand. Here you go. He remembered when he left Li Fenlin's house, he had a piece of candy in his pocket. This one was given to him on the first day of the new year by Chung Yuxiang, who wanted to impress others. It was a big white rabbit milk candy, and he had kept it for a whole week. By the time he took it out, the wrapper had changed color. Xia Yunshu paused her breathing. With a cold expression, she pulled Xiao Wei closer and saw that he was still wearing the old cotton coat from Lin Xiaohu that had been sent to the police station, realizing that the Lu family had not treated him well. Did anyone hurt you? Xia Yunshu asked, unbuttoning a few of his buttons. When she found no new injuries, she sighed in relief, but then frowned and asked, Are you hungry? Did they not give you enough to eat? Xiao Wei shook his head. He was doing well at the Lu family. At least that woman was not there, which was already a good day for him. As for care and warmth, he had never experienced them, so he had nothing to compare his desires to. Xia Yunshu sighed. This was Zhou Xinyue's child, and she really didn't want to feel soft-hearted towards him, but Xiao Wei was just too easy to feel sorry for. Lu Zixing always claimed to pity Zhou Xinyue and said Xiao Wei was the most unfortunate, always getting hurt or sick. But he directed all his concern towards Zhou Xinyue. To her, Xiao Wei was just a tool for gaining affection, and to Lu Zixing, Xiao Wei was merely an excuse to enjoy a flirtation with Zhou Xinyue. Li Fenlin patted Xiao Wei's hair and turned on the stove to boil some water. Be good, I'll cook you some noodles, and there's some meat soup to go with it. This child clearly hadn't had enough to eat. Lu Zixing stood alone outside the building, feeling a bit nervous as he adjusted his hair and collar. He came to find the child, surely Yunshu wouldn't chase him away again? Could he apologize to her and ask her to wait for him? When he married Yunshu, he didn't like coming here because it was dark and damp, and everyone had a superficial smile on their faces. But now, he really wanted to go inside, sit in that sunless room, and share a simple meal with Yunshu. As he hesitated at the door, someone behind him spoke coldly. "Please step aside." The voice sounded familiar. Lu Zixing turned around in surprise and saw the man who had stood beside Xia Yunshu at the courthouse and the police station, Shin Subai. Shin Subai did not know Lu Zixing would be there. His presence was a coincidence. He had come to check on the gasoline and oil in his motorcycle trike, which needed to be covered in the cold winter nights to start easily the next day. He had forgotten to mention this to Xia Yunshu before leaving and had come to remind her. However, it seemed his visit was quite timely. The steaming noodles were placed in a bowl, topped with green onions and a couple of leftover pieces of pork belly. Li Fenlin, concerned about how thin Xiaowei was, added an extra egg. "Hurry up and eat. After dinner, I'll take you home. You shouldn't be running out at night like this. What if you encounter bad people? If you're hungry, just come here during the day and I'll make you noodles, okay?" Xiaowei took a sip of the hot soup, feeling warm inside, and his dull eyes began to brighten. He nodded earnestly and softly called out, "Grandma." Li Fenlin smiled. "This child, I thought you wouldn't speak." After finishing the bowl of noodles, Xia Yunshu wrapped an old scarf around Xiaowei's neck and held his hand as they walked outside. "The Lu family won't hurt you now. If you're hungry, just speak up. Once you grow up strong from eating well, you won't have to be afraid of anyone. Everyone has a different fate. No matter how pitiful Xiaowei is, she can't be his savior. Lu Zixing, despite his flaws, is not a bad person. At least he won't mistreat children." Outside the building, Lu Zixing clenched his fists and glared at Shin Subai with hostility. "What are you doing here? What do you want with Yunshu?" Shin Subai was slightly taller and broader than him. He casually glanced at Lu Zixing, showing no intention of answering, and stepped toward the building. Lu Zixing blocked his path and gritted his teeth. "Shin, Yunshu is not the kind of woman you think she is. Why do you, with your background, bother her?" Shin Subai stopped and scoffed. "What position does Dr. Lu have to talk to me?" Before Lu Zixing could respond, Shin Subai calmly asked, "Ex-husband?" Those two words made Lu Zixing's eyes redden with anger. He couldn't help but grab Shin Subai's collar. "You and her are impossible. I will remarry her. Even if Yunshu is upset now and doesn't want to come back, she will never be with you. If she knew about your family background, she would stay far away from you. With his family background, marrying Xia Yunshu is already unequal, let alone Shin Subai. Would his family allow him to marry a woman who has been married before? Even if she wasn't, Xia Yunshu could never match someone from Shin Subai's family. Yunshu suffered in the Lu family, and he understood that. But he vowed that after their remarriage, he would never let Yunshu face unfair treatment again. At least through Zhou Xinyue, his parents would see Yunshu's good qualities, and he would treat her even better. But Shin Subai was different. He wasn't even from Haisher. He couldn't marry Yunshu. If his family came to insult or hurt her, it would be worse than the Lu family. He couldn't protect Yunshu, and Shin Subai wouldn't be able to either. Lu Zixing tightly gripped him, his usually gentle demeanor turning fierce with anger. "I won't allow you to hurt Yunshu. She is not a toy for you high-ranking officials to play with. Stay away from her." Shin Subai's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to act, he caught a glimpse of a familiar red color out of the corner of his eye, so he relaxed his fist behind him and chuckled. "What if I say no?" "You." Lu Zixing's face changed, and he pushed Shin Subai away, gritting his teeth. "As long as I'm here, you won't have a chance." The push wasn't very strong, but Shin Subai, who was taller and stronger, stumbled heavily against the wall, his brow furrowing in pain. Lu Zixing instinctively glanced at his hand, surprised he hadn't pushed harder. What was Shin Subai doing? Before he could speak, someone forcefully shoved him aside. The strength was much greater than his earlier push, and despite Lu Zixing's height, he staggered back several steps. Xia Yunshu quickly supported Shinsubai, her small shoulders acting as a support without hesitation. She glared at Lu Zhixing. What are you doing? You can't even take care of your own wife and child, and you come here to act like a dog and bite people. After scolding Lu Zhixing, she turned to Shinsubai with concern. Captain Shen, are you okay? Though Xia Yunshu had a fierce temper, she was a kind-hearted girl. She always repaid kindness tenfold. Seeing Shinsubai pushed down by her ex-husband filled her with guilt. Lu Zhixing's face lost all color as he looked at her in disbelief. You're scolding me because of him? Yunshu, he doesn't have good intentions toward you. He's doing this on purpose. Enough. Are you annoying? You clearly pushed Captain Shen, and now you're trying to slander him? Lu Zhixing, how could I not know that you are not only blind but also so foolish? Xia Yunshu was completely impatient with what he was saying. Team Shen had been helping her lately, and she still owed him a favor for buying the tricycle. Now, she was hurt by Lu Zhixing again. She rarely softened her tone, looking down. Team Shen, are you hurt anywhere? Shinsubai frowned slightly and tried to move a bit to the side. It's not appropriate for men and women to be too close. I'm fine. I can still stand. Did you twist your ankle? Xia Yunshu bit her lip and offered her shoulder. Then lean on me, and I'll take you home to check.
I'm really sorry.
Shinsubai sighed. It's nothing serious. I wanted to remind you to cover the tricycle with a thick cloth to prevent frost at night. I just didn't expect. Never mind, I won't hold it against Dr. Lu. After all, he is your ex-husband. Lu Zhixing clenched his teeth. This man was doing it on purpose. After returning from the police station last time, he had made a point to inquire about Shinsubai. The outside world described him as serious, proper, and upright. But now, none of that seemed true. Xia Yunshu grew angrier the more she thought about it. If she weren't supporting Shinsubai, she would have slapped Lu Zhixing again. We are already divorced. Why are you causing trouble? Team Shen is honest and kind. He wouldn't have such disgusting thoughts like you. Lu Zhixing, can you just stay away from me? Lu Zhixing stared at her, his eyes slowly turning red. Yunshu, he is clearly lying to you. Why do you believe him and not me? Xia Yunshu didn't even look up, struggling to help Shinsubai walk into the building. What do you want me to believe? Instead of causing trouble here, why don't you care more about Xiaowei? You keep giving money to Zhou Xinyue under the pretense of caring for the child. Has any of that money actually gone to the child? Is he well-fed or warm? Lu Zhixing, don't make me look down on you. Lu Zhixing helplessly watched as the two of them leaned on each other, walking toward the light, while he felt like he was forever left in the darkness. He suddenly remembered a time when Zhou Xinyue was also pushed down by Xia Yunshu, and he had stood by Zhou Xinyue's side, scolding Yunshu for causing trouble. When they reached the door, Shinsubai stood up straight, pulling some distance between them and said lightly, People can be scary. It's not good for others to see us like this. We are just colleagues. Xia Yunshu's face turned red, feeling as if she had just taken advantage of someone on purpose. Captain Shen, I didn't mean it that way, I'm sorry. You've said sorry 3 times.
Huh?
Xia Yunshu looked confused. What do you mean 3 times? Shinsubai sighed. In 10 minutes, you've said sorry 3 times. What do you have to be sorry for? Xia Yunshu felt guilty. It's Lu Zhixing who caused you to get hurt. Shinsubai lowered his gaze at her, his tone becoming a bit colder. So this sorry is on behalf of your ex-husband? Hearing the word ex-husband from Captain Shen sounded strange, but Xia Yunshu didn't think much of it and shook her head. Not on his behalf, it's because your injury is related to me. I'm saying sorry for myself. Shinsubai leaned his right shoulder against the door frame, a slight smile on his lips, but his tone was serious. It's okay. Xia Yunshu widened her eyes. She said sorry and he said it's okay? Shinsubai didn't look at her, lifting his chin slightly. It's too late for me to go in. Remember to find some old cloth to cover the car later. Go back and rest. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the hallway. His steps were steady, and Xia Yunshu called out, Your foot? Shinsubai didn't turn back, his cool voice echoing down the hallway. It's already fine. Xia Yunshu was surprised. Was it really better so quickly? Just a moment ago, he could barely stand. Inside, Li Fenlin heard the noise and opened the door. She glanced down the corridor but saw nothing. Did I just hear Xiao Bai's voice? Where's Xiao Wei? Did he go back by himself? Xia Yunshu didn't answer the first question and pointed to the door. Lu Zhixing is outside. He is the child's father. Who else would take care of him? Li Fenlin, though soft-hearted, knew there was little she could do. She could only prepare some food for the child when he arrived. What else could she do? Xia Mingcheng was sitting at a small table in the inner room reading. He put down his pen upon hearing this. Sister, our exam results are out. The teacher said this time the difficulty is similar to the college entrance exam. If we can maintain this score, we'll know which school to apply to. Suddenly, everything about Captain Shen and Lu Zixing was pushed out of Xia Yunshu's mind. She hurried into the room and asked eagerly, "What score did you get? Which schools can you apply to? Is there hope for Haiqing University?" No, the best university is in Jingbei. We should aim for Jingbei. But I shouldn't aim too high. If I can get into Shanghai University, I would be so happy. The college entrance exam is really tough, especially for those aiming for good universities and programs. It's like a challenging path that many must cross to succeed. It's also the only fair way for underprivileged kids to rise in society. Although getting into college doesn't guarantee a bright future, at least college graduates usually find good jobs afterward. Xia Mingcheng smiled, his youthful face brightening. Sister, our teacher said there's hope for Jingbei University. Really? Xia Yunshu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her smile making her eyes squint. I knew my brother was amazing. Xia Mingcheng smiled modestly and returned to his studies, softly saying, Sister, you are the amazing one. This family is supported by the sister's strength. Xia Yunshu took out the well-worn college application guide from her bedside and opened to the page for Jingbei University, studying each program carefully. In her past life, when she learned that Mingcheng had joined the police, the college entrance exam had already passed for several days. She had been overwhelmed by the Lu family and Zhou Xinyue, and her brother's failure had been the last straw for her. In those final years, she lived in a daze, holding on to her pride and not wanting them to succeed. She was really foolish back then. Li Fenlin didn't bring up Xiao Wei again. She watched the siblings flipping through books, smiling as she filled the thermos with warm water and tucked it into their blankets, then took out some yarn and began to knit under the dim light. When Shin Subai left the hallway, Lu Zixing was still there. You feel uncomfortable in there, right? It's damp and dark, Lu Zixing said from the corner, his tone sarcastic yet firm. Shin Subai, Xia Yunshu has nothing. You have plenty of pretty girls around, so please stay away from her. I'm asking you nicely. She's not someone you should mess with. She's strong-willed and proud. If she finds out about your background, she'll only want to distance herself from you. As Shin Subai walked past him, he didn't stop, leaving behind a more sarcastic remark. You're the one with nothing. Lu Zixing clenched his fists at those words but couldn't find a retort. Ever since losing Yunshu, he felt like he had truly lost everything. Someone tugged at his sleeve, reminding him that Xiao Wei had been quietly standing nearby. Remembering Xia Yunshu's concern for Xiao Wei, he felt a spark of hope and squatted down to meet Xiao Wei's gaze. You like Yunshu too, right? She's a kind girl. Sometimes she may say harsh things, but she will treat you well. Xiao Wei stared at him blankly, seemingly not understanding what he meant. Although Lu Zixing had neglected Xia Yunshu for over a year because of Zhou Xinyue and her child, he didn't know much about this boy. He thought Xiao Wei was too young to understand, so he spoke more slowly. Do you want Yunshu to be your mom? Xiao Wei understood the word mom, but he shook his head and quietly said no. If he called Lu Zixing dad, then he couldn't call Xia Yunshu mom. Even though he was small, he knew that Xia Yunshu didn't like Lu Zixing because she got upset when she saw him. Lu Zixing felt a bit disappointed, but didn't blame him. He thought that even though Zhou Xinyue had mistreated Xiao Wei, the child still had a natural attachment to his mother. However, he didn't know that Xiao Wei sat behind the bicycle, holding a candy, staring blankly at the dark road ahead. His mother was asleep in the ground and would never come back. The next morning, after breakfast, Xia Yunshu went out to check her motorcycle tricycle, which was locked with 2 big locks. Lin Suaping was there examining it. Xia Yunshu is so thin. Riding such a big vehicle? Isn't she afraid of hurting herself? She said with a hint of envy, then hopped on to try it out. I should buy a women's motorcycle when I get married, and then my partner can take me to the packaging factory.
Wow.
Xia Yunshu crossed her arms and squinted at her. You want to ride it? Lin Suaping immediately jumped back 2 meters, then raised her chin and said, I don't like it. When I get married, I'll buy a big red motorcycle and my partner will take me. You'll be so jealous. Xia Yunshu looked at her suspiciously. When do you have a partner? At this, Lin Suaping shyly brought her toes together but spoke proudly. You don't know? I went on a blind date with a department head from a cotton mill recently. He liked me at first sight, He just kept praising me. She covered her face and stomped her foot. He's a department head, very handsome, with a square face and big eyes, and he's 1.8 meters tall. In this era, men over 1.75 meters were considered tall, and women valued height in men along with their job and character. So when Lin Suaping learned that Xia Yunshu married Lu Zhixing, she was most envious, not only of his job as a doctor, but also of his height. Where could she find such a tall man? If she thinks about meeting Xia Yunshu in the future, her boyfriend and Xia Yunshu's boyfriend will look short standing together, and that bothers her. This is the first time Xia Yunshu has seen Lin Suaping act so shy. Even in her winter coat, she looks cold. Lin Suaping, can you speak properly? It's not even spring yet. Are you trying to freeze someone? Lin Suaping rolled her eyes and then smiled proudly. A boyfriend who's 6 feet tall. You won't find someone that tall, right? Xia Yunshu was speechless and pulled her collar to push her aside. Move aside. Don't distract me while I practice driving. Jealousy. This is jealousy. Xia Yunshu is experiencing jealousy towards Lin Suaping. Lin Suaping, unaware of the trouble, leaned in closer, smiling mischievously. Xia Yunshu, I have a boyfriend who's 6 feet tall, and he's not someone who gets into trouble. Xia Yunshu's forehead twitched in annoyance, considering whether to pull Lin Suaping's hair and stuff it in her mouth when she heard Shin Subai's voice from behind. I'm 6 feet tall, measured without shoes in the army. Xia Yunshu and Lin Suaping turned to look, seeing Shin Subai in a black coat and matching pants, standing against the light. Lin Suaping felt a chill from the mention of 6 feet, pointing at Xia Yunshu in frustration. Okay. You dare to find a boyfriend behind my back. Now Xia Yunshu's face was truly red. She quickly covered Lin Suaping's mouth, wanting to stuff her shoe in. Shut up. If you can't speak properly, go home and sew your mouth shut. He's just a friend, just a colleague. Lin Suaping, not backing down, mumbled in her hand. Then why did he say he's 6 feet tall? Xia Yunshu's palm was wet from Lin Suaping's saliva, making her feel disgusted, so she quickly lowered her hand and warned in a low voice. If you say one more word, I swear I'll block you in the alley after work and give you a lesson. Lin Suaping's eyes darted between Shin Subai and Xia Yunshu. Then she secretly compared her own blind date and proudly lifted her chin. Fine, I won't say anything, but my boyfriend is a department head. After saying this, she quickly rode away on her bicycle, leaving Xia Yunshu feeling very awkward. Captain Shin. Xia Yunshu forced a laugh and bit her lip. That's just how she is. She talks too much and loves to spread rumors. Don't take those words to heart. Having a reputation from a second marriage doesn't bother me, but Shun is still single and comes from a prominent family. If this gets out, it could hurt his image. Thinking of this made Xia Yunshu even angrier, that Lin Suaping had the nerve to stir trouble after just a few days. But why did Shin casually mention his height of 1.85 meters? Xia Yunshu felt too shy to ask, so she just smiled awkwardly and said, You're here so early today. Have you eaten? It seemed Shin Subai really didn't care about the situation. He took out his gloves from his pocket and put them on. I've eaten. If we practice today, we should be almost done. There were a lot of people on the road this morning, so I'll take you there first. Xia Yunshu quickly jumped up, putting on her scarf and hat, leaving only her big eyes visible. She cheerfully said, "Let's go. I'll treat you to lunch." Fortunately, Shun is a decent person and didn't believe Lin Suiping's nonsense. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to interact with him. She already owed so many favors. She didn't want to add a rumor about wanting something from him. Shin maintained his gentlemanly demeanor all morning, and Xia Yunshu practiced very seriously. By lunchtime, she could confidently ride the tricycle on her own. With a sudden break, Xia Yunshu stopped the tricycle in front of Shin Subai, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Get in, Shun. I'll take you to eat." Shin Subai stepped over, his tone calm. "Is this really okay? After all, we're just ordinary friends and colleagues. What if someone sees us together?" Xia Yunshu was taken aback. Was it really that serious? If that were the case, could men and women even talk? She bit her lip.
Well,
Shin Subai sat down on the tricycle. "Let's go somewhere less crowded. It should be fine." Xia Yunshu. The way he said it made their innocent relationship sound suspicious. The restaurant was chosen by Xia Yunshu. To thank Shun for treating her, she felt too shy to pick a small diner, so she reluctantly went to a newly opened restaurant with a sign that read 8 Treasure Duck. Well, the location was a bit out of the way. But despite the cost, Xia Yunshu ordered generously. She got an 8 Treasure Duck, a plate of Shanghai greens, 2 baskets of pan-fried buns, and a bowl of pork rib and rice cake soup. This place was quite pricey. The meal would cost around $10. Several dishes had a light flavor. Xia Yunshu poured flower tea for him and said, "Captain Shin, I remember you don't like spicy food. Is this to your taste?" Shun Subai nodded and handed her a porcelain spoon and bowl. "Drink some hot soup to warm up." The two sat in a quiet corner, and Xia Yunshu thought that they wouldn't run into anyone they knew. "Brother Shin? Xia Yunshu?" Just as this thought crossed her mind, they indeed ran into someone familiar. Tian Hao was accompanied by 2 young people, all wearing down jackets. The 3 looked over, and Tian Hao's eyes widened. "Brother Shin, it really is you. What are you doing here?" "Wait, you two." Xia Yunshu quickly explained, "Manager Tian, Captain Shun helped me buy a second-hand motorcycle. I thought it would be easier to deliver meals to the project department in a few days. I'm treating Captain Shun to a meal to thank him." She explained clearly, but didn't mention that Captain Shun had taught her to ride the motorcycle for a whole day. Tian Hao looked at Captain Shun with suspicion, then at Xia Yunshu, and finally said, "I see." It was true that Brother Shin was serious about his work, but she had never seen him so enthusiastic. Was the new project really that important that even the person delivering meals had to be managed? Xia Yunshu knew that Tian Hao was the manager of the logistics department, and she could deliver meals to the project department thanks to his approval. So she politely suggested, "Manager Tian, since we ran into each other, why not join us?" They all knew each other, and Tian Hao hadn't seen Shin Subai for several days. Without thinking much, he pulled up a chair and sat down. "Let's add a table then. Let me introduce you. These 2 are my friends, responsible for architectural design in the project department." Hearing architectural design, Xia Yunshu's eyes lit up. She greeted them warmly. "Hello, I'm Xia Yunshu, currently responsible for delivering lunch to the project department." She was good-looking and smiled brightly. The young architect sitting opposite blushed and said, "Hello, Comrade Xia.
I'm Chen Chansheng."
So you're the one who makes lunch. It's really delicious." The other one was more outgoing and extended a hand.
"Hello, I'm Jo Uyu."
"I'm responsible for drawing plans in the project department. Since I eat your meals every day, we can consider ourselves friends. Can I call you Yunshu?" Xia Yunshu was a bit flattered. She knew that those who could draw plans in the project department were all trained professionals, so she quickly reached out her hand. "Of course." Tian Hao, being lively, laughed and said, "We're all young people. No need for formalities. From now on, I'll call you Yunshu too. You are only 22 this year, several years younger than me. I can call you Sister Yunshu." After he said this, he unconsciously shrank his neck, feeling a bit cold. Shin Subai glanced at him coolly, "Calling someone sister, when you're not related, Manager Tion is really enthusiastic. Tion Hao knew he was naturally a serious person and chuckled. Shingo, you don't have to keep calling him Comrade Xie. It sounds like you're addressing an old leader. Shun Subai shifted his gaze back to Xie Yunshu and asked, then what should I call you? Sister Yunshu? Hearing the word sister come from such a serious person made Xie Yunshu feel it sounded a bit inappropriate. She touched her nose and said, just call me by my name. What's with all this brother-sister talk? It sounds a bit unsettling. The meal was lively, at least for everyone except Shin Subai, while the others chatted enthusiastically, mostly about Xie Yunshu. All of Xie Yunshu's knowledge about architecture came from textbooks, and now that she finally met real architects, she was eager to ask more questions, so she was happy to treat everyone to this meal. Two young men couldn't resist the charm of a beautiful girl looking at them with curiosity and admiration. They were eager to share everything they knew, and even the usually shy Qin Qiangxing spoke more. Xie Yunshu listened attentively and even ordered a few more dishes. Her eyes were focused on the two architects as she ate and asked several questions she had always wondered about. Qin Qiangxing blushed and mustered the courage to say, I still have several professional books from college. If you like to read, I can give them to you. Zhou Yu sighed in frustration, feeling that this guy had stolen his chance. Xie Yunshu nodded repeatedly. Thank you. I'll definitely treat you to a meal another day. Sitting across from her, Shun Subai placed his spoon down with a calm expression and said coldly, we have limited time this afternoon. We should practice riding the motorcycle for a while. I'll tell you some common motorcycle maintenance knowledge during dinner tonight. The table fell silent. Tion Hao looked at Xie Yunshu and then at Shin Subai, his eyes wide with surprise. Shingo, you're teaching Yunshu to ride a motorcycle? And what do you mean by dinner tonight? How does riding a motorcycle relate to dinner? Qin Qiangxing and Zhou Yu, who had been chatting happily, also stopped and looked at Shin Subai with confusion, wondering what kind of relationship he had with Miss Xie. Shin Subai remained calm and nodded. Yes, we're going to Yunshu's house for a meal. Aunt Li makes good porridge. Tion Hao's tone changed. Aunt Li?
Who is she?
Xie Yunshu softly replied. Aunt Li is my mom. Tion Hao's eyes widened in shock. Brother Shin, you're not going home for the new year? You're spending it at Xie Yunshu's house? Xie Yunshu turned pale and hurriedly explained, no. It's just that Team Shin came to my house to find me, and it happened to be mealtime. I just invited Team Shin to eat as a thank you. Also, we rode a tricycle, not a motorcycle. Team Shin is a gentleman and a serious person. They are completely innocent. Xie Yunshu felt anxious and tugged at Shin Subai's sleeve. Team Shin, please explain. Shin Subai smiled slightly and simply said, that's how it is.
How is that?
Xie Yunshu knew that Team Shin was not very talkative, but his explanation was too vague. It sounded like he was trying to hide something. Tion Hao pinched himself and exclaimed, I'm not dreaming. Shin Subai glanced at him, stopped with the catchphrases, and settled the bill. Xie Yunshu quickly shook her head. No. I should be the one treating this meal. Shin Subai said nothing, casually looking at Tion Hao. Tion Hao felt a chill and quickly stood up, pressing on Xie Yunshu's shoulder. I'll pay. This meal is on me. Xie Yunshu couldn't argue with him. It wouldn't look good to fight over the bill in the restaurant, so she apologetically said, then I'll treat you next time. Tion Hao, under Shin Subai's gaze, didn't dare to nod, and mumbled an excuse to pull the two away. You guys go ahead. We have some things to do. Once he ran off, Shin Subai leisurely stood up. Let's go. Xie Yunshu followed behind and couldn't help but ask, do you think Manager Tion will misunderstand? Shin Subai turned back. Misunderstand what? Well, misunderstand us. Xie Yunshu, though not shy, felt a bit embarrassed. She bit her lip. You didn't explain clearly just now. They must think we're.
You know.
Shin Subai found it amusing and chuckled. Are you trying to say we're dating? I was afraid of causing misunderstandings and ruining your reputation. Xie Yunshu blushed. Couldn't team leader Shin be a little more tactful? Shin Subai swung his long legs over the motorcycle and turned the key. Is dating considered ruining a reputation? How could this still not be clear? When they reached an open area, Xia Yunshu jumped off the tricycle and felt increasingly uneasy. Team leader Shen, I think we need to clarify this matter. Otherwise, if people start talking nonsense, who knows how it will spread? We're both innocent. Surely, no one would misunderstand just because we had a meal together? Plus, you're the leader of the project department, and I'm just someone who delivers food. Shen Subai sat on the motorcycle, one leg casually resting on the ground, interrupting her rambling. In March, the Southern Project Department is sending people to build a staff cafeteria at the construction site.
Oh, what?
Xia Yunshu was startled, completely forgetting about the misunderstanding regarding their relationship. She grabbed Shin Subai's hand, her voice trembling. Are you saying the project department is opening its own staff cafeteria? Shin Subai looked down at himself and nodded. Xia Yunshu was both angry and anxious. Why didn't you say this earlier? If the project department opens a cafeteria, I might lose my job. Then I won't need to deliver food, and there will be fewer workers coming out to eat. I spent 1,500 yuan on this tricycle yesterday. It was already February, and she had planned to happily start earning money after the Lantern Festival. She held on to Shin Subai tightly, almost in tears. If you had told me a day earlier, I wouldn't have bought the tricycle. That's 1,500 yuan. Do you know that amount could cover 3 years of college fees in Mingchen? Why did you wait a day to tell me?
You.
She couldn't help but blame Shin Subai. 1,500 yuan. She had enthusiastically learned to ride the motorcycle for a day and a half, filled with dreams for the future, only to find out that future was too short. Shin Subai remained calm, holding her hand back and saying softly, "Let go of my hand. What would others think if they saw us like this?" Xia Yunshu's eyes were red with anger. How could he still care about that at a time like this? She yanked her hand back, furious. You knew about this all along. How could you come to find me to buy a motorcycle and say you would teach me to ride it so I could treat you to a meal? Shin Subai, that's too much. We won't have any contact in the future anyway. Just go, and I don't need you to teach me how to ride a motorcycle. If she could, she would have kicked him. Shin Subai sighed. Xia Yunshu, don't you think your temper is a bit too bad? Xia Yunshu grabbed his arm. Get down. I want to sell motorcycles. She was being scolded for her temper, but she had always been honest in front of him. Since they wouldn't interact much in the future, why should she hold back her anger? Unfortunately, Shin Subai was not Lu Zhixing. Her pull didn't budge him and almost made her lose her balance. Xia Yunshu, embarrassed and angry, shouted, "Get down." Cold-hearted. Shin Subai calmly commented, still sitting firmly on the motorcycle, and said slowly, I was actually planning to discuss with you if you were interested in taking over the cafeteria. Xia Yunshu's fierce expression froze, and she became speechless. She was still gripping Shin Subai's arm tightly, but her fierce look slowly turned into a stiff smile. Xia Yunshu gradually loosened her grip and gently patted his arm, forcing a smile. Team Shin, if I said I was just joking, would you believe me? Shin Subai chuckled, stepped down from the motorcycle, and tossed the keys into Xia Yunshu's hands. It won't delay you from selling motorcycles. Since you don't seem interested in talking to me, why should I be bothersome? Xia Yunshu felt frustrated. Why did Team Shin always speak in half sentences? She quickly grabbed him again, ready to apologize if he was angry. I'm sorry, Team Shin. I was just too hasty. I really appreciate you. Honestly, if it weren't for you. Shin Subai glanced at her coolly, but a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes as he took the keys back. No need to apologize. If you hadn't added that last part, it would have been understandable for you to be upset. Xia Yunshu stood there, realizing she had just wanted to kick him earlier, feeling even more guilty. She continued to apologize. Then I really must say sorry. Shin Subai smirked, not intending to keep her in suspense. I have a say in the cafeteria matter, but I'm not the decision-maker. There may also be competitors, so just focus on doing your job well before the cafeteria starts bidding. Xia Yunshu paused. Was Team Shin giving her a chance?
But why?
She wouldn't think too much about it, as his image was too upright and she was a divorced woman. So, do I have a chance to take over the cafeteria? That was what she cared about the most. Shin Subai nodded but honestly said, I can't guarantee anything 100%. I just think you are suitable. The final result still depends on your own efforts. The people in the project department have been very satisfied with the lunch boxes you provided, both in taste and quality. At least, I think they are completely acceptable. Xia Yunshu felt a warm feeling in her heart and sincerely said, Thank you, Team Shin. Running the cafeteria on the construction site means there is no real competition. As long as she follows the principle of low profit and high sales, this job can last a long time. In the afternoon, after practicing riding the motorcycle for a short while, Shin Subai drove her back to the dormitory building. Before parking, he asked, Do you like reading books about architecture? Xia Yunshu nodded. I used to think about applying to the architecture department in college, but I didn't even finish high school. Shin Subai looked at her and said, I have some architecture books you can read. I can bring them to you another day, so you don't have to trouble anyone else. Compared to the architectural designer she had just met at lunch, she felt more familiar with Shin Subai. Since she had already troubled him more than once, Xia Yunshu decided to be a bit bold. Thank you so much, Team Shin. You are really nice. Another good person card. Shin Subai's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Xia Yunshu, besides thank you and sorry, what else can you say? Xia Yunshu thought seriously for a moment. How about I treat you to a meal? This made Shin Subai chuckle. Before turning to leave, he casually added, By the way, I'm on loan here. My position in the army is definitely higher than that of a section chief. Xia Yunshu stared at his retreating figure for a while, unable to process that strange statement. It wasn't until she went out to get water in the evening and ran into Lin Suiping that she suddenly remembered Lin Suiping's bragging from the morning. She had said her partner was a section chief, and she was sure she couldn't compare. Seeing Xia Yunshu staring at her strangely, Lin Suiping immediately felt a sense of crisis. Xia Yunshu, my mom is waiting for me to go upstairs and cook. If you hit me now, I won't let you off the hook. Xia Yunshu gritted her teeth. If you keep talking nonsense, next time I'll take on your partner too. Lin Suiping shivered and quickly ran upstairs with the water basin. Once inside, she angrily muttered, You troublemaker, Xia Yunshu. My partner really can't compete with her partner. Her partner wore glasses, and although he was tall, he was very thin. It was clear he wouldn't stand a chance against that man. This year was not peaceful for the Liu family. Liu Zhixing didn't want to, but he still brought Zhou Xinhua back from the hospital. She had been tormented inside for days. Although she had not been physically harmed, the darkness made her feel like she was back in those tragic days in the mountains, leaving her feeling gloomy and heavy-hearted. Liu Zhixing didn't want to look at her at all. After bringing her home, he only said, Your father helped the Liu family.
I won't kick you out right now.
Use this time to find a job, and once you're settled, we'll get a divorce. Xiao Wei is also Uncle Zhou's grandson. I will take care of him. Zhou Xinhua had been in the hospital for so long, and the Liu family hadn't spent a penny. All the expenses were deducted from her salary and year-end bonus. Now she had only a few coins to her name, and Liu Zhixing had the nerve to speak to her like that? Take care of Xiao Wei? Zhou Xinhua almost wanted to laugh. Her father was the savior of the Liu family, yet he said he would take care of Xiao Wei. The Liu family should be taking care of her. Seeing her remain silent, Liu Zhixing grew more impatient. I will take Xiao Wei to school during the day and to the hospital at night. In a month, we will handle the divorce paperwork and you will move out. When he felt sorry for her, he let her stay in the marital home and gave her his salary to spend. Now that she was his wife, without that sympathy, he was heartless to this extent. Zhou Xinhua looked at him with steady eyes and finally forced a weak smile. Zhixing, I will listen to you. Liu Zhixing was surprised. He thought Zhou Xinhua would cause a scene, but she agreed so easily. Zhou Xinhua obediently lowered her head and glanced at Xiao Wei hiding behind Liu Zhixing. Gathering her courage, she knelt down, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Wei, I'm sorry for letting you down. Please be good with your dad. Forget about me. After saying that, she turned and bowed her head to Liu Zhixing. Zhixing, I know I can't make up for my mistakes. I just ask that you treat Xiao Wei well. considering my father saved the Liu family. He is my only child. If being pitiful worked, she would keep pretending. After all, Liu Zhixing fell for this act. In the dark hospital room, Zhou Xingyue had already thought of a new way to win Liu Zhixing over. She didn't expect him to be so arrogant and foolish, thinking he could take care of Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei was her child, and as long as he took care of him, how could Liu Zhixing cut ties with her? Zhou Xingyue knelt on the ground, sincerely apologizing. Before Liu Zhixing could speak, she wiped her tears and stood up. I will work hard to find a job during this time. I was trapped in my past pain, which also hurt Xiao Wei. Now I understand things clearly. Liu Zhixing looked at her with mixed feelings. Xiao Wei was her biological son, and she was willing to give up her child for his well-being. If you truly regret it, take good care of your child during this time. The government supports small businesses now. Yun Shu lost her job, but can still make a living selling lunchboxes. As long as you are willing to work hard, you won't go hungry, Liu Zhixing said, leaving with Xiao Wei for the hospital. Zhou Xingyue smiled through her tears as she watched Liu Zhixing leave. Once the door closed, her expression darkened. She couldn't just leave quietly after dealing with the hypocritical Liu family. After the Lantern Festival, the last firework at home finished, marking the end of the new year. All industries gradually resumed work, and Haicheng train station was crowded with people carrying bags, all looking for jobs. Construction sites were also back in business, and the tricycle made things much easier. As Xia Yunshu came out of the project department, she noticed a tricycle parked in her usual spot, occupied by a middle-aged woman with several pots on her vehicle. The area outside the construction site was public, so anyone could sell food. Xia Yunshu frowned but said nothing, driving her tricycle to park opposite the woman. It was the first day of work, and she wasn't sure of the situation, so she didn't want to make a fuss. Even with competition, she wasn't worried about selling out. The middle-aged woman spoke first. "Young lady, are you here to sell food too?" Xia Yunshu replied with a nod and a smile. "I was selling here before the new year." The woman chuckled, her eyes glinting. "You look young, just call me Aunt Lee. Let me tell you, this business is tough. I cook well and sell at low prices, so my business will be better than yours. Don't get upset." She smiled, but her words had a hint of sarcasm. Xia Yunshu remained silent. While she couldn't say she was in a good mood, she understood from the beginning that selling lunchboxes was a low-skill job and competition was inevitable. If she did well, the nearby residents would surely notice and feel envious. Business isn't just decided by her. Everyone has their own way of making money, and there's no such thing as first come, first served. The new year has passed, and many workers at the construction site have changed. At mealtime, a lot of people came out. Across the way, Aunt Lee shouted loudly, "Pork and cabbage stew, delicious. Just 40 cents a scoop." Some people who were initially buying food from Xia Yunshu turned around and headed her way, mumbling, "She only sells for 40 cents. Your 50 cents is too expensive." To be honest, 50 cents for a serving of meat and vegetables isn't really high, especially since Xia Yunshu offers free pickled vegetables and adds chili oil, plus there's a lot of meat in her dishes. The workers here are regular folks, earning their living through hard work, unlike those in the stock exchange. Even though Xia Yunshu started her business with the idea of low prices and high sales, the newcomer likely already knew her prices and intentionally undercut her. A difference of 10 cents may not seem like much, but for workers who count every penny, they would definitely choose the cheaper option. Old acquaintance Li Shengli led about 10 people straight to Xia Yunshu. When Aunt Lee saw this, she immediately shouted, "Hey, brother! Mine is 40 cents a serving, come try it." Her shout was almost like a direct challenge to steal business. Unless Xia Yunshu lowered her price to 40 cents, she would definitely lose customers to the competition. Li Shengli didn't stop and brought his group to Xia Yunshu. "Sister, Happy New Year. Same as usual, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 2 buns." Xia Yunshu was surprised that Li Shengli was coming to her. She felt warm inside. "Brotherly, should I add chili oil?" "Yes," Li Shengli replied with a big smile and a loud voice. "Sister, Why is there so much in your dish? This 50 cents is worth it. Plus, you give pickled vegetables. I'd pay 60 cents here. The people behind him, the same group from before, agreed. Yeah, if we're spending money on food, it should be filling and good. Otherwise, we might as well go home and drink cold water for free. Indeed, many workers who chose to eat across the street because Xia Yunshu's prices were higher looked at their bowls of fatty meat and felt a bit regretful. Not to mention, the food made by that young girl across the way was genuinely tasty. Originally, a few workers heading to Aunt Li's turned around and walked back to Xia Yunshu. Xia Yunshu winked at Li Xingli. Brother Li, I'll add a few more pieces of meat for you tomorrow. The aunt across the street was very angry. Her face darkened. She threw down the cloth she was holding and scoffed. A young girl surrounded by a bunch of grown men. How shameless. While still doing business, Xia Yunshu ignored her and continued selling. She had already built up a loyal customer base, and with Li Xingli calling out, she quickly sold out. At that moment, Qiangzi also came out from the construction site. He looked a bit better than before and handed Xia Yunshu 30 cents with a hearty smile, saying, I want a serving of vegetables and 2 steamed buns, and please add extra chili oil. Xia Yunshu showed him the bottom of the pot. Why are you out so late? There's only this left. It's not enough for a full serving, but you can make do. She often did this, sharing leftovers with Qiangzi, adding some vegetable soup and pickles to make a meal, and she only charged him 10 cents for it. Qiangzi shyly handed over the money. I still need to pay. I can't keep taking advantage. After saying this, his eyes brightened a bit. Tian's health has improved a lot. My mom said she will send her to school in the summer, and I can earn enough for her expenses. Tian was the daughter he had picked up. Because of her illness, Qiangzi had been living frugally. Now that he didn't have to spend money on medicine, it felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Xia Yunshu was happy for him. That's great. She accepted the 30 cents without hesitation. The aunt across the street had been watching for a while. Xia Yunshu had finished selling, while she still had several servings left. Frustrated, she shouted, Young man, come, eat over here. My prices are cheaper. Meat dishes are 40 cents and vegetable dishes are 15 cents. Qiangzi, being honest, turned back and smiled at her. Auntie, I just like pickles, and you don't have any. With Li Xingli in front and now Qiangzi, those who had been getting food from the aunt regretted their choices. It seemed that saving that 10 cents wasn't worth it. They would have to go eat at the young girl's place tomorrow. Xia Yunshu smiled to herself as she tidied up the pots and hopped on her motorcycle, flashing a grin at the woman across the street. Aunt Li, at your age, you still have a bunch of men around you. Does your man mind? How shameless. After saying that, she revved the engine and sped off, leaving Aunt Li fuming, her eyes and face turning red with anger. That girl, clearly flirting with men, had the nerve to throw dirt on her. Unfortunately, Aunt Li's presence had a real impact on Xia Yunshu's business. When she returned and calculated her earnings, she sighed deeply, realizing she had made at least $5 less today. Li Fenlin noticed her frown and asked with concern, What's wrong? Is business bad today? If it weren't for the small amount of food she had prepared, she might not have sold out at all. Xia Yunshu didn't want Li Fenlin to worry about these things, so she smiled and said, It's nothing. I'm just a bit lazy after the new year. Li Fenlin gently tucked her hair behind her ear and hesitated before speaking. Yunshu, you're still young. You should find someone to rely on. Once your brother finishes his college entrance exams, he won't have much to do. Mom can earn money by knitting sweaters. Selling lunchboxes makes money, but it's really hard work. Xia Yunshu rested her chin on her hand and teased, Mom, are you complaining about me?
Lütfen pilay Philippince terçek.
Silly girl, this is your home. Who would chase you away? You're only 22. Lu Zhixing got married right after turning his head. You should find someone too. Actually, Xiao Bai is a good choice, handsome and nice. It's a pity he's from the north. If you end up with him and move there, I'll miss you. But if he's truly a good man, I won't oppose it. Xia Yunshu almost choked on her own saliva, surprised by Li Fenlin's strange idea. She quickly stood up and shook her head. Mom, what are you thinking? Team leader Shen and I are just ordinary friends. You can't push me towards someone just because they're nice.
Lee Fan Lan frowned.
It's precisely because he's nice that I think he's a good match. Xia Yunshu was speechless and quickly changed the subject. Anyway, I know team leader Shen comes from a strong family and he has a high position. Even Lu Jianjie treats him with great respect. Last time, when Shin Subai mentioned that his position was higher than Lin Suiping's partner, she had let herself get carried away for a moment. But the gap between her and team leader Shin was too big. It didn't make sense for him to be interested in a divorced woman. She knew she was attractive, but someone like team leader Shin, a principled man, surely wouldn't be swayed by looks.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
She might have just mentioned it casually. After all, men have a bit of a competitive spirit. If she pushes too hard, she won't even be able to be ordinary friends. Since her divorce from Lu Zhixing, she really hasn't had the heart to think about romantic feelings. This statement left Li Fenlin silent. If the Lu family looks down on Yunshu, then someone of even higher status would be even less likely to be interested. It's not that she thinks poorly of her daughter. She knows that marrying down can lead to suffering, and marrying up doesn't guarantee happiness either. No matter when, marriage should still consider social status. The next day, Xia Yunshu went to the project department to deliver lunch as usual. She didn't see Shin Subai yesterday, and today the person picking up the lunchbox was still not him. Unable to hold back, Xia Yunshu asked, "Is team leader Shin not here?" The man picking up the lunchbox explained, "The project has some leaders visiting these days, and I heard there's a big boss from the south. Team leader Shin is busy. Even manager Tian doesn't have time to sit in the office." Thinking about what Shin Subai said about taking over the cafeteria after the new year, she felt anxious but had no way to get information. Anyway, if Shin Subai didn't come looking for her, she had no place to find him. Should she really ask where team leader Shin lives? She didn't dare to inquire about a single man's residence and team leader Shin. But she was really concerned about the cafeteria situation, so she hesitantly said, "Big brother, if you see team leader Shin, could you please let him know I need to talk to him about something?" The man, having a good impression of the pretty girl, smiled and replied, "No problem. I'll tell him if I see him." Today, Xia Yunshu's lunch sales were slightly better than yesterday. Aunt Lee sat across from her on a small stool, accompanied by a young girl who was short but chubby, with the same triangular eyes. It was clear she was Aunt Lee's daughter. "Chuanxing, you stand at the front and shout for customers. Just call them, brother. I don't believe those men will all run to that little beauty." Aunt Lee changed her strategy and brought her daughter into the plan. "Push her out, and the business here will be ours in the future." Chuanxing was unhappy. "Mom, these men are all rough. Why should I call them brother? Look at their clothes. They're all torn and dirty. It's disgusting." Aunt Lee gave her a nudge. "Just do as I say. Once we make money, I can help you find a good job. Once you're in the factory, you can find a good partner." Unfortunately, Chuanxing wasn't as appealing as the lunchbox seller, and after yesterday's comparison, more people still chose to buy lunch from Xia Yunshu. As the pot on the opposite side was nearly empty, Aunt Lee became anxious seeing that there was still half a pot of food left. With fewer workers leaving the construction site, Aunt Lee decided to sell the food for just 3 coins a portion. Otherwise, she would have to take it home and eat it herself. Surprisingly, this tactic worked, and the food sold quickly. However, a quick calculation showed that she wasn't making any profit. Frustrated with old grievances and new ones, Aunt Lee slammed the pot lid down loudly and exclaimed, "You little brat, flirting with so many men. Who knows what kind of meat you're selling? Ugh, just to make a little money. You've lost all your dignity." Chuanxing had long disliked Xia Yunshu. Seeing such a pretty girl selling lunchboxes to grown men, she thought it was inappropriate. She scoffed, "Mom, maybe she just enjoys talking to men. Unlike me, who gets embarrassed just talking to strangers." At that moment, there were hardly any people left outside the construction site, and even Xiangzi had bought his meal and gone back to work. Xia Yunshu slowly packed her things and said, "If you get embarrassed just talking, you might as well stay home. What are you doing out here?" To be honest, She couldn't insult people as well as Lin Suaping, who used the most crude and unpleasant words. She also couldn't compare to Aunt Lu from upstairs, who insulted quickly and harshly, leaving no time for a comeback. Xia Yunshu preferred to be direct and, if necessary, would resort to physical confrontation. Aunt Li had long wanted to drive Xia Yunshu away to monopolize the business in the area, since it was near her home. Why should Xia Yunshu be allowed to do business here? Taking advantage of the fact that both mother and daughter were present, she started to get physical. Xia Yunshu had learned to fight since she was young, and she was both fierce and skilled. Aunt Li and her daughter were no match for her. So when Shin Subai came out of the construction site, he saw Xia Yunshu with her hair down, sitting on Aunt Li, while pulling Chuanxing's hair with one hand. Her expression was fierce, with blood on her face, looking wild and untamed. If Lin Suaping had been there, she would have been moved because, judging by the scene, Xia Yunshu usually held back when dealing with her. However, compared to Xia Yunshu, Aunt Li and her daughter looked worse off, one with slap marks all over her face, and the other with her scalp nearly pulled off. Shen Subai, typically calm, was momentarily stunned, his expression blank for several seconds. Finally, he pulled Xia Yunshu off the other person and calmly asked, "What happened?" Xia Yunshu was still not done. These two women were really too much. Business should be based on skill. If they had the ability, even if their business was better, she would accept it. But if they couldn't sell as well, they just relied on their numbers and talked badly. Did they really think she was easy to push around? Let go of me. Xia Yunshu couldn't see who it was and was ready to fight with Shin Subai. Shin Subai held her firmly with one hand and said softly, "All right, let's not fight." Xia Yunshu finally calmed down. She turned around, and Shun's sharp-featured face came into view, making her pale. Oh no, she had just been thinking about taking over the cafeteria, and now she was caught fighting in front of him. He wouldn't think she was a troublemaker, would he? Although Lin Suaping sometimes called her a troublemaker, she never admitted it. Chuanxing saw Shin Subai and cried out, "Big brother, this woman hit my mom. Look how hard she hit. It could have been deadly." Shin Subai released Xia Yunshu, whose head was hanging low, and glanced at her messy hair, asking again, "What happened?" Xia Yunshu bit her lip. "They insulted me and hit me. I was just defending myself." Chuanxing's hair was pulled out, and her mouth hurt, tears streaming down her face. "We were hurt worse. Big brother, don't listen to her nonsense. She sells lunchboxes outside and flirts with other men without shame. My mom just pointed it out, and she started hitting her." Aunt Li joined in. "At my age, being hit by a young girl? Do I even have to live anymore? Just because I sell lunchboxes too, does that give her the right to hit me? Comrade, you work here, right? You need to do something." Xia Yunshu looked over coldly. "If you don't want to live, go crash into a wall. If you keep throwing dirt on me, I might just slap you 10 times. Since Shin Subai had already seen the fight, she couldn't just take the blame quietly. Aunt Li got up, and seeing Shin Subai's demeanor and clothes, she realized he was not a construction worker, but someone in charge. She acted even more pitiful. "Comrade, she's bullying an elderly person. My daughter and I worked hard to sell food. In this cold weather, with the kids at home and their dad sick, she just came out of nowhere and hit us. Our lives are so hard as poor common folks." She was beaten badly, crying with a runny nose and tears, but on the surface, she did seem quite pitiful. Shin Subai had a calm expression. "I only see the strong bullying the weak." Chuanxing widened her not-so-big eyes, pointing to her still aching scalp. "Look closely, we were the ones who got beaten. She is clearly bullying the two of us. How could this handsome man not see that she was hurt enough?" Shin Subai glanced down at the still cold-faced Xia Yunshu, then compared and confirmed she wasn't at a loss before slowly speaking. "Don't come sell lunch boxes tomorrow." Aunt Li was furious. "Who are you to stop us from selling lunch boxes? I'm going to report you to your workplace." Shin Subai looked at Xia Yunshu. "I was talking about her." At this, the mother and daughter became happy, forgetting their pain, and grinned with glee. "Did you hear that? The boss said you can't sell lunch boxes anymore." Hurry up and pack your things and leave. Tomorrow, only the two of us can sell. Huh. Go ahead and try to flirt with men again. Xia Yunshu knew that men always liked to pity the weak. After all, she couldn't cry like others. Lu Zhixing was like this, and now Shen Subai was too. No matter who was right or wrong, just because someone looked worse, they got the advantage. She felt a mix of frustration and anger, and without holding back, she stepped forward and slapped Aunt Li hard again. I'll flirt with your mom. This time, Shen Subai didn't stop her. Aunt Li's face was already red and swollen, and with that slap, she screamed like a pig being slaughtered, rushing to hit back. You dare hit me? No wonder they won't let you sell lunch boxes. I'll teach you a lesson, you little brat. Shen Subai blocked Aunt Li, pulling Xia Yunshu back again, both amused and annoyed. Haven't you had enough? After saying that, he coldly glanced at Aunt Li and her daughter. If you fight again, I'll call the police. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li immediately quieted down. This man was probably the boss at the construction site, and since he said only she could sell lunch boxes tomorrow, it was worth taking this beating. She would be the one to run the business from now on. The mother and daughter limped away, pushing their tricycle. Xia Yunshu wiped the blood from her face, shot a cold glare at Shen Subai, and pulled her arm away. Let go of me, or I'll hit you too. She was so fierce, her beautiful eyes filled with anger, and her face marked with scratches, yet she was stunningly captivating. Even though she had just finished a fight and thought she might not be allowed to sell lunch boxes tomorrow, her eyes didn't even redden as she pushed Shen Subai away forcefully, saying, Go away. If it weren't for the good things he had done for her before, she would have slapped him. But it was his choice to help someone else. Shen Subai was not related to her, and there was no reason for her to side with him. She wouldn't act spoiled or show weakness. She deserved this. Xia Yunshu bit her teeth tightly and walked briskly toward the motorcycle tricycle. The situation with the cafeteria was uncertain, and now she couldn't even sell lunch boxes. She felt wronged and turned back halfway, her eyes starting to redden. So, does that mean I won't be delivering lunch boxes to the project department tomorrow? Shen Subai stepped forward, neatly packed her things on the motorcycle, and then sat down. Come back to the office with me first. You need to treat your injury on your face, or it will leave a scar. Xia Yunshu stiffened her jaw and forced back her tears. No need to trouble you, Team Shen. I can handle it myself. Shen Subai's voice softened. Are we not discussing the cafeteria situation anymore? Xia Yunshu placed her hands behind her, suppressing her anger and grievance because of his words, but it made her feel even more frustrated. I didn't say we wouldn't talk about it. The project department has decided to clear out a floor of the office building to serve as a temporary cafeteria. It will start trial operations tomorrow. If it gets approval from the workers and project staff, it will move to the large cafeteria when the construction officially begins. Shen Subai glanced at her injured cheek and explained calmly, That's why I said you don't need to come sell lunch boxes tomorrow, because there will be very few, if any, workers coming out to buy food. If there was food available on site, who would want to go out to buy it? Xia Yunshu's fierce expression hadn't faded yet, but she froze in shock. It took her a moment to understand what Shen Subai was saying. So, from the very beginning, he had been on her side, deliberately saying she couldn't sell lunch boxes to set up Aunt Li and her daughter. How embarrassing. It seemed she had gotten angry too soon. But it wasn't entirely her fault, right? Team Shen had mentioned that the cafeteria situation wouldn't start until March and that they needed to build a shelter. They had only just begun work 2 days ago. How could she have expected a trial operation to suddenly pop up? Why didn't you say that earlier? Xia Yunshu cleared her throat and slowly walked toward the tricycle. But you can't blame me for getting angry. You always say half of what you mean. How was I supposed to know that? Shen Subai glanced at her sideways. Running the cafeteria is an internal matter. Why should I tell that mother-daughter duo? I can't help her fight right now, but I can let off some steam. Xia Yunshu looked down at her toes. Then next time, don't just say half of what you mean. Shen Subai raised an eyebrow. Didn't you tell me to only say half when talking to girls? Xia Yunshu fell silent. She did suggest that Shen should only say half, but that was with good intentions, hoping he would attract more girls' attention. How did it end up backfiring on her? But when she thought about the scene tomorrow, with that mother-daughter pair excitedly coming to sell food only to leave empty-handed, all her anger and frustration vanished. She wasn't a saint. Their misfortune made her happy, and she couldn't help but feel a bit gleeful. Feeling cheerful, Xia Yunshu smiled and quickly jumped onto the motorcycle tricycle, complimenting, "Shen, you really think ahead. Shall we go to the project department now to discuss the cafeteria contract?" Shin Subai, sitting in front, slightly turned to her with a teasing smile. "Didn't you say you wanted to fight me together? When are we starting?" Xia Yunshu's ears turned red, but she regained her confidence. "Actually, I was just joking. Do you believe me?" She realized she was wrong. Next time, she needed to be patient and wait for Shin to finish speaking before deciding whether to get angry. Shin Subai's sharp gaze swept over her slender shoulders. Then he concluded, "I believe you, because you can't beat me." Xia Yunshu felt mixed emotions, but ultimately surrendered to the power of money. She replied firmly, "Yes, I can't beat you." She wasn't sick. Why would she fight Shin? The employee cafeteria on the first floor was already set up. When it came to work, Shin Subai's expression turned serious. "Tomorrow, bring the meals here. Reserve the project department's lunch boxes for now. You might be too busy to handle it all alone. If everything goes well, the simple shelter for the cafeteria will be built soon, and it should start operating in about half a month. We'll need more staff then, serving 3 meals a day." 3 meals a day? Xia Yunshu was surprised and quickly asked, "How many people will be eating?" Shin Subai thought for a moment and said, "The Southern Project team will send people soon, and with the workers, there will be at least 300 people on the site. Based on the numbers, at least 200 people will need meals each time, but you will have to manage the portions yourself." With that in mind, she realized that instead of finding one person to help, she would need at least 7 or 8. To be honest, Xia Yunshu never expected that running the cafeteria would be such a big task. Could she really handle it? Noticing her uncertainty, Shin Subai pulled up a chair and sat down. "We just had a meeting this morning. Someone from the project team recommended other catering owners, but I recommended you. Manager Tian also recommended you, and several architects believe you can do a great job. I've always said that if you work hard, you will be rewarded." The food she made was delicious, generous in portions, and very clean. Everyone had been eating her food for a long time and didn't want to change. Plus, with him and Tian Hao as guarantors, the project team didn't want to offend the local staff over something as small as meals, so they agreed. Xia Yunshu felt a bit touched. "Please thank everyone for me." Shin Subai nodded and added, "They recommended you verbally, but I did it in writing. Besides the recommendation letter, I also wrote a guarantee. You don't need to thank me separately. I'm just doing this for work." Xia Yunshu felt even more grateful. She thought Shen was truly a wonderful person for helping her selflessly. She said seriously, "If it weren't for your support, I wouldn't have this opportunity to run the cafeteria." Shin Subai understood. "So, you want to praise me as a good person and then say thank you or treat me to a meal?" That was indeed what Xia Yunshu was thinking. What else could she do? She had no money or power and nothing to offer in return. "Well, if you ever need my help, I will do my best," she said, taking a deep breath and making a serious promise. "Shen, as long as it's not illegal, I will definitely help you." Shin Subai chuckled lightly. "It's fine. I didn't expect anything in return for helping you." Xia Yunshu was almost moved to tears. Last time, she owed him a favor for buying a motorcycle, and now she owed an even bigger one. She meant it when she said she valued gratitude and loyalty. She would never take advantage of someone, especially someone as upright as Shin. "Shin, I keep my word. If I can help you, I will," Xia Yunshu said urgently, standing up straight to show her commitment. "I promise." Shin Subai leaned gently against the back of the chair, a mysterious light flashing in her eyes. "Do you really want to repay me?" Xia Yunshu nodded. "I owe you 2 favors." Shin Subai seemed a bit troubled, tapping her long fingers on the table before finally sighing. "Since you say that, if I need help in the future, I will definitely come to you. I hope you won't forget what you said today and try to make excuses. What kind of difficult tasks could Shin possibly need help with? Xia Yunshu couldn't think of any at the moment, but she confidently nodded again. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Shin Subai looked at her, a slight smile forming at the corners of her lips and a hint of amusement shining in her eyes. Comrade Xia Yunshu, I believe you won't go back on your word. This made Xia Yunshu feel strangely like she had fallen into a trap, but what kind of trap could someone like Shin set for her? She pressed her forehead and shifted her focus back to the restaurant contract. What else do I need to prepare, and how is the contract fee calculated? Shin Subai stood up. First, let's go to the office to take care of that cut on your face. It was just a minor injury. Xia Yunshu didn't care about it. She had gotten hurt worse in fights as a child and hadn't even cried. No, let's keep talking, she said, touching her face and smiling at Shin Subai. It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's continue. Shin Subai glanced at her. If you don't take care of it, what if someone sees it and thinks I did it? Who would think that? With Shun's build, if she really hit her, the injury would be much worse. Wouldn't she still be unable to get out of bed? But since Shun had already mentioned it twice, if Xia Yunshu kept refusing, it would seem a bit pretentious. She quickly stood up. Then thank you, Shin. As they walked to the office on the third floor, Shin Subai casually thought about how when she was angry, she was Shin Subai, and when she was polite, she was Shin. This girl must have learned to change her demeanor as a child. She was tough in fights, but quick to back down. How could she let the Liu family bully her like that? She used to be blind to it, but surely she wasn't anymore? Once inside the office, Xia Yunshu hesitated and didn't dare to close the door. Shin, are we just talking between the two of us? Shin Subai squinted. Who else do you want to talk to? Xia Yunshu stood at the door, carefully choosing her words to express her feelings. Didn't you say last time that having just one man and one woman in the same office could lead to rumors? I feel it's not great for just the two of us. Shin Subai took out iodine and cotton swabs from the cabinet and placed them on the table, then pointed to the mirror on the wall. You can take care of your wound yourself. I'll go call Manager G for this project. He's the investor for the new site, and he decides on the cafeteria contract and expenses. It turned out Shin was only asking her to handle her wound, and she had overthought it. Xia Yunshu no longer felt embarrassed. After all, she had nothing to lose in front of Shin. She thanked him again and walked to the mirror. Her hair was messy, so she quickly gathered it at the back of her head, revealing her fair and beautiful face. The cuts on her face had improved a lot and didn't hurt much. However, the mirror was a bit high, making it hard for her to see, so she stood on her toes to apply iodine with the cotton swab. A figure approached from behind. Shin Subai reached over her to take down the mirror, looking a bit speechless. Can't you reach it because you're short? But he only stayed close for a moment before stepping back, creating some distance. Xia Yunshu turned around and only saw Shin Subai's black coat disappearing through the door. In the mirror, the girl's hair was messy, like a bird's nest. Although her face had healed somewhat, it still looked quite messy, especially since she had mud on her face from the fight. The fact that Shin could talk to her calmly in this situation showed that he was definitely not someone who judged by appearances. Xia Yunshu roughly wiped her face with a cotton swab, gathered her hair neatly, and sat down with a long sigh. She must look like a wild woman in front of Shin now, right? It was either shouting or fighting. She had been in this office once before when it rained, but hadn't looked around closely. Now that she had nothing to do, Xia Yunshu quietly observed the surroundings while sitting on a bench. The hard table paired with hard chairs, plus a row of cold metal cabinets, left no other items in the room. Just like her first impression of Shin Subai, it felt cold and hard, but now Xia Yunshu thought Shin was actually warm on the inside. His character was definitely good. Her understanding seemed a bit slow. When she asked him to speak to the girl, he only said half a sentence. He didn't seem to consider the situation. In the future, when team leader Shin looks for a wife, he should find someone gentle. Otherwise, with his communication skills, the couple might argue every day. After thinking for a while, Xia Yunshu heard someone coming upstairs and quickly smiled widely. showing her 8 teeth, eagerly waiting for the boss from the south to enter. The first to come in was Shun Subai. He saw Xia Yunshu's enthusiastic smile and slightly curve his lips. Then he turned to introduce, Manager Ji is from Pengcheng. He is one of the investors for this project and needs to sign a contract for the cafeteria. Currently, there isn't a proper real estate company. Haicheng is leading the nation in development. There is a shortage of people and funds, so attracting capable private investors is one of the strategies. Pengcheng was one of the first to reform and open up, and many years later, there aren't many strong bosses left, making them key targets for investment in various cities. Before this, Xia Yunshu thought the big boss would surely be older, at least in his 30s or 40s like Li Xingli, but when she saw Manager Ji as described by Shin Subai, she was taken aback. Manager Ji wasn't as tall as team leader Shin but was around 1.8 meters. He had the refined demeanor typical of southern people and wore glasses. When he noticed Xia Yunshu's gaze, he quickly reacted and extended his hand, saying, Miss Xia, hello, I am Ji Xian. The way he addressed her as Miss Xia was quite amusing. Xia Yunshu blinked and confidently shook his hand. Hello, I'm Xia Yunshu. Shin Subai pulled out a chair from the desk and placed it in front of Ji Xian, saying, Let's sit down and talk. He then took a seat on the opposite bench and glanced at Xia Yunshu. You can sit down too. Manager Ji is very easygoing, so there's no need to be too nervous. Ji Xian was well aware of Shin Subai's status. Although his family background was also good compared to Shin Subai, he could only be considered wealthy, while the Shin family in Jingbei held power. In fact, contracting the cafeteria was a minor issue in the entire project development, but Shin Subai surprisingly suggested a trial operation. With only 2 days to start work, even though manager Zhao had recommended a friend who could just step in for a trial operation without any preparation. The only option was the person who supplied lunchboxes recently, which was this Miss Xia. Having been in business for so long, Ji Xian quickly realized that team leader Shin was subtly eliminating other competitors for the cafeteria contract. After all, they have been in trial operation for a month. As long as nothing goes wrong, the contract for the cafeteria will surely fall to Xia Yunshu. Moreover, Shin Subai is very clever. He used food safety as a reason to have a personal discussion. As the head of project investment after he talks, who would dare to come forward and compete for the cafeteria contract? With these moves, Xia Yunshu's cafeteria contract is practically guaranteed. In the office, besides the chair where Ji Xian sat, there was only the long bench where Shin Subai sat. Xia Yunshu had no choice but to sit next to team leader Shin and sincerely asked, Manager Ji, how will the cafeteria contract fees be charged? Ji Xian first asked for Shin Subai's opinion. Team leader Shin, since you recommended her, we are definitely looking at a long-term partnership. The construction period is at least 5 years, so we plan to sign a 5-year contract, renewing it annually. With team leader Shin's clear stance, the trial operation can be overlooked. Smart people directly start discussing the contract. Shin Subai replied, no problem. Ji Xian adjusted his glasses, having a rough idea of the direction. As for the contract fees, there are 2 options to consider. One is for Miss Xia to pay the annual contract fee, taking on the profits and losses herself. The other is to take a percentage of the profits. For example, if the annual profit is 30,000, we would take 10%, which is 3,000. Which option do you think is better? Shin Subai pondered for a moment before speaking. Isn't 10% a bit high? The initial costs for purchasing utensils and ingredients, as well as paying staff salaries, are quite significant. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow. So, what does team leader Shin suggest? Shin Subai did not respond but turned to Xia Yunshu. What do you think is appropriate? Xia Yunshu lacked experience. When she first sold lunchboxes, it was a small business. She would be thrilled to earn 3,000 in a year, let alone 30,000. Initially, when she heard about contracting the cafeteria, her simple thought was just to cook and make money. Now she realized that this business seemed much larger than she had imagined. She bit her lip and quickly calculated in her mind. The profit in the food industry is usually over 50%. After deducting her initial investment, with a 10% commission, her profit would still be considerable. But who wouldn't want to earn more? She bravely spoke up, Manager G, I focus on selling at a low profit with fresh and quality ingredients, so the profit margin isn't very high. How about an 8% commission? If that doesn't work, she would gladly accept 10%. Shun Subai smiled slightly. What do you think, Manager G? The Haiching project, as the largest private investor, had an initial investment of hundreds of thousands, totaling over $1 million. A small cafeteria was insignificant to him. Since Miss Yes says so, there must be a reason. Let's agree on that. This month, we will have a trial run on the first floor to help everyone adjust. Once the cafeteria is built, we will sign the official contract. A big boss from the south spoke to her, a small fry, without any arrogance. No wonder he succeeded in the south. Xia Yunshu reflected on herself. She had never done big business. While she understood that a wise person should be adaptable, it was easy to feel frustrated at times. In a lower-class environment, one often felt the need to be tough to avoid being bullied. Now she understood that keeping emotions in check was also a skill. Because she was easily provoked, she had often been outsmarted by Zhou Xinyue in the past. Xia Yunshu realized that to succeed in business, she needed to learn this spirit. She immediately stood up and extended her hand. Manager G, I will do my best to satisfy the project team. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Ji Xian found the girl interesting and smiled genuinely. Pleasant cooperation. At the start of the project, he had many tasks to handle. He took time today mainly because of Shun Subai. After discussing the basics, Ji Xian quickly left. Xia Yunshu was still excited. Shun, does this mean the cafeteria contract is settled? Shun Subai patted the space next to him. Sit down. I don't like talking while looking up. When Ji Xian was there, sitting on the long bench with Shun Subai felt normal. Now that it was just the two of them, it felt a bit strange. But she couldn't sit on the chair across from him, as it would make her seem like the leader. Xia Yunshu sat on the edge of the long bench, her tone more reserved. So, should I bring the food in on my tricycle tomorrow? Remember to find someone reliable to help. Not just anyone can enter the construction site. Shin Subai sat upright and steady, not feeling at all that it was strange for two people to be in the same office, sitting on a long bench. However, this scene made Xia Yunshu oddly think of a photo studio where men and women take ID pictures, making her feel even more uncomfortable. She quietly shifted away a bit, saying, I asked my neighbor from the apartment building to help. She's a decent woman, so you can trust her. Shin Subai's gaze subtly scanned her as she moved further away, and suddenly he stood up. All right, you can go back now. On a long bench, if someone doesn't sit in the middle, it's easy to fall off, especially since Xia Yunshu was shifting so much that she was almost on the floor. When Shin Subai stood up without warning, Xia Yunshu, caught off guard, let out a yelp and fell towards the ground. Shin Subai quickly reached out, pulling her into his arms before letting go, sounding a bit helpless. Be more careful. What if someone sees and misunderstands? Xia Yunshu's face turned bright red, feeling more like one of those scheming women who make little moves to attract the upright Captain Shen. She hurriedly explained, Captain Shen, I didn't mean to. Who knew you would stand up so suddenly? Shin Subai bent down to lift the bench back against the wall, replying, Then it's my fault. Xia Yunshu didn't have the nerve to argue. He hadn't meant to stand up, while she had intentionally moved to the edge. It's my fault, my fault. Captain Shen, you go ahead and work. I'm leaving now. She rushed out in a hurry, moving so quickly it was like she was sprinting, and Shin Subai stood up only to find she had vanished. At that speed, anyone who didn't know would think she was running away from something. Did she turn into a rabbit? Shin Subai scoffed lightly, pulled his chair back to the desk, and began reviewing the documents. He had 2 meetings to attend in the afternoon. If the security guard hadn't said Xia Yunshu was looking for him, he would have continued working and planned to talk to her about the cafeteria later. He hadn't expected to find her so fierce when he went out to look for her. Having come from the military, he had seen many female soldiers in training, and the saying women can be as strong as men was truly evident in the military. But no woman is quite like her, both fierce and timid, yet beautifully aggressive. Every time they meet, she surprises him in ways he never expected, but somehow it feels just right. Spring in Haicheng seems to arrive a bit earlier than in Jingbei. Just after the new year, the tree branches are quietly showing green buds, waiting for warmer days to bloom. When Shun Subai works, he focuses entirely on his tasks, organizing the materials in his hands before quickly leaving the office for a meeting. With strict oversight from above, a fast construction pace can lead to problems. Since he is responsible for safety, he cannot let anything go wrong. After 2 consecutive meetings, the sky outside has darkened. Tian Hao stumbles over and leans on Shin Subai's shoulder. Brother Shin, Aunt Lian has called my office. She's probably still upset that you didn't go home for the new year. Shin Subai replies, I know. TSK, you're not trying to avoid blind dates, are you? I heard that Lin from our compound is back from the US. Tian Hao strokes his chin, his handsome face showing a hint of mischief. If you don't take a girl home soon, Aunt Sue will definitely want you to pair up with this young lady. Shin Subai strides forward, stopping at the door of Tian Hao's office. He turns back with a strange look. Take a girl home? Tian Hao feels uneasy under his gaze. What else? You can't take a guy home, right? Shin Subai sizes him up and slowly reveals a smile that sends chills down Tian Hao's spine. Haozi, you've grown up alongside me. Tian Hao's hair stands on end. He remembers that Shin Subai is usually cold and tough, but if he smiles gently at you, it usually means trouble is near. So, what does Brother Shin want from him? Brother, if you need help, just say it. Stop smiling. Tian Hao rubs his neck and opens the office door. I get it. You want me to help keep Aunt Lian at bay, right? Don't worry, I don't like Lin either. She struts around like a goose my grandfather raised. If you're looking, at least find me a gentle sister-in-law. Shin Subai looks at him kindly. You really know me well, being brothers since childhood. Tian Hao feels increasingly uneasy but points to the phone. I can hear Aunt Lian is really angry. You should call home first. Shin Subai sits down. You can go out for now. I'll make a call home. He didn't plan to eavesdrop on Brother Shin's phone call. Tian Hao touched his nose, stepped out, and kindly closed the office door behind him. In Jingbei, Su Qinglian was sitting downstairs at her home, feeling upset. Which good son in the neighborhood is already 27 and hasn't even dated anyone? Her standards for girls aren't too high, even if the family background is a bit low. As long as they are decent and honest, that's enough. What's going on now? She just mentioned that Lin would be back for the new year and suggested they catch up, and this kid decided not to come home at all. Fine. He has a wife and forgot his mother, but her younger son doesn't even have a girlfriend and has forgotten her. After waiting for a while, she finally got a call from Shin Subai. Su Qinglian immediately exploded. Shin Subai, let me make this clear. If you don't bring a girl home in 3 months, don't bother coming back. Shin Subai replied calmly, Mom, I really didn't come home for the new year. This brat was making her blood boil. Su Qinglian slammed the table. How can you say that? Do you know how long Lin has waited for you? She came back multiple times during the new year, almost took a train to Haicheng to find you. I felt so sorry for her disappointed face. You're not satisfied with such a girl? What kind of girl do you want? Shin Subai sighed slightly, Mom. Didn't I tell you I'm not interested in girls? Not interested? Su Qinglian's voice rose again. Not interested in girls, so you're interested in boys?
Don't try to fool me.
Unexpectedly, there was silence on the other end of the call. Su Qinglian frowned. Speak up. Don't be silent. I need a clear answer today. When are you coming back? Lin is waiting for you. If you don't like her, just find someone else, but you have to bring someone home. Shin Subai held the phone in his left hand and wrote something in his notebook with his right, then said softly, How about I bring Tian Hao back? Su Qinglian almost dropped the phone. Shin Subai. Shin Subai rubbed his forehead, sounding a bit helpless. Mom, you told me to bring someone back. Su Qinglian was about to be driven mad by this son. If she wanted him to bring a girl, why was he suggesting bringing Hao back? Was Hao a girl? At 27, whose child isn't already dating. The oldest got married at 20. Stop talking nonsense. Can't you learn from being with Tian Hao every day about how to interact with girls? Su Qinglian gritted her teeth. wishing she could reach through the phone line and give this troublemaker a good talking to. Shin Su-bai thought carefully and said, "Since I came to Haicheng, I've been with Haozi every day and haven't seen him interact with any girls. Mom, let's not talk about it now. I have to go have dinner with Haozi soon." After hearing this, Su Qinglian felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. From what she knew about her son, he took after his father and liked to act serious. Also, even with close friends, he didn't hang out with them every day like other young people. So when did he and Tian Hao become so close? She suddenly remembered that her younger son had never had a girlfriend and hadn't shown interest in any girl. She thought of Linlin from a compound, who was very pretty, a returning international student with a good family background, and many boys liked her. Importantly, Linlin had been following her son since childhood, but over the years, when had Su-bai ever really noticed her? Besides a few friends from the army, he didn't have many friends and kept his distance from everyone. Was he getting too close to Tian Hao? Not only were they working together in Haicheng, but now two grown men were spending every day together and eating meals together too? Thinking about this made Su Qinglian uneasy. Shin Su-bai, you need to keep your distance from Tian Hao. On the notebook in front of Shin Su-bai were several book titles about architecture, with the opening date for the night school at Haicheng University written at the bottom. He continued to multitask while dealing with Su Qinglian. Mom, Haozi is a good guy. You don't need to worry.
Su Qinglian.
Why did it sound more and more wrong? Was this really just about whether Tian Hao was good or not? On the other end, Shin Su-bai added, Mom, I have to go out with Haozi now. After the call ended, Su Qinglian sat on her sofa for a while, running her fingers through her hair, silently thinking she must be overreacting. Su-bai was just focused on work and not thinking about major life events for now. Well, this kind of thing can't be rushed. It might be better to let him bring Haozi home rather than stay single for a few more months. That wouldn't be so bad. When Shin Su-bai opened the door, Tian Hao was outside, hands in his pockets, wandering around. Brother Shin, you finished the call so quickly. Aunt Lien isn't angry anymore? She shouldn't be angry now. Shin Su-bai put his notebook into his pocket. He had just stated the facts. His mother's tendency to overthink wasn't his problem. Tian Hao admired, Aunt Lien's fiery temper is something only you can handle. Brother Shin, since there's nothing going on now, how about we go eat together? Shin Su-bai moved a bit further away. I'm busy. Stay away from me during lunch tomorrow. Tian Hao was puzzled. Isn't the cafeteria having a trial run tomorrow, with Yanshu selling food on the first floor? If you're not eating with me, who will you eat with? Shin Su-bai glanced at him apologetically. Aunt Lien said I should keep my distance from you. What does that mean? Is Aunt Su worried that he's a spoiled rich kid and that he might influence Brother Shin negatively? Feeling frustrated, Tian Hao returned to his office and found a large bill on his desk, with a note underneath in Shin Su-bai's bold handwriting that read, Compensation. Compensation? What for? Just because Aunt Lien dislikes him, Brother Shin gives him $10 as compensation? Wow, Brother Shin truly is a good friend. That's really loyal. Tian Hao, touched, stuffed the money into his pocket, thinking he would also be loyal to Brother Shin and help him whenever needed. When Xie Yunshu returned to the building, Li Finlan was outside looking around. She sighed in relief when she saw her daughter riding in on a tricycle. Why are you back so late? Worried that Li Finlan would notice the small injury on her face, Xie Yunshu had deliberately worn a cotton mask on the way back. She jumped down, her eyes sparkling like stars. Mom, starting tomorrow, you have to call me Boss Xie. She was confident that through this month of trial operation, as long as she worked hard, she wouldn't be afraid of the challenges ahead. Li Finlan was uplifted by her daughter's enthusiasm and smiled. Boss Xie, what good news do you have? Selling food at the construction site tomorrow, she knew she couldn't handle it alone, especially since there were not only workers, but also project staff to feed. Although the southern site hadn't started yet, there were still enough people to keep her busy. Waiting for the contract to officially sign in a month, she needed to find a few more helpers besides Aunt Zhao. Xie Yunshu followed Li Finlan into the house. Mom, the cafeteria contract is confirmed. You need to help me find a few more people in advance. We're preparing for the trial run tomorrow. Li Fenlon was a bit surprised. Didn't they say the bidding would start in March? Why is it suddenly starting the trial run? I don't know, but it's good news. Over 300 people to feed, and that's 3 meals a day. Mom, we can't manage this alone. I'll go upstairs to find Aunt Zhao and see if she knows anyone suitable. Xia Yunshu plopped down on the bed, stretched her arms, and realized that she had fought a bit too hard. She had been holding her breath, and now her whole body ached. She stood up, kicked her legs, and felt energized again. She grabbed a notebook, wrote a few lines, tore it out, and rushed out the door. Mom, I'm going upstairs to find Aunt Zhao. From riding a tricycle to sell food at the construction site, to delivering lunch boxes to the project team, and now running the cafeteria, Xia Yunshu still felt a bit unreal about it all. But she was someone who acted more than she thought. It was better to get started than to worry. The project was managed by the government, and all she was investing was her labor and time. So what was there to be afraid of? Aunt Zhao was upstairs, tangled in yarn. She was helping Yunshu with work and earning 40 yuan a month, but with Shaoran about to take college entrance exams and the second child going to high school, there were many expenses at home. Supporting 3 children in school wasn't easy, and the family didn't have much savings. She was thinking of learning to knit from Li Fenlon to earn a little extra. After all, she couldn't sit still for a minute. Unfortunately, her strong hands were great for steaming buns and kneading dough, but when it came to knitting, her fingers seemed uncooperative. After a while, she had made several mistakes, and at this rate, she wouldn't earn even a yuan in a month. When Xia Yunshu walked in, she quickly set aside her work. Yunshu, are you going to buy groceries? I'll come with you. She felt guilty about only working half a day for a full day's pay. However, she didn't want to take on the grocery shopping directly, as money matters could easily lead to conflicts. Xia Yunshu pulled up a chair and sat down. Aunt Zhao, there's no rush for groceries. We still have plenty of meat at home. I came to discuss something with you. In the cafeteria, with everyone busy serving food, one person had to dish out meals and collect money, which was too much for one person. Aunt Zhao and Li Fenlon would need to help, adding to their workload. Plus, once they officially opened, there would be even more work. She knew Aunt Zhao was capable, but she didn't want to take advantage of her. Let's just keep doing this for a month. You and my mom can handle serving food, and I'll take care of collecting money. We need to work hard together, Xia Yunshu said, and before Aunt Zhao could respond, she added, how about I raise your pay by 10 yuan for this month? Since tomorrow is our first day, I'm not sure how it will go. How many people can eat, and how much profit can be made? Although she is confident about making money, she really doesn't know the exact amount. If they earn a lot, they will be busy, and Aunt Zhao will definitely need a raise. Aunt Zhao swallowed nervously, unsure. Yunshu, can you give me an extra 10 yuan? That would be 50 yuan for the month, right? The packaging factory is not doing well. Even working full-time, one can only earn 40 yuan a month. After the new year, when old Zhao returned, he sighed and said that there was a meeting at the factory, and next month's bonus would not be given because there is too much inventory. The government is starting reforms, and the factory will have to be self-sufficient in the future. That's why Aunt Zhao is anxious and wants to knit sweaters to earn a little more. Xia Yunshu nodded. Yes, selling food at the construction site will definitely keep us busy for a long time, and the key is that we can't eat lunch on time. Aunt Zhao, as long as you can handle it, if more people eat at the construction site next month, I will definitely give you a raise. Aunt Zhao rubbed her face and threw the yarn on the table aside. I don't like eating lunch on time. Yunshu, you have to let me help with this. Don't worry, I'll serve the food perfectly, not too much and not too little. Not only does she want that extra 10 yuan, but even if it stays at 40 for the month, she should still go with Yunshu to sell food. However, money is tight, and 10 yuan is very important for her family. Aunt Zhao can't just say she doesn't want it. She is determined to work harder to earn her monthly wage. There are many women in the building who are idle, but Xia Yunshu is not considering them for now. She can't run a business relying solely on acquaintances. Managing all those aunts and relatives would be difficult. Moreover, not every woman is as hardworking as Aunt Zhao. There are many who like to take shortcuts and avoid work. Sia Yunshu grew up in the building and knows everyone's character well. The next day, Sia Yunshu rode her motorcycle with several large pots in the back. The new construction site had just started, with only a few workers, and besides Ji Xian, there weren't many staff members. The original construction site, having just come back from the new year, wasn't too busy, and there weren't as many people as before. To be cautious, Sia Yunshu didn't prepare too much food, just enough for about 80 or 90 people. She rode her motorcycle while Aunt Zhao and Li Fenlin each rode a bicycle behind her. As they passed the street opposite the construction site, they ran into Aunt Li and her daughter Chuanqing, who were coming out on a tricycle. Today, Aunt Li was full of confidence and made half more food than yesterday. She sent Sia Yunshu away, and now this construction site can only rely on her to sell meals. Just thinking about it makes her feel like she's going to make a lot of money. So today, not only did she make more food, but the quality also dropped sharply. Yesterday, there was some fatty meat, but today there were only a few pieces of skin left, and the cabbage was cooked without any color. She didn't even want to add soy sauce. In her words, as long as the workers are full, it doesn't matter what they eat. When Chuanqing came out, she was still thinking about Shin Subai from yesterday. Mom, do you think we'll see that guy again? He was really handsome, and he's an official too. Aunt Li immediately noticed what her daughter was thinking and laughed. If I'm selling meals here every day, how could you not run into him? While the mother and daughter were talking, Aunt Li spotted Sia Yunshu riding a motorcycle toward them, and her face instinctively hurt again. She had been slapped so many times by that girl yesterday, and the swelling on her face still hadn't gone down. In the 1980s, fights were common. It was normal for both men and women to get into arguments and brawls, and hardly anyone ever reported it to the police. So when the men at home heard that a girl had beaten her, they scolded her instead for being useless. How could two people let one person beat them? Seeing that Sia Yunshu dared to bring food over, she immediately got angry. You stop right there. Yesterday, the boss said you can't sell lunchboxes here. Sia Yunshu rode past her on the motorcycle. Where I sell is none of your business. Chuanqing jumped off the tricycle and blocked Sia Yunshu. You can't sell here. That guy said only my mom and I can sell meals here from now on. Sia Yunshu looked at her impatiently. Get lost. Chuanqing stomped her foot. If you dare to make a move today, I'll have that guy take you to the police station. He's on my side, not yours. Sia Yunshu was taken aback by her words. She was sure that Captain Shin didn't know this woman. Yesterday, calling him Big Brother was understandable, but today it had changed to brother? Li Fenlin and Aunt Zhao rode their bicycles from behind and frowned at the scene. Yunshu, what's going on? Sia Yunshu sighed. Good dogs don't block the way. What good dogs can they be? Aunt Zhao squinted, parked her bicycle to the side, and picked up Chuanqing like a chick, tossing her aside. Then she smiled at Sia Yunshu. Let's go. Her build is much stronger than Sia Yunshu's, and Aunt Li and Chuanqing are a bit scared to move. Don't get too proud. Soon the workers from the construction site will chase you away. Aunt Li is too afraid to act. Yesterday, Sia Yunshu alone made it impossible for them to fight back, and with 2 more people today, they are even less of a match. Unexpectedly, this girl is so bold, daring to bring people to take over the territory. Is she really not afraid that the leaders will send her to the police station? Li Fenlin has a gentle temperament, and while riding her bike, she spat in Aunt Li's direction. Chasing you away is more likely. Isn't Xiao Bai the leader at the construction site? How could he possibly chase Yunshu away? After a brief argument, Sia Yunshu didn't want to waste time, so she pressed the accelerator. Mom, Aunt Zhao, let's go inside first. The 3 of them headed into the construction site. The guard at the entrance was already familiar with Sia Yunshu and smiled as he let them in, glancing at Li Fenlin and Aunt Zhao. You 2 can just come in next time. I know you now. Outside the construction site, Aunt Li finally sensed something was off. How did she get in so easily? Chuanqing bit her lip. Mom, she wouldn't be going in to sell food, would she?
Impossible.
The construction site is very strict. Not just anyone can enter. Aunt Li confidently replied, then maliciously speculated. Look at her sly appearance. She must have flirted with the guard to get in. Soon she'll be chased out, and we'll just focus on our own business. I can't wait to see her crying when she's thrown out. The project office is quite large, with several big tables lined up and about a dozen smaller tables inside. Tian Hao is directing people inside. Xia Yunshu instinctively looked behind him, but didn't see Shin Subai. At around 11:30, the project staff will come to eat first, and the workers will come after noon, Tian Hao explained, pointing to the tables. Right now, the space is small, and most workers take their meals back home. Xia Yunshu and Aunt Zhao set the food down and checked the time before asking, "Will you be eating here too?" Tian Hao laughed. "Of course. I can't just go out to eat by myself, can I? What about Team Shen?" Xia Yunshu asked again, worried he might misunderstand, and quickly explained, "Team Shen has helped me a lot, and I brought some other things." Knowing she would be selling food at the construction site today, Xia Yunshu had thought about it yesterday and specially bought some beef jerky from the market to give to him as a snack. Tian Hao suddenly felt a bit unfair. "You're not planning to give special treatment to Brother Shen, are you? Yunshu, we're all friends. You can't favor one over the others." Xia Yunshu quickly took out a pack of beef jerky and said, "Manager Tian, you have helped me too, so this is for you." Thankfully, she had prepared an extra pack. At that moment, she was only thinking of thanking team leader Shen and hadn't considered manager Tian much, as she had only interacted with him a few times and found him to be quite friendly. "Manager Tian, thank you for taking care of me. If you hadn't suggested that I come to the project department to deliver lunch, I definitely wouldn't have been able to take over the cafeteria today." Xia Yunshu spoke sincerely, as it was indeed because of Tian Hao that she came here. Tian Hao smiled widely. "You're very loyal." Just then, a slender hand reached over from behind him. Shin Subai took the pack of beef jerky and smiled warmly. Comrade Xia Yunshu truly knows how to show gratitude. Though it sounded like a compliment, Xia Yunshu sensed something off. Li Fenlin, however, felt a sense of familiarity with Shin Subai and explained with a smile, "Yunshu specifically went to the market yesterday to buy this, saying she wanted to thank our project department leaders properly." "She bought it specifically for Tian Hao?" Shin Subai nodded with a smile. "Aunt Li, the project department staff will finish work soon, so you all should get back to it." His gaze swept over Xia Yunshu, still smiling but with a hint of coolness. Feeling a spark of inspiration, Xia Yunshu quickly took out another pack of beef jerky and approached him, lowering her voice. "Team leader Shin, this pack is for you." Shin Subai glanced at her casually. "Did you buy it just out of convenience? Or was it on purpose?" Xia Yunshu finally caught on, her bright face taking on a slightly flattering expression that was quite endearing. "The one for you was on purpose. The one for Manager Tian was just convenient." Shin Subai chuckled softly, his eyes crinkling in delight at her words. "Xia Yunshu, you don't need to be so generous with your gratitude. Even convenience costs money." Xia Yunshu thought this made sense. "Then I won't give Manager Tian anything next time." By then, people were starting to come in for lunch, and Shin Subai glanced at her, his tone softening. "Go on, don't get distracted." "Okay, don't worry." Xia Yunshu hurried back to the table, quickly sorting through her change. "Mom, Aunt Zhao, people are coming to eat, so put on your masks." The idea of wearing masks came to Xia Yunshu when she bought masks for herself yesterday. Unlike selling food at a construction site, most of the colleagues in the project department are educated individuals. Since they are earning money from others, they should consider their feelings. Wearing masks looks more hygienic, and it might make them feel happier while eating, right? Aunt Zhao and Li Fenlin are cooking for the first time. Before this, they had never held a proper job. Their income mostly came from doing laundry or knitting. At first, they were a bit clumsy. There aren't many people eating in the project department, with only about 40 newcomers from the south, and some leaders, like the big boss Ji Xian, don't eat here. Xia Yunshu quietly reminded them, "Don't rush. Just serve what they ask for and don't worry about anything else. I'll handle the payments here." Today, they specially prepared 2 extra dishes, with 2 meat and 2 vegetable options. The original lunch allowance was given out in cash, which made the women who usually ate less feel more balanced. Seeing the 3 staff members in clean clothes and white masks made the atmosphere even more pleasant. The men, who usually eat a lot, were initially a bit unhappy, but when they saw the extra two-dish options, they realized they could save money by choosing 2 vegetable dishes or, on a good day, even 2 meat dishes. With more choices, their complaints mostly disappeared. Tian-hao stood next to Shinsubai and complimented, "Yunshu is quite clever, with the masks and extra dishes. After a month, if they want to hand over the cafeteria to someone else, we staff would be the first to disagree." Although handing over the cafeteria seems like a small matter, eating well is important. A good meal leads to a good mood, and a good mood means better work. Shun Subai put 2 packs of beef jerky in his jacket pocket and turned to head upstairs to the office. "You should go eat too. I'll come down later." Tian-hao replied, "Oh," and suddenly remembered something, chasing after him. "Hey, Shin, why did you take my beef jerky?" "That was for thanking me." Shin Subai stopped on the steps, looking down at him with a caring expression. "Didn't you say your tooth hurt last time? You can't eat beef jerky. Go have some rice instead. It's softer." Tian-hao instinctively touched his perfect white teeth. "When did I say my tooth hurt?" Shin Subai remained calm. "I must have remembered wrong. Sometimes care leads to confusion. You should go eat now." Tian-hao paused, feeling touched. When Shin said care leads to confusion, wasn't he showing concern for him? He knows that Brother Shin appears cold on the outside but is warm on the inside, and he definitely considers him a brother. After finishing lunch, Tian-hao realized he still hadn't gotten the beef jerky back. Just past noon, the number of diners started to decrease, and Aunt Zhao and Li Fenlin both sighed in relief. "Yunshu, I was just counting, there must be dozens of people coming to eat, almost $1 per person." Li Fenlin understood that her daughter was making good money selling food at the construction site, but experiencing it firsthand made her realize how busy it was to collect money. Aunt Zhao was also excited. "Yunshu, I can serve food steadily now." Neither of them had ever had a proper job, and working odd jobs didn't earn much. Although Aunt Zhao had helped Xia Yunshu with cooking before, it was from her own home, so she didn't feel much difference, just a bit more work. But now that they were truly involved at the construction site, it felt like their lives had value. It wasn't just about making money. After working hard, they felt a great sense of accomplishment. Seeing them working and earning money made them feel no different from the other workers. Xia Yunshu smiled brightly. "The construction workers will be here soon, so we need to speed up our serving." Aunt Zhao was full of confidence. "I'll be quick and steady for sure." Li Fenlin didn't say much, just nodded in agreement. Her personality was completely different from Aunt Zhao's. Before marriage, she listened to her parents, who made her stop school early to work in the fields. She obediently did what she was told, whether it was taking care of her younger brother or doing farm work, knowing that disobedience would lead to punishment. She didn't understand how to resist until she got married. At that time, what was the point of resisting? The worst outcome was being locked up and going hungry or getting beaten. Later, when she married old Xia, he treated her well, and that was her happiest time. She had someone to rely on, and her timid nature allowed her to gradually come alive under his support. But then old Xia passed away, and her daughter grew up. She never dared to say it, especially after Yunshu divorced and started her business. For a while, she felt like her life had no meaning. Her daughter didn't need her, and her son had grown up. When they married and had children, she, a timid and incapable single mother, would only be a burden to them. But now, she felt a little different. Xia Yunshu's cheerful voice brought Li Fenlin back to reality. "Mom, I'm counting on you to keep an eye on things. Once the cafeteria officially opens, I'll be busy in the kitchen, and you'll handle everything out front." Li Fenlin tightened her grip on the rice spoon and replied through her mask, "Yes, just give it to Mom." When the workers received the notice that the site cafeteria was having a trial opening, they didn't have high expectations. They were different from the project department staff, who sat in offices earning high salaries. They were just laborers. Did they really deserve to eat in the same place? They remembered that workers usually ate sitting on bricks. What made them even more uneasy was that they wore old cotton jackets and muddy pants, with only a few coins in their pockets. Would they be able to have a full meal in the cafeteria? But the higher-ups said it was voluntary to eat in the cafeteria, and on the first day, they suggested everyone come and take a look, so they felt they had to go. When Li Shimli brought his friends over, he sighed, I wonder if Yunshu is selling food today. If we don't go out, who will she sell to? Chang only planned to spend 10 cents. I'll just buy a steamed bun and later find her for some vegetables. During this time, many workers who had gotten used to Xia Yunshu's meals felt the same way. They wanted to give the higher-ups face by coming today, but they would still eat outside tomorrow. The young girls sold delicious and cheap food, and even gave pickles and chili. They preferred to walk a bit more rather than enter the project cafeteria. However, as soon as they entered the first-floor door, Li Shengli rubbed his eyes. He saw Xia Yunshu, wearing a mask, with her bright, dark eyes smiling and waving at him. Li Ge, over here. Yunshu? Li Shengli's eyes widened as he quickly walked over and laughed heartily. Is that you? Xia Yunshu looked at the familiar faces behind him and felt a warm sense of familiarity. She blinked and said, Big brother, please come and support my business more. Same prices, same flavors, I promise you'll eat well. Now, who would want to eat outside? The workers ate much faster than the project staff, and not everyone felt comfortable sitting down to eat. Many just took their meals back to their work areas. After eating outside for so long, sitting where the officials used to eat felt awkward. Li Xingli and Chang did sit down, eating while discussing the upcoming new construction site. This plumbing work is definitely profitable. Old Li has contacted me a couple of times. It's hard to find workers right after the new year, and he wants us to come help. Li Xingli is a small contractor, and the people under him have been working at the Haiqing construction site for a long time, so he has built some connections. Right now, he doesn't have trouble finding work, but the problem is that no one can understand the blueprints. Today, Qiangzi had his usual vegetarian dish, but Xia Yunshu added some meat broth, which tasted pretty good. He took a bite of the steamed bun and leaned over, saying, If we can get this job, we won't have to worry about work for a whole year. If not, we should go to the project department and ask an architect. Li Shengli shook his head helplessly. They don't have time for us. Plus, you can't just glance at the blueprints. You need to understand them while working. We can't keep asking questions every day. When Old Li came over, he was very happy. The Haiqing government has money, and the big bosses from the south have money too. This is the biggest project he has received so far. If he can complete this job, he could earn at least 5 figures. With his brothers, he wouldn't have to worry about making money for a year. He thought about finding someone who understands blueprints to advise him, but where would he find such a person? Those who can read blueprints wear white hard hats on the construction site, and they're not people he can easily talk to. By this time, there were very few people left eating. Xia Yunshu had already prepared 3 meals in advance for Li Fenlin and Aunt Zhao, while she was drawn to the blueprints on the table that Li Xingli had left. Li Ge, is this the design blueprint for the new construction site? She had been self-studying this knowledge and had read quite a few books recently, quickly understanding there are more than 20 buildings and many public facilities, covering over 70 acres. No wonder they say it will take at least 5 years to complete. Li Xingli was somewhat surprised. Yunshu, you can understand this? Xia Yunshu didn't want to overstate her abilities. I can only understand these basic blueprints. Anything more complicated is beyond me. She knew that architectural blueprints come in many types, such as floor plans, section views, and elevation drawings. The one in front of Li Xingli was a plumbing construction drawing, which isn't too complex. It just has a lot of lines. Li Xingli's job is to lay out the water pipes in advance, and the positioning of these pipes must be correct. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to fix them after the buildings are constructed. He doesn't deal with how the buildings are built. Qiangzi immediately spoke up, Li Ge, let's ask Yunshu for help. This was not a joke. Li Xingli pressed his lips together. Yunshu, can you take another look at these blueprints and see if you can understand the positions and directions of the pipes? She could understand it, but Xia Yunshu was confident without being arrogant, and she wasn't a professional, so she didn't dare to guarantee whether she was right or wrong. Li Ge, I think you should find a professional to take a look. She shook her head, her gaze lingering on the blueprint before returning. Construction is a serious matter. Even a small mistake can cause problems. I only know a little. Li Xingli felt a bit disappointed, but then realized that Yunshu, who originally sold food, was already much better than them for being able to read the blueprint. He smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll find someone else." While they were talking, the cafeteria was nearly empty. Li Xingli quickly rolled up the blueprint and prepared to head to the construction site. "Yunshu, let's go." Yunshu felt a bit regretful. She hadn't looked at the blueprint enough yet. If only she had the chance to copy it. At that moment, Li Fenlin's voice rang out. "Xiaobai, why did you take so long to come down for lunch? There's hardly anything left to eat." It seemed that the temperature had risen a bit at noon, so Shinsubai had changed from a black cotton coat to a long black coat. He was tall and stood straight, making him appear even more impressive. For some reason, Xia Yunshu felt that Shin Dui seemed a bit different. It was hard to say exactly what it was. Maybe he just looked a bit more spirited? After all, winter clothes are usually heavy, and now wearing a long black coat certainly gave a fresh impression, adding a bit of flair to his originally calm and serious demeanor. Shin Subai had his hands in his coat pockets and spoke warmly to Li Fenlin. "Aunt Li, I've been busy with the cafeteria's trial operation these past few days and lost track of time during lunch." "It's fine. I'll just have a bun later." Today was the first day selling food at the construction site, and Xia Yunshu wasn't sure how many people would come, so she didn't prepare much. Now, not only had the dishes sold out, but even the buns were gone. Looking at the portion of food she had set aside, guilt washed over her. "Shin Dui, would you like to have my portion if you don't mind?" She really felt guilty. Shin Dui helped her buy the tricycle and even taught her for free. He was the one who suggested taking over the cafeteria and even backed her up. And what had she done? She hadn't even saved him a meal. There were too many people coming to eat earlier, and her mind was filled with the prices of 1 and 5 yuan. In the midst of it all, she completely forgot about Shin Subai and didn't even notice that he hadn't come down for lunch. To be honest, if Shin Subai hadn't shown up at this time, she might have forgotten that Captain Shin hadn't eaten lunch by tomorrow, as her mind was filled with building plans after calculating the expenses. Shin Subai glanced at her watch and sighed. "I'll just go eat by myself. It's just a bit more expensive and farther away." Xia Yunshu felt embarrassed. "Then I'll definitely save you some food tomorrow." Shin Subai nodded and walked out. "Thank you." Xia Yunshu, feeling guilty, picked up her food, planning to eat enough herself first. Since today was already like this, she would remember to save food for Captain Shin tomorrow. She might not be able to handle everything, but saving food was something she could manage. As Shin Subai reached the door, she turned back to look at Xia Yunshu and paused. "By the way, I thought about it, and let's forget about that meal you wanted to treat me to. You're busy every day. I don't mind missing one meal." Xia Yunshu, holding her bowl, suddenly lost her appetite. Li Fenlin quickly nudged her. "Yunshu, why don't you just invite Xiao Bai to eat out now? You both haven't eaten. I can clean up here with Aunt Zhao, and you can come back together." Shin Subai smiled. "Aunt Li, I was just saying that. You all can keep busy. I can eat out by myself just fine." Today was the first day of the cafeteria's trial operation, and Xia Yunshu knew the profits would be good. Meanwhile, Captain Shin stood at the door hungry while she was about to eat alone. She felt like she was about to be labeled as ungrateful and heartless. Xia Yunshu put down her food, took off her apron and mask, and said firmly, "Captain Shin, I'm definitely treating you to a meal today." Shin Subai frowned. "It's not necessary." Xia Yunshu insisted. "Let's go now. I have my bike. We can reach the street across in no time, and it's only just past 10. Shin Subai had no choice but to nod. "All right, let's go eat together." The sun was warm today, with hardly any wind, and the pleasant weather lifted everyone's spirits. Now that she wasn't wearing an apron, Shin Subai noticed that Xia Yunshu was wearing a gray wool coat with a light yellow sweater underneath. The sunlight made her look like a charming yellow rose, stunning and bright. The only flaw was the faint scars on her face that had faded. Shin Subai walked casually beside her, the hems of their coats brushing against each other before parting. He took his hand out of his coat pocket and asked, "Are you cold?" Xia Yunshu had been busy all morning and was now sweating, so she certainly wasn't cold. She took her hand out of her coat pocket and smiled brightly at him. My palms are sweaty, so how could I be cold? Shin, weren't you wearing a cotton jacket? Isn't it a bit chilly in that coat? Shin Subai paused for a moment, his warm hand barely brushing against her wrist. The brief touch felt almost like a dream, and the air thickened with unspoken feelings, but she remained unaware. I'm not cold, Shin Subai replied, putting his hand back in his pocket as he walked past Xia Yunshu. We have other things to do this afternoon, so let's hurry. The bicycles were parked behind a gate, and as they pushed the bikes out, Aunt Lee and her daughter were outside the construction site, visibly upset. Can you blame me? Who knew the workers would be so slow today? Only a few showed up for lunch. It must be that little from yesterday. She has some power to charm all the men away from the site. Yesterday, the mother and daughter were thrilled after buying 30 pounds of cabbage, 20 pounds of potatoes, and 50 pounds of rice from the market. They had spent the whole morning preparing a full cart of meals, hoping to make a big profit today. But who would have guessed that with no competition, they wouldn't sell a single meal? With Xia Yunshu there yesterday, even though business was slow, they could at least find a few bargain hunters, and by the end of the day, they could still make a few dollars. But today, not only were they not making money, they were facing a loss. How long would it take to eat all that food if they had to take it back home? Springsing spotted Shin Subai and Xia Yunshu walking out together and immediately shouted, Mom, it's that girl. And that man. They're in cahoots. She was furious. The only reason she had come out to sell meals was because she caught a glimpse of Shin Subai yesterday and hoped to run into him again today. Now, not only had she failed to sell any food, but she also discovered that this man had a special connection with the woman who had hit her. Both were dressed in coats, looking like the lead characters from a drama, fueling her anger even more. Aunt Lee was furious, realizing at this point that she had been outsmarted by this man yesterday. She rushed over and pointed at Xia Yunshu's nose, scolding, You little troublemaker, you're flirting with men. Xia Yunshu, wearing a wool coat, rolled up her sleeves and said, Do you want to get slapped? A large hand reached from behind her collar, and Shin Subai sighed, Don't start fighting so easily. Xia Yunshu pressed her lips together, holding back her anger, but she insulted me. Shin Subai glanced at the security desk and raised his voice slightly. Can we get 2 people to check the food they are selling? Food safety on the construction site is very important, and I suspect there might be an issue with their food. Aunt Lee and Chuanqing's faces turned pale, and they hurriedly said, Don't say that. We're just here to sell food. Although the food they made was not as good as yesterday's, it definitely wouldn't harm anyone. Shin Subai smiled gently, as if trying to reassure them. It's just a routine check at the police station. If you're innocent, you have nothing to worry about. I'm responsible for safety, and this is part of my job, not a personal attack. If this wasn't an attack, then she would have eaten all that food. This was clearly a threat. The police station?
Just going there could be terrifying.
Ordinary people naturally feel afraid of those in uniforms. Now, they weren't just worried about insults or fights. The mother and daughter looked completely drained of color. Shin Subai ignored them, got on his bicycle, and glanced at Xia Yunshu. Aren't you leaving? I'm a bit hungry now. Xia Yunshu covered her mouth with one hand and rode her bike behind him. Once they were a little further away, she burst out laughing. Captain Shin, they looked so scared. Shin Subai leisurely rode down the street, the breeze carrying his words into the air. Are you happy now? Of course, she was happy. It was great to see someone who annoyed her facing trouble. However, 15 minutes later, Xia Yunshu looked at the restaurant in front of her and couldn't feel happy anymore. Was Captain Shin lost? How did they end up at the entrance of the most expensive restaurant in Haicheng? This place often had foreigners coming in and out. They charged 8 yuan for a plate of vegetables. Was this a place for ordinary people? Xia Yunshu checked her coat pocket, finding 10 yuan inside. Before coming, she thought about how she hadn't succeeded in treating last time, so she wanted to be generous this time. After all, how much could 2 people eat? 10 yuan should be more than enough, and maybe she'd even have 5 yuan left over. Shin Subai saw her standing in front of the bicycle, lost in thought, and smiled slightly. Why aren't you leaving? Her legs felt weak. She couldn't move. Xia Yunshu bit her lip. Well, actually, she didn't mind spending 50 yuan to treat Captain Shen to a meal. After all, it was only right to repay such a big favor, and eating at the Haiqing Grand Hotel was fine. But the problem was that she didn't have enough money. I heard the Haiqing Hotel takes a long time to serve food, and I'm worried it might delay your work this afternoon. Xia Yunshu thought hard for a reason and then smiled at him. Captain Shen, how about we eat at the restaurant across the street? There was a small restaurant across the street that looked affordable. But Shin Subai had already walked inside. It's okay. I just remembered I don't have much to do this afternoon. I have plenty of time. But her wallet wasn't full. Inviting someone to dinner without enough money was so embarrassing. Although she had embarrassed herself in front of Captain Shin before, it wasn't easy to keep doing that. Gathering her courage, she went in and found that there weren't many people inside. Shin Subai chose a window seat and skillfully ordered 2 dishes, 1 serving of braised pork, 1 serving of Shanghai greens, and 2 bowls of rice. Would 10 yuan be enough for this meal? Xia Yunshu found it hard to eat. Honestly, Shin Subai didn't order much, just 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable, and 2 bowls of rice. He clearly wasn't trying to take advantage of her. Shin Subai calmly poured a glass of warm water and placed it in front of her, then pushed the braised pork closer and asked, "Are you very interested in architecture? I saw you discussing blueprints with the workers before coming here." The Haiqing Hotel was expensive for a reason. The braised pork was rich but not greasy, melting in the mouth, and it was indeed delicious with rice. Xia Yunshu couldn't help but take a few more bites. Hearing Shin Subai's question, she nodded. Yes, I wanted to study architectural design in college. But I probably won't have that chance in this life. Just reading a bit is good enough for me now. There was definitely some regret, but now that she was earning money, she wouldn't dwell on it too much. Shin Subai pointed to the Shanghai greens. The vegetables here are also good. You should try some. Xia Yunshu then realized she had unknowingly eaten 4 or 5 pieces of braised pork and quickly slowed down her eating pace. She took some greens and put them in her mouth, her eyes lighting up. It's really delicious. Shin Subai nodded. The chefs here are very skilled. If you run a cafeteria, you'll need to hire chefs too. You can't cook all the dishes by yourself. That's unrealistic. Xia Yunshu felt a bit guilty. She hadn't really thought about hiring a professional chef. First, she had no way to find someone, and second, she couldn't afford a good chef. In the end, it would just be her and Aunt Zhao working in the kitchen, and maybe they could find one helper. It would be tiring, but she didn't mind. She wasn't afraid of hard work. Seeing that Xia Yunshu was silent, Shin Subai knew what she was thinking. You have to prepare 3 meals a day. You need to get up early, around 4 in the morning, and finish by 7 or 8 at night. Even an iron person couldn't handle that. Shin Subai didn't seem very hungry. He just ate a little bit of vegetables and put down his chopsticks. Making money is important, but you need to take care of your health first. Xia Yunshu thought he was worried she wouldn't do a good job, so she quickly reassured him. I can handle it. I'm very capable and not afraid of hard work. Shin Subai looked at her thoughtfully. I know a chef at Haiqing Hotel. I was going to introduce his apprentice to you, but now it seems you don't need it? Xia Yunshu paused for a second and then smiled brightly. Captain Shin, you're so kind. I definitely need it. Thanking people is always the same. Xia Yunshu, your Chinese grades must have been average in school, Shin Subai said with a chuckle. Before she could respond, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. I have a friend who teaches at the night university. They have an architecture program. You could free up some time to do what you want.
But
she had thought about the night university but only dared to think about it because it wasn't free. The tuition was over 100 a year, and more importantly, she needed a recommendation letter from her workplace or community. Besides, with the cafeteria contract, when would she have the time? Shin Subai lowered his eyelashes. You don't have to do everything yourself to make money. You can get a recommendation letter from the project department. The program fits perfectly. These issues aren't a problem. Xia Yunshu paused her eating and looked at Shin Subai, but he was looking down and not at her. Captain Shin wasn't particularly delicate in appearance, but he had a unique coolness. Upon closer inspection, his features were actually quite handsome, with sharp lines and smooth curves. His narrow eyes seemed both cold and warm when he looked at people. It seemed like she had never seen him show his emotions. Lost in thought, Shin Subai lifted his gaze. The sunlight streamed through the restaurant window and reflected in his eyes, casting a shadow of her image. Xia Yunshu felt a strange sensation rising in her heart. Before she could speak, she heard Shin Subai's clear voice ask, "Aren't you going to pay?" A hint of awkwardness quickly turned into embarrassment. Xia Yunshu touched the 10 yuan in her pocket and couldn't smile. "Then I'll go over now." The service at Haiqing restaurant was excellent, and someone had already come over with a notebook. "Sir, it's a total of 12 yuan." She was only 2 yuan short. Had she lost her mind? How could she forget to bring a little extra money? Xia Yunshu's face turned red from her nose to her neck. Facing the smiling waiter, she had to speak softly. "Captain Shen, actually Shin Subai admired her blushing face for a second, then calmly took out the money. "I'll pay." After leaving the restaurant, Xia Yunshu kept her head down, looking at her toes. Shin Subai didn't mention the money but changed the topic. "Today might not work, but in a couple of days I'll ask Master Chen to bring you along. He has several apprentices. Also, regarding the night school, if you're willing, come to my office tomorrow afternoon for a recommendation letter." Not only had she not repaid her debt, but she also owed another one after this meal. Xia Yunshu hesitantly said, "I'll pay you back when I get home." Shin Subai sighed. "Forget it. Just owe me for now. Who knows? Maybe I'll need your help in the future." Now was not the time for her to repay favors. Saving up would surely come in handy later. Xia Yunshu followed behind him, thinking about how she couldn't refuse any of the favors she owed, and it seemed like none could be repaid with just one meal. As she pushed her bicycle to head back, she saw 2 people coming from the small restaurant across the street, Lu Zhixing and Zhou Xinhua. It had been over half a month since they last met, and Lu Zhixing seemed much colder. He didn't wait for the woman behind him and spoke with a hint of impatience. "It's impressive enough that you can clean here without a degree." Zhou Xinhua gritted her teeth. "Zhixing, I'm just afraid I won't do well." Lu Zhixing turned around and looked at her coldly. "Yunshu, a full-time worker, can put aside her pride to sell lunch boxes. You can't even handle cleaning?" Zhou Xinyue's face turned pale. She had nowhere to go and had no choice but to act pitiful and weak. Lu Zhixing, considering Xiao Wei's situation, only gave her 10 yuan a month. Now, she couldn't even think about buying nice clothes. She had to consider what was cheapest to eat. "Zhixing, please don't be angry. I will try my best." Zhou Xinhua cautiously placed her hand on Lu Zhixing's arm and said softly, "I know I'm not as good as Yunshu, but I am changing. Please don't leave me." This display of vulnerability made Lu Zhixing slow down. He didn't pull Zhou Xinyue's arm away, but replied calmly, "My divorce from Yunshu was unavoidable. We will still be together in the future. I will help you, but things won't be the same as before." After saying this, he turned around and saw a familiar figure. "Yunshu." Lu Zhixing took a couple of quick steps, releasing Zhou Xinyue's hand, his eyes filled with surprise. "What are you doing here?" The light in his eyes dimmed when he noticed Shin Subai next to Xia Yunshu, and his expression turned serious. "How are you 2 together?" Xia Yunshu scoffed. "What a nuisance, stay away." Lu Zhixing grabbed her car, his tone softening. "Yunshu, Xinyue and I have been sleeping in separate beds. I will prove to you that we were completely innocent." Shin Subai looked puzzled. "You didn't sleep together but still got married? So that's what you call innocent? No wonder you're an international student. Your thinking is so different from normal people." Lu Zhixing was angered by this comment. "Shin Subai, what do you mean? You know you have no chance, yet you keep pursuing her. You're only going to hurt her more. The Shin family in Jingbei and Yunshu's status are worlds apart. They are completely incompatible." Xia Yunshu initially didn't want to engage with Lu Zhixing, but she couldn't stand him tarnishing Shin Subai's reputation. "Lu Zhixing, stop showing up and making me want to slap you." Xia Yunshu stepped in front of Shin Subai, protecting him. My relationship with Team Shen is completely innocent. Just because you're a bad person doesn't mean you can think that about others. Lu Zixing couldn't tolerate her defending Shin Subai and shouted, "He has intentions towards you. His family background would never allow him to marry a divorced woman. He just wants to play with you irresponsibly. Can't you see that? You two are impossible." After saying this, he sighed and continued, "Yunshu, I truly wanted to marry you back then, and I genuinely want to remarry you now. Your family background doesn't matter to me. I can support your mother and brother. No other man can do that." Xia Yunshu found him increasingly ridiculous. He claimed to not care about family background, yet he never wanted to visit her home and couldn't even call her mom. How could he have the nerve to say such things? Shen Subai gently reminded him, "Dr. Lu, your salary probably can't support so many people." Lu Zixing paused, thinking about what he had done, and painfully closed his eyes. In the end, it's still about money. "Yunshu, if you care about money, I can change. You can take my salary card and bonuses." At this point, he still thought she was worried about money. Xia Yunshu kicked Lu Zixing, saying, "Get lost, you dead dog." She was itching to fight. Zhou Xinyu supported Lu Zixing from behind, looking sorrowful. "Yunshu, I know you're upset because of me. I swear I'll let you have Zixing. Is that okay?" Xia Yunshu kicked her again. "You get lost too." After saying that, she pushed the cart and left, not noticing Zhou Xinyu bending down in pain, her eyes dark like a snake, watching her retreating figure. But Shen Subai seemed to sense something. He turned around, his gaze cold as it passed over the two of them, finally landing on Zhou Xinyu. Zhou Xinyu was startled and quickly looked away. In the current situation, Xiaowei was no longer useful to her and had become a burden. It would be better to use him to bring down Xia Yunshu. If she lost her child because of Xia Yunshu. Thinking of this, Zhou Xinyu furrowed her brows in pain. "Zixing, Yunshu kicked me a bit hard earlier and my back still hurts." Lu Zixing clenched his fists, feeling uneasy about Xia Yunshu's repeated actions. He knew Yunshu grew up in a tough environment, so she couldn't be gentle and refined like a lady. After they remarried, he would help her improve these flaws, but he would also treat her better than before. Seeing Lu Zixing silent, Zhou Xinyu forced a smile. "I don't mean to blame Yunshu. I made many mistakes before. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have divorced you." Lu Zixing's expression was not gloomy. "Let's go." But Zhou Xinyu stopped and shyly said, "Zixing, can you bring back a skewer of candied hawthorn for Xiaowei? I'll come to the restaurant to help tomorrow, and I'll pay you back when I get my salary." Lu Zixing's expression softened. "As long as you treat Xiaowei well, that's enough." Zhou Xinyu lowered her head. "I've done many things to hurt Xiaowei. No matter how I make up for it, it's never enough. Even giving my life for him would be justified. I was hurt in the mountains, and I might only have one child, Xiaowei, for the rest of my life." Hearing this finally moved Lu Zixing a bit. He pressed his lips together and said, "As long as you realize your mistakes and change, Xiaowei will forgive you." No child truly blames their parents. Xia Yunshu followed him quietly. She would try her best to be a good mother, because only then would she feel more pitiful if she lost her child. And the one truly at fault, Xia Yunshu, would seem even more despicable. By then, who would Lu Zixing turn to? And what about the man beside Xia Yunshu? Who would he support? As they neared the construction site, Xia Yunshu hesitated to apologize to Shin Subai. "Don't take to heart the terrible things Lu Zixing said. I know you are an honest person. How could you? How could you play with her feelings?" Shin Subai replied, "I won't take it to heart. Friends should help each other. Look at his perspective. And then look at Lu Zixing." Xia Yunshu wanted to poke her eyes out. How could she have been so blind before? Shin Subai stopped his bike. "You go ahead. I have other things to do, like the chef and the night school matters. Remember to come find me." Xia Yunshu nodded quickly. "Captain Shen, I owe you another favor." Shin Subai's eyes were bright and meaningful. "That's 4 in total, not too many." Xia Yunshu felt like she could never repay him, blinking her amber eyes quickly to appear less shameless. I value loyalty too. Shin Subai nodded. Go on, keep moving forward. Xia Yunshu waved and rode her bike through the construction site gate, her hair flying up and then settling down. It was only after she disappeared from sight that Shin Subai turned and rode his bike in the opposite direction. Keep moving forward, Xia Yunshu. Don't stop, for anyone. The first day of the cafeteria's trial operation was quite successful. After returning from the market, Xia Yunshu leaned on the table and calculated for a while. She estimated that she could earn around 20 yuan that day. After deducting wages for her mom and Aunt Zhao, as well as motorcycle fuel costs, she still had a conservative estimate of over 10 yuan left in her pocket. But this was just the beginning. With the cafeteria officially opening in a month, she couldn't imagine how much she could earn. However, Captain Shin was right. She couldn't do everything herself. Otherwise, she would tire herself out before even making any money. Li Finlin and Aunt Zhao were sitting in the yard, washing and chopping vegetables so they could start cooking right away tomorrow. With so many different kinds of vegetables now, they were definitely busier than before. As the weather warmed up, Grandma Zhang also brought her stool to help with the vegetables. Li Finlin felt shy and said, Grandma, you can just sit and chat with us. Grandma Zhang seemed much more energetic and happily replied, if I'm just sitting around, I might as well do some work to feel better. Besides, I see Yunshu as my granddaughter, so helping her is like helping my own. Aunt Zhao joked, Grandma Zhang, let Yunshu pay you for your work. Grandma Zhang laughed, her face full of wrinkles. No need for payment. Just having my granddaughter is enough. Grandma Zhang lived next to the Xie family and had a good relationship with them. Years ago, when old man Xie passed away, Li Finlin was too busy with the kids, and Grandma Zhang often brought meals to Xie Yunshu and her brother, Xie Mingcheng. Now, whenever Xie Yunshu made something delicious, she would send some to Grandma Zhang. Almost all the kids in the building grew up under Grandma Zhang's care, but Xie Yunshu truly treated her like her own child. After chatting for a while, Grandma Zhang moved her stool toward the building. At her age, sitting too long made her back ache. Just as she stepped out of the alley, she encountered two elderly ladies of similar age, one in a blue patterned jacket and the other in a gray coat. They both sneered at Grandma Zhang. Here she comes again, trying to get close to Yunshu. Old Zhang, you don't have any children yourself, so you can't expect everyone to take care of you. They have 3 sons, but none of them are dutiful. The two ladies mocked Grandma Zhang, looking down on her. They thought that older age meant having more dutiful children, but Grandma Zhang was an exception. After her husband passed away, she was alone, and although she had a son, no one had visited her in years. At her age, she might not even have anyone to claim her when she passed. Recently, since Grandma Zhang had been close to the Xie family, these gossiping ladies said she was afraid of being alone and wanted to rely on Xie Yunshu for support. One had no sons, and the other was divorced, so they seemed to fit well together. Grandma Zhang spat and said, having more sons doesn't mean you'll live longer. After finishing her words, she picked up her little stool and walked into the hallway with small steps. Once inside, she let out a long sigh, thinking that having ungrateful children was worse than having none at all. She had long accepted that everyone must eventually die. After finishing her calculations, Xie Yunshu stepped out of the room and went to Grandma Zhang's house, which had a half-open door. She placed half a bag of snacks on the table and said, Grandma, this is Suji's hawthorn cake. I saved 2 pieces for you. It's sweet, soft, and really delicious. Grandma Zhang didn't mention what had just happened. She took a piece and took a bite, asking Yunshu, how's the cafeteria work going? Xie Yunshu's eyes sparkled with joy as she lowered her voice and held up, saying, Grandma, I can earn money. I can make this much. That's great, but don't overwork yourself, Grandma Zhang replied, feeling relieved. She settled into a nearby recliner and relaxed a bit. In a few months, Mingchen will have exams. I'll boil a couple of eggs in the morning for him to pick up on his way to school. Xie Yunshu didn't refuse and cheerfully leaned in, saying, Grandma, I'm starting night classes in a couple of days too. Can you boil 2 for me as well? Grandma Zhang smiled and pinched her cheek, saying, Sure. My retirement pension is enough to boil eggs for both of you. That evening, with nothing much to do after dinner, Xia Yunshu took out the architecture books that Shin Subai had given her. When she flipped to the structural diagram, she suddenly remembered the blueprints she had seen at Li Xinli's place earlier. If she attended night classes, she would likely feel more confident. However, she heard that getting into night school also required passing an exam. Although it wasn't as difficult as the college entrance exam, it still needed to filter out suitable students. After all, students had to have basic learning abilities. Otherwise, if they couldn't even recognize a few words, attending school would waste educational resources. Thinking of this, Xia Yunshu picked up Xia Mingqing's textbooks, especially the high school math book, and began to study on her own. As the college entrance exam approached, Mingqing's school added evening study sessions, supervised by teachers until after 9 o'clock. Xia Yunshu prepared dinner for him on the stove and sat nearby, focused on her book. Li Fenlin, despite being advised against it, continued knitting a sweater for her son. The weather in Jingbei was colder than Haicheng, so they needed to prepare these clothes in advance. She had more confidence in her son than in her daughter, believing he would definitely get into Jingbei University. When they returned to the cafeteria to sell meals, Aunt Zhao and Li Fenlin were much more at ease. Today, Shin Subai seemed to be free, so he went to eat with Tian Hao. Before leaving, he glanced at Xia Yunshu and said, "Come get the introduction letter when you're done." Tian Hao followed him upstairs, feeling something was off. "Brother Shin, when did I suddenly notice that you and Yunshu are so close? Also, what is this introduction letter?" Shin Subai shot him a look. "It's just your impression. My relationship with you is better."
Really?
Tian Hao grinned, following him upstairs. "But Yunshu is quite popular with the guys in our project department. Yesterday, several young men were asking me about her when we got off work. In the construction project department, most of the staff are men and many are single. People are visual creatures, and men are naturally attracted to beautiful women, especially since Xia Yunshu is indeed good-looking." Shin Subai stopped, looking down the stairs toward the cafeteria. Xia Yunshu was wearing a mask while collecting money. Her hair was neatly, revealing her smooth forehead, and her large eyes were slightly raised, making her smile bright and charming. In front of her stood a young man with a flushed face, holding change, looking a bit awkward but unable to help sneaking glances at her. He scoffed lightly. "Why not let them come to me for introductions? After all, I've been in contact with Comrade Xia quite a bit lately."
Huh?
Tian Hao was a bit confused. When did Brother Shin, who usually doesn't meddle in others' affairs, become interested in playing matchmaker? Plus, he didn't even have a girlfriend himself. Shin Subai continued walking upstairs. It's better to solve problems directly rather than avoid them. With thoughts of finding a chef and the introduction letter on his mind, Xia Yunshu quickly went to the second floor to find Shin Subai after finishing her tasks, not forgetting to take 2 pieces of hawthorn cake as a gift for him. When she knocked and entered, Shin Subai was sitting upright at his desk, writing quickly. He was still wearing the black wool coat from yesterday, but underneath he had changed into a white shirt, making him look even more refined. "Is it really that warm today?" Xia Yunshu looked at the sun outside, puzzled. It was only early March, and Shun was wearing fewer layers each time they met. He had started with a heavy military coat, then a black down jacket, and now a wool coat and a white shirt. Shin Subai paused, glancing at her. "What's the matter?" Xia Yunshu snapped back to reality, placing the hawthorn cake on the desk, her face without a mask breaking into a smile. "Brother Shin, I've thought it over, and I still want to go to night school." Although she experienced a failed marriage, life is still long, and she has her own dreams. Now that she has the opportunity, she must seize it. Shin Subai placed the introduction letter he had prepared earlier on the table. The teachers at Haicheng Night University are all hired by the government from universities, and the education is just as good as in college. Even though you haven't attended high school, focusing on one major and catching up on classes shouldn't be a problem. Xia Yunshu nodded. "Thank you, Team Shin." Her gratitude was sincere. Shin Subai smiled slightly. "It's just a small favor. It's nothing special." Wait for me at the construction site entrance around 6 in the evening, and I'll take you to find the chef at Haiching Restaurant. He didn't finish his sentence and covered his nose to sneeze. Xia Yunshu looked worried. Team Shin, are you dressed warmly enough? You shouldn't switch to lighter clothes so quickly with the changing seasons. Shin Subai squinted slightly, and when he spoke again, his voice sounded a bit hoarse. It was still a bit cold riding my bike to work this morning. I saw others wearing scarves. I should buy one when I get the chance. The weather was chilly in the mornings and evenings, but warm at noon. Shin Subai wore a white shirt and a wool coat, which was fine during the day, but it was cold riding his bike in the morning. So, Xia Yunshu always wore a scarf when she went out. Li Fenlin had helped someone knit sweaters, and she always had leftover yarn to make scarves for herself and Mingcheng, so she never lacked for them. Looking at it this way, Team Shin, who came to Haiching alone from Jingbei, seemed a bit pitiful. Shin Subai's fingertips were slightly red. After saying this, he frowned and sighed silently. It's a pity there's no time. Never mind, just remember to find me at 6. Master Chin is busy, and we shouldn't keep him waiting. He was taking her to find the chef, but didn't have time to buy a scarf. Xia Yunshu bit her lip and took off the scarf around her neck. Team Shen, if you don't mind, you can take this scarf. My mom knitted it a few days ago, and it's still new. It's gray and white, so anyone can wear it. She removed the scarf, still warm from her body, and felt a bit regretful for being so impulsive. If she was going to give a gift, it should be new. How could she give her old scarf to him? Team Shin might think she was being stingy. I'll buy you a new one when I go to the market this afternoon, Xia Yunshu said, pulling her hand back slightly and forcing a smile. You've helped me so much. Consider this scarf a thank you gift. What color do you like, Team Shin? Shin Subai calmly took the scarf from her hands and put it around his neck. It's just a friendly gesture. If you casually buy me a scarf, people might misunderstand. This one is nice, and the color suits me well. Xia Yunshu was momentarily at a loss for words. So this scarf. Something fell off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Looking at team leader Shin, who sat upright and coldly focused on the documents in his hands, he seemed completely indifferent to the scarf. He was so proper. Maybe she was overthinking things. However, the scarf she had just taken off now looked so nice around Shin's neck, making her feel a bit uneasy. Shin was single, and so was she. Although they didn't seem like a match, Shin was being unusually kind to her. Xia Yunshu didn't want to read too much into it, but she couldn't help but think a little more. By the way, there's something I want to discuss regarding your personal matters. Lost in her thoughts about keeping some distance from Shin, Xia Yunshu was suddenly startled by this statement, her heart racing. Shin wanted to talk to her about personal matters? What could it be? Shin Subai set down the documents, sounding a bit helpless. Since you started selling food in the cafeteria yesterday, quite a few young men have been asking about you. If this continues, it might not be good. So, I want to know, are you considering any personal matters? There are a few good guys in the project team if you're interested.
No.
Absolutely not. Xia Yunshu quickly shook her head. She was there to earn money, not to find a partner, and she responded firmly, Team leader Shin, you know my situation. I have no plans to look for a partner in the future. Shin Subai's eyes flickered slightly. You really don't plan to find anyone? Xia Yunshu replied, not while I'm in charge of the cafeteria, so you can rest assured about that. I won't interfere with your personal matters, Shin Subai said, his fingers curling slightly. The scarf around his neck still carried a hint of fragrance. He smiled lightly. It's good to focus on work, but others may not think the same. Xia Yunshu knew she was considered attractive, but she wasn't some kind of enchantress. Why were so many men asking about her? Did Shun, who had never been in a relationship, really think that just because someone asked her name, they were interested in her? She certainly didn't have that kind of appeal. Shin Subai coughed lightly, feeling a bit helpless. Right now, the project deadline is tight, and your contract for the cafeteria hasn't been officially settled yet. Xia Yunshu understood. Team leader Shin was worried about delaying the project's work. Although she didn't think she was that charming, it was wise to be cautious since the cafeteria contract wasn't finalized yet. Indeed, Team leader Shin thought more deeply than she did. So, Xia Yunshu spoke with determination. It's fine. If anyone asks, just tell them I'm divorced and from a single-parent family. That should make them back off. Shin Subai interrupted her. That's not a flaw, nor is it a reason to use as a shield. Not a flaw? Xia Yunshu frowned. While she had the courage to get divorced, society was harsh on women. She felt that having been divorced would deter many men from considering her. Shin Subai was silent for a moment, then spoke with a meaningful tone. At least, I think having been blind to certain things in the past isn't a flaw. Blind to certain things? Xia Yunshu bit her lip. Team leader Shin wasn't criticizing her, was he? Just when Xia Yunshu thought team leader Shin would say more, he suddenly changed the subject. Let's put this aside for now. Remember to wait for me at the construction site entrance this afternoon. Xia Yunshu glanced at the scarf around his neck and nodded. See you this afternoon. There were many men at the construction site, and since Xia Yunshu contracted the cafeteria, everyone was familiar with her. At 6 o'clock, just as it was getting dark, she waited outside with her bicycle. Many people greeted her. Comrade Xia Yunshu? Who are you waiting for? Xia Yunshu responded naturally, explaining openly. I'm waiting for team leader Shin. I need his help with work-related matters. She understood the power of rumors, so she explained in detail, making sure no one thought there was anything unclear between her and team leader Shin. Several project staff exchanged puzzled glances. What was the relationship between this girl and team leader Shin? Normally, Shun was responsible for safety on the site and dealt more with higher-ups or government officials. Cafeteria matters weren't his responsibility. Comrade Xia and team leader Shin seemed to have no connection. If it was work-related, shouldn't she ask Tian Hao for help? At that moment, Shin Subai walked out of the construction site, wearing a black down jacket and a gray scarf. Among the group of men, he stood out like a crane among chickens, his posture tall and elegant. Comrade Xia, hello. With a slight nod, he maintained a steady demeanor, clearly avoiding any misunderstandings. Master Zhang should be done by now, so let's not waste time on work matters.
Was it really about work?
The curious and slightly gossipy gazes around faded a bit, and even Xia Yunshu felt her heart completely relax. She thought so. How could team leader Shin have any feelings for her? She was just being overly sentimental. His attitude was quite clear. The scarf was a gift from her, and he wore it without any ulterior motives. But she had let her imagination run wild over such a trivial matter. It seemed like she was the one with impure thoughts about team leader Shin. Jumping on her bicycle, Xia Yunshu's tone became cheerful. Let's hurry up. If this works out for team leader Shin, I definitely need to thank you properly. It was clear that there was nothing romantic between them. This wasn't a feudal society. It was normal for men and women to work together. They were all new-age youth, not old-fashioned, and they shouldn't jump to conclusions. As everyone felt a bit guilty, Shin Subai got on his bicycle. Once Xia Yunshu had ridden a little ahead, he smiled gently at the other men. It's still a bit chilly, so make sure to wear more clothes when you go out, and don't forget to wear a scarf while riding. One of the young men had blushed during lunch when facing Xia Yunshu. He understood team leader Shin's status and felt quite touched by the words. Thank you for your concern, team leader Shin. Shin Subai adjusted the scarf around his neck and smiled slightly. This scarf was given to me by Comrade Xia. It's quite warm. She probably knitted it herself, so you can't find one like it in stores. His tone seemed to express genuine regret. The other men were left speechless. A scarf knitted by Comrade Xia? Given to team leader Shin? The combination of those words left them all confused. Especially the poor young man who had blushed. He felt as if he had been struck hard, staring blankly at the retreating figures of Shin Subai and Xia Yunshu. He clearly remembered that the scarf had been around Xia Yunshu's neck at lunch. So, what was the relationship between team leader Shin and Comrade Xia? Master Zhang at the Haiqing Hotel was an experienced chef. His ancestors had been imperial chefs, and he had faced hard times before. However, with the reforms and rapid development of Haiqing, he welcomed a new spring in his career. Now, he was not only the head chef at Haiching Hotel, but also mentored several apprentices. Those willing to be apprentices for the chef are usually not from wealthy families. They are often children from less fortunate backgrounds. Master Zhang has established himself at the Haiching restaurant after many years of hard work, but one restaurant doesn't need so many head chefs. After finishing their apprenticeship, those with some savings often open their own small restaurants, while those in worse situations either stay on as helpers or work at other small eateries. Song Shanchuan is the apprentice he has trained the longest. This boy has had a tough life. His father was once Master Zhang's partner, but passed away early due to hardships, leaving behind a mute wife and a young child. When he was 7 or 8, something must have affected him, and he also became unable to speak. Master Zhang had hoped that Song Shanchuan would take over one day, but the manager at Haiching was reluctant. He can be a helper, but not a head chef. Haiching restaurant is the best in the city and doesn't lack chefs. If it weren't for Master Zhang's recommendation, the manager wouldn't even consider hiring Song Shanchuan as a helper. So when Shin Subai inquired, Master Zhang immediately recommended Song Shanchuan. This boy cooks well. Although he can't speak, he knows sign language and can read, so communication won't be a problem. He will retire eventually, and when he can no longer work, the Haiching manager will likely let Song Shanchuan go. How will this orphan and his mother survive then? Shin Subai did not respond immediately, but glanced at Xia Yunshu, silently asking for her opinion. Xia Yunshu looked at the young man sitting next to Master Zhang, who appeared to be in his early 20s, around her age. He wore a white chef's uniform and had a gentle appearance, sitting quietly while they assessed him. How are your cooking skills? Xia Yunshu hesitated before adding, I run a cafeteria, so I can't offer a high salary. The salary at Haiching restaurant must be quite high, right? Master Zhang quickly replied, Song Shanchuan can handle all the dishes I cook. As for the salary, he currently earns 50 yuan a month at Haiching. How much can you offer? A lower amount would be acceptable, but it shouldn't be too low. He knew that the cafeteria provides 3 meals a day, with breakfast usually being noodles. The chef doesn't have to work during breakfast, but lunch and dinner can be quite tiring. He was eager to find work for Song Shanchuan, but if the other party only aimed to exploit him, that wouldn't be right. Xia Yunshu blinked. This salary was completely acceptable. Aunt Zhao also earned 50 yuan a month. As long as the work is manageable, the salary is fine. Xia Yunshu had a good impression of Song Shanchuan, so she said, it's not officially contracted yet, but for now, it's 50 yuan a month. After a month, it will be 60. She added, but the cooking has to be good. Master Zhang agreed, that's for sure. On the way back from Haiching restaurant, Xia Yunshu thoughtfully suggested treating Shin Subai to a meal. Last time you paid, but this time I have enough money. Shin Subai smiled lightly, all right. They went to a simple restaurant and had a great meal for just 5 yuan. When they returned, Shin Subai dropped her off at the entrance of the building, saying, it's just on my way. Xia Yunshu took him seriously and didn't think much of it. Then you should head back, Shen. After he left, she parked her bicycle and was about to enter the building when Lin Suiping suddenly appeared and asked, Xia Yunshu, tell me the truth. What does your man do? He can't be just a section chief, right? Whose man? Xia Yunshu was startled and grabbed Lin Suiping's ear, saying, what are you doing here at this hour? Lin Suiping pulled her hand away, annoyed. Stop pretending. If you're always together, how can he not be your boyfriend? Just tell me, is he really a section chief? Since the last time she saw Shin Subai, Lin Suiping felt uneasy while dating Feng Chang. She even asked him, if you had to fight a man who is 1.85 meters tall, could you win? Feng Chang was unhappy about this, believing a woman should be more gentle. He often corrected Lin Suiping, saying, don't use foul language or insult people. My parents are educated and don't like that kind of behavior. Lin Suiping genuinely liked Feng Chang. She struggled in school and started working in a factory after not graduating high school, so she admired educated people. When she learned that Xia Yunshu married Lu Zhixing, an overseas student, she felt a pang of jealousy. It wasn't that she liked Lu Zhixing. She just thought that the men she could find would never compare to him. However, After discovering that Liu Zixing wasn't a good person, she mocked Xia Yunshu but also scolded Liu Zixing in her heart. It was frustrating for her that Xia Yunshu, who had bullied her all her life, was now being mistreated by a man. That felt even worse than being bullied herself. Feng Chong is also a college student. Although he only graduated from a vocational school, that is still a height that Lin Suiping feels she cannot reach. So when they met for a blind date, she immediately liked this gentleman. Xia Yunshu's first thought was to clear Shen's name. She was pulled forward by Lin Suiping, saying, "Shen and I are completely innocent. He helped me for work reasons. Stop spreading rumors. Shen was still around when I got divorced." In other words, even if Shin Subai's family background isn't very high, it still wouldn't work out between them. Why start something impossible? Lin Suiping was unhappy. So, what if you're divorced? It doesn't ruin your looks. Isn't it normal for men to like you? After saying that, she stared at Xia Yunshu's face for a moment and then became jealous. Did you use more face cream behind my back? Why is your face still so fair? Did you put on makeup? Who put on makeup? Xia Yunshu pushed Lin Suiping aside. Why did you come to find me at this hour? Lin Suiping suddenly became shy. Feng Chong and I are getting married soon. You have to come to the wedding and give me a big red envelope. Married? Xia Yunshu was a bit surprised. So soon? She remembered that Lin Suiping and Feng Chong hadn't known each other for long, right? Although free love wasn't very common at that time, and most couples were introduced by their parents or matchmakers, Lin Suiping seemed to be rushing things. Lin Suiping glared at her. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't come, I will definitely fight with you, and you have to give me a big red envelope. Seeing Xia Yunshu frown in silence, she grew anxious. Xia Yunshu, what do you mean by not saying anything? I gave you $5 when you got married. If you get married again, I should get money too. In the end, I'm the one losing out. You can't just take money once. Xia Yunshu was speechless. Can you really beat me? Lin Suiping released her, grinding her teeth in frustration. So, are you giving me money or not?
Fine.
Xia Yunshu lazily kicked her and then asked, why not get engaged first? Why are you in such a hurry to get married? At this point, Lin Suiping's tone became a bit low. It's not that I'm in a hurry. My parents are a bit anxious. The packaging factory's profits are expected to decline after the new year, and there are rumors that they might lay off some workers. Many people are trying to bribe the factory manager. She caught Feng Chong's attention because she treated him sincerely, and also because both she and her father were formal workers at the packaging factory, which meant her family had a lighter burden and lower expectations for the man. Although Feng Chong is a department head, he still has 2 younger brothers in school. So, the Feng family decided to keep the wedding simple. No engagement, just a wedding without dowries or jewelry, and only buy a new outfit. Her parents agreed because everyone at the packaging factory was anxious, fearing changes might happen. Xia Yunshu bit her lip, knowing that the packaging factory wouldn't last long. Layoffs were just the first step. The factory manager was focused on corruption and had no interest in running the business. After the national reforms, they couldn't even pay salaries and eventually, the factory would close down. It's fair to say that Lin family's parents were right. If the factory did close, the Tang family wouldn't know how to respond. Xia Yunshu pinched Lin Suiping's chubby cheek and said, be careful and make sure to keep your own salary. At least don't be foolish like her and give everything for a man. Lin Suiping lowered her head and replied softly. When she looked up again, Xia Yunshu had already gone inside and closed the door. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. You haven't told me how much red envelope you're giving me. But hearing that Xia Yunshu denied that match with team leadership made Lin Suiping smile a bit. At least on her wedding day, Xia Yunshu couldn't bring a man to disrupt things, so she could feel a little proud in front of that woman. That competitive spirit from childhood. Night school wouldn't start so soon. Even with a letter of introduction, she had to wait to complete the enrollment process. However, Song Shanchuan quickly quit his job at the Haiqing Hotel and came to help Xia Yunshu cook. He wasn't very talkative, but could read. Xia Yunshu wrote down the dishes she wanted him to prepare each day, and he followed her menu. Despite being thin, he was quite strong. He could handle the spatula quickly and steadily, and he could lift the large iron pot with one hand. Xia Yunshu thought her 50 yuan was well spent, and once the cafeteria officially opened, she would have to give Song Shanchuan a raise. With this arrangement, Xia Yunshu finally had time. Every day, apart from going to the construction site to sell food and visiting the market in the afternoon, she could use the rest of her time to study. The Xia siblings were naturally good at learning, and self-studying high school material wasn't too hard for Xia Yunshu. If she encountered anything difficult, she could ask Ming Chung. Now, she was just waiting for the cafeteria to open and for night school to start. At the project department, Tian Hao walked into Shun Subai's office with a frown. He sat down looking puzzled. It's strange. A couple of days ago, some guys were asking about Xia Yunshu. When I mentioned connecting them with you, their faces turned pale. Why are they so scared of you when you're only serious at work? Shun Subai raised an eyebrow and asked, what next? Tian Hao pouted. What else is there? It seems you won't make a good matchmaker. Shun Subai smirked slightly. Then forget it, I don't have that much time. Tian Hao clicked his tongue. I see they only care about how pretty the girl is. None of them are sincere. As he spoke, Shun Subai had already stood up and pushed the door open. Before leaving, he added, I've been quite busy lately. Please keep an eye on the cafeteria and come to me if there are any issues. Tian Hao replied with a sound of acknowledgement, but when he looked up, Shun Subai was already gone. He felt touched once again. Actually, he was the manager of the logistics department, and the cafeteria's operation should be his responsibility, but Shun was taking on all the duties himself. Shun was so busy and still worried about the cafeteria. He truly was a good brother. The new cafeteria was already half built, and about a dozen young workers had been sent over from Pengcheng. They needed to work together continuously. During this time, Shun Subai was very busy. Besides coordinating with government departments, he also had to ensure good communication with the local police station to guarantee safety. Large construction sites not only bring development but also a lot of outsiders, which can lead to safety issues regarding their living conditions. Xia Yunshu hadn't seen team leader Shin for several days. She was busy studying and didn't think much about it. They were not really in the same circle, so it was normal not to have contact. Around noon, after finishing their tasks, Li Xingli and a few brothers walked in, looking downcast. Seeing his expression, Xia Yunshu asked, Li Ge, what's wrong? The work is almost done, and the new site has its own team. We might have to go back home. One of the older brothers chimed in, looking unhappy. If it had been a few days earlier, it would have been fine, but now that the site is up and running, where can we find work?
Li Shangli Siga.
He hadn't even had meat today, just some vegetables and steamed buns. Without education, you suffer. If it comes to worst, just follow Lao Qian to move cement. We can't let our wives and kids go hungry at home. As they sat down, Qiangzi hesitated before speaking. Yinshu, you know people in the project department. Can you help us find someone who can read blueprints? We won't ask them to work for free. We'll pay. Xia Yunshu felt a stir in her heart. Is it the same blueprint as last time? Qiangzi nodded. It doesn't need to be too complicated. Just someone who can understand the layout and pipe dimensions. None of us have had much schooling, so we can't take on this work lightly. However, Xia Yunshu was just a cafeteria worker. In the entire project department, the only people she could talk to were Tian Hao and Shun Subai. She knew everyone was very busy, especially Shun Subai, who hadn't come for lunch in several days. Xia Yunshu could understand the drawings, but without a professional, she felt unsure. After thinking for a moment, she said, Li Ge, can I take a copy of the drawings? If you're not in a hurry, I can ask a teacher at university to take a look. She would officially start school at university tomorrow night, so she could organize the data from the drawings and have the teacher check if it was correct. Li Xingli immediately perked up. That's definitely possible. Yunshu, if you can help me, I'll pay you a technical fee for the work. Hiring a technician would cost several hundred yuan, but they didn't have a way to find someone like that. The people in the project department wouldn't pay attention to them, so Chang thought of asking Xia Yunshu for help. Xia Yunshu felt uncertain too. Li Ge, I'm just giving it a try. You should look for other people as well. She hadn't even gone to school yet and didn't know what the teachers there were like. But since the teacher was friends with team leader Shin, they should be trustworthy, right? After returning from the market that day, Xia Yunshu started to study the drawings intently. She was worried about making mistakes, so she first traced one with a ruler and then wrote down the visible data according to the notes. It was past 11 at night when Xia Mingqing put down his book and looked over. Under the dim light of the desk lamp, his sister sat quietly with her head down. Even though it was late, she showed no signs of fatigue. With her not-so-delicate hands holding a pen, she kept writing and drawing, completely immersed in her own world. Xia Mingqing pursed his lips slightly. Whenever he felt frustrated with his studies, he would think about what his sister would do if she were sitting in the classroom. Before he turned 12, he hadn't done well in school and often avoided homework because he wanted to play. Back then, he had childishly said, "Having one college student in the family is enough. I can just work to earn money." At 12, Xia Mingqing never imagined that his words would come true, but the roles between them had reversed. From that time on, he realized that besides studying hard, he had no other path to choose. Missed opportunities cannot be made up. Xia Mingqing did not urge his sister to go to bed early. As he closed his eyes, he thought that team leader Shin was not too bad. At least he wasn't as foolish and selfish as Lu Zhixing. The only downside was that team leader Shen was a bit too tall. Xia Mingqing estimated that he might not be able to beat him, so he planned to train hard after the college entrance exam. Turning over, Xia Mingqing fell asleep. Under the flickering light, only Xia Yunshu was still looking at the blueprints, and the room was quiet. Several streets away, in the Haicheng government compound, Shin Subai returned to his bedroom after doing a set of military exercises. He took off his shirt, revealing strong arms, and a long scar crossed his back, a reminder of an injury from a mission 2 years ago. Because of that serious injury, he was somewhat forced by Su Qinglian to transfer from the army to Haicheng, and she insisted that he must resolve his personal issues before turning 28. Currently, it seemed like a task he could accept, although the difficulty was still unknown. It was the first day of night classes. Since Xia Yunshu started school later than others, she had to sit in the last row in the corner. Her desk mate was a boy who was sleeping with his head down when she sat down, so all she could see was his messy hair. Even when she sat down, he didn't move, sleeping soundly. Classes were from 7 to 8:30, with only a 20-minute break in between. Throughout that time, her desk mate never opened his eyes and continued to sleep. Xia Yunshu didn't like to meddle in others' business, but she couldn't help but think that someone who sleeps in night classes must have some big issues. If he didn't want to study, why come? Wasn't that just wasting time and life? It wasn't until after class that her desk mate finally turned his head, looking a bit dazed. He had a young and handsome face. When he saw Xia Yunshu, he paused for a moment and then smiled. New classmate. Xia Yunshu packed her things, still thinking about the blueprints and planning to work on them tonight. She needed to see the teacher about them tomorrow. Hearing the voice next to her, she politely smiled back, grabbed her books, and started to leave. "Hey, what's your name?" To her surprise, the boy was quite friendly, hands in his pockets, following her lazily. "I'm Ji Siyuan, and I just started school not long ago." Ji Siyuan, his name sounded a bit familiar, and he looked somewhat recognizable. Xia Yunshu didn't have a good impression of someone who only knew how to sleep in class, but out of politeness, she paused her steps and smiled back at him. "Xia Yunshu, goodbye." Ji Siyuan's eyes lit up as he noticed how beautiful his new desk mate was, and he suddenly felt awake. "It's on the way. Shall we walk together?" He knew where he lived. Wasn't this just a bit too forward? Xia Yunshu quickly refused. "Not on the way. Goodbye." They exchanged only a few words. She kept saying goodbye. Ji Siyuan clicked his tongue and walked slowly beside her. They didn't speak again until they reached the school gate. At the entrance stood a man in a black down jacket with a gray scarf, his stern face blending into the night. Xia Yunshu was surprised to see him there. "Captain Shin, what are you doing here?" He couldn't have been waiting for her after school, could he? This situation made her heart race a little. Shin Subai glanced past Ji Siyuan and asked, How's your studying going? Xia Yunshu bit her lip, still silent, but Ji Siyuan groaned first. Captain Shen, could you tell my brother to let me work at the construction site? Studying isn't working for me. Xia Yunshu felt calm again. It seemed one shouldn't get too carried away with feelings. Shen Subai frowned. You should talk to your brother about your own matters. After saying that, he turned to Xia Yunshu. Are classes starting today? He didn't even know it was her first day of school, and she thought Captain Shen was here just for her. Xia Yunshu's face turned slightly red, but it was hard to see in the dark. Captain Shen, what a coincidence. Beside her, Ji Siyuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Xia Yunshu, you know Captain Shen? You're from the project department, but I don't think I've seen you before. Ji Siyuan, project department. Xia Yunshu remembered that the manager she spoke to about the cafeteria contract was named Ji Siyuan. She was about to say she worked in the cafeteria when Shen Subai spoke calmly. She is the owner of the cafeteria in the project department. So my desk, mate is the boss. Ji Siyuan exclaimed, then grinned. I guess I'll have to eat in the cafeteria every day to strengthen our classmate bond. Xia Yunshu shot a sideways glance at this overly forward guy and chose not to respond. Instead, she looked at Shen Subai. Captain Shen, I'll be leaving now. Shen Subai put his hands in his jacket pockets. It's on the way, let's go together. Again with the on the way? Xia Yunshu was puzzled. Aren't you here to see him? Ji Siyuan echoed. Captain Shen, what do you need me for? Shen Subai paused for a moment, then calmly said, your brother was worried you wouldn't come to class, so I stopped by since I was passing by. Xia Yunshu sighed to herself, thinking that Shen was indeed busy with many things, overseeing safety, managing the cafeteria, and even worrying about his investor's brother's schooling. No wonder he was so busy that he barely had time to eat. Ji Siyuan replied, I'm not a child. Xia Yunshu pointed out, but you were sleeping in class the whole time. Ji Siyuan leaned a bit closer to her and said, Beautiful Xia, why are you still reporting me? He had a playful charm typical of youth. Though he seemed a bit offbeat, he wasn't unlikable. Xia Yunshu scoffed, you took up most of the desk while sleeping, which disrupted my studying. Seeing someone sleep in class while receiving tuition was hard for Xia Yunshu, who was eager for knowledge. Ji Siyuan shrugged, then I'll try to hold back and not sleep tomorrow, okay? Xia Yunshu forced a smile. Do as you wish. Their conversation felt natural. Even though Xia Yunshu didn't show Ji Siyuan a friendly face, she seemed more at ease with him than with someone she had known for a long time. Hadn't they just met? Shen Subai silently stepped forward, interrupting their exchange. Yunshu, regarding the last issue, I think we need to discuss it again. Should we talk while walking, or would you prefer to come to my office tomorrow? Xia Yunshu took a moment to process what the issue was, but her first thought was work-related, so she nodded quickly. Shen, since we're going the same way, let's talk while we walk. Shen Subai glanced at Ji Siyuan and smiled slightly. You're not on my route. Ji Siyuan was confused. Wasn't Shen just passing by to see him? Why was it not the same now? Since it was quite late and there weren't many people around, the two rode their bikes slowly. Xia Yunshu turned back to look at Ji Siyuan, who was still standing there. Shen, aren't you going to walk with him? Shen Subai's expression darkened slightly. Do you want to walk with him? Xia Yunshu honestly shook her head. No. The streetlights were dim, and the moonlight seemed to cast a silver glow on the girl beside him. Shen Subai turned to her, his gaze open and direct. How is your studying today? He asked again, this time for himself. Xia Yunshu thought for a moment. Very good. It was indeed nice. She sat in a spacious and bright classroom, listening attentively to the teacher, even though she had already read the material in her books. She absorbed the knowledge like a dry sponge trying to soak up water. The distance from the night university to the dormitory was about 4 streets, and it took 20 minutes to ride a bicycle. High City had always developed well, and many shops were still open at this hour. From a newly opened dance hall, a warm male voice sang a Cantonese song. Xia Yunshu couldn't quite understand the lyrics, only catching the last line. But why do I particularly like you? Shen Su didn't speak much. It wasn't until the bicycle stopped in front of the dormitory that he said, "The professor from the architecture department at the night university is my friend. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. I've been busy lately, so please don't take any secluded routes from the night university to home. It won't be safe." Xia Yunshu felt a strange illusion, as if he was explaining why he hadn't shown up these past few days. Shun Dui stood there, looking impressive, and she dared not think too much, yet her thoughts wandered uncontrollably. Out of the blue, she heard herself ask, "Shindai, are you passing by tomorrow?" She wanted to ask if he was really passing by, or if he was coming specifically to pick her up. Shinsu replied calmly, "Tomorrow will be very busy." His answer seemed unrelated, yet it felt like it addressed her question. Xia Yunshu wasn't very emotional, but her heart raced. Was Shin Dui really just passing by, or was it intentional? Before she could sort out her thoughts, Shinsu continued, "Manager Ji asked me to help find a school for his brother, so I came by to check on his studies. I didn't expect you to be classmates." So, Shin Dui came specifically to see Ji Siyuan, while she was just an afterthought. Xia Yunshu felt her heart rise, and then slowly settle back down. If Shun Dui really had feelings for her, she wouldn't know how to face him in the future. Most likely, she would return the favor and then avoid him. Matters of the heart were too complicated. She didn't want to carry such a burden anymore. Now realizing it was just a misunderstanding, Xia Yunshu sighed in relief. "Then Shun Dui, please focus on your work. I won't let the cafeteria issues interfere with my studies." Her thoughts were clear under the moonlight, and while Shinsu appeared calm on the surface, inside, the Cantonese song played repeatedly in his mind. "But why do I particularly like you?" He lowered his gaze like a patient and well-planned hunter, skipping over the previous topic. Ji Siyuan is the youngest son of the Ji family. He's not a bad person, but he can be a bit lively. If he gets too noisy, just ignore him. For my sake, it's best to talk to him less. For team leadership's sake, talk less to Ji Siyuan? This seemed like a strange statement. Xia Yunshu thought to herself that team leadership must not have done well in language class, but she nodded anyway. "Okay, I'll try to ignore him. After all, he is Manager Ji's brother, and she wouldn't be foolish enough to offend a big boss." It wasn't until they entered the building that Xia Yunshu realized she still didn't understand what the work issue team leader Shin mentioned was. On the third day at Night University, Xia Yunshu organized the data from the drawings and took the opportunity during a break to find Professor Li. Professor Li is a professor in the architecture department at Haicheng University. He teaches at Night University to help train talent for the country. However, there aren't many students in architecture. Many, like Ji Siyuan, were sent by their families despite not passing the entrance exam or were already working to improve their qualifications. There are more males, and the age range is quite broad, with some in their 40s and 50s and others in their 20s, making Xia Yunshu, a young girl, stand out. Since Xia Yunshu came to school with a recommendation letter from Shun Subai, Professor Li paid extra attention to her. He didn't expect that this young girl would bring her drawings after just 3 days of class. He adjusted his glasses, a bit skeptical. "Did you draw this yourself?" To better extract the information from the drawings, Xia Yunshu redrew Li Xinli's design according to the scale. Hearing Professor Li's question, she felt a bit nervous but confidently handed over her notebook. "This is the data I organized. Professor Li, could you please help me check if there are any mistakes?" Having not even finished the basic courses, she was eager to draw plans, which to Professor Li seemed like someone trying to run before they could walk, impatient and blindly ambitious. Since she was just a young girl, he didn't say anything harsh, but his expression slightly darkened. There can't be any mistakes in architectural drawings. If you truly want to learn, focus on mastering the basics first. If someone were more sensitive, they would have turned red and left with the drawings by now. But Xia Yunshu didn't leave. She knew that Professor Li meant no harm. He was teaching students knowledge and naturally hoped they would learn step by step. She came to ask about the drawings because she wanted help. So she spread out the drawings and her notebook on the table. "Professor Li, if you test me on the basics and I get one wrong, I'll take the drawings back immediately." This time, it was Professor Li who was taken aback. Was this girl overly confident? Seeing Xia Yunshu looking at him steadily, he softened a bit and decided to teach her a lesson by asking about a topic she hadn't learned yet. What is the main difference between frame structures and shear wall structures in building design? Xia Yunshu answered immediately. Frame structures are mainly composed of beams and columns, creating a load-bearing system with flexible spatial layouts, but they have relatively low lateral stiffness. Professor Lee was somewhat surprised and continued to ask her, in building design, how do you consider lighting and ventilation? Xia Yunshu calmly replied, for lighting, you need to consider the building's geographical location, orientation, and surrounding environment. After asking several more questions, Xia Yunshu answered all of them correctly, and the other teachers in the office looked at her differently. Professor Lee finally smiled. How do you know all this if you haven't studied it yet? Xia Yunshu felt a bit shy. I like this subject, and often go to Xinhua bookstore to read. When the second class bell rang, Professor Lee finally took the drawings. I'll take a look tomorrow. Back at her seat, Ji Siyuan leaned over. Where did you go? Today, Ji Siyuan stayed awake and sat quietly in class, originally planning to chat with Xia Yunshu after class, but now he couldn't find her. Xia Yunshu glanced at him. Don't disturb my studying. Ji Siyuan had a playful personality. Being the same age as Xia Yunshu, he spoke like a child, perhaps because he was overly protected at home. He wasn't upset by her words. Instead, he secretly passed her a note. What will we eat in the cafeteria tomorrow? Xia Yunshu pretended not to see it and continued listening to the class. Ji Siyuan, feeling a bit silly, lowered his head and started drawing. Soon, a girl's outline appeared on the blank paper, with a small face, big eyes, and long hair, resembling Xia Yunshu quite a bit. Until school was over, he proudly showed it to her. Isn't it pretty? Xia Yunshu was surprised but frowned. You didn't attend class and just sat there drawing? Then why not go to the art department and stop wasting time here? Ji Siyuan shrugged, carrying his bag behind her. You sound just like my brother. Do you think I wanted to come here? My brother said that since I like drawing, I might as well draw architectural plans. I could take over the family business in the future. Xia Yunshu was a bit speechless. So you still draw portraits? Ji Siyuan handed her a drawing. Here, keep this. If I become a famous artist one day, it might be worth a lot. Xia Yunshu glanced down and saw his name written at the bottom of the drawing. She instinctively looked at him and realized that Ji Siyuan and Ji Xian didn't look alike. Although they both had the delicate features typical of Southern people, Ji Siyuan's eyes were more playful and expressive, unlike his brother's reserved demeanor. Especially the two bright red beauty marks below his eyes gave Xia Yunshu a sense of familiarity, but she was sure she had never met Ji Siyuan before. After all, he was a rich kid from Pengcheng, over 1,000 kilometers away from Haicheng. Then I'll wait to sell it. Xia Yunshu wanted to go back and study some more, so she put the drawing in her pocket and rode off on her bike. Ji Siyuan touched his nose. She hadn't even commented on whether his drawing was good or not. Back at the apartment building, Xia Mingcheng had just finished school. Holding his textbooks, he casually asked, Sister, how's school at Night University? Xia Yunshu replied, It's pretty good. Li Fenlin was more concerned about other issues. Yunshu, how are you getting along with your classmates? Is anyone bullying you? What's your new desk mate like? Most of the boys at Night University were from society, and although her daughter seemed strong, she was still just a girl in her 20s, so it was understandable that Li Fenlin worried a bit more. Xia Yunshu smiled. Everyone is here to study. Who has the time to bully others? Besides, am I that easy to pick on? After saying that, she placed the portrait Ji Siyuan drew for her on the table. My desk mate is just a kid. He's easy to get along with. He drew this for me today. Li Fenlin leaned in to take a look, smiling. It's really good. But why are there two extra beauty marks near the eyes? Xia Yunshu hadn't looked closely at the drawing, so she frowned and examined it. Did he just draw beauty marks on me because he has them? Li Fenlin chuckled and took another look. He probably made a mistake, but those two marks are exactly like the ones on Xiao Wei's face, even in the same spots. Xiao Wei. Xia Yunshu was momentarily stunned. suddenly realizing why she felt that Ji Siyuan looked familiar. It was because his eyes were just like Xiao Wei's, both having upward slanting corners and two red moles side by side on the right eye. Sis, don't stay up so late today. Xie Mingqing interrupted her thoughts, handing her a book. This is a second-year practice book I borrowed from a classmate. Please make a copy for me tomorrow. Xie Yunshu had already self-studied all the first-year material. Now, besides books on architecture, she also found time to learn second-year subjects. She struggled with English, but understood the other subjects well. Okay, please thank your classmate for me. Xie Yunshu came back to her senses, putting the painting away in the drawer, feeling that she must have overthought it. Xiao Wei was Zhou Xinyue's child. How could he possibly be related to Ji Siyuan? Moreover, Ji Siyuan was only 21 this year, so the ages just didn't match up. Was it a coincidence? But wasn't it a bit too coincidental? 2 days later, Professor Li returned the notebook and drawings to Xie Yunshu, exactly as it should be. This meant that Xie Yunshu's extraction of information from the drawings was completely correct. The construction team would follow her provided data and directions without any issues. This was her first real acknowledgement, and Xie Yunshu felt a bit excited, repeatedly saying thank you. Professor Li smiled. You should be following second-year courses by now, but it's fine to solidify your foundation. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. Xie Yunshu tightened her grip on the drawing, smiling slightly. Professor Li, I might trouble you often. There are too few girls who can go far in the construction industry. Professor Li waved his hand. I'm a teacher. You're a student. It's not a trouble. During lunch, Xie Yunshu handed the drawings and notebook to Li Shengli. Li Ge, this time there won't be any problems. You can confidently take on that job. Li Shengli had almost given up, but Zhuangzi firmly believed that Xie Yunshu would definitely find a solution. He didn't understand how this guy had so much confidence in Yunshu. So when Xie Yunshu said this, his eyes widened in surprise, taking a moment to react. Yunshu, did you really find a technician? Xie Yunshu pointed to herself. I handled all the data, and I consulted a professor from the night university, so there shouldn't be any issues. This surprise came too quickly. Originally, Li Shengli planned to go to another construction site to carry cement, but suddenly the technical problem was solved, and none of the brothers he leads need to go back home. Yunshu, from today on, you are the technician for our team. Li Shengli laughed heartily, feeling great. I'll pay you the market rate for your technical work. I promise you won't lose out. Xie Yunshu was eager to earn money, but shook her head. Li Ge, this isn't really helping. I'm just interested in this blueprint, so I'm willing to organize the data. Since the first day of selling meals, Li Shengli has consistently supported her, saying he was a regular customer, but their relationship felt more like friends. Li Shengli thought for a moment and said cheerfully, let's not talk about that now. We'll discuss it again once I take on this job. But if there's anything unclear along the way, I'll definitely need your help. Xie Yunshu raised an eyebrow. I consider you a friend, and friends don't talk about trouble. Li Shengli put away the blueprint and didn't say any more polite words, just nodded. All right, friends don't mention trouble. There were still a few days before the cafeteria officially opened. Tian Hao asked Xie Yunshu to go there early to move things. It's empty inside. Besides the tables and chairs for eating, everything else for cooking needs to be bought. The cafeteria, which can accommodate over 300 people, is quite large and requires many items. Just buying these things would cost a lot. This time, Xie Yunshu didn't hold back. She spent several hundred yuan at the market, buying large pots, cutting boards, kitchen tools, and various seasonings for cooking. Once they start selling meals, the current team will definitely be too busy, so finding more help became urgent. Li Fenlin hesitated several times before finally asking, Yunshu, do you think we could ask Mama Shanchuan for help? She often waits outside for Shanchuan to finish work. She seems honest and hardworking. Although she doesn't speak much, she would definitely work efficiently, and as a woman, she's quite pitiful. Song Shanchuan and his mother both don't speak, and without any men in the family or relatives, they do seem unfortunate. However, Song Shanchuan is skilled at cooking and learned from Master Zhang, so even if he makes large dishes, They are delicious and appealing. But what can his mother do? At most, she could help a little, but since she doesn't speak, she wouldn't be useful for selling meals. For the same pay, they could hire someone more capable. Xia Yunshu didn't really want to use her, but Song Shanchuan was a good cook, so she sighed and said, "Mom, it's fine to let her help in the kitchen, but her pay won't be as much as Aunt Zhao's." Aunt Zhao could make all kinds of noodles, was strong, worked quickly, and most importantly, was reliable and never lazy. In contrast, Song Shanchuan's mother was small and couldn't speak. She could only do minor tasks in the kitchen. Li Fenlin was happy and continued. "And what about Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhang?" Xia Yunshu rubbed her forehead and said, "Mom, we can't just hire neighbors." Li Fenlin pressed her lips together. "I thought since they are neighbors, they could help each other." This time, Xia Yunshu didn't agree with her. "Mom, that's not going to work." Although Li Fenlin was a bit overly kind, she listened to her daughter. She nodded and said, "Then I'll go with Aunt Zhao to the labor market tomorrow afternoon to see if we can find someone suitable. People aren't made of steel. Getting up at 5 in the morning and working until 7 or 8 at night is tough for anyone." Xia Yunshu figured that besides Song Shanchuan's mother, she would need to find at least 4 or 5 more helpers. Also, she couldn't be the one to go to the market every day for groceries. Otherwise, a motorcycle sidecar wouldn't be able to carry enough produce. She needed to find a reliable and affordable supplier. With all these tasks, even energetic Xia Yunshu was feeling a bit overwhelmed. After night classes, she surprisingly yawned. Ji Siyuan bumped into her from behind. "Can you ask the chef to make potato stew with chicken tomorrow? I'm tired of pork and cabbage every day." Xia Yunshu rolled her eyes at him. "Young Master Ji, what are you thinking about when ordering food at the construction site cafeteria?" Ji Siyuan had been going to the cafeteria during lunch lately, claiming he was supporting her business. Through their interactions, she realized Ji Siyuan was like a child who hadn't grown up. Although they were the same age, she felt he was as immature as Lin Suiping's younger brother. Ji Siyuan put his hands in his pockets, his delicate face looking serious. "I was thinking sweet and sour ribs would be nice too." Xia Yunshu got on her bike. "Go dream about it. You can have anything in your dreams." Ji Siyuan rode alongside her. "Hey, I haven't even said what vegetable dishes I want yet." When they reached the school gate, Xia Yunshu stopped her bike, surprised. "Captain Shen." Ji Siyuan's smile faded a bit, and he clicked his tongue. "Captain Shen, you're on the same route again?" Xia Yunshu hadn't seen Shin Subai for several days. She knew he was busy lately with many people coming to the Southern Project Department, and more people had been coming to eat recently. If the cafeteria was operating normally, it seemed like they shouldn't have any reason to meet. It was like if team leader Shin didn't show up, she wouldn't have a reason to look for him. Perhaps because the weather had warmed up a bit. Even though it was evening, Shin Subai was still wearing a black coat. He paused for a moment while looking at Xia Yunshu before turning to Ji Siyuan. "You're not on the way. You can head back first. I need to talk to Yunshu about something." Ji Siyuan shrugged, leaning on his bike and moving a bit closer to Xia Yunshu. "I have nothing to do anyway. Taking a detour won't tire me out." Xia Yunshu pushed him away, annoyed. "Stop it. Team leader Shen is definitely here for work." Ji Siyuan almost lost his balance. "Xia Yunshu, can't you be a little gentler? Are you annoying? Just go." Xia Yunshu pushed him again and half-heartedly added, "Tomorrow, we'll have potato stew with chicken, okay?" Ji Siyuan's eyes lit up. Now that's more like it. He got back on his bike and waved to Shin Subai before leaving. "Team leader Shin, you can just tell me about work next time. I have nothing to do during the day, and I'm with Yunshu every evening. That way, you won't have to come over for no reason." He emphasized no reason with a hint of provocation. Shin Subai's fingers tightened slightly, and his usually calm eyes seemed to stir with a storm for a moment before settling down again. He smiled slightly, but looked at Xia Yunshu. "Do I need him to relay things between us?" The way he said it made it sound like there was something secretive between her and team leader Shin. But Xia Yunshu knew that Shin Subai had limited ways of expressing himself. If he came to find her, it was definitely for work. Why did Ji Siyuan always have to talk nonsense? She shot Ji Siyuan a glare. We're leaving now, you should hurry back too, or you'll end up with pork and cabbage stew tomorrow. Ji Siyun grumbled, calling her silly. Even a guy could see that Shin Subai had feelings for her. How could she not notice? And yet, he called her brainless when she was the top student in the entrance exam, while Ji Siyun was fifth from the bottom. Though she was trying to get Ji Siyun to leave, her attitude toward him was much warmer than toward Shin Subai. Shin Subai had no smile in his eyes. He took a couple of steps forward before turning back to Xia Yunshu and asked, "Are you coming or not?" Xia Yunshu glared at Ji Siyun again, before quickly getting on her bike to catch up. "Captain Shin, what do you need me for? Is there a problem with the cafeteria contract? But we already signed the agreement. Or is there something else the Southern Project Department wants?" She had already moved everything to the new cafeteria, secured long-term suppliers for food, and even hired someone to help. If there was a problem now, it would be a disaster. Shin Subai's tone was serious. "Is there anything other than the cafeteria that I should be concerned about?" Xia Yunshu was taken aback. She felt that Captain Shin seemed a bit upset.
I didn't mean it like that.
Shin Subai sighed inwardly. He was being too anxious. "The cafeteria opens the day after tomorrow. I will be busy and might not have time to come by. Please find a few more people to help out, and make sure everything runs smoothly." He glanced at her profile before looking ahead again. "If any issues arise, you can go to Tian Hao right away." Xia Yunshu felt a bit nervous. There shouldn't be any surprises that day, right? Shin Subai's tone softened, carrying a hint of reassurance. "You've been doing great these past few days. It's just more people eating in a new place. There's not much difference." Xia Yunshu trusted Captain Shin very much and sighed in relief. "Captain Shin, once the cafeteria settles down, I have to thank you properly. Just treating him to a meal wouldn't be enough." She still hadn't found the chance to repay him. Shin Subai glanced at her. "No rush." Xia Yunshu looked ahead, curious. "Captain Shin, where do you live?" The factory's building was right next to the Grain Institute, and further down were alleys leading to fields. Someone like Captain Shin should be living in the city center, right? Shin Subai didn't answer her question but instead asked, "You seem to get along well with Ji Siyun." Xia Yunshu blinked. "We're desk mates. He's just a kid with a short temper. All he does is eat and sleep, but he means no harm." "That's good." Shin Subai seemed to be asking casually. He waited for the bike to stop and didn't bring up the topic again. Xia Yunshu pointed to the hallway. "Captain Shin, take your time on the road. I'll go in first." Shin Subai slowly got off his bike, but before he could speak, his tall frame suddenly wobbled, and he almost fell. Xia Yunshu was startled and quickly stepped forward to support his shoulder, her tone becoming tense. "Captain Shin, are you okay?"
I'm fine.
Shin Subai's voice was a bit weak as he tried to push Xia Yunshu away. "Don't stand so close. It's not good for your reputation if others see us." Even at a time like this, he still cared about that. "Let them talk. I don't care." Xia Yunshu struggled to support him, slowly moving towards the steps, her face filled with worry. "Sit down for a moment. I'll go find someone to take you to the hospital." Shin Subai grabbed her fingertips and gently squeezed. "No need. I probably just didn't eat dinner last night and have low blood sugar." His hand felt a bit cold, but Xia Yunshu was too worried to notice, allowing him to hold her hand. "Are you that busy? How could you skip dinner?" "My appetite hasn't been great lately." Shin Subai seemed to forget he was still holding her hand, a faint, weak smile appearing on his otherwise strong face. "I'll try to eat in the cafeteria tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I can." To Xia Yunshu, Captain Shin always seemed strong and calm. Seeing this vulnerable side made her heart ache, and she blurted out, "What do you want to eat?" Shin Subai looked down at their intertwined fingers and softly replied, "Braised fish or twice-cooked pork would be fine, as long as it's not stewed chicken. I can't eat that when my appetite is bad." Xia Yunshu didn't think much. "Then come to the cafeteria tomorrow. I'll ask Song Shanchuan to make braised fish and twice-cooked pork. He's a great cook and you'll definitely enjoy it." The promise she made to Ji Siyun about making stewed chicken was long forgotten. Although she would be eating in the project department's cafeteria from now on, Xia Yunshu decided to continue renting the small courtyard. It held many things, including furniture she brought back from Lu Zhixing and some new items she added. The location of this small courtyard was good, and once things settled down in the cafeteria, Xia Yunshu planned to persuade Li Fenlin to move out. Living in the dark, damp building was uncomfortable, and it was inconvenient for their family of 3 to squeeze into one room. If she got a bit luckier, she would save some money and discuss with the landlord about possibly buying the courtyard. During lunch today, there were more people. In addition to the usual faces, there were many new ones, indicating that workers were gradually arriving at the new construction site, and the technical staff from the Southern Project Department had also come to Haicheng. Ji Siyuan doesn't really have a position in the project team. In his own words, he just eats free meals. But since he is the younger brother of the big boss, no one dares to say anything. Aren't you the one who can't stand cafeteria food? Why have you changed your mind these past few days? Ji Xian rarely eats in the cafeteria. When he came to Haicheng, he bought a 2-story apartment in advance, hiring a chef and a housekeeper. Wealthy bosses from the south enjoy their comforts, so he has his driver take him home for lunch, where he can rest a bit before returning to the project team. Ji Siyuan, of course, lives with his brother. Being younger and spoiled due to various reasons, he has been raised with a lot of care. Even though Ji Xian wants to train his younger brother, he still tries to satisfy him in daily life, knowing that he is picky and has a discerning taste, even hiring a southern chef. With his hands in his pockets and a proud look in his eyes, Ji Siyuan said, "Brother, they specially made me chicken stew with potatoes. I should at least show some respect to the girl, right?" Ji Xian knew he shared a desk with Xia Yunshu and frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Are you talking about Xia Yunshu? She has a special relationship with Team Shin. Don't go getting involved." Team Shin's feelings were quite obvious. Anyone with a bit of awareness could see it. Ji Siyuan didn't take this to heart. "Xia Yunshu is the same age as me. Why would she like an older man? Team Shin must be around 27, which is 5 or 6 years older than Xia Yunshu. They don't seem to match. People should hang out with those their own age." Ji Xian couldn't help but kick his brother. "You've only known Xia Yunshu for a few days." He couldn't understand why his brother was suddenly interested in a chef. There are many beautiful girls from the south, but he never showed interest in any of them. Ji Siyuan rubbed his backside, his expression momentarily serious, then slowly said, "Brother, don't you think she looks a lot like Xian Xian?" Hearing that name, Ji Xian's expression darkened. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of pain. "Si Yuan, she is not Xian Xian. Xian Xian is gone." Although they are reluctant to accept it, they have to face the truth. Back in that remote mountain village, the two brothers almost sent everyone to, but there was no way to turn back time. Ji Siyuan knew that Xia Yunshu was not Xian Xian. Xian Xian had always been a timid girl, weak in health and gentle in nature. Thinking about what happened back then, just recalling her experiences made his heart ache to the point of breathlessness. The first time he saw Xia Yunshu, he felt a moment of confusion, but quickly realized she was not Xian Xian. She was brave and bold, always looking others in the eye when she spoke, like a straight-growing poplar tree, full of life. She was completely different from Xian Xian, yet Ji Siyuan found himself drawn closer to her. "All right, let's go eat." Ji Siyuan originally planned to head back, but paused his steps. "I'll go to the cafeteria with you. I'm not going back for lunch today." He was genuinely worried about his reckless brother making mistakes. Even though Xia Yunshu resembled Xian Xian a bit, she was not her. If Siyuan wanted to be friends, that was fine, but he didn't want him to get involved in any drama with Team Shin. He could guarantee that even 10 Ji Siyuans wouldn't be a match for Shin Subai. At this time, most of the project team had arrived, and Xia Yunshu had found a few helpers, making things much easier. This time, she didn't handle the money herself, but assigned that task to Li Fenlin while she watched Aunt Zhao and another lady serve food. The job wasn't complicated, so it was easy to pick up. The prices for the meals were consistent, and after serving the food, all Li Fenlin had to do was look to know how much to collect. Ji Siyuan, with his picky taste, sensed something was off as soon as he entered the cafeteria. Seeing the two brothers walk in, Xia Yunshu quickly greeted them and looked behind them. Has Team Shen not arrived yet? Yesterday, Team Shen had really startled her, so she changed the menu for today, even swapping the porridge for millet pumpkin porridge, which was gentler on the stomach. As everyone came to eat, she was a bit distracted, worrying that if Team Shen didn't eat properly, no matter how strong he was, it wouldn't be good for him. He was such a good person and had helped her so much. Even as just a friend, she should care about him. Ji Siyuan quickly spotted the dishes on the table and turned pale. Xia Yunshu, you're not keeping your word. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Xia Yunshu, still worried about Shinsubai, was pulled back to reality by Ji Siyuan's words and replied, Did I bury you alive? You're using such dramatic phrases. Ji Siyuan, you should study well and not misuse words. Ji Siyuan's eyes were almost red.
How can you say that?
You clearly promised me yesterday that you would make potato stew today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have willingly left Xia Yunshu for that old fox Shinsubai. Xia Yunshu suddenly remembered what she had said yesterday, but it wasn't a big deal. It was just chicken stew with potatoes. Young Master Ji had eaten it before, and if needed, she could just make it again tomorrow. So, she absent-mindedly said, all right, I forgot. Is it okay if I make it again tomorrow? Team leader Shin almost fainted from low blood sugar because of work, yet he was always lively, either sleeping or drawing in class. What was the big deal about missing chicken for a day? To curse her over such a small matter was truly childish. Ji Siyuan was excited to eat, but was now very upset. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he heard a cool voice behind him. You really changed the menu for me. Shen Subai stood behind him, looking tired, but he glanced at Ji Siyuan with a faint smile that felt a bit sharp. Yunshu, is this too much trouble? Xia Yunshu had been waiting for Shen Subai, worried he might forget to eat if he got too busy. Now that he had arrived, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Seeing his tired face, she quickly made some millet porridge. The menu isn't fixed anyway, and everyone seems to like today's dishes. Team leader Shen, please have some porridge to warm your stomach. Today's food is quite light. Let me know if it suits your taste. Shin Subai smiled slightly. These are all my favorites, thank you. He graciously thanked her and turned around, as if just noticing Ji Siyuan, giving him a slight nod and saying, What a coincidence. What a coincidence indeed. That old fox was clearly doing it on purpose. Ji Siyuan was furious, his delicate face turning green and black. I don't want to eat anymore. I have no appetite. After glaring at Xia Yunshu, he stormed off. Ji Siyuan was a headache for Ji Siyuan. Chicken stew with potatoes wasn't anything special. Where couldn't he eat it? Coming to the cafeteria to order food, he really didn't know how to deal with his brother. But since he ran into Shin Subai, he couldn't just leave, so he got his meal and sat down. Team leader Shin, want to join me? Shin Subai raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with Siyuan? What a question to ask. Ji Siyuan sighed helplessly. He's spoiled by the family and always acts like a child. Just ignore him. Both of them were sharp-minded, but thankfully, they were in a cooperative relationship, so their meal conversation naturally turned to work. How many people are on the construction team below? There are currently over 100, with about a dozen construction teams. It's not too difficult to manage. Tomorrow there will be a safety meeting and the city leaders will attend. We should invite the construction company representatives as well. Okay, they definitely won't miss this meeting. The two arrived late and, because they were discussing work, they ate slowly. Before they knew it, there were hardly any people left around. Li Xingli was, as usual, among the last to eat. He held blueprints and a notebook in his hands. He signed a contract with his boss yesterday afternoon, securing the pipeline work for the new site. With a project worth over 100,000, the payments were timely, so the many workers below wouldn't have to worry about food this year. When he saw Xia Yunshu, Li Xingli quickly took out his notebook. Yunshu, the higher-ups want a report on the number of pipe fittings. Can you help me figure out how many meters this building needs? The data from the blueprint was almost imprinted in Xia Yunshu's mind. She glanced at it and confidently said, 321 meters. Li Xingli quickly turned to the several men behind him. Hurry and write that down. Make sure you don't get it wrong. Xia Yunshu reminded him. Don't forget to include normal consumption. You should report at least 10 to 15 meters more. Li Shumli nodded quickly. Got it, I'll remember. At the table, Ji Xian glanced at her. Does Boss Xia understand this too? With few people left in the cafeteria, Xia Yunshu took off her mask and sighed in relief before smiling. I'm currently taking night classes. My major is architectural design. I learned about the blueprints on my own and consulted Professor Li. She had a striking appearance, and when she smiled, the corners of her eyes curved slightly, not deliberately charming, but enough to impress. Ji Xian was momentarily distracted. When he first saw Xia Yunshu, he hadn't paid much attention because Shin Subai was there, and he couldn't focus on the girl. Now, it seemed that Siyuan was right. She resembled Xin quite a bit. Especially those eyes. Shin Subai raised an eyebrow, his dark, narrow eyes flashing with a hint of interest. Is everything ready for the cafeteria opening tomorrow? Ji Xian, being the big boss, made Xia Yunshu quickly nod with a smile. Don't worry, I've arranged everything properly. There won't be any issues. Shin Subai replied with a soft tone, his tone neutral. Are you sure? She was sure, but she couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any surprises. Xia Yunshu took over the cafeteria from Ji Xian, so she was a bit more cautious in her response. I will do my best. Shin Subai finally smiled a little and looked at Ji Xian. Yunshu is very careful with her work. I'll keep an eye on things tomorrow. If there are any issues, come to me. Ji Xian was much sharper than his younger brother. He could tell that Shin Subai was subtly claiming Xia Yunshu for himself. He put so much thought into a small cafeteria, and they both understood the reason behind it. That's good, Ji Xian said, shifting the topic and his gaze away from Xia Yunshu. I'll arrange for a few engineers to attend the safety meeting. I hope you can help us out, Team Shin. Shin Subai simply replied, business is business. Safety in engineering is crucial. There are complicated documents that need approval from the government, and the procedures are tedious. With so many people involved, any delay could cause significant issues. Ji Xian knew that Team Shen was strict at work, but wouldn't take personal revenge. So even with just those 4 words, he felt a bit relieved. During class that evening, Ji Siyuan only gave Xia Yunshu the cold shoulder, refusing to acknowledge her out of frustration. Xia Yunshu realized she had broken her promise. She had been worried about Team Shin's health during lunch, so she had temporarily set Ji Shuyan aside. After class, she patiently called out to him, Are you still mad? Just because of a potato stew? I was wrong. Ji Shuyan turned back, annoyed. Shouldn't I be mad? Shin Subai is human, but I'm not. Xia Yunshu genuinely didn't understand why he felt the need to compare himself to Team Shin. She explained, Do you know that Team Shin almost fainted from low blood sugar yesterday? He's very busy and just wanted to eat some braised fish. Was I wrong to help him? Low blood sugar? Fainting? Ji Shuyan laughed in disbelief. Shin Subai could have low blood sugar? Xia Yunshu, are you only focused on studying? Xia Yunshu was confused. If not for studying, what else should I use my brain for? Ji Shuyan was frustrated with her being so oblivious. How could she not see Shin Subai's intentions? Shin Subai is just pretending. He's doing it on purpose. Ji Shuyan gritted his teeth, recalling the look Shin Subai gave him at lunch. It made his heart ache with anger. He's targeting me, don't you know? Xia Yunshu was even more speechless. How could someone as upright as Team Shin pretend? Besides, why would he target you? Do you think he's as bored as you are? Alright, this woman just insulted him twice in one sentence. He is not honest and is boring, right? Ji Siyuan turned his head without looking at her, his teeth clenched in frustration. Don't talk to me. Let's break up. Xia Yunshu was not in a good mood either. After explaining for so long, he still wouldn't let it go. If he wanted to end their friendship over a piece of chicken, then good riddance. She snorted and buried herself in her book. It was truly strange to not focus on studying. Ji Siyuan waited for a long time, and by the time the second class started, he still hadn't heard another word from Xia Yunshu. Unwilling to accept it, He turned slightly to sneak a glance and found she was focused on the lesson, completely ignoring him. He was filled with frustration. Since he couldn't concentrate on the teacher's lecture anyway, he started doodling on his paper. After a while, the figure he drew was still Xia Yunshu, but this time he didn't add a beauty mark under her eye. After school, Xia Yunshu packed her books and left without a word. Ji Siyuan couldn't hold back any longer. He hurried after her. Xia Yunshu, aren't you being too much? You were the one who wronged me first, and after all this, you still ignore me? He had been pampered since childhood, and after the incident with his friend, his family showered him with guilt-ridden affection. He had never really faced any hardship. So, as he spoke, he felt like he was the one being wronged. Xia Yunshu scoffed. Aren't you the one who wanted to break up? If you have the guts, don't talk. Whoever speaks first is the dog. With her ponytail swaying, she hopped on her bike and rode off without hesitation. Ji Siyuan was left dumbfounded. He thought saying they should break up was just a way to get her to apologize, not that he really wanted to end their friendship. Xia Yunshu didn't have time to guess what Ji Siyuan was thinking. The cafeteria was opening tomorrow, and she needed to confirm the details with Aunt Zhao since it was the first day of serving meals. Although there wouldn't be many people for breakfast, it had to be organized. Aunt Zhao was waiting at Xia Yunshu's house and immediately stood up when she saw her. Tomorrow, I talked to the others. We'll be at the construction site cafeteria by 5. We don't need to make too much, just big buns and pies, millet porridge, and boiled eggs. 3 of us can handle it quickly. After spending so many days with Aunt Zhao, Xia Yunshu trusted her. I checked, and there won't be many people for breakfast or dinner. We only need to prepare a lot for lunch. You can rest after you finish your work in the afternoon, and let others handle the evening. Aunt Zhao knew she was worried about tiring herself out, so she smiled and waved her hand, saying, Yunshu, don't underestimate your Aunt Zhao. This is just a small amount of work. It's much easier than when she used to earn work points in the countryside. Back then, life was tough, with endless chores and not enough food. Now, the children can eat well, and even have meat, and all 3 girls can go to school. She feels that life is full of hope. The next day, Xia Yunshu got up early. When she arrived at the construction site, it was still dark, but the kitchen in the cafeteria was already bright with lights. In the morning, most people who came to eat were those living on the site. Around 6 o'clock, as it began to get light, people started to arrive, probably because it was the first day serving breakfast in a new place. The workers were quite curious, and there were more people coming to eat than Xia Yunshu had expected. However, making buns and pancakes was much simpler than serving lunch. They could just grab what they wanted with tongs, and Xia Yunshu was still in charge of collecting the money today. Around 7 o'clock, Shin Subai appeared in a light gray coat, with a scarf around his neck that looked quite nice. Xia Yunshu was a bit surprised. Team Shin, you're here for breakfast too? People who don't live on the site usually don't come this early for a meal. Most eat at home or go to a breakfast shop for soup dumplings. Shin Subai looked at the people eating and the tidy surroundings. Although the food looked simple, it was much more convenient for workers than running outside to buy breakfast or cooking for themselves. Then he focused on Xia Yunshu. I might not have time at noon, so I came to take a look this morning. Xia Yunshu admired him. Team Shin, you are so dedicated to your work. Shin Subai frowned. Do you have to be here for every meal? Even if dinner goes quickly, she would still be busy until 7 or 8 o'clock. What about her night classes? Would she be able to keep up with such a busy schedule? Xia Yunshu had already thought this through. I'll have my mom collect the money at night. It won't interfere with my classes. Shin Subai glanced at her. She had no makeup on, and her hair was neatly. Even though she got up early, she didn't look tired, which reassured him. Since there aren't many people for breakfast, as the boss, you should delegate some tasks. Xia Yunshu sighed. I can't just let anyone handle the money. My mom collects it at noon and in the evening. I can't expect her to get up early too. I'm used to getting up early anyway, so I might as well treat it like a job. Most of the money collected is just a few cents. If someone else collects the money, they could easily hide a few cents, and she wouldn't know. Selling food is different from selling clothes or shoes, which have a set quantity to match the accounts. Shin Su ordered 2 stuffed pancakes and a bowl of millet porridge. Before leaving, he said, "I'll think of a way." Xia Yunshu blinked. Was Team Shen going to introduce her to someone to collect the money? But honestly, even if it was someone he recommended, she wouldn't dare let anyone else handle the money. In the morning, the food selling was busy for about an hour, and by around 7:30, there were hardly any customers left. At that moment, GC Yuan rushed in from outside the cafeteria, panting. When he saw Xia Yunshu, he sighed in relief. "I thought you had already left." Xia Yunshu was already cleaning up the dishes and gave GC Yuan a sideways glance, without saying anything. Seeing her expression, GC Yuan's handsome face darkened. "Xia Yunshu, you really hold a grudge." "I was just joking and you took it seriously?" Xia Yunshu replied slowly. "I just don't want to be treated like a dog." What a bad temper. Even worse than his. GC Yuan noticed there weren't many people around, lowered his voice, and blushed as he quietly said, "I was wrong yesterday, okay?" Now it was Xia Yunshu's turn to be speechless. She was stunned by his dog-like sound. Did he really just bark? GC Yuan looked at her with a pitiful expression. "Don't be heartless. I've apologized and you're still mad?" Xia Yunshu was the type who responded better to kindness than harshness. Seeing him like this, she softened and explained, "I'll make you potato stew with chicken for lunch. I went to buy chicken yesterday afternoon. I just delayed a day and didn't say I wouldn't make it." She had promised GC Yuan, and although she had forgotten at the time, she remembered right away in the afternoon. GC Yuan's mood changed quickly. He happily grabbed 2 meat buns and proudly lifted his chin. "At least you know it's good." It seemed like he just came to say that, and then turned to leave. Xia Yunshu couldn't help but rub her eyes, feeling like he really had a dog tail behind him. Before 10 o'clock, Li Finlan, Song Shanchuan, and a few aunties who helped serve food arrived. Now, the cafeteria was officially open for business. They heard that some leaders were coming, so nothing could go wrong. Xia Yunshu focused on running back and forth in the kitchen, worried about any problems. They started serving food at 11:30 and continued until 12:30, and there were no major issues during that time. Xia Yunshu let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to sit down and rest her legs, the security guard at the construction site ran in, saying, "Boss Xia, there are people outside insisting on coming in, claiming to be your family." Xia Yunshu only had 2 relatives. Xia Mingcheng had gone to school, and Li Fenlin was busy selling food. Very few people knew about her running the cafeteria at the construction site. Even the residents of the building were unaware, except for Aunt Zhao, who didn't even know where she was selling food. Outside the construction site, Li Shingen sat on the ground, panting. He sneered, "Is this the good daughter you raised?" Enjoying herself while ignoring her own parents and younger brother. After Xia Yunshu had a confrontation at the Li family home last time, Li Shingen had given up on trying to take money from his eldest daughter. He initially thought that since Xia Yunshu had become a worker and married into the Lu family, she would have money. He was surprised to learn she had divorced Lu Zixing and lost her job. As a single mother supporting a college student, she must be living a hard life. Such a daughter and granddaughter were not worth keeping. However, just a few days ago, he had fallen and injured his arm. While visiting the hospital in Haiqing, he unexpectedly ran into Lu Zixing. The Li family had always been humble towards their son-in-law. Since Xia Yunshu got married, they would find ways to ask him for medicine whenever they visited the hospital, but Lu Zixing had always been cold and arrogant. Now that Xia Yunshu was divorced, he would likely ignore them even more. To Li Shingen's surprise, Lu Zixing was now being attentive, helping with registration and picking up medicine, even paying for the medical expenses. Lu Zixing's thoughts were simple. He had always looked down on Xia Yunshu's family, thinking they were petty and greedy. Now, he wanted to get closer to them to gain some favor with Yunshu. Before his divorce from Zhou Xinyue, he had felt too insecure to face Xia Yunshu, fearing her disdainful gaze. Now that he had finally encountered her family, he sincerely expressed his desire to remarry and told Li Shingen that he had been caring about Xia Yunshu and knew she was running the cafeteria at the construction site. Li Daong stood nearby, peering inside. "Dad, Is Xia Yunshu really running a cafeteria inside? This construction site is huge, and with so many people eating, she must be making a lot of money. Li Shingen was still sitting on the ground. Last time I went home, I acted so boldly on purpose to distance myself from the family. Your older sister is now turning against us too. She won't even give 50 yuan to her own nephew for school. This time I don't want 50, I want 500. Li Daong remembered how scared he felt when Xia Yunshu had a knife. It's easy to handle my sister, but that girl Xia Yunshu. Li Shingen kicked his wife sitting beside him. In a moment, you need to cry loudly. There are important people here. Let them see how ungrateful Xia Yunshu is. Until we solve the issue of Wengang going to high school in the city, we won't leave. Their grandson was everything to the old couple. They were willing to put their pride aside for him. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, Xia Yunshu should have been happily counting money and celebrating a successful first day of business. She didn't tell Li Fenlin about this, and when she went out alone, her face was extremely gloomy. Just as she exited the cafeteria, she ran into Ji Siyuan, who was heading home to sleep. He was startled by her expression. "Are you going to kill a chicken? You look so upset." Xia Yunshu took a deep breath. "I have something to take care of. I'm leaving." At the entrance, Li Shingen and his wife had already started their performance, crying pitifully and calling Xia Yunshu ungrateful and a wolf in sheep's clothing, which made the two security guards feel a headache. At this time, people were coming and going at the construction site gate, and leaders occasionally passed by. They wanted to push the crowd away, but as soon as the old lady was touched, she rolled on the ground, complaining about her arms and legs hurting while still shouting Xia Yunshu's name. They knew the cafeteria owner, and for a while, they couldn't do anything about these two old troublemakers. They could only kindly persuade them. "Please stop causing a scene. Boss Xia will be here soon. Let's talk things over properly. This is a construction site." Boss Xia? Now Li Shingen and his wife were even more excited. If they were calling her boss, she must have made a lot of money. Luckily, they heard from Lu Zhixing. Otherwise, they would have been kept in the dark. Moreover, that girl Xia Yunshu, aside from everything else, had a pretty face that even Lu Zhixing remembered. Tomorrow, they would have Li Fenlin arrange for Xia Yunshu to marry into the Lu family again. Then Lu Zhixing would surely thank them. Maybe they could even solve Daiyong's job problem. The old couple was happily crying, and by the time Xia Yunshu arrived, there were already many people gathered at the entrance to watch the commotion. She saw the Li family of 3 and didn't waste any time. She grabbed one of them and pulled them outside, saying, "If you want to cry, go home and cry." She didn't have a knife in her hand, and in front of so many people, how could her granddaughter dare to act against her grandparents? Li Shingen glared at the old woman, Li Shulian, thinking that this kind of fuss should be left to the women. Li Shulian shouted, refusing to leave, "Yunshu, you've made a lot of money outside. You can't ignore your grandparents. Your grandmother raised you when you were little. How can you cut ties with your mom and family? That's just wrong." The people around whispered among themselves, and no one stepped forward. Their gazes at Xia Yunshu were filled with mixed feelings. Respect for elders is paramount. Others didn't know the family's dirty laundry. Even if they did, it was just the old folks favoring their grandson over their granddaughter. But isn't it normal for a sister to support her brother? For a granddaughter to sever ties between her mother and her grandparents is something that no one would agree with. As more and more people gathered, Xia Yunshu realized she couldn't drive the 3 of them away alone. She gritted her teeth, knowing that causing such a scene on her first day running the cafeteria would surely make the project leaders think poorly of her. Those jerks. Seeing her silent, Li Shingen knew he had the upper hand. "I know you rented a place and let Daba stay with you. You take care of him and pay his school fees, and I promise we won't cause trouble again." Xia Yunshu had no choice but to agree. "Fine. You can leave for now." She decided to send them away first and figure out a solution later. Unexpectedly, Li Shingen pushed his luck further. "I know you have money now. Give me 100 yuan first." Xia Yunshu clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and was about to respond when she heard a commotion behind her. Li Shimli arrived with a group of brothers, quickly surrounding Li Shingen and the others. Sister Yunshu, who's bothering you?